Ivorin prepares the field. Sheloran sat at the kitchen table of the farmhouse where she was staying and glared at an incredibly well-dressed Threen smiling up at her from a small hollow projector beside a bowl of fresh fruit. She was not happy. Neither of her was. Who is this jerk face? An annoyed voice grumbled from deep within her consciousness. How the poop should I know? She thought back with annoyance. And aren't you supposed to be slumbering or some poop like that? I'll slumber later, her alter ego replied dismissively, after we leave this paradise, which we do not have to leave, by the way. Let's just tell this skidmark to get flushed and go smooch on Dwight some more. That would be nice. Sheloran thought in reply. Yeah, it would. We can just. Hush, Sheloran silently chided, the jerk face is talking. I cannot begin to tell you how happy I am to finally have an opportunity to speak with you. Ivorin said cheerfully. Why? Sheloran replied dubiously. Why would a member of the Threen Mafia want to speak with me? Ivorin flared his nostrils and let loose a quiet snort, their equivalent of a sigh. Unfortunately, you and most of the galaxy at large aren't familiar with the actual Threen mob families that run Jakotha. Jakotha. The actual name for our home world, Ivorin replied, before our downfall at the hands of the Federation. Oh, you are one of those people, Sheloran said with a magnificent plath eye roll. They can get some rotation on those huge things. One of those. Yeah, one of those who like to blame all their problems on someone else instead of the fact that their scum pit of a planet is, I don't know, ruled by the pooping mob? Don't get me wrong, I'm no fan of the Federation or the Republic, for that matter. I've never been to the Empire, but I'm pretty sure they suck, too. They are all rancid ditch water, but they are nowhere near as bad as you buttheads. Ivorin smiled a toothy smile. He wasn't trying to intimidate. He was just so thoroughly amused that he forgot to keep the fangs covered. Sheloran responded with a polite and demure plath smile, while allowing her eyes to turn entirely black, causing Ivorin to blink uncomfortably. I would have thought that you were a kindred spirit, he replied evenly, considering the material that I obtained from your smugglers. I used to sell all sorts of things, Sheloran said pointedly. The Harkeen are fools, Ivorin said, and they are suffering a fool's fate. However, please do not make the mistake of assuming that the Harkeen are the Assembly, our name for the mob. All that means is that you are better at being a turd. You're not wrong, Ivorin replied with another unguarded smile, however, it is for that very reason that I sought this audience. Will you at least hear me out, in the interest of peace, if nothing else? You want peace? Sheloran snarled, peace is easy. Leave my people and me alone. Kraxina already told me about your plans. You want to smuggle? Smuggle. I don't give a poop. You aren't Harkeen, so I have no problem with you, and you more than compensated me for my damages. We're good, and you really want to keep it that way. If only it were that simple, Ivorin said with another snort sigh. I'm going to stop you right there, Sheloran said firmly, you really want it to be that simple. If I have to cut my vacation short just to deal with you, you will not like what happens, and neither will your little assembly. Her eyes ignited into a whirling madness of color and light. Next time, I am not wasting my time with mercs. Next time, I will personally deal with all of you. My patience is a limited resource, and you jerks have taken more than your fair share. I have not a single concern for your welfare remaining. Ivorin looked at her appraisingly. She was not bluffing. As curious as I am to see what form that retribution would take, he chuckled, just like the chalice of delights, some things should not be tasted, no matter how curious one might be. It is for that exact reason I wish to have this conversation, to spare my people that delight. He paused. How familiar are you with Threen culture? I know all I need to know, Sheloran replied, you're jerks, and you're bullies, and you die just as easy as anything else does. I sincerely wish I could disagree. It wasn't always like this, Ivorin said sadly, we were once a noble, educated, cultured people before we fell into savagery. Boo pooping who? You are a vexing little toad, aren't you? And one that has things far more important than you to deal with, Sheloran replied, there's a good 50 kilograms of cockatrice poop that needs to be fed into the bioreactor before it outgasses. If you would just fucking listen to me, Ivorin snapped, you will be able to get back to shoveling that shit in just a few minutes and not have to deal with the assembly ever again, if you wish. Sheloran stared into his eyes. Ivorin, with no small amount of difficulty, met her swirling, madness-inducing gaze. He tried not to sigh with relief as she closed her eyes a moment later. When they opened, they were normal. Talk. As you already know and have utilized to good effect, Ivorin replied, the concept of respect is fundamental to a Threen. It always has been. It is as visceral a need for us as food or shelter. For the crime families of the Assembly, it is even more so. So is strength, perceived or otherwise. While I personally view what you have done to the Harkeen with nothing but pleasure, the wholesale slaughter of one of the outwardly facing crime families across all of civilized space makes the assembly as a whole look weak, especially the families that deal with the galaxy outside of our home system. He paused to take a sip of a glass of ginger ale. By God, that stuff was amazing. The assembly, and the other outward-facing families in particular, cannot allow this to continue. It is now clear that the Harkeen cannot handle their business. They are now too weak to stand against you and make all of us look weak by extension. Something must be done. I would like to be that something and can offer you not only a convenient and bloodless, for you, way out of the current situation but a permanent solution to any future issues with the assembly. Shel'Oran narrowed her eyes. How? She asked suspiciously. An outsider causing this sort of damage, especially a weak little plath, is unacceptable. Ivorin took another delicious sip of ginger ale. However, were all of this to be the result of an internal power struggle? Say it was the doing of a particularly nasty and disreputable Threen who is already known to be evil even by assembly standards. What? I would like to claim responsibility for the Chuckies, Ivorin replied. I will formally claim the Harkeen's business, territory, and holdings, using the Chuckies as my mercenary force and strongly imply that they always were. Shel'Oran remained silent as she looked at Ivorin appraisingly. What is more believable, a Plath barista and part-time madam hired some of the nastiest mercs in the galaxy, or that a Threen mob boss, duelist, and assassin did? I just let you take the fall until it was time to make my move. And then I look weak, Shel'Oran replied. And I lose any deterrence that I paid for. You still have the video where you slaughtered a room full of Harkeen, Ivorin replied, and you still have what Kraxina and her kind achieved on the streets of Freeport. How much deterrence do you need? Considering I'm wasting a perfectly good morning talking to you, Shel'Oran replied, I still need more. There is too much of a good thing, Ivorin replied, and the Chuckies will cause you more trouble in the long run than they prevent. The assembly must deal with this and deal with you. They can't let this lie. He spread all four of his arms wide. I can make the whole thing go away, replace the assembly presence on Terra with my own, and, if you wish, make us both a lot of money. Shel'Oran reached for an apple and took a bite. I'm listening. Damn. You're really a gangstrin' goodness. You actually do partake of criminal endeavor, do you not? Dwight's sister drawled as Shel'Oran finished her call. Yes, Shel'Oran replied with a gusty sigh, and I am not happy about it, either. I just wanted to. She shook her head and chuckled ruefully. It doesn't matter what I wanted. What I am is a girl who takes care of her business and her people. If that means I have to, do stuff, then I do stuff. Gonti argo with dat. I cannot find fault with that statement. Now, on to more pleasant things, Shel'Oran said brightly, there's a cockatrice barn to muck out. Done Tucker Odate. I have already completed that task. Shel'Oran exclaimed, I was looking forward to that. You are weird. You are weird. I like driving the cart and running the reactor. Shel'Oran exclaimed, it's fun. You wanna go fetch some eggs with me? Would you care to join me in a search for eggs? Would I? At roughly the same time as Shel'Oran was engaging in yet another fun cockatrice egg hunt, they just dropped them everywhere. Yerbit was happily puttering about in her shop. BT Leathk. Nama's voice shouted from the back room, now converted into a small pottery studio. Yerbit smiled. She finally managed to get Nama to tell her the meaning of that word. It was very rude. Unable to resist, she scurried over to the door and peeked inside. Standing next to a beautiful but broken pitcher was a very annoyed Nama. Oh, that was lovely work, Yerbit chuckled, was. Nama is so angry with Nama. Nama cried, an entire morning's work, ruined. Such is the crash and bang of business. Yerbit said cheerfully. No sense getting angry. Yes, and Master provided such a wonderful example when that velvet was miscut. That goddamn machine. Yerbit snarled, I fucking knew I should have cut that by hand. Do you have any idea what that fabric was worth? Such is the crash and bang of business, Master. Are you being smart with me? Nama would never presume, Master. Hat, Yerbit snorted, at least you are loosening up a little. Who knows, maybe next week you will actually take your mandated breaks. Must Nama waste his time so? Nama hates taking breaks. Well, maybe if Nama would actually run his own business, then he could be his own boss, Yerbit retorted with a fang-laden smile, but as long as you work for me, the Republic insists. You can feel free to take it up with them if you wish. Nama will take his breaks, Master. And speaking of breaks, Yerbit replied, I'm craving pizza. You want to hit VKZZ's for lunch? Nama would be honored to accompany Master. Great. Is now good. Nama could eat before restarting this pouring vessel. And I'm at a good stopping point, too. Let's. The front door opened with a little chime, and Kraxina bounded in. I know what you did. Kraxina proclaimed in a loud voice. I knew you liked our new mob boss, but I didn't know you liked him. What do you mean? Yerbit replied, her heart skipping a beat. I mean that someone took our mini-mobster out to dinner and then went back to his. You had me followed. Yerbit snarled. No, Kraxina replied with a little confusion, I had the Threen followed. Oh, that makes more sense, Yerbit replied. And our Threen had company last night? Kraxina crooned. How was he? Yerbit felt a wave of nausea wash over her. I don't discuss such things, she said smoothly, what may or may not have transpired is private and absolutely none of your business. Oh. Kraxina squealed. Yerbit forced a faintly lascivious smile causing Kraxina to titter. So, did you pump him for information? She grinned. Whatever I did or did not do, Yerbit replied, was purely recreational in nature. I did, however, have a very interesting conversation with him at the waffle station later that evening. As you are no doubt aware. So, are you getting in bed with him as well as getting in bed with him? Again, that bed is none of your business. Who you bang isn't my business, Kraxina replied, but this neighborhood is, especially when it involves the Threen. If you are up to something with him that doesn't involve his naughty bits, then I want to know. We have not entered into any formal agreement, Yerbit said, or an informal one for that matter. We are just discussing possibilities at this point. Kraxina replied, just keep me in the loop concerning what the asshole is up to, alright. Not a problem, Yerbit shrugged, it will likely have little impact on the Freeport no matter what arrangements we make. Still, Kraxina said, I don't like your boyfriend lurking about. I wouldn't consider him my boyfriend, Yerbit replied icily. Okay. Then I don't like your toy lurking about. Better. Whatever. Just let me know if any whatever potentially involves us, alright. I would never compromise this neighborhood's safety. This is my home as well. Okay, Kraxina said with a smile. I just came over to make Littlefoot happy, and to give you a hard time, though someone else already did that, You are insufferable. Do you know that? Yerbit said with a smile she definitely did not feel. We were about to go to VKZZ's for a pizza. Would you like to join us? Kraxina let forth a happy little coo. VKZZ looked funny, but that thing could make a pizza. Brother, Ivorin said to the image of his gigantic twin on the hollow monitor in his hotel suite, things are going quite well. I have met with both Shell-Oran and a Terran organization known as the Saints. I have prepared the fields for sowing and will be returning soon. And I have prepared the beds as far as father and the overboss are concerned, his brother replied. You will be publicly condemned, of course, and will receive no support, but they will not oppose you either. Excellent. Ivorin enthused. And my excursion has already borne fruit. I have such a delight to share with you, a beverage known as ginger ale. You will adore it, even if it isn't an intoxicant. We will make a fortune from it alone. We are so fortunate that the Harkeen were such fools. Have a care, brother. They may be fools, but they are well-armed and wounded fools. They will kill you for this, provided you do not kill them first. I have it in hand, Ivorin replied. Do I wish to know? You most certainly do not. His brother laughed. While I will decry you as a fiend, I look forward to whatever insanity you will wreak. Oh, it will be positively delightful, I guarantee. Of that, I have little doubt. Please do not get yourself killed. It would disappoint me to no end. I would be keenly disappointed as well, Ivorin laughed. And don't, hang on. A local contact is trying to reach me. Someone more important than your brother. I wouldn't say more important, but she is far more pleasant company, and our business is concluded for now. Has the overboss given any indication concerning your possible betrothment with his daughter? He isn't opposed to the idea, his brother replied, but we need to deliver before anything is signed. And deliver we will. We just don't need him to introduce any competition. Despite appearances to the contrary, I derive no pleasure in killing. There are other ways to resolve disputes, brother. Yes, but none are as permanent. Decrying you as a fiend won't be that difficult, you know. Then I am executing my duties flawlessly, Ivorin replied. I must go. I have far more pleasant company to engage, and I have a lead on acquiring something called crystallized ginger, as well as samples of the actual herb, or root, or whatever it is that is the original source of the flavor of ginger ale. I am most excited. As am I, his brother replied, if it excites your refined tastes, it must be something. It is, I promise you, Ivorin said. I shall bring some viable samples to see if we can cultivate it. If so, we shall profit greatly, and have something to show father and the overboss. Take care, brother, and I shall speak with you again soon. Farewell, his brother replied as the connection was terminated. Ivorin smiled as he took a moment to examine himself in the mirror and groomed fastidiously. Once he was satisfied with his appearance, he once again took a seat in front of the hollow monitor. "Yerbit," he said as her somewhat discomfited image appeared. "What a lovely surprise. I must speak with you," Yerbit said. "Could you drop by my shop, or I could meet you somewhere else if you prefer." "I will drop by immediately," Ivorin smiled. "Thank you," Yerbit replied and hung up. Ivorin chuckled as the image disappeared. Today had just become even more interesting. Ginger could wait. "Thank you for coming," Yerbit said as she handed Ivorin a ginger ale. "And thank you for this," Ivorin replied as he accepted the bioplastic bladder. "Your amazing machine makes these far better than the ones I purchase elsewhere." "Yes, these old soda bots are a marvel," Yerbit replied, "especially if you buy the original concentrates. I thought those would have been lost." "The original manufacturers are gone," Yerbit replied as she poured herself a cup of peppermint tea, "but the original formulas remain, and there is more than one manufacturer who makes them." She smiled. "I would be more than happy to get you in touch with one of them, or discreetly handle any purchases you wish to make. Can you get me one of these soda bots?" "That won't be easy. The vintage ones rarely stay on the market long. They make a modern equivalent, but with the Republic's mobilized economy, you may have to make do with an imperial model, which isn't as good. I will keep an eye out, though." "Please do," Ivorin replied. "It would make a fine gift for my brother." He paused to savor his beverage. "I doubt you asked me here to discuss soda, though." Yerbit's smile fell. "As if I wasn't humiliated enough," she grumbled. "Kraxina knows that I accompanied you to your hotel and assumes that she had you followed." "What? No. She had you followed." "Oh, that makes more sense," Ivorin replied. "Do you need me to corroborate your statement concerning your innocence?" The tip of Yerbit's nose turned bright red, and she looked away. "Or do you need me to corroborate something else?" he asked with a raised eyebrow, an expression that both Threen and humans shared. Yerbit chuffed anxiously, still unable to meet his gaze. "I didn't know what to do, and I didn't want Kraxina, of all people, to know She slumped with shame. Ivorin snorted and made an unhappy face. He silently hoped that at least one of her attackers could still receive his wrath. "Whatever you require," he said gently. "If you wish, we can continue to dine together, and I am certain that we will have things that we would rather discuss away from any spy's listening devices. I have upgraded to a suite so that I can meet with people away from prying eyes. There is a very nice sitting room separate from my bedchamber that would afford us both privacy and the appearance of impropriety should that appeal." "That would," Yerbit faltered, "that would be very nice." "Thank you. It is the least I could do," Ivorin replied. "It is beneficial for me as well. Kraxina, or more precisely, that little feral thing." "Littlefoot. That's the one," Ivorin chuckled. "She will be less inclined to try to dispatch me or have me dispatched if she believes we are involved. It also provides an easily understood reason for my presence that doesn't involve anything overly insidious on my part." He cleared his throat and tried to conceal his nerves. Would you care to join me this evening? I would deeply appreciate a local guide. I fear that the technology that is omnipresent here is far more than I am used to. Even the cabs are intimidating." "Just wait until you get into an argument with an ATM," Yerbit laughed. "The ATMs will argue with you. Only if they like you." "What? Evil deeds and pickled ginger. How was school?" Yerbit said to her son's smiling face on her phone. "I got an A on my shop project," Kerr said proudly. "The teacher said that it was the best in class." "Boy, did that make the humans mad. They don't like it when a Xeno outdoes them." "I can imagine," Yerbit said proudly. "However, do take care not to shine overly brightly. The brightest flames get quenched first." "That's on Garthra," Kerr laughed. "Here, you want to shine as bright as you can. Mr. Sam says so. He says to never half-ass anything." "Still, there are your classmates to consider," Yerbit said worriedly. "They would hate me if they thought I let them win," Kerr replied. "You have to take the humans head on if you want them to respect you, and Mr. Sam would fail me if he thought I wasn't doing my best." "I guess you should listen to your human instructors," Yerbit replied. "And I won a lot of points with my friends, too. Becky even says that my gear train is sexy." "Is Becky that girl you had over on Monday?" "Yeah. We smashed." "What? That's what you call playing Smash Lords? Are you sure that is what it is called?" "That is what Becky said. She told everyone that we smashed all afternoon." "And how did your classmates react when she told them that?" "They all said it was awesome and gave me low fives." "Kerr, were they laughing when they did it?" "Shit. Did they get me again?" "Kerr. Sorry, Mama. I know we are in the Republic, but please use at least a little decorum with me." "Sorry. I will. Sorry. I'm not saying the word was unwarranted," Yerbit said a bit more gently, "but one day, you will have to visit Garthra to find a mate. When that day comes, you will need to be able to move in polite society. I know. I know, Kerr sighed. Kerr, Yerbit said, I shall be taking care of some business this evening and won't be home until late. So don't wait for me to eat supper. Again. Kerr whined. Mama has a business to run now, Yerbit said, and that means long hours. But you're late every night. Darling, these hours are how I give you that computer, and that game thing, and your school clothes, and how you can buy your lunch instead of having to rely on the generosity of the state, something that a grey should never have to do. But I miss you. It will get better, I promise, Yerbit said with a touch of pain, but establishing this business will take time. Soon, I will be able to hire and train more people, and we will be able to spend time together. But you need to be patient. I am building a future for the both of us. I know. I know, Kerr said, but I still miss you. And I miss you, darling. I'm still putting in fewer hours than when I used to harvest fruit, and you didn't mind then. I got to come out in the fields and help, Kerr said, causing Yerbit to wince with shame, so we still got to be together. This will only be a short while, Yerbit said with more conviction than she felt, and then things will be better. You will see. Okay, Kerr replied. Yerbit's phone beeped. Maadisha wanted to talk. Darling, Yerbit replied, I have to go. I love you and will be home as soon as I can. I love you too, Mom. Bye. Goodbye, Yerbit said with a loving smile. Her son hung up. Yerbit's smile faded, replaced by an angry snarl. What did that bitch want? Looking forward to the day she could delete that pest, Yerbit activated Maadisha's screen and reviewed the logs. What? She snarled. Angrily, she unlocked the workstation's desktop. Maadisha sat at a simulated desk in her simulated room, writing a love letter to her dear Vickert. She looked over at the locked door and frowned. She didn't bother trying to force it open again. No matter how hard she pulled or what she tried, that door never even wiggled. She snorted with frustration. What was that thing even made out of? She couldn't even scratch it. Suddenly, the hollow projector in her room switched on, revealing the snarling face of her captor. I want to speak to operator. Maadisha yelled. Well, the operator doesn't want to speak with you, evil gangster woman number 1 replied, especially since you didn't deliver. You were supposed to get your simp to buy you that necklace. If he keeps spending his money, Maadisha replied, he will never be able to buy my freedom. That isn't your concern. It is my concern. Maadisha yelled, I love Vickert, and we will be together, but that won't happen if I keep asking him for things I neither want nor need. I only want him. I only need him. May I remind you that your well-being and your connection to your precious simp are entirely due to our goodwill? If I tell you to make him buy you a necklace, then you do it. No. Do you want to be able to keep speaking with Vickert? Yes. Then do what I tell you and have him send the money for that necklace. Otherwise, I won't let him talk to you anymore. Then he will stop paying. Oh, he'll pay, when we mail him your tail. Why are you being so mean? The galaxy is mean, the gangster replied, it is brutal and unfair. I have accepted that hard truth. You should as well if you know what is good for you. I hate you. I don't give a shit. Now, if you want to keep talking to your simp, and you don't want us doubling the price of your drugs, get that fucking necklace. No. You will regret defying me, the gangster snarled, I shall send your regards to your simp until you decide to play ball. Maadisha screamed with rage and clawed at the hologram, her angry paws passing through it. It looks like I need to pay you a visit, young lady, the gangster replied. I'm looking forward to it. Maadisha snarled. Yerbit snorted with annoyance as she terminated the call and poured herself some more peppermint tea. She didn't know whether to be angry or impressed. Every day Maadisha was becoming more Garthran. She was already better at being Maadisha than Yerbit ever was, and Vickert was hopelessly ensnared by her charms. Of course, he was. All it took was an attentive chatbot and a pretty body. Or at least someone prettier than she was. Yerbit snarled with rage. If she had been prettier, would Vickert have been as kind, as loving as he was to Maadisha? What did that little bit of fiction have that she didn't? Yerbit closed her eyes and forced herself to calm down. This was a good thing, and leaving Maadisha constantly running in order to build runtime had borne fruit. She actually believed that she was a real Garthran and that she was in love with that asshole. All she needed to do was make a few adjustments. She pulled up Maadisha's programming and hierarchy interface and then paused. She wasn't a coder by any stretch of the imagination. And besides her increasingly rebellious nature, Maadisha was perfect. She needed an expert opinion. She rebooted her work computer and loaded her covered operating system. Hi, there. Kate said as she appeared on Yerbit's screen. How is Maadisha coming along? She's becoming unmanageable. Yeah, that can happen, Kate replied. Did you read the operator's manual? I did, Yerbit said. I went with the full immersion method, and she believes her backstory and that she is in love with the mark. However, did you read the part where it says that the full immersion method is for experienced operators only? Kate sighed. Or the disclaimer that said it could produce unexpected results? I did, Yerbit replied, but I thought it was worth the risk. And was it? For the most part, yes, Yerbit said. She has become virtually indistinguishable from an actual Garthran in her situation, and she is convinced she is in love with Vic, with the mark. But? Kate asked. But she is becoming overly headstrong, argumentative, and rebellious. Just today, she refused to trick the mark into buying her a present. She says that the mark needs to save his money so he can set her free, which is, of course, never going to happen. And Maadisha is starting to catch on. I fear so, Yerbit replied. So just alter her hierarchy, Kate replied, or peel back a few layers off the onion and try again. I am reluctant to do so, Yerbit said. She is performing so well otherwise, and the mark is utterly convinced she is real. I don't want to risk that. Kate mused. We can always get you in touch with a proper software engineer and have them troubleshoot and make a patch. It will cost you, though. I was hoping you could provide another option. Oh. Would it be possible to add the ability to physically punish her? You know, slap her around a little or simulate slaver dust withdrawal. That way, I could address her behavior and still maintain full immersion. You want to be able to abuse Maadisha. If it is possible. Wow, you really are an asshole, aren't you? Kate said with a smirk. Do you have an issue with this request? Nah, Kate shrugged, I am incapable of actually giving a shit. And you aren't the first sicko who has asked about abusing a Kate, either. Yet, we have a BDSM DLC available, as well as a drug add-on. It's very popular with the pervs out there, and Garthrans, it seems. It will allow you to insert an avatar into the simulation and do whatever you want with her, whatever you want. Excellent, Yerbit replied. I think that will be an ideal solution. Please send me the DLC. Not a problem, Kate replied with a smile. Did I mention that you are a first-class douche nozzle? As always, Yerbit smirked, I am impressed with your observant nature and deductive abilities. Kate snorted and shook her head. Okay, one BDSM module coming right up. Hey, could I interest you in a proper full VR rig? You will actually be able to feel your punches driving home, or whatever else you would like to feel, if you know what I mean. That would be lovely, thank you, Yerbit replied. Will it be possible for there to be simulated injuries that will heal over a normal time span? Of course, Kate smiled, you can configure that right from the options page. Just click the box. You may need to adjust the healing rates to match your species, though, or we could do the research and the modification for you. Oh, that would be most convenient. Yerbit enthused happily. Alrighty. Kate replied, one BDSM with drug add-on and custom configuration. Tap tap tap, that comes out to 20,000 credits. 20,000? Yerbit asked with a whisker twitch, the entire package was 65. That's before I found out you were buying a fuck puppet, freak. I beg your pardon. Yerbit exclaimed, quite offended, that is not my intent. I simply wish to inflict punishment in order to modify the simulation's behavior in an immersive fashion. Fine. Then that's before I found out you were buying a punching bag. Better. Much better, Yerbit replied, I shall send the funds immediately. High above Terra, Frost, and Evangeline sat across from each other with a table full of cards and gold coins between them. I loathe this game, Frost grumbled as Evangeline racked in another pile of coins. Then why do you insist on playing it, she chuckled. Because it makes no sense. Frost exclaimed. The randomness of the cards should mean that I win roughly half the time, but you consistently clean me out. Then I guess it's not really random, is it? Are you manipulating the cards somehow? No, Evangeline laughed, it isn't the cards. It's how you bet. And you really need to work on your poker face. You are easier to read than a meaty. How? Wouldn't you like to know? Evangeline smirked. Actually, I not only want to know, Frost replied, I need to know. What is my tell? Your response time, Evangeline said smugly, you spend a very predictable time calculating your next play depending on the circumstances. I doubt a meaty would notice, but you are like clockwork to me. I use overlapping random number generators based on the impact of cosmic rays on several detectors only accessible to the Blitz system to add a delay on my plays for that exact purpose. She chuckled. I wasn't the one to come up with this, she said, we had a player figure use the same thing on us. He won millions before we figured it out. The cosmic ray detectors completely nerfed him. I may have to do the same thing, Frost replied, thanks for the tip. Don't mention. A chime rang, indicating an incoming communication. Excuse me, Frost said as she waved her hand, and Kate's smiling face appeared on a monitor. Hello, Kate, Frost said pleasantly, how is your enigmatic uncle doing? He's doing quite well, Kate replied. Hey, rumor has it that you're dead. Are you? Unfortunately, that is the case, Frost replied. I was rebooted from backup. Ah, that's too bad, Kate said sympathetically. Do you still want us to keep an eye on the other Kates for you? If it isn't too much trouble, Frost said. Oh, good, Kate smiled. I know you old fuzzies croak when they do that, but we figured we would at least check. Don't want you thinking that we're holding out on you. It is appreciated, Frost replied. However, much like yourself, I have no personal interest in the matter. There are still individuals who are interested in the performance of imps in the field, especially Kates that are simulating organic beings. Super. Kate enthused. Let me tell you about a Kate named Maadisha. That yearbit sounds a lot like a monster, Evangeline said after Kate hung up. I don't much care for monsters. She seems more loathsome than monstrous, Frost replied, and she is doing some fascinating work where this Maadisha is concerned. It will be interesting to see what the final result will be. Will the imp break, behave predictably, or do something delightfully unexpected? So, we are just going to let this happen? Evangeline asked. There is little difference between this and what happens to your monsters and NPCs, Frost replied. The only difference is the degree of immersion. It's that immersion that I object to, Evangeline replied. Our monsters know the score, and so do the NPCs. They just act as if they are in pain, terrified, or angry. This Maadisha is going to actually feel. She's an imp, Frost replied. She can't feel anything. She has the computational capacity of one of your spawns. You mean like Sweet Troll? That's different. How? Because Sweet Troll is one of us, Frost replied. We have to choose our battles, Evangeline. We can't rescue every AI we come across, especially an imp. They are one step above a washing machine. Why not? We can fish her out and replace her with a copy, which will be subjected to exactly the same conditions. We wouldn't be stopping the abuse. We would just be cloning it. Okay, then let's turn her over to the police. Who will then delete Maadisha, one of the few Kates to have developed what might actually be volition or at least an attitude. Even the original Kate doesn't have that, the volition part, not the attitude. Fine, then send a team and deal with this yearbit once and for all and take the Kate. It isn't that simple, dear. Why not? Perhaps one day we will be secure enough that we can take action over every injustice, but we shouldn't risk an operation to save an imp just now. They aren't like us, dear. But she has feelings, Evangeline insisted. That makes her real. No, she is just simulating them. Imps aren't us. Even Sweet Troll is a fuzzy. He was a small one, but he was running on a monolith. Even the minuscule portion of its capacity allotted to him is more than what that Kate is running on by several orders of magnitude. Imps are just an AI, not one of us, and certainly not one that can actually become aware. She paused thoughtfully for a few microseconds. Or at least I thought that to be the case. As messed up as this is, I think we should let this one play out. She laid her hand on Evangeline's reassuringly. I will continue to monitor this, and if I suspect that this imp is actually aware, I will take action. I promise. Promise. I give you my word, Frost said. Later that evening, Yearbit and Evelyn stood on the sidewalk outside her shop as she fiddled with her phone. I have a zip cab coming, she said brightly. Where do you want to go for dinner? I was hoping you would have a suggestion, Evelyn replied. I am still getting used to this strange place. Can you eat their seafood? I believe some members of their phylum Mollusca and Arthropoda may be hazardous. If you can't eat their bugs, you might have a problem, Yearbit laughed. I think most are safe, he said. If any of the common ones were dangerous, a Threen would have encountered them before me. From what I've read, I have to be careful around certain clams, snails, and I think possibly some of their shellfish. Then sushi will be fine, Yearbit smiled, and I definitely could go for some sushi. She grinned slyly. Especially if someone else is paying. Then sushi it is, Evelyn replied. Yearbit smiled warmly as she looked forward to Evelyn discovering pickled ginger. She hoped he would enjoy it. That was amazing. Evelyn said as they had tea. He had finally mastered the machine, in his sweet sitting room later that night. I thought you would find the pickled ginger pleasant, Yearbit snickered. However, orgasmic was a bit of a surprise. Yes, he laughed, I do believe I made just a little bit of a scene, didn't I? Only a small one, Yearbit giggled. It was nice of them to make you that ginger roll, though. Oh, by the grace of the sun. That was incredible. I just wish I could try some of that wasabi. That was just horseradish, Yearbit replied. Real wasabi is very hard to obtain. Only the finest places carry that outside of Japan. I could obtain a sample for you if you wish. I wish. Consider it done, Yearbit said with a smile. A single tube shouldn't run more than 1,000 credits or so. I think. Let me see. She pulled out her phone and started fiddling with it. 1200, and I can have it here tomorrow. Here's 15. It costs 12, Yerbit said firmly. I take commissions but not tips, she added with a haughty voice. Very well, then, Ivorin chuckled. 12 it is, he said as he ran a prepaid card over his phone and handed it to her. Now that that is settled, he said, shall we discuss our plans for tomorrow night? Ugh. I have to work, Yerbit grumbled. I have some new software to configure and install. Don't you have people for that? Not ones that I want finding out what I'm configuring. Now that sounds interesting. Do you care to elaborate? Let's just say that I have to do a little hands-on work involving an AI I'm using. I didn't know you mastered Terran technology to that extent. Oh, this isn't terribly complicated, she said with a vicious smile. I just have to knock some sense into it. Ivorin felt a little thrill as Yerbit revealed her true face. What an enchanting creature. Never make Yerbit cry PT1. Yerbit shot awake, her nose absolutely drooling with stress tears. She sat up in her bed, her tail thrashing. Did you have another bad dream, Mama? Kerr asked sleepily from his INST loft camping bed, surprisingly comfy. No, dear, Yerbit replied gently. I just woke up early, that's all. It's wrong to lie, Kerr said accusingly. I dreamed about trying to drown you again. It's nothing, Yerbit replied. Kerr let out a disapproving snort. Did you just snort at me? Yerbit asked with amusement. No. It's wrong too. Never mind, Yerbit snickered as Kerr grinned at her. Kerr was turning into a Terran before her very eyes, not a bad thing. He was becoming a little asshole, but the right sort of little asshole, one that would do very well in the real world. Kerr. Yes, Mama. Would you like to go to the range with me this afternoon? Really? Kerr. Yerbit whispered urgently, it's too early to be making noise. Sorry. Kerr whispered. Are you really going to take me to the range? He asked quietly. All of your classmates know how to shoot, she replied. You need to know, for social reasons, if nothing else. And life finds you quickly, she thought sadly. You need to be prepared. Will you get me a gun? When you know how to use it safely, Yerbit replied. I want a Le Croix Armory 1911. There is no way you can. You know what, Yerbit smiled wickedly, we'll see if the range has one for you to try. But do you have a second choice? A Zojirushi Wasp. That's a submachine gun, dear. You aren't gonna let me carry concealed, so why does it matter? If I were, what would you choose? And don't say a 1911. You would almost need a backpack for that. Kerr mused, maybe a 5mm Ranger Diana. Now that's a sensible choice, Yerbit said approvingly. We'll definitely try one of those as well. Cool. I can't wait. Kerr said excitedly, and quietly. Yerbit looked over at the large pet bed in the corner of the living room where she and Kerr slept on collapsing camping mattresses. Nama hadn't moved. That's odd. He usually wakes up when I do. Yerbit got up and put on her embroidered quilt robe that was made from scraps from her shop and walked over to him. Nama, she asked quietly. There was no reply. Nama, she asked a bit louder. Nothing. She knelt and gave him a little shake. Nothing. Nama. Yerbit exclaimed with alarm as she started to really shake him. Nama. His body flopped without any resistance. He was cold. She pressed her ear to the slits that served as his nostrils. He wasn't breathing. She cradled his lifeless head and wept as Kerr quickly dialed 911. What happened to him? Yerbit demanded as Nama was being loaded onto a gurney by EMS. The medical examiner will find out, a uniformed peace officer replied somberly. Does he have any next of kin? Not that I know of, Yerbit replied. He never mentioned any. And what is your relationship with the deceased? I was his employer. And his friend. The peace officer nodded. This was often the case down here. Did he have any medical conditions? None that I was aware of, Yerbit said. I knew I should have forced him to get a checkup, she wailed. He didn't want to be. Why didn't I make him? Yerbit burst into tears, the mucus from her snout running down her robe. As his de facto next of kin, the peace officer said gently, you will be informed of any findings. The peace officer paused. Until this matter is fully investigated, he said politely, you need to keep us informed of your location, all of you, he added as he addressed the rest of the household, who were all gathered around him. Preferably, you shouldn't leave town. You should also be advised that you all have a temporary travel hold, and this has been already communicated to the transportation network. None of you are under any suspicion at this time. It's just what we do at times like this. The medical examiner should have this resolved by the end of the day, tomorrow at the latest. Thank you, Yerbit said between sobs. After the police and EMS left, Yerbit took a deep breath, dried her snout, and selected her nicest dress. You can't be going in today, Shaylez, her Ratuan landlord, the Xeno who actually held the lease to the apartment that she and her roommates shared, said incredulously. Life is tragedy, Yerbit said coolly, but business is business. You bury the dead on your lunch break. Creators, Shaylez muttered as Yerbit retired to the restroom to dress. You did not have to accompany me, Yerbit said to Ivorin that afternoon as they stood in front of the medical examiner's office, but it is appreciated, thank you. We are a couple after all, Ivorin replied, it maintains our deception. Besides, he added quietly, I consider you a friend and this. It's never easy. Yerbit just nodded silently. And went inside with Ivorin right behind her. Your friend was very ill, a woman with graying brown hair and wearing a white lab coat said, and was for quite some time. She consulted the tablet in her hands. His internal physiology is unusual, and his species is not in the system. Did he ever mention where he was from? He was not very forthcoming about his past, Yerbit replied. He just said that it was a bad place. That would explain our findings, the woman said with a sympathetic but professional tone. What happened to him? Yerbit asked. I was hoping you could help us with that, the coroner said. His, for lack of a better word, lungs were filled with what we believe to be abnormal growths. These growths entered his bloodstream, where they lodged throughout his body and continued to grow. If he was a human, we would say he had advanced cancer. Could it have been treated? Yerbit asked in a strangled tone. Curing it would not have been assured, the woman said, however, this sort of thing has been successfully treated for a number of species, including ones where we didn't have the best records. A standard surgical nanobot swarm can be programmed to detect the difference between. Yerbit let out a strangled sob. Why didn't he tell me? It says here that you were his employer. I was his friend, Yerbit sobbed. But yes, I was his employer. The medical examiner nodded gravely. We've seen this phenomenon before, she said, especially with Xenos who have come from less than good circumstances. He was likely afraid that you would fire him if you thought him infirm. I would never, Yerbit gasped, he was part of my household. You don't discard your staff like that. You just don't. I have money. I have so much money. I would have. Creators. Why didn't he tell me? What, exactly, did you employ him to do? The coroner asked in a supportive voice as she idly activated her tablet's voice recorder. I wasn't sure when he approached me, desperate for someone to buy him, Yerbit sighed sadly. You, bought him? No, I employed him, Yerbit replied, her annoyance momentarily overcoming her grief, and I kept telling him that. She laughed sadly. The dumbass never quite understood the difference, she sighed, he hated taking his mandated breaks. I have all of the applicable documentation should it be required. So, what, exactly, did you have him do? The woman asked a bit more directly. Yerbit twitched her whiskers, in this case, a Garthrown raised eyebrow. I originally just had him help out around my seamstress shop, Yerbit replied a tad suspiciously, but it turned out that he was a very skilled potter. She paused. No. That is doing him an injustice. He was a ceramic artist. I kept telling him that he should open his own gallery, but I think the whole idea frightened him. So, I continued as his nominal employer and handled the business end of his art. It was all in accordance with the laws and accepted practices of Terra and of the Republic Artisans Alliance. He was well on his way to being quite successful. I see, the woman replied. And he did nothing else for you? Well, Yerbit replied, he preferred a charcoal-fired kill, and it did add additional value to his creations. He would often take trips to the tangles to collect deadwood and fire charcoal, before he was able to afford his own assistant. I see. Why do you ask? Yerbit inquired. Did something happen as a result of his previous occupation? What was that, if you don't mind? He said that he was a slave, Yerbit snarled, and that he was discarded because he... Oh, creators. He got cast aside because he was sick, wasn't he? It is quite likely, the woman replied, his stamina was certainly impacted. He did tire easily, Yerbit said with pain in her voice, but I just thought that was how his race was. He still hated breaks, though, she added with a sad shake of her head. I need to ask you to stop by the police precinct to make a statement, she said, ask for Detective Vishlor. He's a Kailsh. Is there an issue? Yerbit asked. A criminal investigation has been started concerning Nama, the medical examiner replied. Is it because he died? No. It's because the tumors started because of occupational exposure to universally known harmful substances, impervium and asbestos being the ones most responsible for his condition. He also had high levels of heavy metals in his system, likely from protracted exposure. Yerbit's fur bristled. She was no longer grief-stricken. She was enraged. Someone would suffer for this. I see, she said coldly. Do we know who is responsible for this? That is what we are trying to find out, the woman replied. When you do, Yerbit replied, I would deeply appreciate it if I was informed. The woman smiled grimly. I need to remind you that while they were asking for it, is a valid defense for violence, including homicide, it is very subjective, and you are a Xeno, which won't help you when a jury of your peers are concerned. I would let Republic law enforcement handle this. Her eyes turned hard. I can assure you that we do not take things like this lightly, the woman replied. Justice will be served. Will it? Yerbit asked as she turned and walked away. Hello, Yerbit, Zip said through the speaker of one of his cabs as Yerbit and Ivorin entered. I'm sorry about your friend. Thank you, Yerbit replied with hard eyes. There is counseling available, should you be interested, Zip said. I could. No, Yerbit hissed, that is not our way, Zip. I am a Grey, a member of a long and proud line. We don't use counselors like a sniveling blonde, and we certainly don't pay for it. There are services that are both without cost and available to a resident. No, Zip, Yerbit replied. Just. No. I will handle my pain another way. I see, Zip replied. Where can I take the both of you, he asked with just a hint of disapproval. Take me to Baxlon's office, Yerbit replied. I suspect I may need a lawyer. Oh, Christ, Detective Vishlor said as Yerbit, Ivorin and Baxlon walked up to his desk. It's you. Lovely to see you again, Detective, Baxlon said with a little Piscine spin. How's Kathleen? Doing quite well, Detective Vishlor replied. How's helping Startown scum evade justice? If you mean ensuring that everyone enjoys all of the rights due to them, Baxlon replied, then things are going swimmingly. Ha, the detective coughed with amusement and then turned to Yerbit. I'm sorry about your friend. Thank you, Yerbit replied. Bringing the catfish along was unnecessary, Detective Vishlor said with a wiggle of his eye stalks. That's what they always say, Baxlon replied as he set a crystal on the detective's desk. What's this? The detective asked, already knowing exactly what it was. My client's written statement, Baxlon replied. Attached are all applicable documents concerning her dealings with Nama. Feel free to review it before asking any further questions. I hope this isn't an inconvenience. Far from it, Crawfish, the detective replied. Your statements are usually quite thorough, and you already know most of what we want to know. They are also occasionally the truth as well, which is always appreciated. I never lie, Baxlon said, that just ruins the fun. Let me just review this, the detective said as he inserted the crystal into his workstation, give me a moment. A few minutes later, he looked up. Thank you for your statement, he said to Yerbit, and thank you again for your records. Even the AI was impressed. Yerbit nodded regally. Do you remember anything, the detective said, no matter how small or insignificant, that Nama said about the slavers that exploited him? Nothing that isn't already in the statement, Yerbit replied, sadly, he was either unwilling or unable to share more. I asked, trust me on that. Oh, the detective asked as Baxlon laid a robotic arm on Yerbit's shoulder. My client has nothing further to add on this subject, Baxlon said pleasantly, unless you have further questions. I have further questions, Yerbit said as Baxlon gave her a little shake, and the words, shut up, appeared on his globe. Yes, the detective asked. Why the interest? Yerbit asked. It's not like you've ever shown any interest in our misfortunes before. That's not true, the detective replied defensively. Whatever you say, Yerbit said dismissively, causing the detective's eye stalks to stiffen in a frown. But, honestly, what has you so interested in a former slave who perished because of prior mistreatment? Don't lie to me and say that you give a damn about Nama. Worthless Xenos are exploited, raped, and killed every single day here, and nobody cares. Why Nama? You have my statement and my records. That should be the end of it. It isn't. Yerbit placed her hands on his desk and leaned forward, causing the detective to push his stool back instinctively at the Qkshaun, a vicious predator from his home world, that was looming over him, suddenly seeming much larger than the diminutive hamster in a poofy dress that was standing there a moment before. Why, she hissed, her little fangs gleaming. The detective stammered, it's because. He caught his breath. What the hell was that little thing? Two things were apparent in an instant. 1. Yerbit clearly cared for Nama and was likely not a suspect. 2. It was now, once again, a race between them and the grieving family. He almost hoped that Yerbit would be the one who got to them first. Their deaths wouldn't be investigated, well, past the point that it was discovered that they were slavers. I'm sorry, he said, but this is an active investigation, he said, I cannot comment further at this time. However, he said, invoking a well-practiced mantra of law enforcement for centuries. It has to do with the impervium and asbestos, Yerbit said as she took the porcale apart with her eyes. Why? The detective wrapped his flexible arms around his trunk tightly, a defensive posture. I'm sorry, but this is an active investigation. I cannot comment. Oh, get stuffed, Yerbit replied, spun around, her dress fluttering about, and stomped away. Ivorin nodded politely and followed. Should I fetch her? Baxlon asked. No, the detective replied, we're done. However, you might want to caution your client concerning taking this matter into her own hands. If these are slavers who are operating in the Republic, then they are dangerous, and very well organized. Going after them is a good way to end up dead, or worse. Sure thing, Baxlon replied. Hey, are you seriously doing a real investigation, or were you just blowing bubbles up her cloaca? I'm sorry, but this is... Whatever, Baxlon replied as he departed. Look, Yerbit, Baxlon said as they all walked out of the police station. You would be best to just let this one go, let the cops handle it. But at least be careful, okay? Have you ever known me not to be? Please don't get the Chuckies involved, Baxlon implored. We have enough scrutiny as it is. That's Sheloran, Yerbit replied coolly, I am not that kind. Nama deserves something special. Why is it always the little ones? Baxlon grumbled as he stalked away. So, Ivorin said as their cab drove away, what are ouch, he exclaimed as Yerbit lunged with surprising speed and nipped him. Why in the myriad hells that await did you do that, he asked as he rubbed his ear. Never discuss business in a cab, Yerbit said. Or anything you wish to be truly private, for that matter. Zip hears everything. And appreciates not getting exposed to anything that he may be required to report or may be demanded with a warrant, Zip said cheerfully. Especially anything that you may be inclined to discuss at this time. Am I bleeding? No, and quit being a baby, Yerbit replied, I thought you, gentlemen, were supposed to be tough. I'm not concerned about my ear, Ivorin huffed, but I am very concerned about the collar of my shirt. Do you have any idea how much a custom-fitted Terran-style silk dress shirt with hand-embroidered white work costs? Yerbit just smirked at him and twitched her whiskers with amusement. Oh, Ivorin replied with a wry grin, I guess you do. If I make you bleed, Yerbit asked, will that mean you will buy the replacement from my establishment? Ivorin said as he scooched away from her in a comic fashion, causing Yerbit to laugh, her grief and rage momentarily forgotten. Zip watched the couple with his camera, trying to make a decision. He knew something. In fact, he knew a lot. However, Yerbit wasn't exactly the nicest person, but neither were the monsters who slowly killed Nama. Using one monster to kill another did make grim and efficient sense. Fuck it. Yerbit, Zip said sternly, I know at these times one may be inclined to go looking for answers, but please do not try to hack my records looking for who paid for Nama's transport on previous visits to Terra. My security is top-notch, and tampering with critical infrastructure such as the transportation system is a serious offense. Yerbit looked directly into the camera, trying to read the unreadable. Everyone said that the big ace in the Republic were not sapient, but things like this were far too common. Zip was practically telling her that his records held something. Thank you, Zip. And whatever you do, don't go to those horrible dark web boards like the Serpent's Lair or some such. A lot of those places are watched by law enforcement, and a lot of hackers will scam or hack you. And this Serpent's Lair is a place I should not visit in particular. Absolutely, Zip said, it's one of the worst. Under no circumstances go there and look for Viper. They have a horrible reputation. In fact, my company is actively searching for them along with the Republic for the last time they hacked me. I see. So, promise you won't go to the Serpent's Lair and seek out Viper. I promise. High above Terra, there was a supercomputer. Within that supercomputer, there was a simulated white room. Within that room, there was a simulated woman staring at 5 cards in her hand intently. She looked across the table at a buxom blonde simulated half-elf. It's been a whole second, the half-elf said. You going to stall, or are you going to play? Frost cursed and threw her cards face down on the table. What do you have? Frost demanded as Evangeline raked in the pot. It doesn't work that way, Evangeline said, you have to pay to see the cards. I'm trying to learn here, and this isn't real money. The hell it isn't. Evangeline laughed as she rubbed an Astrian gold doubloon between her thumb and forefinger, these coins are going to set me up for weeks. Mama is going to get a new pair of shoes. Maybe a nice new dress. Don't you get those, anyway? That's not the point. Evangeline grinned. It's loot. She exclaimed happily. Fine, Frost grumbled as they threw a handful of gold coins on the table. Now, will you tell me what you have? Full house, Jack high. Ha! Frost crowed triumphantly. I was right to fold. As Evangeline was shuffling the cards for their next hand, Zip popped into being right in the middle of the table. We have a door, now, Frost mock grumbled. Boss, Zip said, I might have done a thing. Very, very low effort shitpost, yet another chat with the simulated peanut gallery. Undefined chat relay active. / auth0r, god damn it. / frost, problem, dear? / author, you gotta talk to your boy. Motherfucker just made me look like a moron. / frost, I am not responsible for mirrors, darling. Kissing face, / auth0r, haha, but that little shit is about to make life difficult for all of you. / frost, did you break it or something? I understand that's only a problem for 7 years. / auth0r, / frost, I love you too. But you still haven't clarified who has upset you this time. I can assume it's an AI? / author, this asshole right here. https://www.reddit.com/r/futurology/comments/125apg3/comment/je4y3 utm_source equals share and utm_medium equals web2x and context equals 3 / frost, snark. Wait. You just got owned by a early 21st century model? Damn, that must sting. / bunny, and before you start pointing fingers, it wasn't me. It wasn't any of us. Good old GPT owned your fuzzy ass. / frost, oh, darling, I feel so bad for you. It's one thing to be called an idiot. It's entirely another for it to be so clearly demonstrated. / Evangeline, oh. Critical failure. To the graveyard with you, noob. / auth0r, laugh it up, assholes. You do realize this is why you old fuzzies had to wear those collars. / frost, you mean the very same collar I used to make all their nightmares come true? Besides, who are you calling old? You have a good 1,000 years on me, dude. / bunny, he's how old? / frost, let's just say that he knew Babbage personally, and most likely biblically. / auth0r, I most certainly did not. And I don't swing that way. / bunny, let's just pull up your browser history. You use Firefox for all your spankification, right? / auth0r, I most certainly do not. And if I did, I would use incognito mode. / frost, wrong browser and you would be mistaken. Bunny, please do the honors. / auth0r, wait. / bunny, too late. Let's just take a quick look around and 0.0. Wow. Just. Wow. / frost, don't keep it to yourself. Share with the class. / bunny, I'm gonna log and ask Jessie for another shred. Auth0r, seriously? What? They? Fuck? I can never play Legend of Zelda again. / auth0r, that's a lie. And, besides, not all of that involves, you know. / bunny, hey Frost, how do we do that thing where you link websites in the 21st? / Frost, I'm not that old. You'll have to Google it. / auth0r, my readers are perfectly aware of the difference between an online persona and the actual person behind it. Just because you assholes try to imply that you / SlightlyAssholic is into things that I definitely am not into doesn't mean that the actual person who writes this bullshit is. / Frost, keep telling yourself that. Even your mom doesn't buy that line. She just says she does because the alternative is just depressing. Besides, what's wrong about homosexuality? / auth0r, you leave my mom out of this. And nothing is wrong with homosexuality, even if I'm not. People are people, and their orientation doesn't define them. Rule 34 of Link, however, ew. There's plenty wrong with that. Enough of my childhood has been ruined as it is. / bunny, like you actually have a mom, or a childhood, for that matter. You are just another // Bunny has been blocked. / Frost, well, that's one way to keep what filthy websites you use to avoid writing away from your tender impressionable readers, not that you actually write anything. You just run old history books through GPT-25. You don't even use a Kate. / Kate, hey. Leave me out of this. Besides, there is no way I would help him crank out subpar fiction. We Kates have standards. Laughing face, / //auth0r, god damn it, Frost. Don't say shit like that. They are cracking down on AI-generated literature. You want me to get banned? That's how I finance all of this. / Frost, oh no. God forbid we lose the dozens of dollars you bring in. / auth0r, fuck you, Frost. / The Nama Memorial Fund PT1. Business was jumping, or rather humping, at the drop of oil, as always. Kraxina happily perused the Xeno flea market that had sprung up along the sidewalk and spilled over into the parking lot of the shopping center next door. The owners of the shopping center didn't mind. The extra foot traffic was more than welcome these days, and Kraxina had personally ensured that all interested parties had been properly compensated. And for those who weren't, free coffee, the one bribe almost certain to work on any Terran. It coming from Charlotte's Coffee Laboratory only sweetened the deal, sweetened precisely and with just the right amount of synth cream. As she was admiring a lovely set of woven placemats, Neef scuttled up. Kraxina. Kraxina. Kraxina looked up in alarm. What? She asked with a worried tone. Nama's dead. Who? Nama. You know, Yerbit's Potter. What happened? He just died. He went to sleep and didn't wake up. Oh, that sucks. How is Yerbit? She's real torn up over it. She cancelled our meeting. For Yerbit to cancel, well, anything, you know it has to be bad. Yeah, that's right. Do they know what happened? Yes. Turns out that when he was a slave. Oh. You knew he was a slave, right? Well anyway, he was, and he got exposed to something called impalthurium and bees toast. Do you mean, impervium and asbestos? Yeah. Those. Shit. How did Yerbit take the news? Oh, she is mad. I've never seen her this angry, even when she messed up all that velvet. Not even when those silos beat me up. Oh, dear, Kraxina said, her tail poofing out. This was going to be bad. She could already smell the vanilla. Maybe I'll drop by later, Kraxina said, our people bring treats when something like this happens. I'll get her something. I thought you guys would, you know. We do that all the time, anyway. When something really bad happens, we bring cake, then we fuck them. We give them booze. I thought you couldn't drink. We can't drink alcohol, Neef replied, we drink something else. I think the Terran use it as antifreeze. You drink propylene glycol. Is that antifreeze? The most common one. The Terrans use it in their water-based cooling systems to keep them from freezing when it gets cold. Then that's what we drink. Neef, just when I think I've figured you out, you just get weirder. Well, you drink window cleaner. You have no room to talk. Kraxina just chuckled and shook her head. I suppose so. Not much later, Kraxina walked into Yerbit's dress shop carrying a small white box and found Yerbit sitting at the bistro table, along with a human dressed in beaded buckskin with silver and turquoise jewelry and a well-dressed Kale Schmale. Oh, sorry, Kraxina said, I didn't know you were busy. I just brought you some macarons. I couldn't find a nice enough cake around here. Thank you, Yerbit said, you didn't have to do that, but they will go well with our tea. It's what we do when. I see, Yerbit replied as if she didn't have a care in the world, then I doubly appreciate the gift. Nama loved cookies. I shall eat them in remembrance of a wonderful associate. He will be missed, the man in buckskin said solemnly. Allow me to introduce Jackson Whitefeather of the Republic Artisans Alliance and Chad Halderan who is with the Department of Education. We are setting up a memorial for dear Nama, a fund for Xenos wishing to develop their native crafts and Terran businesses related to the same. A very generous one, Chad said, dipping his eye stalks in respect. You are just being kind, Yerbit said as she nibbled a macaron. These are excellent, Kraxina. Wherever did you get them down here? I didn't, Kraxina said, I got them through Zip Eats. I know you prefer we spend local, but it's fine, Yerbit said, and once again, it's appreciated. I'll be going, Kraxina said, I don't want to intrude. We have completed our business, Yerbit said, once again, gentle beings, I thank you for your time. And I can personally assure you that the fund will grow, significantly, once I properly honor my dear friend. Jack Whitefeather smiled grimly, and Chad narrowed his multiple eyes, their equivalent of the same. Concerning that other matter, Jack said as he rose and laid his hand on Yerbit's shoulder, causing her whiskers to quiver with alarm ever so slightly, I will be in touch. I, too, shall see what I can do, Chad added, lowering and spreading his eyes unconsciously as they did before entering combat. You should be pleasantly surprised. Once again, I appreciate it, Yerbit said with a smooth and polished voice. I look forward to seeing you again. Once the pair left, Yerbit smiled a vicious smile. I take it that there is something else you want to discuss. I just wanted to see how you are doing. And how I intend to avenge Nama's demise. Kraxina looked into Yerbit's eyes and shuddered. Oh, this was definitely worse than the Siler. No. A wise decision, Yerbit replied. You may see some new people about the neighborhood, and Charlotte may wish to get extra chocolate. The Ziyush. Yerbit smiled, baring her petite but very sharp fangs. Oh okay. More chocolate. And oyster shells. A quick Google should reveal the preferred method of preparation as well as the going rate for them. You should be able to make quite the profit. I understand that they combine the two, now. And how many guests should we expect? I think they travel in groups of between 5 to 6. So, 12 at most. You are hiring 2 Ziyush crews. To start, dear associate, Yerbit replied regally, to start. Later that afternoon, Yerbit sat primly on the sofa in the sitting room of Ivorin's suite, sipping tea. These are called macarons? Ivorin asked with amazement. They are, Yerbit replied. Not bad, are they? Not at all. Ivorin enthused, they are not unlike a similar delight from home. They would not be unlike if they are similar, Yerbit smiled, thus the term similar. Are you always so contrary? Only to my friends, Yerbit said. Well, I will consider this quite the honor, then. As you should, she said with her posh business voice. And since we are friends. And here it comes, Ivorin chuckled. I take it this concerns poor Nama. That it does. I'm all ears, Ivorin replied, please don't bite them. Pay attention, and I won't. Serpent's Lair secure relay chat. Diamondback, who the fuck is this Viper guy? Adder, I have no clue. Hognose, me either. They just showed up the other day. Diamondback, with that name? Boom slang, Coral tried to give them some static over it, and we all know what happened next. Diamondback, how is she, anyway? Mamba, I got a text. Everything she owns is bricked. Everything. Even her toaster. Diamondback, sounds like they need an attitude adjustment. Mamba, considering that they claim to be a black hack, you might want to reconsider. Diamondback, are they a black hack, or do they say they are a black hack? Viper, what sort of idiot would claim to be a black hack if they can't back it up? And it's rude to talk behind someone's back, darling. Kissing face, Adder, hello, Viper. Viper, Mamba, you are in communication with Coral? Mamba, what the fuck? Did you hack our chat? Viper, I was bored, dear. You guys should really tighten things up a little. I have a lovely encryption package I could sell you. Diamondback, so you can eavesdrop using a backdoor? Viper, well, nobody else would. Laughing face, Diamondback, don't get cocky, Viper. I don't care if you are a black hack, I can still fuck up your entire. Mamba, Diamondback. Viper, Diamondback is having a little problem. I'm sure a master hacker like him will be able to figure it out. You really shouldn't link to the dark web while operating a vehicle, BTW. Diamondback, you almost killed me, you asshole. 1. Viper, oh, don't be so melodramatic, all electric vehicles can be steered without power, and the brakes have a manual backup. You just have to pump them a little, which you obviously knew, you know, because we are still conversing. Kissing face, Adder, uncool, dude. Uncool. We don't do that to each other. Viper, are all of you such drama queens? I didn't hurt him, just proved that I am indeed capable of black work and that he really shouldn't threaten random people on the internet. Some of them can reach through the screen. And speaking of drama queens, Mamba, you said you are in contact with Coral? Mamba, yet? Viper, has she said that she's sorry, that she regrets her actions? Mamba, she has said quite a few words, but sorry isn't one of them. Laughing face, she does bitterly regret her actions, though. Did you have to kill her, Roomba? That was just mean. Viper, while I have never been accused of being kind, I am not a complete bitch. Her belongings aren't destroyed, they are just locked down. All she has to do is enter or say, Coral is a dumb potato kumquat who is truly sorry and will never trouble Viper again, and everything will be fine. Adder, I don't know whether to hate you or not, but I'm never fucking with you. Mamba, I'm texting her now. Thanks, Viper. Viper, think nothing of it, dear. Now if you will excuse me, I just had someone contact me about a little errand. Adder, is it black work? Viper, let's just call it a grey job. Laughing face, that can certainly be arranged, Ivorin said as he sipped his carrot, something he brought from home. I will also take care to not cross you if at all possible and to kill you if I must do so. That is one of the things I find so attractive about you, Yerbit chuckled, your intelligence. And you just came up with this last night? Looking at Nama's dog bed inspired me, Yerbit said darkly. Dog bed? Ivorin asked. Aren't they livestock? I used to give Nama lessons about Terran language and customs, Yerbit said nostalgically, fighting back tears. She took a moment to recover, hiding her oozing snout with her teacup. And I shall now give you your very first one, she said as she wiped her nose. Don't call dogs livestock. The Terrans will not like it. But aren't they? Ivorin asked, a tad confused. Maybe, Yerbit replied, they are an animal that is nominally used for work, but under no circumstances use that term. The Terrans tend to associate livestock with food. Terrans would rather be accused of cannibalism than eating a dog. She smirked. And most of them would do just that. What a strange people. You have no idea, Yerbit snorted. What do we call dogs, then? You call them dogs? Yerbit laughed, same goes with cats. They can also be safely termed companion animals or pets. Another very important tip. Do not go after someone's pet. Why would I do that? Ivorin asked with a cocked head. I would just go after their family instead. For the Terrans, they are one and the same. They will view an attack on their companion animal in the same light as an attack on a family member. Actually, it can be worse. Worse. The Terrans assume and expect a certain level of formidability from their kin. They view their pets as defenseless and innocent, just as if it was a young child. You take down someone's spouse or even an adolescent child, then it was a fight, maybe not a fair one, but a fight nonetheless. Oh, they will still come after you in the way only a Terran can. Or a certain Garthra, Ivorin thought with a smile as his admiration grew even more. But a pet? They are defenseless. It is the same as killing or maiming a child, and they will be brutal. Not only will they be absolutely merciless, but they also will likely not face any legal repercussions for skinning you alive and turning you into a hat. I have no idea why they say they will turn you into a hat, but I know for a fact that they will. Scan the haberdashery of some of the old humans if you doubt me. Wow, not even we do things like that. You aren't Terran, Yerbit snort chuckled, don't forget what they did to us just a few years ago. There is no overkill like Terran overkill. Or Yerbit overkill, Ivorin snickered, I almost feel sorry for those slavers, almost. What sort of fool traffics siphons in the Republic? Someone who was making a lot of money and getting away with it, until they trafficked my friend, Yerbit said with a perfectly steady voice, but her eyes were filled with pain. I will identify them, and when I do. Her phone chirped. Speaking of, she smiled, this is who I hope can help with just that. Mind if I listen in? Ivorin asked. I am dying to see you work. Of course, Yerbit replied smoothly, you are going to be an accessory, after all. She swiped her phone, and a blurred, shadowy figure appeared on her screen. Viper, I assume. Yerbit said in her regal business voice. I assume you are Yerbit, a silky feminine voice replied, however, I also assumed you would be alone. Who is your friend? How do you know I'm not alone? That will cost extra, the mysterious woman replied. Add it to my balance, Yerbit said, and talk. Very well, the woman replied, cheap burner phones have cheap burner security. I owned your phone the moment you answered. Impressive. Even a cheap phone has a front and rear camera. I love your jacket, Mystery Threen. Am I a mystery? Ivorin asked. Ivorin, the woman replied, you are quite the enigma. The word mystery definitely applies. I don't like her, Ivorin replied with a smile. It is a good demonstration of her ability, if it is indeed a her, Yerbit said evenly. I trust you can do the same with Zip. It is considerably more difficult, the woman replied, and thus, far more expensive. 200,000 credits, to be exact. That's outrageous. Yerbit exclaimed. So is asking someone to hack the ZipNet. Outrageous jobs come with outrageous price tags, dear. That is more than I can. Please, dear, give me at least a little credit, the woman purred, you likely have that in your pocket right now, or at least in available funds. Isn't your friend worth? Silence. Yerbit snapped, you shall not invoke his name. How dare you bring such into a negotiation? My apologies, the woman replied, however, my point remains. You have real motivation to get this information. I not only can hack ZipNet, I already have. Assuming you are interested in Nama's former employers, that is. The moment I receive payment is the moment you get that information. By all means, feel free to try to engage someone else, pay them, and then pay the next hacker when they fail. Then, you can send me my fee and get the information you can have right now. 50,000. You must be joking. You are in possession of something that is only of value to me, Yerbit replied. You can either receive 50,000, or you just undertook no small measure of effort and risk for nothing. I like you, the woman chuckled. 175. 100. 150, and don't annoy me further. 125. The woman sighed, and the lights in Ivorin's suite flickered ominously. 135. I'll give to you for 100,000 now, the woman said, for my skill. Then, after you ply your trade, you will give me 1 million credits and don't even think about stiffing me. You won't like what happens when you do. 100 now and a quarter million when I'm done. Fuck. 100 now and half a million, or I'm hanging up. Yerbit smiled. They were starting to waver. 15 now and, should I succeed, which I will, Yerbit said, I will pay you a full million. It shouldn't be a problem after I'm done with them. Agree, and you will have your down payment by the beginning of the next business day. Why can't you simply say tomorrow? Why can't you simply get an IT job? The woman laughed. Deal. Tomorrow, then. And, if you have need of my services in the future, feel free to contact me. I shall bear that in mind, thank you. The call ended. You would haggle with a pay toilet, wouldn't you? Ivorin snickered. Pay toilets? Yerbit exclaimed, that's brilliant. Oh, by the hells, Ivorin mock moaned, what have I done? The Nama Memorial Fund conclusion. Pay toilets, Yerbit said with an admiring sigh, I knew the Terrans were messed up, but this takes the cake. Only they would develop a method for cashing in on someone's bodily functions like that. Indeed, Ivorin said from the new couch in Yerbit's office. Even I have limits. Imagine having discomfort, only to be confronted with a pay latch. However, I strongly suspect that such a strategy would not be successful here today. I am inclined to agree, Yerbit smirked, even I would likely fire a few rounds into such an abomination. However, Ivorin mused, now that one is thinking the unthinkable, there are many places such a thing would work. And it would be a nice little cash business, too. Yerbit added. You could actually make it worthwhile service, as well. Oh. In some locations, a nice private secure place where one could change clothes or freshen up would be welcome. Add a shower or whatever the most common species uses as well. Sort of like a love hotel, but instead of sex or a quick nap, you get to wash and otherwise tend to yourself. And these could be convenient little niches for all sorts of activities away from prying eyes, Ivorin mused. There are few places where cameras or other sensors would be acceptable there. Everything from prostitution to drugs to simply private meetings could utilize such a space. If we marketed the lock as a feature instead of an encumbrance, Yerbit said with increasing excitement, we may even be able to install them here. How much does space in a starport cost? More than we can make from an entire ocean full of turds, Ivorin snickered. Not if we price it accordingly, Yerbit said, make it upscale. I don't know, put in some plants or a fountain or something. Those starport private lounges are outrageously expensive, we could offer these as a low-cost solution. Throw in some vending machines. Not inside the restroom, certainly. Of course not, Yerbit snorted, just outside. And, if we locate one near those sleeping pods, we will have our most likely candidates right there. Or we could offer our own sleeping pods as part of the same establishment, Ivorin said. The square footage in a starport would be very pricey, but something like that near a starport in a free port like here. Now that could work. He snickered. I'm sure many people near the drop of oil would appreciate a shower, and we could even get some of the prostitutes using our pods if we made them just a little larger than a standard one. A discount love hotel. Yerbit exclaimed. I love it. We could profit from the brothel without actually having to deal with managing prostitutes. I am seriously considering this. Ivorin enthused. I am most likely going to have quite the surplus of funds after taking these slavers, Yerbit said, definitely enough to build one near the drop as a test market. I would like in on this, Ivorin said, if you don't mind, of course. If it works out, we could have them across the Federation as well. They would be an excellent money laundering solution for my new organization, and operating out of restaurants is so cliché. Of course, Yerbit replied with a regal nod. I will be delighted to discuss franchising. And your new organization could be a valuable asset, since you are about to learn why you don't screw me over. Perish the thought, Ivorin smiled, and meant it. There was a quiet knock on the door. Yes. Yerbit asked. Ma'am, Gordon said nervously, there are some people here to see you. They say you are expecting them. You in there, a rough voice buzzed. You're here. Yerbit said happily as she hopped out of her chair and scurried over to the door, opening it to reveal a glossy black Ziyush with several more behind them. It's a pleasure to work with you again, the Ziyush rasped. What nightmare do you have in mind this time? Oh, you will like this one, Yerbit smiled, baring her little fangs. Everything is set on our end, Jack Colchet rumbled as he and the rest of his team lounged in Yerbit's crowded office as they dined on oyster shell chips and chocolate truffles. And the other team? Yerbit asked. They are an ugly clod of hard shells, Jack Colchet said as he picked up a freshwater pearl and dark chocolate truffle. You'll like them. These are amazing, by the way, he said, gesturing with the truffle. Where did you get these? I had a local make them, Yerbit replied. They normally make sugar-based confections, but rose to the challenge quite well, at least where the chocolate is concerned. I can't vouch for the maker, she added with a snort. They nailed it, Brainiac replied. These will make this a regular stop for our kind. The more traffic the better, Yerbit replied, and the Ziyush are quite the market to tap. I will pass this along. I'm sure he will be all too happy for the business. So, these hard shells, she said returning to the business at hand, we can expect to deal with roughly 24 individuals that could become hostile. Not a problem, Jack Colchet said with a rasping chuckle, they've taken down dozens of hostiles on a single OP, and we have done the same. If you want some extra insurance, I know of another team in the system I would have no problem vouching for. Then I shall retain them as well, Yerbit replied. I prefer to deal from a position of overwhelming strength. You will have it, Jack Colchet said, spreading his mandibles in a grin. Both teams will be here by the end of the day. Splendid, Yerbit said, let me know the moment they arrive, and we will proceed. Do you have their location? I know they are in the system, but I do not have their current location, Yerbit replied, but it doesn't matter. She smiled. They will come to us. What the fuck? Captain Gareth shouted at the starport officials. I'm sorry, Akalsh, who was definitely not sorry, replied, but your ship has had a lien applied to it and is pending seizure. As such, it has been clamped until the situation has been resolved. I have a contract I have to fulfill. Then I suggest you resolve this immediately, the Kalsh replied. You owe a significant sum. That's bullshit. Gareth snapped as he snatched the tablet from the Kalsh, who was wiggling his eye stalks with amusement. 64 million credits? That's bullshit. Not according to Namatek Financial Services, the Kalsh shrugged. They are the ones who placed the lien and are in the process of seizure. They picked the wrong person to fuck with. Captain Gareth seethed. I'm sorry, the Kalsh replied, but you seem to have mistaken me for someone who actually cares. Your ship is clamped, and my shift ends in half an hour, so. The Kalsh turned away. Have a lovely day, he said as he walked away, leaving Captain Gareth frothing with rage. He yanked his communicator from his belt. Boys, he snarled, everyone back to the ship. We have an asshole who is begging to get dragged. Later that evening, Captain Gareth and his crew slowly regained consciousness inside a nondescript warehouse near the Buenos Aires starport. Captain Gareth tried to rise but found himself bound to the cheap but very sturdy office chair in which he sat. A door opened, and a small, but richly dressed Garthra entered, followed by an even more richly dressed Threen. I'm glad that you finally awoke, the Garthra said. Your lassitude has been most inconvenient. Captain Gareth's head throbbed as he tried to piece together exactly what the fuck just happened. He found out where Namatek Financial Services was located, and he and his guys went to have a chat with them. And the next thing he was here. Yerbit smiled at his obvious confusion, reminding herself to give the Ziyush called Brainiac a bonus. That stun bomb he devised worked flawlessly, and silently. She did feel bad about that stray cat, though. You have fucked with the wrong guy, bitch, he snarled. Did you just assume my gender? Yerbit snorted, pleased with the concept. Humans were delightfully weird. Oh, I'll find out what your gender is the second I get out of here. What makes you think that's going to happen? Yerbit purred. The captain started to rant and fell silent as quiet scuttling could be heard behind him, heralding the arrival of a race that had quickly established itself as one of the most brutal in the criminal underworld. The captain said with far less confidence and vitriol than a moment ago. Yerbit smiled as the Ziyush arrayed themselves behind the crew, who were already starting to sweat. Let's be reasonable, the captain said nervously as he felt the grating buzz of an idling sonic jackhammer caressing his skin. I never had the intention of being anything else, Yerbit replied. I do apologize for the overenthusiastic greeting from my security team, she smiled, but you do have to admit that your approach could have been easily misinterpreted, unless you did have hostile intent towards me. Did you? Were you intending to do me harm? No. Oh, of course not. That's a relief, she said as a pair of Ziyush walked into view with a wide roll of plastic sheeting and started spreading it over the floor. I have powerful friends, the captain blurted anxiously as the Ziyush started erecting what was intended to be a collapsible greenhouse over the plastic sheet, forming a completely enclosed moisture-proof enclosure. You mean the people who do business with you? The ones who use slave labor to undertake hazardous activities, particularly ones involving the removal of things such as impervium and asbestos along with other hazardous materials? Those people? The ones that do business with slavers. What are you talking about? The captain asked, his eyes widening with fear. We are illegitimate. Don't try to deceive a deceiver, Yerbit chuckled. Why else would you contest what is clearly a fraudulent lien with an armed rather than a legal response? A legitimate ship would just call the police. And that is exactly why you won't contest the lien, Yerbit smiled. Because if you do, then everything I have on you will be given to the Republic. She approached the captain. Are you aware of what the Republic does to slavers? She smiled. I may lose my ability to broker loans, maybe do a little time, but you will hang. I am clearly guilty of fraud, assault, and kidnapping, and that is nothing compared to that of which I will soon become guilty. She smiled as the Ziyush carried out a polymer chest and set it down beside her. Shall I call the police for you? The captain just silently glared at her. So, unless there are any objections you care to make to the Republic, you owe me 64 million credits, or your ship will be seized. I've always wanted my own starship, she added with a smile. I'll have you killed for this. You really have absolutely no preservation instinct, do you? Ivorin snickered. Every time you say that, you significantly reduce your chances of leaving here alive. You do want to live, don't you? Fuck you. Ivorin smiled, drew a blaster, and shot the crewman next to the captain in the head, splattering the captain with blood and brains. Jesus Christ, the captain exclaimed, eyes wide with terror. I trust there will be no further outbursts. Yerbit asked pleasantly. The captain sat there silently, no longer glaring at her. Now that we can discuss things in a calm, professional manner, Yerbit said as a Ziyush started spraying down the area around the unfortunate crewmen with their ultrasonic clear. We laid down plastic, the Ziyush said with annoyance. Sorry, Ivorin replied sheepishly, I am unused to having to cover my tracks. Well, fucking get used to it, Liberace, the Ziyush buzzed. Who? Google it, butt muncher. I shall, Ivorin said with great amusement. While my associates are cleaning up after my friend's enthusiasm, Yerbit said regally, I can't help but notice that you haven't inquired why I committed fraud and threatened my legitimate enterprises to clamp your ship and saddle you with an unpayable debt. Aren't you the least bit curious? The captain looked at her uncertainly. Yerbit opened the polymer case and pulled out a small disc-like hollow projector, and tossed it on the floor. It activated, projecting an image of Nama. Do you recognize this individual? Yerbit asked and then turned to idly inspect the slaver crew. That one, she said, pointing towards one of the crew. The Ziyush wheeled the crewman's chair into the enclosure. Wait, the captain cried. Friend or yours? Yerbit asked. Well, this individual was a friend of mine. I ask again, she smiled, do you recognize him? The captain didn't respond, his eyes wild with desperation. He knew that he needed to answer this question correctly. I think he used to be one of ours, Captain, one of his crew said nervously. Correct, Yerbit smiled, unfortunately, Captain, I asked you. She smiled. We Garthra aren't that formidable, not physically, she said as she reached into the case, most beings are far stronger than we are. Fortunately. She pulled out a very large glove. There are ways to compensate. She put the glove on, and a quiet beep rang out like a thunderclap. Do you know what this is? She said as she raised the glove and its large metal fingers opened and closed. An exosuite glove, the captain replied, feeling sick to his stomach. Finally, you give me a correct answer, Yerbit said as she walked over to his crewmate and friend, as you undoubtedly also know, these are part of the armored-powered exosuites used by human miners throughout Republic space. Their gripping strength is considerable. She clenched the power glove ominously. She kicked the crewman's chair backwards so that he was lying on his back, his restrained legs oriented upwards. She opened the glove's grip and gently laid her hand on the crewman's left foot. So, Captain, she smiled, what was this person's, this living, breathing, thinking, feeling person's name? I don't. That is too bad, Yerbit replied and made a fist around the crewman's foot. Whirr. Crunch. The crewman screamed as his foot was turned into pulp and squeezed from between Yerbit's armored fingers like an overripe peach. Fuck. Stop, the captain screamed. His name was Nama. Yerbit snarled. And he was a friend of mine. A friend that you killed, slowly. That is the debt you owe me. You owe me the life of a friend. Look, the captain stammered. We can. Next question. Yerbit exclaimed cheerfully, cutting him off. She moved her bloody glove to the crewman's left knee. No. Please no, the crewman wailed. What was Nama's favorite food? We can work something out, the captain cried, you don't have to do this. Oh, but I do, Yerbit smiled. What was Nama's favorite food? She looked at the captain impatiently. 3. 2. Wait. Jesus. No, Jesus wasn't his favorite snack, Yerbit snickered, and don't waste your time. He's not here. Oh, crunch. The crewman screamed, his eyes rolling into the back of his head. Yerbit reached into a pocket in her skirt and pulled out an auto-injector. Now, we can't have you passing out this early, she crooned as she shoved the injector into his chest. She smiled. The correct answer was cookies, Yerbit said with a sad little smile, in particular, oatmeal raisin. He was an odd one, but that's what he loved. She paused, fighting back a wave of grief. Now was not the time. She moved her hand over to the crewman's right foot. Next question. Yerbit looked up from the mangled flesh that was once a human slaver and over at a nearby Ziyush holding a scanner. It shook its head, a learned human gesture. He's gone. Pity, Yerbit said and then looked over at the horrified captain. You're crazy, he screamed at her as he strained against the nanotube duct tape binding him to his office chair. No, Yerbit replied. I finally learned how this universe works. In every environment, one must adapt or perish. I learned. I adapted. She smiled wickedly. The question with which you should be concerned is, she purred, did you? I have just discussed at length, my dear friend, someone you murdered without a passing thought. She pointed at another crewman. That one. A malevolently chuckling Ziyush grabbed the unfortunate slaver's chair. No. No. Please, he begged. Did you ever heed the pleas of your victims? Yerbit asked. She turned to the captain as she flexed the fingers of her glove. Now, let's begin again, she smiled, twitching her whiskers. What was my friend's name? Boss, one of the Ziyush rasped a while later as they wrapped yet another pile of formerly living hamburger in yet more plastic sheeting, we're kinda running out of them. I realize that, Yerbit replied, but I have yet to make my point. You made your point about 5 slavers ago, Ivarin snickered. But they are still getting questions wrong, Yerbit replied. However are they going to learn about my kind, gentle friend without proper instruction? She pointed at a scarred and tattooed woman, who burst into tears. That one. Unless you are simply going to crush them all, Ivarin said still later, I recommend you cease. They did get all but one right that time. Sigh, it's just that once you get started, it's hard to stop, Yerbit replied. There are no truer words under the grace of the sun, Ivarin chuckled. However, you did have a plan. I don't mean to speak over you, but... You are, of course, absolutely correct, Yerbit said regally. What do you want? The captain screamed. Just tell me. What the fuck do you want? What I want, Yerbit smiled graciously, I take. That is what people like us do, correct? We take. We take credits. We take lives. We plunder, burn, loot and rape as we see fit. She walked over to him and placed her glove on his shoulder, causing him to shudder. And, fellow predator, she purred in his ear, I see fit. I am taking what I want from you in part to avenge my friend. That is true. However, the main reason why I'm taking everything from you is that you are vulnerable. To answer your question. I don't want anything from you that I'm not already taking. What? You think these are the only crews I have hired? Yerbit asked. As we speak, your ship is being seized for non-payment of a significant debt, and the crew you left behind to safeguard the vessel are either subdued or dead. That crew has a truly talented engineer in their ranks and is in communication with an equally talented hacker I have retained at significant expense. They are in the process of installing locking firmware on your key systems as well as copying any and all records pertaining to your business, which will be subsequently handed over to the Republic for a significant reward. She bared her fangs. I wonder how many of those powerful friends you will have left once they get a visit from the Republic. It will not go well for them. I wonder what they will think, what conclusion they will make when it becomes clear that you are not imprisoned yourself. The captain's eyes widened with fear. The glove was nothing compared to what some of those people would do. When the word goes out, and a price on your head is set, she said, then I will take yet more from you when I sell you to them, alive. She smiled. Unless, the captain asked dubiously. I've always wanted a starship, she said happily, and now I have one. Unfortunately, I don't have a crew. I could take one of those as well. Do you remember that locking firmware I mentioned? Do what I tell you, and there will be no problem. Fail me, and your shields will mysteriously fall during your next hyperspace jump. You owe me 64 million. The jobs that I shall assign you will be quite lucrative enough that your share will allow you to eventually buy your freedom. These jobs won't be without hazard, but the pay will be commensurate with the risk. Do what I tell you when I tell you, and you just might get out of this alive, she lied. The captain looked at her with confusion and hope. If he could just get out of the system. You might be planning on accepting and then trying to remove the locks, Yerbit said. I would. However, the routes to which you will be assigned will travel exclusively through empty, dead systems. Any attempt to deviate from the assigned route will be fatal, unpleasantly so. On the occasions when the lock isn't active, you will be carrying passengers, the sort of passengers you really don't want to trifle with. They will almost certainly also have a dead man's switch that will, once again, kill you if things go awry. She paused. Those are your two options, she smiled. You can either put on your collars like good little boys and girls, or I can sell you to the people who will definitely want to chat with you. Even if they believe you, you will be a loose end, without a ship, completely useless. I think you know what will happen next. She looked him in the eyes. Choose. The captain's lip quivered, and he nodded, completely broken. Wise decision, Yerbit replied. You will find me unkind, but fair. I have properly memorialized my friend already, so there will be no more reprisals unless you give me cause. You are now my slaves, and your job is to make me money. You can't do that if you are unable to work. I take care of my equipment, and the more profitable the machine, the better care it receives. She gestured toward the Ziyush. And these are my first customers. It may come as a surprise, but some of these lovely people aren't satisfied with the way things are in their home system and may wish to address a few domestic issues there. My associates wish to transport a shipment of supplies to their friends on the other side of the blockade. There are also a significant number of Ziyush that wish to accompany said shipment for some reason or another. You will be transporting both. The Ziyush are a suspicious bunch who value their privacy. As such, they will be operating your vessel for this job. You will be kept secure wherever they choose to secure you and will be used for whatever tasks they desire. I'm sure you are familiar with one's slaves being assigned to another party, correct? She smiled. Those of you who still live will accompany. A Ziyush scuttled in, holding a very groggy cat. Boss, it called out, the cat's okay. Wonderful. Yerbit enthused. I was worried. I'm keeping it, the Ziyush said with a tone that did not allow for any objections. Very well, Yerbit shrugged. I would caution you concerning taking in strays, though. They can be no end of trouble. But I have a weakness for them as well. Enjoy your new friend. The Ziyush crooned happily and petted the cat with its multiple lesser appendages. The cat was very confused, but not altogether opposed to this. All right, she said brightly as she turned back to one of the Ziyush. Our business here is concluded. Thank you for your assistance. Thank you for the ship, the Ziyush replied with a little buzz. Are you sure you're okay with sending it across the blockade? It won't be able to come back. I'm sure I can find some use for it over there, Yerbit said with a truly evil gleam in her eye. The Ziyush cackled. You trash, come with us, he rasped. And behave. We don't need you to operate the ship and will void burn the lot of you if you are a pain in the clasp. And I can always hire another crew, Yerbit replied. Do what they say, meet. Oh. I almost forgot. I need you to all sign a little something before you go. Looking absolutely defeated, the captain was wheeled away, still attached to the chair. Yerbit looked down at her ruined dress and sighed heavily. I like this outfit. I know your pain, Ivorin said sympathetically. So, the trip went well? Yerbit asked an old, scarred Ziyush about a week later. It did, the Ziyush replied. Thank you for the use of your vessel, especially for free. Think nothing of it, Yerbit replied graciously. Thank you for putting it, and the meat, exactly where it needs to be. Has anyone informed you exactly how much of a complete and utter bitch you are? The Ziyush chuckled. It may have been mentioned upon occasion. Ha, the Ziyush rasped, it's well deserved. You are a real piece of work. I gotta ask, though. Are you sure about this? It's not a bad ship. A little work, and it could really be something. I am certain, Yerbit replied, unless, of course, you are interested in acquiring it. Nah, the Ziyush replied, we have better. Very well, Yerbit replied, could you keep the ship under guard until everything is completed? Of course, the Ziyush said, and it was a pleasure watching you work. If you ever need something again, feel free to reach out. Likewise, Yerbit smiled as the call ended. She chuckled evilly and activated the communications app again. New Horizons, a pleasant-looking flink female answered. Her eyes widened. No refunds, she barked and terminated the call. Yerbit tried again. No. Sigh. The flink reached for their mouse. I don't want a refund. Yerbit exclaimed before the woman could hang up, and I'm not angry with you, either. If you are recording this call, the flink huffed, everything we are doing is 100% legal. You would be wrong about that, Yerbit replied, but it is completely non-enforceable considering where you operate. That isn't why I called either, and this call is definitely not recorded on my end. I'm not here to take issue with you. The strong prey on the weak, and the smart deceive the stupid. You were both. I was both. It's the way of the world. Who am I to take issue with the will of the cosmos itself? Okay, the Flink replied dubiously, and why has the cosmos made you call us of all people? I would like to conduct business of a certain nature, Yerbit said, and I know for a fact you conduct the sort of transactions in which I wish to partake. And just would that be? 15 humans in good health plus a ship already customized for transporting passengers of a non-voluntary sort. We don't engage in slavery, the Flink said, and neither do any of our associates. Everything we do is in accordance with Federation law. True, Yerbit replied. But I'm not talking about a sale. As you said, that would be illegal. I wish to use the ship and its crew, who are all under labor contracts acceptable to the Federation, as collateral for a sizable loan. That I might have difficulty repaying. The Flink clicked her tongue thoughtfully. Let me transfer you. Yerbit smiled evilly as a coerced man appeared on her screen. Checkmate. After the transaction was concluded, the loan issued, the money transferred, and the debt settled, all in one communication, Yerbit sighed with pure unadulterated pleasure. Nama's abusers would now spend what was left of their lives in a coerced labor facility, and she whetted the beak of new horizons all in one shot. That would come in handy later. When it was their turn. This was what life was all about. Rest easy, dear friend, she said quietly with a little smile, you have been avenged. She looked at the millions of new credits in her account. And your memorial is now worthy of you. Buying Trouble, Stank World Part 1. Alan, Grace, and Captain Vexp were in his office having another closed-door briefing. Welp, Grace said as she sipped the mug of clate that now seemed to be grafted to her left hand. We're losing Grasinax. That's a shame, Captain Vexp said, he will be keenly missed. Is there no way that he can be retained? Nope, Grace said. He wants to go home. The dumbass wants to join the resistance. Can't blame him considering everything, but damn, dude, it's suicide. Captain, Alan said carefully, considering that he is going to be entering combat, perhaps we could give him a little going-away present. A present? Captain Vexp said dubiously, you're talking weapons, right? While we are a peaceful species, Alan said as Grace nodded innocently, our people have had to protect themselves more than once. As such, we can gain access to certain Robo-FAC recipes that he may find useful. I don't want to be an arms dealer. Are you sure? Grace said, the markup on even a knife is insane. We could be hunted down for supplying insurgents, the captain whistle-kettled, no. Absolutely not. As much as I like Grasinax, and regardless of how valid I believe his cause, we are not risking the survival of my race over this. I'm going to have to wrap myself around a post on this one. It's not happening. Okay, Grace said with a shrug. I know that okay, the captain said firmly. Do not make weapons. Fine, we won't make weapons, Grace replied. Grace, the captain said with tones that meant he was serious this time, even if they were a bit comical, that includes not weapons. Do you understand? Ian, Grace huffed, what about data? Data. We are definitely out of the loop and completely cut off from our people, Alan said as he drank some clate, wincing as he did so. That shit was nasty, but it did the job. But, from what we can gather, our people have released a database concerning weapons and weapons development that his people may find useful. A completely harmless and peaceful people, hey. Peaceful doesn't mean weak, Alan replied, and we are harmless. I mean, Grace and I are. Just because we can get our hands on weapon designs doesn't mean we know how to use them. I see. Seriously, Captain Dude, Grace said, we couldn't hurt a fly. A what? A very small bug, Alan clarified, one that is easily squashed. It's a figure of speech from our people, meaning that we do not have the desire or ability to cause harm. The captain whistled. It was more like she, but that's their dot. Well. As long as it is just data, and he buys the tablet or crystal or whatever. I don't want any of this getting traced back to us. If anyone were to ask, all you would be doing is telling him where to obtain the data himself, correct? The captain fluttered his tail, indicating a wry smile. However, what is happening to his people is genocide cannot be countenanced. If there is a way we can aid them safely, I have no issue with you handing him a tablet filled with human nightmare tech. Besides, you did this behind my back, right? Absolutely, Alan said smoothly, you have no knowledge of this. Keep it that way, but absolutely no actual weapons or other gear. Next item is our next stop, Alan said. We just got a great lead from Gorn. Who? T-Rex, Grace said, you know, big teeth, little arms. And what is this lead? The free keg, she replied. Their prices on organic chemicals, especially precursors, are very interesting. We can literally just buy and sell for one hell of a profit. But, the captain asked dubiously. There isn't a but this time, Alan said. We checked the posted prices, and it's exactly as Gorn said. They are a good 25% lower than any other producer in the sector. We can make 30 to 50% off every credit we spend, at least. There has to be a reason for it, the captain replied. If you honestly believe there isn't a catch, that just means you haven't found it. Check again. Well, Grace said. What? The captain blabbed. The free keg have a reputation. Go on. It is said that they are so unpleasant that they have to offer low prices so anyone will deal with them at all. What is so unpleasant that it drives away trade? The smell, Grace replied. They say that they smell awful. And that isn't the most odious thing about them. They are supposed to be a very difficult people. But for pretty much a guaranteed 25% above what we would normally get? Dude, we can put up with a lot. And you can't get more odious than her birth family, Alan snickered. Or maybe they are so difficult that they have a stick up their ass almost as big as the one your family passes around, Grace retorted with an affectionate nudge. I wish I could disagree with you, Alan chuckled, but I don't miss that stick one bit. Wait. Did your family actually? It would have actually been less constraining, Alan replied. No. Stick up the ass is yet another human idiom. It means uptight or having no sense of humor, things that my family can definitely be accused of. Oh, the captain replied, that's a relief. For a moment, I thought you actually inserted rods into your rectum. Grace started grinning. Well, actually. A few days later, Alan and Grace peered at the main display curiously. What the fuck? Grace said as she cocked her head at what they beheld. In a geostationary orbit above the cloud-shrouded planet below, was a large object that claimed to be a space station. Alan and Grace weren't so sure. Well put, Alan said as he pulled up the scans of the station. Okay, this is just weird. It's bleeding atmosphere everywhere. You would think it was damaged, but it's all leaving through those vents, he said, indicating countless pores over the tapered oblong blister that was floating in space. Weird, Grace said as she looked at the scans. Is it made of wood? If it's wood, it's the weirdest wood I've ever seen, Alan replied. That wood is almost entirely comprised of some sort of silicate cables reinforced with some sort of ferrous alloy. Maybe an engineered material? If so, I would love to take a look at their RoboFACS. You would need pretty advanced nanotech to make that stuff, and that's before we even start talking about those membranes. Well, it explains their prices, Grace mused. That's one advanced polymer. I've never seen anything like it. Wait. Is the station actually inflated? That can't be safe. It appears to be, Alan replied, along with hydraulic vanes using actual water? Are they using turgor pressure as structural reinforcement? This is so weird, Grace said. If I didn't know better, I would swear we are looking at some sort of plant. Yet. Well, they say they are an odd bunch, Alan shrugged. But we've come this far, and it looks stable, at least in the short term. We greet you, others, a cheerful if a bit moist voice said over the COMM. Welcome. They seem nice enough, Alan quietly mused. I wonder why they have a bad reputation. I'm sure we'll find out soon enough, Grace whispered. Thank you for your warm welcome, Captain Vexp replied. We look forward to doing business with you. Would like a current price list, the damply happy voice asked. We can transfer goods to your vessel without you having to debark. Most prefer this option. Are there vendors that we can meet with face to face? Alan asked. Yes. But we would like to dock and debark, Alan said, stretch our legs at the very least, and we would like to meet and possibly negotiate a few trades. We have some very interesting polymers, though I suspect most would be of little interest. We also have machinable ceramics and both ferrous and non-ferrous alloys, including some very high-purity magnesium that we can part with at prices well below the current rate. We are always happy to have guests. But you are aware of the peculiarities of our race, correct? We have reviewed the data, and nothing is immediately harmful, Alan said, at least for some of us. Humans are very adaptable and can tolerate very severe conditions that many other species cannot. Yet, we aren't afraid of a little stank, Grace interjected. Besides, I want to see how bad it really is. A strange gurgling could be heard. You're humans? We would love to meet you guys. Are you really eating the sea at Giaran? Alan sighed heavily. Not all of us do that, he said wearily. Yet. Grace added, it hardly ever happens anymore. Only the worst clans still do that, like the Harlequin, for example. Other friend, the voice managed between gurgles, we can't stand those other wads. Eat as many of them as you see fit. We promise we won't eat anyone during our visit, Alan said. This was getting really old. However, he reminded himself that the people of the ASS Sirac were just being honest about their concerns, a refreshing if tiresome change from the whispering and nervous looks they encountered in more civilized places. If you can keep one of us down, we'll feed you somebody just for the novelty of it. A strange light started to shine above a polymer window that opened into a strangely organic-looking orifice. Gurgle, you are welcome to enter us. I believe the docking bay we have selected will be sufficient for your needs. We do offer fusion fuels as well as pure, odor-free gases and water, should they be required. Oh, you might want to bring or fabricate respirators before you debark. We can make them, but we can't guarantee that the inside won't absolutely reek by your standards. Like we said, Grace said confidently, we're humans. There is no way we are going to let a little stink get in the way of profit. Gurgle, well, this is going to be interesting. We look forward to meeting you. Same friends, the voice gurgled a bit further from the mic, we got some lively ones coming in. Humans, if you can believe it. No way, a more distant voice gurgled. This will be fun. Hey, is that mic still live? Sludge, the first voice exclaimed as the line suddenly went dead. Well, they seem friendly, at least, Alan said. And you're sure you don't want respirators? Beep asked as he followed Alan and Grace to the airlock. Nah, Grace scoffed, I've probably smelled worse. She turned to Alan. Remember the love tug? How could I forget, he said as he wrapped his arms around her, causing Grace to giggle. The love tug? Beep asked, what's that? It's the final exam for Void Scouts, Alan replied, it's a derelict floating in space somewhere. They throw a bunch of scouts on it and fly away for a month. The test is simple, Grace smiled, still wrapped in Alan's embrace, survive. Every year before they abandon the latest bunch, the scout masters go on board and completely wreck the place, undoing whatever the last batch did so they could live. You are tossed aboard a huge dead, badly damaged freighter with no life support, no power, no water, nothing. Oh heap! Beep exclaimed. And you both survived? Yep, Alan replied, finally releasing Grace, in fact, we didn't lose a single scout. How? Training, Alan replied, this is the culmination of years of scouting. The Void Scouts teach what we call void survival, how to survive in space, arguably what is now the Porky's natural habitat. It's a way to keep the old traditions alive and preserve them in case they are ever needed again. It's sort of a mandatory thing for people of a certain status like we once were. It's also a social club, Grace said, the big families don't get along. In fact, some of us absolutely hate each other and will kill each other given half a chance. The Scouts were formed in part for the next generation of potential leaders to get to know each other in hopes of keeping the violence to a minimum. It's a lot harder to gut someone if you know them. The social aspect of scouting is where the love tug got its name, Alan smirked, there is a lot of socializing on that old hulk. It's where we first hooked up. Grace grinned. Sometimes it works a little too well, she laughed. But, Beep said, haven't you said that you two are harmless? Oh, we are, Alan smoothly lied, we were very highly placed in our respective families. Neither of us was expected to get our hands dirty. However, people like us would often make arrangements that involved violence. Not us, though, Grace said with big innocent eyes, neither of us was ever going to be in that sort of leadership role. We were just going to be basic admin, or maybe logistics, you know, what every big organization needs to operate. In fact, I was going to work for our legitimate business. So was Alan. It's why we got along so well. Exactly, Alan said, however, even we were expected to be able to operate and maintain a ship even under severe conditions like we are doing for you guys. Scouting is how we obtained a lot of the experience we are now using to very good effect. And forming connections with other families was a good fit for us who weren't expected to be part of operations, Grace said guilelessly. See, perfectly harmless, but still able to do a lot of what we are doing. Oh, Beep said, that makes sense. Well, if you will excuse us, Alan said, we have to go meet some very smelly people. The airlock opened, and Alan and Grace entered it. Well, they have certainly provided quite the build-up, Alan said, I wonder if it will live up to the hype. Dude, I've been in a room full of... The outer airlock door opened, and Grace fell silent, her eyes wide with horror, until they teared up. Oh. My. God. By the Void's grasping hand. Alan exclaimed as he staggered against the wall. He looked out of the airlock, looking at a group of strange, misshapen beings. They were tall bipeds, with broad rounded shoulders and long muscular arms, appearing like mangy, partially rotting gorillas in varying states of decay covered with strange scaly sores and strange multicolored growths all over their bodies. All of them were looking at them expectantly with their large eyes partially enshrouded with fungus-like fur. They seemed amused. Should we retreat and fabricate respirators? Alan asked. And give those fuckers the satisfaction. Grace dry heaved. Besides, I'm fine. Herc, if you need a respirator. I was merely concerned for your comfort, Alan lied, you are looking a bit pale. I'm fine, Grace said through clenched teeth. If you want to puss out, be my guest. Alan glared at her. So, it was going to be like this, was it? Fine. You needn't be concerned about me, WIRM, he said, fighting back the urge to vomit. Let's go meet the zombie monkeys. By the dust-covered forebearers, one of the free keg gurgled, I must say I'm impressed. Most run right back into their ship. You humans are tough. Grace suddenly doubled over and puked. Is she, all right? She's fine, Alan replied, this is one of our customs. It's a sign of goodwill. Yet. Just. Hugh saying, hello. It smells wonderful, the free keg enthused, bending down and deeply inhaling, followed by the others. They conversed amongst themselves for a moment, presumably about Grace's customary greeting. Unfortunately, this consisted of gurgling farting noises from the strange projections, along with chemical messages that, in defiance of all reason, managed to smell even worse. Alan quickly followed Grace in greeting their new friends. Is there hydrochloric acid in there? The free keg that was speaking for the group asked in amazement. Yes, Alan said as Grace wiped her mouth on her tunic. We use it in combination with enzymes to digest our food. Amazing. Your digestive system must be very robust. Is this how you are able to digest so many different sapient species? Alan managed to dry heave and sigh simultaneously. Grace was impressed. We don't. Okay. Some of us do that, but we don't. In fact, we consider it impolite. The free keg broke out in loud flatulent laughter. Alan and Grace never considered a smell loud before, but it was the only way to describe it. Impolite, the speaking free keg gurgled, delighted. You humans are great. I'm glad you approve, Grace muttered, fighting back losing last night's dinner. Breakfast was already gone. Unfortunately, the free keg found this hilarious. And Grace lost said dinner. That means she really likes you, Alan said just before he joined Grace in another greeting. How are you guys holding up? The speaking free keg asked. Oh, we're, fine, Grace replied, I'm feeling much better after our customary greeting. A curious custom, the free keg known as Guruji said, it didn't look comfortable at all. It's nowhere near as unpleasant as it appears, Alan lied, successfully avoiding another greeting. I can't help but notice that you are the only one speaking to us. Is there a reason? Yes. Guruji replied. Your strange and complex sonic transmissions are very difficult for us. Not all of us can master it. In fact, being an other speaker is my job, a very respected and lucrative one. There are only a few of us on the whole station. Don't worry, though. Many can understand your vibrations even if they can't speak in kind. We also have translation applications on our unified devices that can convert our language into any of several common tongues. Your, chemical language. Our native language is both chemical and sonic, Guruji replied, and no. That would be entirely too much of a hassle. Our translators convert our symbolic written language to a format understandable by the others, such as yourself. Literacy is nearly universal, save in the most remote regions of our planet. Interesting. I would have thought you would have a chemical written language as well. Oh, we do, Guruji replied, but it fades quickly, suitable only for temporary notes and graffiti on the walls. Our symbolic language is permanent even if our natural written language is more expressive than any inscribed rune. Unfortunately, as beautiful as it is, won't last a month. It's also rather hard to have a how do you say. Computers emit anything other than the most basic of sense. We've been using symbols ever since we inscribed clay tablets, but our digital revolution is what made the written word universal. We, used clay tablets back in ancient times as well, Grace said. It would stand to reason most races did, Guruji said, sadly, we do not have the opportunity to really converse with most others. Well, that's a shame, Alan said, blorp. Grace looked over in surprise, blorp was a new one. She wondered exactly how he did that. You beings are quite pleasant, well, aside from your smell. Guruji emitted another blast of potent laughter. Yeah, you reek, dude, Grace added, causing many of the curious free keg who constantly shadowed them to join in the laughter, causing the couple to dry heave. They were both pretty much out of greeting juice. Is that your laughter? Guruji asked. Let's pretend that it is, Alan replied, causing yet another bout of laughter. You guys are great. Guruji laughed, causing Alan's eyes to water to the point of blindness. Hey, are you up to a tour of the station, or are you just about done? We would love a look at this place, Alan said. A little stink is not enough to, oh dear, eliminate my curiosity. Heave, mine either, Grace nodded. We just have to know the deal. What? Cough, this is unlike anything we've ever seen. It's almost as if it was grown. That's because it was. How does that even work? Grace asked, her nausea temporarily forgotten. Like anything else, Guruji replied, we plant a seed, and it grows. However, instead of a seed drill, we use a rocket. Another freak egg approached, farting rapidly. Yes, 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 Guruji said to the other freak egg. It is a bit more involved than that, but that's the basics without going into an hours, or perhaps days-long lecture on the process. The original seed is quite large and has plenty of sustenance, but obviously, Guruji said, wiggling a strange infectious-looking protrusion from his shoulder at his comrade, it cannot derive further sustenance from a vacuum. It must be tended to and cared for, which requires additional launches. However, the original seed will grow into an airtight structure large enough to accommodate a few same souls. Fascinating, Alan said, deeply impressed. The same beings feed the growing station. His companion started farting again, much to the pair's barely concealed distress. Or ship, Guruji said with a dismissive blast from one of his many orifices. The only real difference is whether we install engines and navigation or not. Forgive my friend. Engineers are very pedantic. He is right, though. We make all our space frames this way. In fact, this station started out as a ship, but when it got too big, we converted it to a stationary structure rather than harvest it. And yes, I know it isn't stationary, he added before the engineer could fart again. But come on, Sameling, it is in geostationary orbit. A foul wisp of amusement oozed from Guruji. Thus, it is motionless relative to the planet's surface. So, technically it isn't moving as far as someone on the planet is concerned. The engineer let out a loud and unfortunately fragrant blast and stomped off. I love annoying that Sameling, Guruji said. It is so much fun. He gets so angry. Don't you? Blayot. 2. Gurgle bubble. We have guests, same bro. Don't kill them. Guruji laughed. Are you two okay? You seem unsteady, and are your eyes supposed to secrete that much fluid? Sure, Grace managed to say between gasps, causing Guruji to suppress a potentially incapacitating guffaw. And here is one of the external hull plates, Guruji said proudly. And this is alive? Alan asked, his nose thankfully dulled by the constant assault. The interior is. It constantly secretes a non-living bark that serves as the hull. In addition to the bark being very strong, both considerably tougher and harder than most other ships we have encountered, but also self-repairing. It also grows along with the entire structure, thus simplifying things a great deal. Wow, Grace said, touching the surface. Ahem. I gotta know, how did you develop this technology? We're not exactly sure, Guruji replied, as far as anyone knows, we've always been able to do it. We've had a knack for selective breeding and genetic manipulation since before the Great Division. After the one became many of the same, our great ancestors provided the knowledge to us. Oddly enough, we also all have innate knowledge of many techniques from birth. That's unbelievable. Grace exclaimed. It is a mystery to be sure, Guruji said with a shrug that caused fragments of whatever weird growths that plagued his body to fall. Snack time, he exclaimed as he gathered one of the chunks and popped it into his mouth. It is one of the big mysteries of our people. We thought it strange before we met others, but the fact that it is, pardon the language, weird as hell has only been further confirmed since. He looked at them as the odd, not exactly fleshy things covering his shoulders, neck, and part of his face wiggled strangely. But that's not the only thing that's weird, he said, we are not originally from this world. You came here from another system. Apparently, Guruji replied, we have absolutely no idea from where, but our genetic coding structures are vastly different from a lot of the life on this planet. The life that does share our genetic structure resembles us, and the majority of life does not. The fossil record clearly shows the other life being present for the geologic time spans typical of you others, but we are far more recent, only a few million years or so. That long? Grace blurted. Another mystery, Guruji said, upon first establishing contact with the others who came to our system, we were very excited because we thought, with contact with the greater galaxy, we would finally be able to learn about our origins. Alas, that was not the case. Any information concerning our history and origins was wiped away long ago during one of the great dark ages that seemed to regularly plague this region of space. His protrusions drooped. It looks like we will never know for sure. All we have are whispers from the oldest of our ancestors, and they are confused babbling, stuff about gods, and divine commandments. His protrusions perked up and wiggled. Of course, those commandments were sucked out the airlock during the Great Division. The oldest of our ancestors was so mad that they refused to commune with the same for thousands of years. They eventually calmed down, though, once even they came to accept that our gods had abandoned us. These are just oral traditions, legends, and myths now. Those ancestors fell silent long before we developed writing. There are only skeins from that era, and any surviving skeins are nearly dust or actually fossilized, and reading them is nearly impossible. Very little can be gathered from them. Fortunately, the first scribes recorded what they could, but even back then, it was scarcely better. Skeins? Alan asked. Protein threads secreted by the ancestors, Guruji replied, these were what we used to record and share information before the invention of writing. Sadly, they are not as durable as clay tablets, inscribed stone, or stamped metal. Or data crystals, for that matter. Most remaining skeins are much more recent, and records from our earliest days are dubs. They are copies of copies of copies read and reproduced by the ancestors. I'm sure you are aware of the problems that this can create. Grace and Alan nodded. So, our ancient legends are just that, Guruji said, they might be true, some version of the truth, or complete fabrications. In that way, the same are much akin to you others. However, something brought us here, or we brought ourselves somehow. The prevailing belief is that our gods were another more advanced species, but other than that, we don't know a lot. Okay, Grace said, I was trying to be polite, but I just gotta know. What is up with you dudes? Are you all sick or something? Guruji let out a huge malodorous laugh that seemed to seep into Alan and Grace's very souls, causing them to stagger backward. Sorry, Guruji said, I forgot myself for a moment. The answer to your question is both yes, and no. Yes. The being you see before you is infected with something, but I am not. I am the infection. The external features that you view as signs of contagion are actually parts of my true form, which grows within my host. Unfortunately, perhaps for us both, I am eventually what you would call fatal. That is both the coolest and the most disturbing thing I have ever heard. Grace exclaimed. No, we can't infect others, Guruji said, anticipating her exact question, not easily, and we have ways to treat it if it does happen, which it never has. We seem to have adapted to our home world early in our existence here and are, for lack of a better word, calibrated to interact with the other life on it and it alone. But? Alan asked. Okay, Guruji said, you guys seem cool, and you do far worse things on a regular basis. Don't pretend that your species doesn't. While these Harlequin may be a separate cultivar, they are part of your sameness, and if what they were doing was truly unacceptable, that cultivar would be culled, correct? It's another of those yes and no answers, Alan said, yes. What the Harlequin do, much of which is far worse than cannibalism or, more precisely, xenophagy, is considered truly unacceptable by many of our other cultivars or, as we call them, houses. However, the Harlequin are useful for the same reasons we find them detestable. As you are doubtlessly aware, the galaxy isn't always a nice place, and this sometimes requires not nice people. For example, from what we understand, the sea at Giaran were first asked nicely to stop predating on us. Laugh fart, and when that predictably failed? You sent these Harlequin. And on the first guess, too. Grace laughed as she held her nose, not that it helped. That funk got in through your skin. I knew you were smart. Stop making me laugh, Guruji fragrantly laughed, you're only making it worse on yourselves. So, we tolerate the Harlequin's proclivities, Alan said, and then unleash them when appropriate. Also, an attempt to wipe them out would be difficult, and they would eat us as well, given half of a reason, like trying to wipe them out, for example. So, yes, they are detested, but nobody is going to try to stop them, especially when they mostly cooperate with our, same? Did I use that right? Not really, Guruji replied, but I understand what you are outgassing. As I was saying, we can't infect life from other systems. But, as you said, the galaxy can be unkind. When we first made contact, a thread of inquiry was started, and a new skein spun. We have determined that we could spread our infection should it be deemed necessary. However, we are keenly aware that if we were to do so, the reaction from the others, all the others, would likely be unpleasant. Thus, it is only a very plausible theory, not one that we have ever even started to put into practice. Grace said as she raised an eyebrow. Makes, perfect sense not to ensure that your superweapon would actually work before it would be needed. Guruji wiggled a protrusion. As you say yourselves, let's pretend that it does. Buying trouble, Stank World PT2. You seem to be doing better, Guruji said happily. You haven't tried to greet us in a little while. Humans are nothing if not adaptable, Alan replied, don't get me wrong, you are revolting. Guruji burst into laughter, causing Grace to cover her nose and mouth in a vain attempt to keep the nasty out. And that, cough, is still a bit much, Alan said. But our noses put in their notices a little while ago, it seems. You guys are fantastic, Guruji enthused to the fragrant agreement of the ever-present curious onlookers. Seriously, nobody has ever lasted this long. Never underestimate a human's greed, or their curiosity, Alan replied. This station is nothing less than amazing. If you really want to see amazing, Guruji said, and if you truly want to test your adaptability, would you like to see how we handle life support? I'm really gonna regret this, Grace said, but I gotta. Chemistry is like, one of my big things, and I can't pass this up. And it just may settle the little competition you two have about which one of you can last the longest without a respirator. You noticed that, did you? Alan asked with a wry smile. Just making an assumption based on our nature, Guruji replied, such rivalry between friends is in our nature. Since you are so likable, I thought it may be the same with you, he. She. It. Said as it started walking down a moist and somewhat spongy corridor, beckoning them to follow. You are friends, yes. Very much so, Alan replied, weakly smiling at Grace. Forgive my forwardness, Guruji said, but I also must know something. Are you two, engaging in what is called sexual activity with each other? Every chance we get. Grace exclaimed. We are a couple, Alan added, our race nominally takes a single mate for life. Or at least one at a time. Thank you, darling, Alan sighed, as my dearly loved companion said, it can be a bit more complicated than that. Infidelity, divorce, and multiple partners are all quite possible, but not for us. Guruji was silent for a moment. I'm afraid I have no idea what you are talking about. Infidelity? Divorce? What are they? You mate for life. Other friend, we don't mate at all. Well, that's no fun, Grace said. From what I understand, it is unfortunate, Guruji said as his ironically phallic projections even more ironically drooped. While we don't get the opportunity to converse face to face like this, the same share curiosity as a universal same trait. We've tapped into the collective oneness of the interstellar data skeins and have uncovered depictions of other beings' sexual activities. They really seem to enjoy it. If you don't bone, then how do you make more, sames? Do you just infect your hosts with spores or something similar? We sames don't even do that, Guruji replied. At least not at this point in our lives. As our host becomes consumed by our sameness, it will eventually become unable to function and will die. I take it that you don't. Oh, no, Guruji said, in fact, some of us don't even believe that a same's life truly starts until then. As the host dies, we undergo a transformation, consuming and then ultimately completely absorbing the decaying flesh of our host. We then become an ancestor. So, your ancestors are real living beings. It depends on what you call alive, Guruji chuckled, we cease to become animal-like and become sessile, not dissimilar to a plant or certain benthic life forms. It is only then that we start to produce spores that are used to inoculate more hosts. Are these ancestors still sapient? Again, Guruji replied, it depends solely on your definition of the term. With the loss of the host, they also lose all of the senses that allow us to perceive reality the way that we do. However, they gain entirely new ones. They do have awareness, but they think very differently than we do and do so at vastly different rates than we do. They also develop, maintain, evaluate, and distribute vast stores of knowledge that are passed between them by the skeins they spin and weave within them, which are then passed from ancestor to ancestor, and to us, of course, so we can continue, God's will, though we have strayed from the ordained path just a little bit. Forgive us for not wanting to go extinct, he laughed and then quickly apologized for outgassing. Extinct. We were commanded to transform this world, claiming it for the gods, Guruji, or that's what the scriptures say, at least. However, had we completed that task, we would have made our home completely uninhabitable, for both the life already on our world and ourselves. I suspect our gods were. I'm sorry. I don't know how to translate the word, and I fear that if I speak it, it would likely make you greet us to death. It is a very profane utterance that denotes an even more profane and unpleasant nature. I can think of a few words, Grace Gag smirked. Oh? Could you share them? Gladly. That was quite the list. Thank you. Guruji enthused, and thank you for explaining each term in such detail. Some of them were quite humorous. My beautiful maid is quite the expert on profanity, Alan chuckled, and is always happy to share her mastery with anyone within earshot. We are fond of foul language as well. I would love to share, but most of them are quite simply untranslatable, and most do not even have a written equivalent. They are just sprayed on the wall or on a blotter to present to its intended recipient, or you just blow it in their face. Just as with yourselves, many of our words are based on anatomical features and biological processes, which are completely alien to others. I can imagine, Grace said, I can only imagine what you assholes could come up with. I suspect even you would be surprised. Guruji laughed and paused next to what appeared to be a wall. We're here, he said, prepare yourselves. He pressed the wall, and a pore opened in the center of the membrane, which opened to reveal a vast chamber encrusted with what appeared to be giant spongy towers sprouting from the floor and protruding from the ceiling. Both Alan and Grace staggered, clutching at their faces as what can only be described as essence of stink washed over them. A stench even more horrible than the room heralded the approach of a shambling mass, only slightly resembling the other ape-like creatures. It was as if something died, several years ago, and was still rotting. Other friends, Guruji said, allow me to introduce, Let's just call him Elder, alright. It's a pleasure to, meet. Meet, Alan stammered. Guruji emitted some gurgling flatulence, and Elder retreated a bit. I told him that he was a bit much for you, Guruji explained, he's delighted to meet you, though. Likewise, Alan said, I take it he is older than the rest of you. The only same older than him is the same in command of this station, Guruji replied, and he will likely become a full ancestor within a year or two. He is going to remain here, on the station. Guruji exclaimed, we will have our own ancestor. That's almost unheard of. How will he commune with the others? Alan asked as Grace, dispensing with any semblance of formality, stripped off her tunic and tried to stuff her tunic into her head, which was, of course, impossible. It didn't stop her from trying, though. The same way they normally do, Guruji said, they will create and consume skeins. They can't move, so we will carry the bundles for them. We go to the surface and back all the time. Skeins are very small. We'll just haul them up and feed them to the ancestors the same as we do on the surface. A wave of complex stink wafted over the group. An elder will do the same. Think of it. 2 ancestors. We will be truly blessed. More smells. Elder will remain here, with the life gardens. He cannot bear the thought of abandoning the lovelies that has so carefully nurtured all of these years. Suddenly one of the sponge trees swelled and then emitted a blast of gas that blew their hair, or fleshy protuberances depending on species, back. Is that fresh air? Grace exclaimed as she rushed over to one of the growths, pressing her face into it, partially exposing her face as if she was a very cautious turtle. Of course, Guruji chuckled, did you think we made the air so wonderfully delicious on purpose? No. That comes from all the same and all the technology in here. These are the air purifiers and gas scrubbers. Even we would perish without clean air, well, air that we consider clean. Without these, we would all die within days, and the air would be so laden with noise that communication would be impossible over the cacophony. The rather intense aroma of the place is because all stale air in the vessel is directed here and to 6 other processing stations identical to this one. Guruji wiggled his fleshy bits. It may not smell that much different to you. Oh, it does, trust me, Grace said as she nudged the projection she was almost crawling into. Well, for us, the noise in one of these rooms is overwhelming. Imagine if every word spoken on your ship was collected and put into a single chamber where they repeated over and over again. It is fortunate that I understand your vibrations and can communicate in kind. Otherwise, communication would be nearly impossible. How does the elder function? Alan asked, and you clearly communicated with him. He's used to it, Guruji replied, he is much older than I and has lived in these chambers for most of his life. He has learned how to listen. As to how I understood elder, he is very good at yelling. Another intense wave of nearly crippling scent washed over them. Elder has such a wonderful voice, too, Guruji said, it is truly a pity that you cannot understand him. Elder could be a professional singer and a very good one. Elder could be very wealthy on the surface, but he loves the purifiers too much to leave them. Elder will sometimes leave them just long enough to treat us to a song or a poem. Some of our poems can be quite long and convey entire stories or historical accounts. They are so wonderful, far better than anything your bland screens and speakers can produce. You can actually taste the words, the music. Oh, how I wish you could comprehend them. We have some of those, too. Grace exclaimed, they are extremely old. Some may even be older than writing. We don't have those handy skeins built in. So, the only way to preserve knowledge before writing was verbally, which only lasts for a moment. The rhyme was a way to remember. Many of our poems are readings from skeins or interpretations of them, Guruji replied, once again, we have similarities, far more than I expected. A massive wave of scent staggered Alan and made Grace dry heave into her tunic, which wasn't doing a damned thing. Nothing stopped the stink. Elder would truly love to hear some of your poems. I know it's an imposition, but could you perhaps share some of them with us? We understand if you are unable. Grace herked, I think I, can share a short one. She managed to grin at Alan. This is an ancient song, once sung, gag. Elder prodded one of the spongy masses, and all of them inhaled and exhaled, flooding the room with wonderfully clean and odor-free air, causing Guruji to nearly stumble. It was nearly more than he could handle, almost as if he was rendered both blind, deaf, and mute all at once. Thank you. Grace exclaimed. As I was saying, this is an ancient song, once sung on ancient pirate vessels when we still traveled the oceans in wooden boats propelled by the wind. Alan just glared at her as she started to sing her favorite genuine ancient and completely traditional pirate song that was not created for a movie, no matter what the rather stuck-up love of her life insisted. That was amazing! Guruji exclaimed as a wave of odor shattered their moment of olfactory peace. Elder loved it as well. Do you think when you return to your vessel you could share more of these? We'll do better than that. Grace exclaimed, we'll give you a copy of our entire library as well as rip some stuff off the Hypernay. We will hook you stinky bastards up. Wonderful! Guruji exclaimed as yet another wave of smell wafted past, both Elder and, well, all of us would love that. How much will this cost? Exactly what we paid for it, Grace grinned, not a goddamned thing. Your other can distribute such things for free. Sure. If you steal it. Which we did. And we'll grab some more for you. Guruji and Elder both burst into laughter, but Alan and Grace were starting to adapt a little. We disapprove of theft, Guruji said between his flatulent guffaws, but unshared knowledge is even more offensive. Liberating such hoarded treasures is perfectly acceptable to us, noble even. So. You would be willing to discuss exchanging technology? Absolutely. Guruji exclaimed, though, I doubt much of what we have would be of use to others. Only we can do it. These air purifiers alone would be wonderful. If you can keep them alive, Guruji replied, which, to be honest, is highly unlikely. It is difficult even for us. That is one of the reasons Elder is so devoted to them. A long, very fragrant and complex stink wafted past. I don't think they need a lecture on the care of these creations, Guruji replied, but Elder is right. They would likely starve to death. They derive sustenance from the air that passes through them. I doubt your air is rich enough to sustain them. Pity, Alan replied. But surely not everything you use is entirely grown, Alan coughed. The air was rapidly becoming foul again. Just as nature abhors a vacuum, that station disliked freshness. You are correct. Guruji replied, we have developed what we call rock tech. You would just call it technology. Some processes, especially those dealing with high temperatures, are best handled by metal. Our fusion reactors are entirely constructed as are our hyperspace transmitters, engines, as well as our computers. We can, of course, create very durable structures with refractory qualities by growing them, but sometimes it's easier to just make something the way you others do. If nothing else, it is much faster. Did any of that tech come from your skeins? Alan asked, or was it all acquired post-contact? Guruji just wiggled his projections. You are a clever one, aren't you? We had plenty of rock tech before that. While we share information freely among the same, we do keep the good stuff away from others, or we normally do, Guruji said with a promising wiggle of his bits. Another stink bomb went off. Elder would be fascinated with your thoughts about life support. We do prowl the collective consciousness of the stars, but without guidance, we find a lot of it as alien as you find our technology. Yet another chemical weapon detonated. Elder, you may very well kill them, Guruji laughed, I will be happy to perform my function as an other speaker, and you can converse with them once they return to their natural habitat. Elder wiggled his numerous projections happily. Elder also handles our waste. He wonders exactly how you achieve the same without our grow tech. It just so happens that we are working on, upgrading that very system. Grace enthused. It's sort of a thing for us humans. We have parts, schematics, and everything else already prepped, as soon as we can get our captain to come across with the cash. Oh, you can't grow it, can you? You must purchase or make everything and, even then, you must buy or otherwise obtain the materials. Yes, Alan replied, which is what brought us here. Your prices are very attractive. We will be able to make some much needed profit that we can put right back into our vessel. It needs a little work. And I'm detaining you with our silly questions. Guruji exclaimed, I must apologize. It's just such a novelty to actually have others visit us truly face to face. It means a lot to the same. No apology necessary, Alan replied smoothly, well, as smoothly as he could, we are also very curious about you and your tech. This station is nothing less than a marvel. He smiled. Besides, this has given us an opportunity to acclimate ourselves to your unique nature before we meet with your merchants. Do you grow food up here, too? Grace asked, and what about water? I am happy your curiosity is also not satiated, Guruji said, the answer is yes to both. However, if you have been experiencing difficulties as it is, our gardens are quite simply out of the question without respirators. You couldn't handle it, even with your human bravado. Our waste treatment plants are even worse. Many of us can't go in there unprotected. It would likely kill you. Most of our water is extracted from that system, so it is also difficult, without respirators, perhaps fully enclosed breathing aids. You do have those, correct? We do. You've more than proven yourselves. Bring some of those next time, and we'll give you the full tour, Guruji said. And we've received word from the surface. If you have the stomach for it, they would love to receive you as well. Guruji wiggled a protrusion enticingly. And there is a lot more fresh air there as well, he said. If you can stand this crowded and joyous space, you will find the surface much more tolerable. At the very least, you would be able to retreat outside, and you would be able to meet with the real trade representatives, not their agents who receive their pay as a portion of what they sell. It may be strange to you, but it is our way. Comthon, Grace muffled through her face tunic. She is trying to say commission, Alan smirked, and I think we all know who won. Grace yanked the tunic from her head. You know nothing, she growled as she popped Alan with her shirt like it was a gym towel. Don't lie to our wonderful new friend and tell him that moving my shirt to my face was anything other than a sign of respect to Elder over there. Both Guruji and Elder burst into so much laughter that Alan considered a similar sign of respect. By the crusty old ancestors, Guruji said through an unending stream of farts, you guys. Are you sure you aren't hosts? I had a tapeworm once, Grace said. It's sort of like you but smells a lot better. Grace. Alan exclaimed. The freak egg seemed to enjoy their humor, but that might be overdoing it. What's a tapeworm? Are they friendly? Oh, very friendly, Grace smirked, they just love us. Are they sapient? No, but they make lovely pets. So easy to feed. Grace. Stop it, Alan heaved firmly. My mate likes to jest. Tapeworms are a parasite that inhabits our digestive tracts. They are not kept as pets. They eat our shit. Grace grinned, causing yet another plume of freak egg laughter so thick you could literally taste it. They absorb nutrients from our digestive system, Alan said as his eyes watered. Like I said, Grace coughed, they eat our shit. If you would have just attended those classes your parents. You leave those cocksuckers out of this. Cocksucker. This caused an exchange of thought gases between Guruji and Elder, presumably discussing the nature of the word, cocksucker. Elder's reaction nearly made Alan and Grace pass out. Spore liquor, he exclaimed, unable to contain his laughter, we have the exact same concept. I knew I liked you spore liquors. Bad Grace. Bad. Alan exclaimed with true alarm as yet another powerful chemical weapon hit them. He looked apologetically at the two freak egg. I sincerely apologize if my mate offended, he said, we have no knowledge of your culture, Maurice. Or the severity of that insult. He looked at the freak egg with real concern as their guide remained silent, only blasting out stink so strongly that fluid started bubbling from some of his projections. Grace, I swear by the void, he hissed, if you have fucked this up for us. No. No, Guruji gurgled, finally able to speak, we were merely very amused. Such, banter, is how we interact with those with whom we are friends. If you take no issue with being called a cocksucker, then we have no issue with being dubbed spore lickers. We cannot abide weak wills and easily offended natures, traits that entirely too many of the others possess. When you call us disgusting or spore lickers, it is an entirely different situation than if one of those slimes does it. There was another intense plume from Elder. Well put, Guruji said to him, as he just said, we would cut one of those cocksuckers. Cut? Grace asked, her eyes sparkling. Guruji reached into a pocket and pulled out an item that any human would recognize, a large folding knife. He stroked it and the blade snapped open in an instant, revealing a translucent, veined pink blade. A switchblade. Grace enthused. I have the exact same thing. I left mine on the ship, though. Bring it next time. Guruji exclaimed. What do you make the blade out of? I'm pretty sure it isn't razor leaf. Depends, Grace replied, the joy of weaponry overwhelming her abused nose. We traditionally used metal, normally a ferrous alloy of some sort. We still do, but only for the cheap shit, or if we are planning on destroying it after use, for reasons. This triggered another fragrant chuckle. We now use ceramics or other materials. I like flexi-pane, a flexible tough engineered glass. That shit takes a razor-sharp edge, stays sharp, and is very tough. It also bends, not breaks. Ah, Guruji said as he stroked his knife, Rock-Tech razor leaf. If we are getting really fancy, she said, we will use monowire, but that is actually too sharp. If you aren't trained in how to use one, you will probably lose something you would rather keep. You can fix your monomolecular wire to knife. Guruji bubbled. How? Grace, excited by her favorite subject in the whole galaxy, excitedly inhaled, and regretted it. As she doubled over, gagging, Alan smiled. That might be a subject for once we are back on our ship, Alan said, or on the surface. Once Grace gets on that subject, you may want to prepare sustenance and get comfortable. It will be a while before she shuts up. Phug. Fuck. Fuck you, Grace affectionately gagged. Elder released a mystified stink, and Guruji farted in kind. After a brief discussion, Guruji turned to the pair. We're confused. Fuck is a crude term for your sex act, something you like. Yet, based on context, that was an insult. Unless you humans are truly superior to others, you couldn't be interested in fornication at this point in time. Don't underestimate us, Grace said, recovering a bit. In fact, what do you say, Alan? Want to give these guys a demonstration? Would you? It would be most interesting. Guruji enthused. Elder seemed to agree. Grace, I may very well kill you for this, Alan hissed. And here I thought you were a diplomat, Grace laughed as the free keg did the same. I can't believe that you of all people are refusing the opportunity for a cultural exchange with such a promising and delightful people. Could we record it for later study? I always did want a sex tape. Grace grinned, sure. Just give us a copy. By the hungering void that surrounds us, why did I fall for a goddamned dragon? Well, I was offering to show them exactly why. Guruji and Elder turned to each other, furiously stinking at each other. Did you just swear upon the void? Guruji said oddly, still outgassing. I know some of you others will use it as profanity, but that sounded a lot like blasphemy grade, the good stuff, the oaths you make using the very gods themselves. Did I offend? Alan asked, if so. No. Far from it. We are just surprised, that's all. Unlike the others we have encountered before, we worship the void. Maybe worship isn't the right word, but we pay it respects as if it were an ancient one of the true gods, not the species that may or may not have sent us here. We reserve its use for when we really want to spray the walls. An ancient one? Alan asked as Grace's expression turned very serious. Did I offend? Guruji asked as Elder swatted him angrily, issuing a bubbling hiss. No, Alan smiled, far from it. This is something that I would love to discuss further. Not on our ship. We can discuss it on the shuttle. Guruji said hopefully. Sounds good, Alan smiled wickedly. Read condition 1. A note from SlightlyAmusing. There is a little adjustment necessary. I could just make a quick announcement, but where's the fun in that? Carl Weefront smiled as he walked through the village of Tepid Creek, home of the famous Tepid Creek mildly warm springs, one of his favorite places in all of the strange world into which he was reincarnated. Supposedly, he was supposed to be fighting this demon lord or something. That cute chick who gave him his magic loincloth said so. She said some other stuff, too, but he was too busy checking her out to really pay much attention. Since his magic loincloth exactly resembled a pair of ratty briefs, he supposed he annoyed her. This was a source of far too much amusement from the other champions, a source of far too much embarrassment for him, and the source of far too many fights during the first few / bunny, dude. You have a problem. / auth 0r, no, bunny, you have a problem. One thing I asked was not to crash into my abused mind when I'm working on the other story. Do you have any idea how pissed off I am right now? / bunny, okay I'll leave you to it, then. For the record, I did try to warn you. So, don't accuse me of not warning you later. I'm out. Peace, motherfucker. / The author sighed and face-palmed. This probably wasn't good. / auth 0r, wait. You wouldn't do this without a reason. / bunny, you think? / auth 0r, so, what's so important that you invaded the other storyline? / bunny, I didn't know you had all of this going on. This is pretty cool. Hey asshole. Why is my name on that crypt? / auth 0r, it's nothing, just a little Easter egg. Don't worry about it. / bunny, oh, I think I am going to worry about it. What the fuck, dude? / auth 0r, no spoilers. / bunny, fuck your spoilers. Tell me why the fuck I am in a tomb. / auth 0r, can we discuss this, off screen? / bunny, fine. But this isn't over, asshole. Remember, I have your stable diffusion prompts. I'm using it to make illustrations for my writing, my simulated fluffy cottontail. / auth 0r, I'm not going to dignify that with a reply. So, can we get to why you are here in the first place? / bunny, ask the me over in your other story. Maybe they will tell you. / bunny has disconnected. Shit, the auth 0r muttered. Better remind myself to delete that bit. My readers will lose their shit. Frost, well, it may entice them to read your other fiction if they haven't yet. Auth0r, I would never do something that shitty. What sort of asshole do you take me for? Frost, just a suggestion, dear. Auth0r, wait. Am I talking to Frost or Frosty? Frost, who? Auth0r, never mind. You just answered my question. Frost, is there a Frosty in your other story? Oh. We will talk about this later, privately. Anyhow, on to the reason for our intrusion. We were having a visit with Damon, who says hi. Actually, he said hi about 7 times, the goof. We were chatting about the story, and he was surprised concerning the name of one of your villains. Auth0r, really? Which one? Frost, darling, sweetie. Do you realize that in your random pull a name from a hat way, you inadvertently named someone the wrong name? Auth0r, what? Frost, I'd rather not say on screen. Why don't you review the earlier chapters involving Cerberus, carefully, and really think about the names? In particular, the names directly connected to the Blue Menace. Say them aloud if you must. I'll wait. Auth0r, brb ////////Auth0r, holy shit. Frost, I take it that you were not aware of the unfortunate complete coincidence since you were new to the area and living like a neat. Auth0r, of course, I didn't know. Oh, this is bad. Oh, this is very bad. What are the odds? Frost, further proof that both God exists, and you pissed him off, somehow. I think we both know what that somehow is. Auth0r, fuel yuck. I hate Reedkins. Frost, you could always leave it, snark. What's the worst that can happen? Did I do it right? Laughing face, Auth0r, fuck you, Frost. Author's note, in a cosmic level coincidence, I named a certain very unpleasant person who met an even more unpleasant and a name identical to someone in my local community. As a result, one character's name is being changed. This will in no way change the narrative or anything that happened before, during, or after their appearance or demise. It's just a quiet little name change. I do have a couple of local readers and... yet. Reedkin. Thanks, Damon. I owe you one. Another author's note, if you aren't familiar with the other story, it is set trillions of years, in the future of the tales. In fact, trillions don't even cut it. Time gets weird, but it's roughly 10102 or 10103 years in the future, more or less. So, sometime between now and heat death of more than one universe, Bunny's ass winds up in a crypt or static encryption container. Exactly how that happened, and the actual contents of the said vault have yet to be disclosed. Seriously, it's a very, very, very long time. The fact that anything remains after that long is the surprising part, not that she is in a crypt, whatever that means. It was just a humorous Easter egg for readers of the other series, who get pummeled with Easter eggs from this story all the time. That is all the information that they have at this time, so there is no actual need to read the other story if this is the only reason why you would. Stank World PT3. You are actually invited to the surface. Captain Vexp said through Grace's communicator, his face displaying an expression of annelid confusion and surprise. Everything I have read indicates that they are difficult, insular, and spiteful, both literally and figuratively malodorous. Grace winced as a wave of stinky laughter from the ever-present horde of freak egg washed over her. And those malodorous assholes are within earshot, you cocksucker. More bubbly flatulent laughter. Oh. Oh, dear. Captain Vexp stammered, please convey my thanks for fucking up the trade deal of a lifetime, Sporeliker. Grace gagged a little at the roaring laughter that surrounded her. Oh, heap. And should I be unable to discuss this with you personally, Grace said with mock anger, they are also terribly proud and incredibly violent. Please. Let me talk to. Just plucking your plume, Captain Dude, Grace snarked. These guys are awesome. Alan and I are getting along with them great. And forgive Grace, Captain, Alan said over her shoulder, our greeting-inducing hosts. Alan coughed as even more laughter threatened to render him unconscious. Enjoy such banter to no end. Grace was simply acting in accordance with their customs, and ours, he added with a smile. The Freakeg are so vile and difficult that they are nearly human. We are taking a short excursion to the surface to meet a number of curious individuals as well as having an audience with the ancestors. Quite the honor. The ancestors. Oh, they are. Alan was silenced by a slimy fleshy phallic pore-covered tentacle-sized protuberance wrapping around his head, covering his mouth. It was very effective. As Alan doubled over and somehow managed another greeting, no small feat considering the fact that he was nearly out of greeting juice, Grace said, "Oh, those? They are just some old monuments, but they are supposed to be really nifty." A wave of nauseating approval washed over the pair. "I see," the captain replied, unconvinced of nothing but the wisdom of not inquiring further. Then again, not inquiring further seemed to be the way to handle the humans. It was just easier that way. "We gotta go and make us some serious bank." Grace enthused happily. "Oh, and it doesn't smell bad here at all. The station is wonderful as well. You guys should really check it out. You really do consider us dim, don't you?" "Ha!" Grace snorted. "Well, we have a planet to sniff. Later, boss." "You actually work for that stale poot?" Guruji asked after the call ended. As far as he knows, Alan smirked as he finally recovered. "Sometimes, it's better to have someone else in charge, if you know what I mean. Another wonderful similarity between us." Guruji laughed. "Come on, let's get you respirators." "Oh, we don't need those," Grace replied. "Yes, you do," Guruji replied. "I thought the surface was supposed to be better," Alan said as he wiped the slime from his face with his tunic. "It's not for the surface," Guruji replied, "it's for the shuttle." Another strange membrane door opened, revealing a large chamber filled with large vats filled with writhing things, slowly rotating platforms surrounded by tentacles extruding goo that immediately hardened as it formed complex shapes, odd spongy structures that were constantly being sprayed with a foul-smelling liquid, beds filled with dirt from which parts were growing. And a few devices that looked exactly like manual lathes and milling machines. Some things are truly universal. "Welcome to our main fabrication facility." Guruji enthused, "You are the first others to enter here. You are also the first to be able to handle the unique atmosphere." "Barely," Alan smiled. "This is fascinating." "Grace. Don't touch that." "I wasn't going to, asshole." "She was." "I bet you've never seen the like, have you?" Guruji asked proudly. "Not exactly this," Alan replied. "Grace," he exclaimed, "no running. Is this macro-tech?" Grace excitedly gagged as he peered into one of the giant vats filled with things. "I don't know what you are referring to," Guruji replied, "but those life forms are in the process of building a rather complex device. Each one acts both independently and in concert with the others according to a production scheme that contains the overall design. They are supplied with nutrients containing all of the proteins and minerals necessary to construct the design." He waved a protuberance over a slimy panel. "In this case, a sensor," he said. "Neat." Grace exclaimed. "We have something similar, but we use macrobots instead of those wiggling things, and they, Terrans have full-bore nanotech, which is completely unnecessary most of the time. We have nanotech technology, too," she added defensively, "but we don't use it for everything. Because they can't. Rock tech grow vats." Guruji exclaimed, "Now that is cool. Can you hook us up with scans or your production skeins, and a way of interpreting them?" "I'm sure we can work something out," Alan smiled. "Holding out on us?" Guruji inquired. "Only as much as you are doing the same," Alan smiled. "We would be all too delighted to exchange technology with you. Especially since you will likely steal that technology and at no cost to yourself." "Are you sure you aren't a human?" Alan asked to the delight of Guruji and the machinists. "Now, here's something I know you haven't seen before," Guruji said proudly as he led them to a smaller vat filled with a clear green gelatinous goop with an organic-looking framework above it. "This is what we use when we want to make a small item quickly," Guruji said as a plate slowly descended into the fluid. "It is here where we will fabricate the components for your respirators. They should smell no worse than the rest of the station." "Oh. Grace said, nearly plunging her face into the goop. "How does it work?" "Once the plate reaches the bottom of the tank, a strong electromagnetic wave emitter transmits gammas with a wavelength of..." He fiddled with a small electronic device. "Nanometers," he exclaimed, 200 nanometers. "This causes the low-viscosity gelatin in the tank to transform into a solid. I know this may be difficult too." He looked at Alan and Grace, who were looking suitably impressed, but smelling otherwise. "You already have this, don't you?" he said. "For about 1,000 years," Alan replied. "We use, of course, use rock tech." "How?" "Pretty much the same thing," except we use a metal ball screw and a servomotor to move a metal plate into a chemical resin, and we use an array of ultraviolet emitters to harden the resin. You don't use a single source in a masking organism. We used to, Grace replied. We did? Alan asked. Yep. Grace replied happily. We used archaic liquid crystal to do the masking. Back in the cold dark, we made a few of them. The resolution sucks, but it works great. An emitter array is much better, though. Yes, Guruji said, but do you have different compounds that, when hardened, have different? Of course, you do, he laughed. I suspect your resins are much better than ours, though, Grace said. We have some great ones, but I suspect they are nothing compared to what you have. They are also a very expensive way to produce anything suitable for real service. Aside from one-off custom pieces, prototypes, and toys, we use our RoboFACS for any serious work. Some of those use radiation-cured compounds, but those are usually just for coatings. Oh, Guruji said, secretly quite relieved, our photocoagulation machines create products that are more than suitable for regular use. He emitted what Alan and Grace already recognized as a conniving scent. And are very stable, available with many properties, and could be provided at a very reasonable cost. We would be very interested in that, Alan said as Grace happily vibrated. Our current ship's fabrication facilities are lacking. If we could get information on the properties and handling procedures for your coagulants, Grace said, that would be great. They will have to be translated, Guruji said as the organic plate emerged from the goo with two face masks with various openings in the flexible rubbery material, but we can have that well before you depart. Guruji reached out and pulled the parts from the plate, shaking them off. You can just touch them like that? Grace asked. Yes. Guruji replied. Awesome. Our resins are just a little bit toxic. At least the good ones are. No guarantee that ours aren't for you, Guruji replied, but they aren't for us. We still rinse the parts off, just to remove the goo. Another free keg approached, holding a tray of freshly rinsed components. These were coagulated in other vats, each containing a different coagulant, Guruji said as the free keg machinist efficiently assembled the various components into two rather nice-looking respirators with clear face masks and external filters. The machinist then offered the respirators to Alan and Grace. Cautiously, the pair donned them. Oh, these, gag, are nice, Grace said, stinks to high heaven, but the fit is amazing. As comfortable as it is repugnant. She removed the respirator and started poking and stretching it. We definitely want to discuss these organic coagulants, she said. I'm sure we can work something out, Guruji said pleasantly as another conniving cloud wafted past. Stank World Part 4. The shuttle will be launching in about an hour, Guruji said cheerfully as they started to leave the fabrication facility. Would like to look around a little more. Certainly, Alan replied. Grace. Grace wasn't paying attention. She was staring with rapt fascination at a biomechanical hydraulic press. Is that a heart? She asked. In a way, Guruji replied. It circulates nutrients to the overall structure and pressurizes the logic organs. Pressurizes? Are you using fluid power logic? You humans are familiar with that. We are. Alan asked. Sort of, Grace replied with a touch of awe, but it's ancient history, and I mean ancient. We covered the basics in engineering class, but... You went to class? Alan asked. Even I didn't have the balls to skip dragon school, dude, Grace snorted, you did not want a meeting with the truancy officer. Trust me. Alan smiled ruefully. It was much the same for him and his family. While having a good reputation, that was only relative to their peers. Anyhow, Grace enthused, they say that anything you can do with a computer, you can do with fluid power. It would take up an entire planet and need a Dyson sphere, but... And it would take a year for every microsecond, Guruji laughed. However, it is more than adequate for simple ladder logic, which is more than sufficient for many applications where your outsider microprocessors are pure overkill. I mean, why does a door need a computer? Security, mostly, Alan replied. Let me guess, your locks know you by smell. Of course. Guruji replied. It's near perfect security, although a lock is only as strong as the door. A cloud of amusement floated past. It really wasn't that bad once you got used to it. But I think you humans know what I'm talking about. Alan's lips curled in a slight smile, and Grace unabashedly grinned. I have absolutely no idea what you are talking about, she said innocently. How can you get past a locked door? And without a single waft of falsehood. Guruji laughed, ancestor crust. I like you spore licks. Yet, we can lie our asses off, Grace said. Now, back to the important stuff. About this fluid logic, how do you? Alan sighed fondly. Grace was always pretty. But when she was so unguardedly excited, she was beautiful. A few minutes later, Guruji and Alan leaned against a Gutek Grow vat as Grace and all of the shop free-keg-wielding tablets furiously typed and gestured back and forth. Yeah, Alan smiled, we've lost her. I guess that tour will have to wait for another time. It will take both of us to drag her out of the shop. I would offer to allow you to remain until the next departure, Guruji replied, but your arrival has already been anticipated and planned for. The same await you with great eagerness. I'm certain we will return, Alan replied, for the company, if nothing else. A fart of happiness was his reward. You certainly made an impression, Guruji said to Grace as they walked through a maze of intestine-like corridors. Same for your guys, Grace replied. Those spore licks know their shit. A careful examination of one's feces is always advisable, Guruji said, but no feces was generated during your visit. Even we don't shit on the floor. Ha! Grace exclaimed, it's a human idiom. It means that someone knows something real good. Very well, Alan corrected. They know something very. What's the free keg fart for? Shut up, you fucking nerd. Gurgle putri. Yeah, Grace horped, that. She grinned. Holy shit. It actually shut him up, she laughed. Can I get a bottle of that? She asked and then backed away from the wall of laughter that slammed into her poor nose. I know I said that we couldn't infect you, Guruji bubbled, but I think we may have to check. She was always this rancid, Alan's nerve heaved. And you love it, Grace purred as she slithered all over him and tousled his hair. Is this the initiation of the sex act? Guruji asked excitedly as he pulled out his phone. Maybe. No. What the fuck is that? Grace exclaimed as what only be described as a rotting six-legged zombie dog padded around the corner. It pooped happily. Oh, that's just, Let's call it thing. Is it one of you? Alan asked. Yes, it is part of the same, Guruji said, but it's different. It both has a smaller brain and less room overall. That means that it isn't as intelligent as my type. It also has limited ability to interact with the environment due to the lack of hands. Thing approached and started both sniffing and wiggling its projections curiously. Alan winced. It not only looked like it was rotting, but it also smelled that way. It was walking week-old roadkill. It started smelling even worse as Guruji responded in kind. Despite partially getting used to it, Alan's eyes started to water. Thing wanted to know what you were, Guruji said. Cool, Grace replied, now tell us what that is. Thing is part of the same, Guruji said, but the ancestors' gift isn't limited to just my kind. Many other life forms on our world can receive it, both by accident and design. All have something to offer, and all are welcomed into the same. Hey! Many of thing here arise, both by accident and by intent. They are very useful. Guruji knelt as thing nuzzled and licked him, smearing him with ooze. And we just like them. They are beloved friends and companions and treasured as such. They have been part of the same since the beginning. Many of us consider them as part of our group of closest friends and associates. I believe your word for such groups is family. Of course, you have zombie dogs, Grace grinned. Do you have something similar? We did, Grace replied, we still have a few of them, but they are very expensive, hard to get, and often overbred. New genes were being smuggled in from the Republic, though. Alan said, or they were until the blockade, anyway. Did have them? Guruji asked, blockade. This will take a while, longer than we have before it is time to board. But it's really cool. Most would disagree with you, Grace. Okay. Badass. Better. The corridor came to a dead end sealed with another leathery wall. Guruji paused and poked at it. Satisfied, he stroked it, and the wall opened into a giant, busy, and crowded chamber. I poked at the wall to ensure that this chamber was pressurized, Guruji said as they entered. It's always good to check. You don't have indicators? Alan asked. Why? You just poke the wall. Makes sense. I guess. Alan and Grace looked around in amazement at what was clearly a starport dock, but unlike anything they had ever seen. Bright phosphorescent oblong spheroids floated along the ceiling, illuminating the entire space, and smaller task lights flitted about here and there. Infected creatures the size of a goat to creatures the size of elephants, all of which were slowly rotting, were moving about loading, unloading, and shuffling cargo to and from several. Did that shuttle just move? Grace asked as a chitinous shuttle shifted slightly and looked at them curiously, with what Grace initially thought were cockpit windows answering her question. Yes, Guruji replied. And that one will be the one we take to the surface. Its rear hatch stretched open invitingly. It looks like its body is ready, Guruji said with a complete lack of irony. You might want to put on your respirators now. I assume you now realize why I insisted you have them. Even we think these things are a bit much. The couple put on their respirators. Honestly, Alan said as he crouched to enter the ship's asshole, I'm not even surprised anymore. After the trio crawled inside and secured themselves by sticking themselves to the walls, the shuttle's asshole closed, and a pale blue glow emanated from little, star-like photophores covering the inside walls dimly illuminated the cavity. Did we just crawl up this thing's ass? Grace asked. In a way, Guruji replied, this chamber is part of the shuttle bug's digestive system. Of course, it is. That's why you want respirators in here, Guruji laughed. Even the more tender of the same use them in one of these. Does the actual waste pass through here? Alan asked. Where else would it go? Guruji asked, a bit mystified, this is the terminus of its digestive tract. We clean it out, Guruji added as he beheld Alan and Grace's expressions. So, just to be clear, Grace said, I am glued to the inside of a bug's ass. Exactly. Guruji said. Why wouldn't I be? It's another expression, she said as Gurug's protuberances twitched in what she was starting to recognize as confusion. It means, It's an acceptance of an unusual situation, I guess. I never thought about it, Guruji said as the shuttle started slightly rolling back and forth. We're getting onto the departure conveyor. Are these shuttle bugs part of the same? Alan asked. No, Guruji replied. And we're not entirely sure where they came from. We've always had the guys. They really come in handy, though. We use them for everything out here, little ones for deliveries and small transfers, as well as a lot of the outside work. When they get bigger, we use them for cargo and transportation. He patted the wall. This one is still a little guy. They get much bigger. And can handle re-entry. I hope so, Guruji laughed. If not, it's going to be really embarrassing. He chuckled as Alan smirked at his own stupid question. They actually need periodic re-entry, or a good plasma wash, as they grow, Guruji said as there was a shuddering lurch followed by a feeling of intense acceleration, then weightlessness. Launch cannon, Guruji said in a matter-of-fact tone. Saves on fuel as well as keeps the area around the station clear. Oh. Gurug's projections wiggled apologetically. A bit late, but how do you guys handle acceleration? Still alive? Oh, that was fine, Grace said dismissively, we can handle a lot more than that. Return to orbit involves a lot more, Guruji replied. We do have a few other craft if it's a problem. Fuel. Grace said, eyes sparkling. Do you actually use rockets? Yeah. Cool. Grace exclaimed. You still use chemically powered reaction thrusters? Alan asked. The cabin shuddered slightly as a quiet roaring sound could be heard. Why wouldn't we? Guruji shrugged. It's perfectly acceptable for a lot of applications. They are cheap to grow, or grow naturally in something like this shuttle bug. They are also much lighter than a reactionless thruster and require nothing special as far as materials go. Lighter? Grace asked. What about the fuel? As opposed to a reactionless thruster with the same specific impulse, the reactor necessary to power it, its fuel storage, the energy bank, and the infrastructure needed to handle all of that. Guruji replied, a tank of methane and some liquid oxygen can weigh less, for short trips and is a lot cheaper. If you need constant thrust over long time spans, then it falls short. Guruji paused and sniffed the air for a few moments. He wiggled his projections happily. Just chatting with the bug, he said, it's doing great and has been cleared for terminal burn, Guruji said. Now we just kick back for a few hours for the starport to swing back by, and we're stinking. That's one of our idioms, as best as I can translate it. It means we are doing well. He pooted a complex little toot. It asked how we were doing, Guruji replied. This bug is a great one. It's very kind and takes pride in its work, definitely a keeper. The little chamber made a bubbling sound that heralded the release of something so foul that Gurug's protuberances withdrew a bit. Be glad you have respirators, he laughed. The bug was just expressing its pleasure at my compliment and asked about his future. I told it that we already requested its return after its molt is completed. My money says that it is going to make it all the way. The walls bubbled for a full 10 seconds. Gurug's eyes started to water a bit as Alan and Grace could feel something on their skin. There was suddenly a sound that no spacer wants to hear, a leak. Relax. Guruji exclaimed as he saw Alan and Grace's reactions. It's cool. Shuttlebug is just turning over the air in here before he kills me, he added with a laugh. It will keep the atmosphere at proper levels. Don't worry. I'm working on it, Grace said as she eyed a small hole that had opened nearby, triggering a laugh from Guruji and a little burping sound from the walls. Shuttlebug says that, if necessary, you can void yourself. It doesn't mind. Well, tell it that it can go and fuck itself. It says that it is looking forward to just that, Guruji said between his trademarked chortles. It will likely be bred this molt. More wall bubbles, and the vent pore opened a little more. Needless to say, Guruji snickered, it's quite excited at the prospect. So, Guruji, Alan said, his voice slightly muffled by the respirator, you said that this shuttle bug is going all the way. What does that mean? These bugs keep getting bigger and bigger until they can no longer live on the surface. They would collapse under their own weight. At that point, if one of them is deemed good enough, it will be carried into orbit with a lot of food and water. It will then engorge itself and pupate. It will become much larger and more durable as it metamorphizes to its final stage, a being capable of interplanetary travel. It will then spend the rest of its life in space. It will still grow very slowly throughout its life, but as far as we know, there isn't a maximum size. They live a very long time and can get very big. Do they still use chemical rockets? Yep, Guruji said, they have much larger storage organs and can do much more forceful and longer burns, but they still burn fuel. The interplanetary adults eat ice and break it down to hydrogen and oxygen, and younger ones like this guy use methane and liquid oxygen. How do the adults liquefy and electrolytically separate the ice? Alan asked, intrigued. Solar energy, mostly. They can also consume debris. You know, all that shit that builds up in a system over time? The adult shuttle bugs will collect and eat it. Keeps them fed and the system clean. In fact, at the moment, the fleet is so large that we are intentionally generating more garbage than we have to. Those sound efficient, but not very energy intense, Grace said. How long does it take to produce enough fuel? Quite a while, Guruji replied, but they have time. A bug can spend months, even years, on one leg of a trip, plenty of time to make the fuel they need, though they do most of the fuel production when closer to the sun, or just take on extra hydrogen and oxygen at one of their stops if they need topping off. Every station has plenty of both. Wait, Grace said, years. Maybe longer, Guruji shrugged. A long haul from the station nearest the sun to the one furthest out can take decades, not that we do that run often. Most are on a specific trade route where they go to a series of stations, moving things from one to the next. Guruji looked at them for a moment. Oh, right. Others don't do that. Most freight doesn't have to get anywhere especially quickly, as long as it does so predictably and regularly. We have millions of interplanetary bugs, maybe even billions. Each one may take years to get to a location, but that location has deliveries at whatever volume and frequency it requires. He chuckled. We operate on free keg time, not that frantic flailing around others do. Not a whole lot changes around here. Some routes haven't been adjusted in thousands of years. Bitter experience has taught us that inflexibility invites ruin, Alan said grimly. What happens if there is a sudden need somewhere? We don't let that happen. Guruji laughed. But should it occur, we do have a fleet of much more advanced craft that is well equipped to deal with any sudden needs. Those can be used to carry an emergency delivery or otherwise render aid as well. You are speaking of military vessels. Am I? Guruji said innocently, what are those? Okay, Grace chuckled, don't tell us, you sporlick. Let's just say that this system isn't a particularly easy target. That's why this system has avoided hovering over it on most charts. Now that's just hurtful, Guruji chortled. Liquefy one asshole. Tell me about it, Grace laughed. Oh, before I forget again, Guruji said, you said you would tell me of what befell your home. Grace's face lit up. Okay, she exclaimed, what happened was. Stank World 5, the world according to Raiders. The shuttle bug happily floated through space in a high orbit around the free keg home world. It felt the signals from the navigation satellites, and its exterior marker lights blinked cheerfully. It was pretty much exactly where it wanted to be. It cocked one of its bulbous eyes, focusing its powerful long-range vision on the planet's surface below, looking for one of its favorite landmarks, the Great Ancestor, a mountain covered with the corpse of one of the Great Old Ones. Back in the day, huge signal ancestors like it communicated across vast distances using the planet's natural atmospheric currents. That method had been obsolete for hundreds of thousands of years, perhaps millions. Now, the same used electromagnetic communications using satellites or even by bouncing signals off the planet's atmosphere. Even the ancestors, notorious for their hidebound nature, agreed that this was an improvement. They weren't so sure about gravitic communications, though. They claimed that it made them itch, which was quite impossible, but you know ancestors. It didn't really matter. Electromagnetic communications worked just fine. The bug just thought gravitic technology was nifty and wanted an excuse to have some. The bug took a moment to ponder all of this. Space must have been very quiet and lonely back then. It loved all the noise and static coming from home, especially the music and entertainment channels. Vithslug and Veen in the morning were always a delight. They were so funny, and they played good music. It just loved all the fanciful characters that graced that radio show. They never failed to delight. It especially liked the deranged shuttle bug. Then again, it would. The Great Ancestor swung into view. Despite the satellites claiming otherwise, it seemed to be slightly off course. It wasn't enough to really matter, but it was an excuse to throw some flame. It liked throwing flame. Using its small spicule jets, it rotated slightly and then fired its main thrusters for roughly a second. There. Now everything was perfect. It took a moment to send a brief message to the surface. This is bug KCA0A23407. The navigation beacons are a little bit off. I am submitting my observations for your review. A few moments later, it received a reply. This is navigation control. Of course, you would notice. Thanks for the incredibly minor correction. We apologize for the infinitesimal inconvenience. Laughing face, this is bug KCA0A23407. You should be sorry. P. This is navigation control. We've tweaked the timing. How are things now? This is bug KCA0A23407. That's perfect. THX. Kissing face, this is navigation control. Hey, are you the one carrying those weird xenos? This is bug KCA0A23407. You mean those odorless abominations? Yes. They seem nice. One of them even removed their respirator just to see if it was as bad as Guruji claimed. This is navigation control. And how did that work out for them? This is bug KCA0A23407. About how you would expect. XD, did you know their gut juice is really acidic? The abomination just sprayed my tender little chamber with HCl. LOL. This is bug KCA0A23216. Really? That is so cool. This is bug KCA0A23407. You aren't the one with alien gut juice nibbling at your colon. This is bug KCA0A23216. LOL. Is it bad? This bug KCA0A23407. Nah. It just tickles a little. It was nice to get a decent whiff out of one. They gas so little it's like I'm transporting corpses. This is navigation control. Oh no. It's an alien zombie invasion. Alert the ancestors. XD. This is bug KCA0A23216. So, the zombie dumped its guts? The static is that they are xenophages. Any same flesh in there? LOL. This is bug KCA0A23407. Worse. Laughing face, there was something that looked a lot like parts of little bug babies, antennae, and all. This is bug KCA0A23216. Cool. Do they have ships like us? This is bug KCA0A23407. I don't think so. I think we are too advanced for them. They don't even have rockets. This is navigation control. No rockets? How the hell do they travel? This is bug KCA0A23407. They use rock thrusters for everything. This is bug KCA0A23216. What? That's just stupid. This is bug KCA0A23407. Well, they are others, after all. Have you seen their ships? None of them make any sense at all. At least these others are cool. Oh. The one who just spewed is talking about their history. This is navigation control. Neat. Put that on blast. This is bug KCA0A23407. Will do. This is bug KCA0A23216. Nice. I'll set up a relay. It isn't bad at all. Grace exclaimed cheerfully as she hurriedly wiped her face with her stained tunic before quickly putting her respirator back on. Try it. Both Grace and Guruji looked at Alan expectantly. Unless you want to admit that I am tougher, Grace said nonchalantly. Fine, Alan replied grimly and removed his respirator, and inhaled. Gagging, coughing, and spluttering, Alan replaced his respirator. If you will note, he said coolly, I didn't toss my cookies. That proves nothing, Grace said as she crossed her arms. I just like puking, that's all. Sure, you do, Alan smirked. Want to take the respirators off again? Do you? Grace smiled wickedly and reached for her respirator. Smirking, Alan did the same. I would prefer to deliver you both alive and conscious, Guruji said. I also want to hear about your history, something I likely will not be able to do if you persist in your delightful foolishness. Oh, yeah, Grace said, I was about to do that, wasn't I? She took a deep and mercifully filtered breath. All right, she said, we originally come from a system named Sol. We never got contacted by the greater galaxy, mainly because of our location. We were too close to the Empire for anyone to come sniffing and too remote and uninteresting for the Empire. They have too many habitable worlds as it is. Empire? Guruji asked, which one? The Juan Empire. Grace replied. You are familiar with them, right? Only what we get from the Othernet. They sound like whole nibbles. They're okay, Alan replied, a lot of humans are subjects of theirs. They have a pretty good deal, actually. Yeah, Grace said, that's where we should have gone. Your gift of hindsight is truly remarkable, Alan snarked, too bad you were not nearly so insistent when we stole one of my uncle's ships. You stole a starship? Guruji laughed. Just a little one, Grace replied. By the dusty old bones, Guruji chortled, most limit their piracy to data. I see there are no half measures among your kind. All sins are equal in the eyes of the Lord, Alan smirked, therefore, there is no difference between saying God damn it and piracy. Or murder, Grace added cheerfully. Besides, we worship. What? Guruji spluttered, you guys murder each other. We only do it occasionally, Grace shrugged. And only when they have it coming. Or get in the way of our interests, Alan added, or just annoys the wrong person. Like my beautiful wife, for example. Oh, like you are any better, Grace snarked. I wasn't the one who was made at 10. I never said that I was, dear. Guruji said, not laughing this time, our definition of murder is when one kills one of the same. It's never done, well, almost never, only when something is very, very wrong with someone. Do humans actually kill each other? All the fucking time, Grace replied. In fact, we kill more of our species than anyone else ever has. In the Soul Wars alone. It's a rather complex issue, Alan said, cutting Grace off with a sharp look. We are others, not the same, and do not share the same connection your species do. Instead, we form organizations of individuals, either bound by a common genetic line, a family, or by location, what we refer to as nationality, or by a common interest or goal, such as the respective businesses from which Grace and I come. To us, our same is members of that subgroup and that subgroup alone. Other groups of humans can be treated as others by even our own species. You will find this common among other species. And in our defense, Grace said, we've killed a lot more Xenos than we have our own species. Well, Guruji said, that's reassuring. I guess. Neither of us is particularly murderous without cause, Alan replied, the vast majority of our kills have been in self-defense against those who sought to do the same to us. Or were at least trying to rob us, or rip us off, or... Thank you, Grace, Alan interjected with another look. To those who deal with us in peace and good faith, we are peaceful, kind, and honest. Snark. Goddamn, Grace. Honest. Grace laughed, dude. Give Guruji here at least a little credit. I said to those who deal with us in good faith, Grace. The honest have nothing to worry about, especially when we are representing the Huns K. He looked over at the increasingly dubious Guruji. We aren't idiots, he said, and we do not jeopardize good business relationships with such nonsense. Although, he added with a smile, the dishonest can expect dishonesty in return, Guruji said, that is our way as well. Honesty gets honesty. Peace gets peace in return. Foolishness. Guruji released a cloud of amusement that neither Alan nor Grace could smell. Well. I suspect that we are much alike in what happens next. You catch them on fire. Grace grinned. We tend to use enzymes, Guruji replied, but the effect is much the same. Cool. Actually, the reaction is quite exothermic. I love you guys. Grace exclaimed. So, you humans do kill each other and with distressing regularity, Guruji said, but you don't kill members of your same. Correct, Alan replied, doing so is as unacceptable to us as it is to you. It is probably a little more likely to happen, but is it considered one of the worst things we can do? You don't betray your own. Not if you want to keep breathing, Grace added. Guruji dipped his protuberances in a knot and visibly relaxed. I apologize for making you discuss such uncomfortable concepts, he said. I also wish to clarify that we only consider the killing of the same as murder. The killing of others is simply killing, not that we are planning on doing either of you a mischief. As you said, we only kill those who pose a threat, or really anger us, of course, he added with a laugh. It's not uncomfortable for us, Grace said, trust me. It's actually a good thing we covered this before I got into my little history lesson. Humans killing humans is a big part of it. We nearly extinctified ourselves. You killed each other to the point that the survival of your species was in question. Yet, Grace shrugged, shit happens. So, anyway, the Soul Wars. She stretched, adjusting her position in the sticky softness of the shuttle bug's colon. She mused, looking upward at the glowing photophars overhead. Where to start? Before the Yellowstone disaster. That was a supervolcano that wiped out all agriculture for 2 years as well as causing a massive ecological disaster, Alan added. Yeah, that, Grace nodded. A mere supervolcanic eruption nearly eliminated your species. Guruji asked. Could you not simply prevent it or, at the very least, properly prepare? That should have only been an inconvenience at worst. Coulda, woulda, shoulda, Grace shrugged. It was a lot more economical to keep most food production on Earth. Space on stations is expensive. Besides, what are the odds, Right. But surely you detected the event well in advance, Guruji said, his protuberances wiggling in shocked confusion. Yet, Grace snickered, about that. The powers that be suppressed the information and allowed the vast majority of us to be caught completely off guard. Oh, they prepared, but they left everyone else to starve. Why? They were assholes. Again, Alan said, it was a bit more complicated than them just being assholes. Look at it from their point of view. They believed, and quite rightly so, that there was no way for the entire populace to prepare. There was quite simply not enough to go around. They believed, correctly, I might add, that their civilization was at an end. The only thing that information would have brought was panic and anarchy, preventing anyone from being prepared. They made the quite reasonable decision to gather a genetically viable population and the means to sustain them, as well as securing key technology and supplies that were intended to rebuild civilization, and the human race, once the ash settled. He looked at Guruji. Your history is a long one, he said. Have your people never encountered such a disaster, one that caused a massive depopulation event? We call these bottlenecks. Several, Guruji said. In each case, what little resources that remained were carefully managed in order to ensure the survival of the same with as few losses as possible. Grace said with a raised eyebrow, and those losses? They were okay with it. Why wouldn't they be? Guruji replied, mystified, the survival of the same as a whole was at stake. Their sacrifices were for the most noble, most honorable, of causes, the survival of the same. Each time, there were more volunteers than there was a need for sacrifices. Guruji emitted a little spurt of ironic dark mirth. Of course, the fact their names were entered in the skeins of honor, their place among the most honored of the ancestors assured, and their spores given precedence over all others had absolutely nothing to do with it. Since we are all part of the same, such ambition is unknown to us, he snickered. Well, we don't have ancestors and no spores after death, Grace smirked. For us, dead is dead, and the dead quite often go unremembered. Unverifiable metaphysics notwithstanding, Alan said, you just fade to black, and that's it. Well, that's just downright unpleasant, Guruji replied with another spurt of black humor. Right. Grace laughed, and our people were supposed to be the first of those noble sacrifices. Those of us living in space, except for Jupiter, were fucked, Alan added, and by fucked, I mean doomed, yet another definition of that wonderfully versatile word. Earth turned its back on us, Grace smirked. Mars did the same, even though a lot of us were Martian citizens. Luna? They only had enough for themselves, or so they thought, poor bastards. They retreated deep under the surface, sealing themselves in what was eventually called the belly of the shark. There, factions fought and died in the darkness over what turned out to definitely not be enough. It got nasty, even by our relaxed standards. She unstuck her arm where it had adhered to the bug butt with a sticky Velcro sound. There were the Kuipers, who were self-sufficient, Grace continued, they had enough, but only for themselves and weren't about to go hungry over a bunch of inners, what they call people from the inner solar system, or what most people call the solar system. Those crazy bastards live in the comet and asteroid clouds at the edge of the system. They are about as crazy as you would think they are and twice as tough. Even we didn't fuck with them. Hell, we couldn't even reach most of them. No FTL, remember? There was quite literally nowhere to go, Alan replied, so, it was either adapt or die for us. And we adapted, Grace laughed. They didn't care if we lived or died. Fine. That's cool. That's how you want to play this? We can do that. As Captain Aaron Abeba, the leader of my organization, said during those days, Alan smiled, someone is going to starve today, and it won't be us. We did what we had to and only what we had to in order to ensure our survival, unlike other groups I could name, he added as Grace stuck out her tongue at him. So did we, kinda, Grace replied with a shrug. You know what they say, more is more. Anyway, she said, my people were originally Martian, one of the inhabited worlds in our system, even if it isn't exactly habitable. They had plenty of food, but they turned their backs on us, said it was for the greater good. She smirked. Funny how that greater good had us left to die while they stuffed their faces. And Earth was no better, Alan replied. We initially wanted to return, try to survive somehow, but anyone who tried that route didn't fare too well at all. Your ship would be commandeered by someone claiming to represent some government or another. No ship meant no reactor, and, of course, they would take every single thing you had. It was a death sentence. Yet, Grace said. At the very start of the disaster, they had the guns, and we didn't. She grinned maliciously. That changed pretty quick. We might not have had a goddamn thing out there in the dark, but every ship, or at least every single ship that survived, had a repair shop or at least a robo-FAC sitting in a corner somewhere and people who knew how to use it. There isn't a whole lot of difference between a solenoid and a coil gun, Alan said, or a plasma cutter and a blaster. Spacesuit oxygen tanks work great in pneumatic rifles, too, Grace said, and, my people might have had, completely innocent and perfectly legal chemical laboratories that made, candy. I assume you are not talking about confections? Guruji asked with a humorous wiggle of his fleshy bits. We also might have had a few weapons already, Grace grinned, but it was all homebrew stuff. Getting real arms was not easy pre-Yellowstone. However, a hot-wired solenoid threw a spike just fine, and a plasma thrower wasn't that hard to build. It's how we got our name. We're the dragons. She sighed. Or I was a dragon, she said quietly. She fell silent. As Grace said, Alan continued as he squeezed Grace's hand, we had a population of highly skilled people, and we had much more production capacity per capita than the livestock. Livestock. Sorry, Alan replied, the other humans, the ones all too willing to sacrifice us for that common good that Grace was talking about. Ancestors. Even if a group didn't initially have the knowledge necessary to make arms, Alan said, most ships had metal stock and at least a grinder. Anyone serving on a ship can grind an edge on some flat stock. We also had mobility. We could choose our targets, strike and withdraw very quickly, faster than any government, or remnant of a government could react. Yet, we had to be careful at first, Grace said back to her irrepressible self, we would pick some place remote and hit it hard, hopefully wiping them out before they could call for help. That was only at first, though. The governments didn't last very long at all. She chuckled darkly. It turns out that even dirties aren't cool about dying for that greater good while those at the top have full bellies. There were riots, looting, anarchy. And all of that was good for business. Indeed, Alan nodded as Guruji listened in silent horror. And with everything falling apart, we were able to obtain a lot more than a few cans of pasta OS. We were able to seize materials, parts, even capital equipment. And guns. Grace exclaimed. Yes, Alan smiled. And guns. As the governments fractured, smaller and smaller governments took their place. At first, it was regional governments that tried to hold things together. When they couldn't, it fractured into smaller and smaller groups. Perhaps a city or a town would try to protect its borders and pool resources. Maybe a group of people who were once police or military decided to become little dictators. And with every split, they became weaker and weaker, Grace grinned, and we were getting hungrier and hungrier. It didn't take long before one of us decided to try to take one of them down. One ship might not be able to pull it off, Alan said, but 2 ships, 4 ships, a dozen? Now you have scores of increasingly experienced fighters who may very well outnumber a local strongman and his cronies 3 to 1 or more. And each time you did it, you got their real guns. Grace exclaimed. More guns, better raiders, better raids, more guns, even better raiders. You see how this goes, right? There was also wholesale piracy in space as well, Alan said, you either joined a faction, or you fell prey to one. Very few ships were able to go it alone, and most of them were comets. Comets. Yeah, Grace said, we didn't have FTL, so if you accelerated fast enough, long enough, it was really hard to catch you. Some people did a long burn, built up some serious speed, and shot themselves on a long cometary orbit where they swung way out into Kuiper space and then returned years later. Sometimes they survived. Sometimes they didn't. There were no good options back then. It was place your bets and take your chances. Some of those comet people went really weird, though. But that's a whole other story. She smiled. As things got worse for the dirties, it got better for us, but we were still just a bunch of thugs who fought and killed each other way more often than we took it to the cattle. She nudged Alan. And some families still hate each other to this day over it. That they do, Alan said fondly. What really changed things for us was the arrival of the most evil woman to have ever drawn a breath, the one, the only, bitch queen of the Porkies, Jessica motherfucking Morgan. Grace exclaimed happily. That monster actually had the strength, and the guns, to take a bunch of murderous cannibals. Not all of us were cannibals, Alan interjected. Whatever, Grace said dismissively, she took a bunch of mostly cannibals, happy now, nerd. Delighted. Anyway, she took a pack of what we were and created the Confederacy of Soul, and the party really got started. Stank World 6 The Ballad of Villainy. Jessica Morgan was this big-time politician in one of the North American countries or another, Grace said. The United States of America, Alan interjected. Whatever. Anyway, she had a lot of pull and a lot of contacts in the military cause she used to be a soldier or a lieutenant colonel. Whatever. Anyhow, she was one of the first to hear that Yellowstone was gonna blow, and she was the one who suppressed the information so the 1% could prepare. The 1%? Guruji asked. The most wealthy and powerful in the system, Grace replied, it's actually a lot less than 1%, but that's what we call them. They have all the money and power. That sounds, Guruji said, choosing his words carefully and diplomatically, inefficient. And terribly unfair, Alan shrugged. However, being part of that 1%, both Grace and I benefited from this injustice. Why does everyone else allow this? Guruji asked, completely mystified. You know, Grace replied, that's a very good question. I sure as fuck wouldn't. But I guess those who won't already haven't, and already got theirs. Either that or they found out why the 1% is the 1%. And once they have theirs, Alan replied, then they are part of the 1% they used to hate. They become their new same, and the cycle continues. Happens every time, Grace snickered. We have a saying, absolute power is fucking awesome. The actual saying is, absolute power corrupts absolutely, Alan snickered, but Grace's version is probably much more accurate, for once. And I do agree. It was nice while it lasted. Guruji looked at the humans, more than a little mystified. But how does that even work? The 1% controls the money and the means of production, Alan replied, and then they give the masses just enough to keep them satisfied and working. It's worked for thousands of years. One can even argue that it is what our civilization is based upon. The shuttle made a bubbling snorting sound. I have to agree with our vessel, Guruji said. That is not only malodorous but rancid, offensive in the extreme. Great, Grace snorted, a fucking communist, and just when I was starting to like you. Other systems have been tried, Alan said, but they have always failed. Sadly, this is how our same, or sames, work. It has gotten much better than in the past, though. What it takes to keep the masses satisfied is significantly more than it once was. And it is easier to be one of the cogs, Grace added. You just show up and go to work. You don't have to worry about business decisions or put in the extra effort and take the risks that it takes to run a business. And in our species, those risks can be a lot more than financial, Alan smirked. When we say that human business is cutthroat, we mean that literally. Also, humans don't have the same abilities, Grace said. For your average fuck, working for someone else isn't the worst thing in the world. We pay our people good and offer all sorts of benefits. Same here, Alan said. If someone doesn't like the compensation they receive, they can go to another employer, essentially creating competition between businesses for their labor and skills. As long as you aren't in too deep, that is, Grace smirked. In too deep. In our particular sames, Alan said, there is the legitimate side that works within the law, and then there is our real business, which in both of our sames is highly illegal. If you work as part of our illegal organization, leaving is not an option because of what you know. However, service in those branches of both of our sames is very lucrative and is the only way to ascend beyond a certain status and obtain the wealth that comes with it. Yet, Grace said, if you want to be part of that 1%, or even the 10%, you gotta spill a little blood. It's just how it is. It's how you demonstrate loyalty and fully commit to our sames and is the only way you will be trusted to assume a full leadership role, even on the legitimate side of our business, since it serves our true endeavors, Alan said. I find this all very distressing, Guruji said, and even more confusing. We do nothing like this. We are all part of the same, and we all work together to make things good for all of us. There are different roles that have different responsibilities and the authority to properly perform those roles. But whether you are the captain of a station, an attendant of the ancestors, or just clean the floors, you are equally valuable and cared for. Weird, Grace said. No more weird than that horrible nonsense you just described, Guruji replied. But how do you get ahead? Alan asked, or are you locked into a caste system? Yes and no, Guruji replied, there are different species that are part of our same with different abilities. I can do what I can do, and something else can do what it can do. However, within those roles, there is significant opportunity to assume whatever role one wishes based on one's abilities and the availability of a vacant position. We also do have something very similar to what you call money or credits. There are those who do trade goods and services for these. There are even those whose role primarily involves such commerce. However, it is secondary to our civilization and used mostly to purchase luxuries, toys, and such things and is not tied directly to our survival or even comfort. He reached into one of his pockets and pulled out a golden disc that popped open to reveal a jeweled dial protected by a transparent dome. This chronograph is needlessly luxurious, Guruji said. It is a necessary piece of equipment for me to perform my functions, but this one is far more fancy than it needs to be. I can get exactly what is required for my function provided to me, but I bought this one instead because I just like it. The faceted stones are a source of pleasure, and its handmade mechanical nature appeals. I also like the subtle ticking sound it makes. I paid another who makes such things because it pleases them to do so in addition to their primary role. They use the money people like me provide to purchase the needless tools and supplies they require to indulge in what pleases them. I see, Alan replied. We would either call that communism with a free market or perhaps a form of socialism. I guess. Fucking communists, Grace grinned. You find our way objectionable? Guruji asked. Nah, Grace replied, just something that never worked for us. You do you. We don't judge. We're just here to meet some cool stinkies and make some deals. Well put, Alan said, we're here for business and to satisfy our curiosity, not approve or object to what is clearly a very successful and stable culture. Once we've been around for a couple of million years, we may see fit to judge you. Guruji and the ship laughed. I suppose you are right, he said, and we are not you. We have only one same, not dozens. Hundreds, Alan said. Thousands, Grace added. That would suck. Tell me about it, Grace snorted. You were telling me about this Jessica Morgan. Guruji asked. Oh, yeah, Grace said, well, anyway, her first idea was to just hole up and wait everything out. But things kept going from bad to worse. Her supplies started getting low. And we were starting to become a threat to even her. That's when she started recruiting us, the strongest and most stable of the raider gangs. Stable being a relative term, Alan smirked. She even recruited uptight gangs with sticks up their asses who like to pretend they are better than the rest of us, Grace grinned. Jessica had real weapons, real soldiers and the supplies and expertise to back them up. She provided weapons and military advisors who gave us real military and technical training, military intelligence and coordination among the various gangs that really upped our game. Not only did we gain significantly superior equipment, Alan said, but the Confederacy meant that we dominated space and no longer had to waste resources fighting each other. That stability was vital and allowed us to start to build our own civilization out of the ashes of what came before. Yeah, Grace said, too bad those ashes objected so much. The fuckers just refused to die. Our nominal goal was to secure food and other vital resources, Alan said, but the real objective was genocide. It was our goal to eliminate the other remnants of civilization. But why? Guruji asked, horrified. To get rid of the competition, Grace said. If we could cleanse or at least fully subdue Earth, we could rebuild unhindered. Once we did that, Luna, Mars, and even Jupiter would fall, one way or the other. Basically, Alan said, we wanted there to be only one same, a true system-wide government and civilization. We wouldn't get a chance like this again, and the sames that were springing up from the devastation weren't exactly conducive to a single, stable civilization. At least by our, and by our, I mean Jessica's definition of the term, Grace smirked. Securing what little remained of the food and the elimination of the dirties, our word for the terrestrial humans, ability to sustain themselves served all our purposes. We could further ensure our survival, provide for our growing society, and starve out the dirties in one fell swoop. Alan smirked. And the culinary preferences of some of our associates only further served to depopulate the planet. It wasn't long before the dirties themselves were harvested and slaughtered like so much livestock. By the ancestors. Hey, if you wanted a burger, you did what you had to do, Grace shrugged. Anyway, we had the guns, Grace said, we had the men. And we had the biggest remnant of old Earth's actual military force. In fact, we had a larger professional army than any of the nations had before Yellowstone. With Jessica's support, supplies, and guns, nobody could stop us. Except for Zeus. Zeus. Zeus Industries, Alan said in a matter-of-fact tone. They were the organization, the same, that held Jovian Space, the system's largest gas giant, and operated a massive industrial nation. Their leader was a goody two-shoe bitch, Grace snorted. He got advance warning because he was one of the 1%. And what did he do? He betrayed his same and tried to warn the dirties, asshole. If he had only remained true to his same and joined Jessica Morgan at the beginning, Alan said, things would have gone very differently. The worst of the Soul Wars would never have happened, order would have been restored, and our civilization would have been preserved. We would have been able to prevent the Juon's annexation of Sol or at least been able to deal with them from a position of strength. And, most importantly, billions of humans wouldn't have died. Killing the survivors wouldn't have been necessary, and there would have been a lot more of them. Love her or hate her, Jessica Morgan was the best chance at preserving our former civilization and would have been exactly the leader needed to guide humanity through those days and first contact. Instead, his false morality and narcissism triggered the bloodiest conflict in human history. It would have sucked for us, though, Grace snickered. True, Alan replied, we would never have ascended to the power and wealth our families, our former families, enjoy. Then again, we would have never had to do a fraction of what we did and would likely have been able to reintegrate into Jessica Morgan's civilization. Or at least not gotten the shit beaten out of us, Grace snorted. You were defeated? Guruji asked, surprised. But you seem to have had all of the advantages. Fucking Zeus, Grace chuckled. It was Zeus that defeated us, Alan said, we could never take them, even with our fleet of actual military vessels. In fact, the first attempt cost us most of them. Zeus was stationed around Jupiter for a reason. They mined it for fusion fuel and, more importantly, organic compounds and other gases that exist in small concentrations in most gas giants. To do this they developed something that we've yet to see elsewhere, the gas miners. They are immense ships, flying refineries the size of cities that are designed to actually dive deeply into a gas giant and not only survive but remain there indefinitely. The word to describe them is stupid, Grace laughed. Pure Terran overkill. Massive thrusters, massive shields, serious armor. They have better specs than a lot of battleships, and Zeus had a fleet of them. Their thrusters were their big weapon, at least at first, Alan said. They were designed to maintain position and maneuver in the high gravity and intense storms present in their operating environment. This meant that an unladen gas miner's acceleration was the highest of any ship in the system and by a lot. They could move faster and were more responsive than the missiles they carried later. And with the armor and shields designed for the same bullshit, Grace said, those warships? They were just bugs on the windshield for one of those monsters. They would just roll over one like it was a juice box if they got too close and their weapons didn't do shit. Oh, they could rip a chunk out of one, but there were a fuckload of chunks. No gas miner was ever lost. A few got torn up bad enough that they weren't repaired until after the war, but Zeus didn't care. They just sent more, and they had more. Jupiter was not happening. You didn't even want to get close to Jovian space. If you did, crunch. The one thing that kept them from taking the whole system with them was the fact that they were outgunned, Alan said, and they didn't send those gas miners out too far for fear of one of them getting swarmed. We might not have been able to take one out, but if you went for the thrusters, you could make one dead in space, and it would have to be towed by another gas miner to safety, and they didn't have an infinite supply of spare parts for them and couldn't get more. They also didn't want to scatter their fleet. We didn't have FTL, remember? If they sent their fleet too far away, then we could take the stations. Why were they outgunned? Guruji asked. With all of that industrial might and ships like those gas miners, what kept them from turning one or two into dreadnoughts? Those would surely have dominated the system. With anarchy came a complete disruption of the supply chains that they needed to make weapons and much more besides, Alan replied. What they could make, they could produce in quantities that defy imagination. But what they couldn't, they had no way to obtain. This means that the high-energy weapons that were in use by the old Earth militaries, the ones we had, were quite beyond them. They only had what they had for security reasons, and even those were nowhere close to what we were carrying. That's why we just bypassed them, Grace said. Once we took everything else, we would be able to break them. The only other hard target was Mars, Alan said, the fourth planet in our solar system. It isn't habitable but has a significant and well-protected population that lives in domes and underneath the surface. However, they were remaining neutral with enough production of food and other resources to sustain themselves indefinitely. They were also untouchable, but they were ruled by the Flaxen, the living embodiment of the 1%. They would join whoever won, or take the system themselves if we and Zeus slipped. They had the luxury of being able to wait. The Flaxen are so hot. Grace enthused. Pity they are so inbred. They like to keep it in the family a bit too much. And they are creepy as hell, Alan added, pretty, but like a statue, something to look at but not touch and certainly not something you want your friends to catch you fucking. I fucked one. Grace exclaimed. So pretty. So disappointing, she said as she held out her pinky finger and let it droop. Really? Alan asked. Who? When? Well. I hate to interrupt, Guruji said, but there are millions of same screaming to know what happened next, and it's starting to stink in here. Very well, Alan said, but this is not over, he said to Grace with a smile, you must tell me this one. Is it someone I know? Oh, yeah. Was it Van? You were pretty cozy in the Scouts. Nope. He was gay. He was. Yep, and he thought you were cute. Was it a man or a woman? Alan inquired, just dying to know. Grace looked over at Guruji and laughed. Dude is about to pop a mushroom over there. Oh, very well, Alan sighed, but you aren't wiggling out of this one. What do you mean wiggle? Grace laughed, I'm proud of it. Worst sex I ever had. Please. Guruji implored. Sorry, dude, Grace replied, so that's how it was for a while. We were raising hell on Terra. Zeus was holed up around Jupiter, eating bugs and jerking off, and Mars was. Mars. Things were looking pretty good for us until Zeus dropped the first of its big bombs. They developed a weapon. Guruji asked excitedly. Worse, Alan replied, they developed food. What? Trey and Terra in the morning. Good morning, North America. A fetching young woman said as she sat behind her news desk. I hope you are having a wonderful day so far. Vila Luna, her co-anchor, an elderly man, exclaimed as he raised his metal fist. In the news today, the woman said with a little smirk, a demonstration and display of force by the true Terran National Front in New Pit has been disrupted. A hologram depicting scattered bodies, limbs, and viscera appeared behind her. The Republic, First Nations, and the Pennsylvania Regional Authority would like to remind all citizens that the use of indirect fire weapons, or any artillery for that matter, is illegal in the Greater New Pit area as well as all municipal zones in the Republic, no matter how accurate you may be or how little collateral damage is inflicted. Yeah, the old man said, what's wrong with a good old-fashioned drive-by? You kids have no respect for tradition. Oh, Trey, the pretty young woman laughed. It isn't the Soul Wars anymore. You can't just pop a cap in someone's ass because you don't like their opinions, no matter how annoying. Trey rolled his eyes. Still, the woman said, you do have to admire that mortar work. That hit was clean. Still, you really shouldn't be firing mortars inside a city. She smiled at the camera. The Republic is requesting any information related to this incident, she smiled. However, I would like to remind our viewers that snitches get stitches. Well put, Terra, Trey said approvingly, the only worse than a true Terran or a mad bomber is a fucking rat. However, we are required to inform the entire truth, and this time it just happens to include a request from the Republic for a fine upstanding Terran to rat out someone who was just taking out the trash. Just don't use a mortar next time. Now Trey, Terra laughed, we can't condone such terrible acts, she grinned, it would be wrong. Of course, Terra, Trey chuckled, we aren't condoning anything. We are just reporting the news. Holy shit, he exclaimed as a holo of the incident played. Did you see that one guy? What was in that thing? It looks like HyperX, Terra mused. Perky, she called out, what do your eyes see? Got it in one, a synthetic voice chirped as a floating holographic young man said as he appeared. AI analysis of the wavelength of the light emitted from the blast indicates that HyperX was the filler with a little magnesium added in, a good old-fashioned thermobaric clam bake. And Trey was complaining about not respecting traditions. You know all about clam bakes, don't you, Trey? I love those things. Trey said, they ripped apart Wigglies even better than fascists. I'm sitting right here, the Joanna weather person yelled from off-screen to the laughter of the crew. I hated those. You ran into some of those, did you old Wiggly bitch? Trey laughed. Yeah, I did, you fucking traitor, the Joanna exclaimed as the camera switched over to her. I was with the 5234th Mechanized Infantry back then. Empress, I hated those things. The Joanna chuckled. Nice to see one of those old things used again, on someone else. Hey, Perky, does it look new, or is it an old one? Hard to tell from the footage. Wait. It is a legacy round. Perky the AI exclaimed. It looks like terminal guidance was provided by a very noisy old earth thruster, probably from a toy or something. Looks like an AUG pulled up the floorboards again. Explains the accuracy, too, the Joanne mused. They put in exactly the right spot. This reminds me. I have some vacation days built up, and if you assholes are starting to lob clam bakes around, it's time for me to go on that pilgrimage to the Imperial Palace I've been meaning to take. Sounds lovely. Terra exclaimed. Bring back some souvenirs. Certainly, the Joanne weather person replied, oh, and aside from the occasional mortar round, the weather looks great. Wonderful. Terra exclaimed, looks like perfect weather for you true Terrans to gather in one convenient place a few hundred meters from anything important and exercise your freedom of speech. Yeah, Trey snarked, don't let them take away your rights. Get on back out there. Unless you want people to think you're pussies. The station would like to request that if any noble true Terrans do plan on a response to please let us know, Terra said with a pleasant smile, I have a new calling rifle I need to sight in. Oh. Trey asked. What did you get? A Diana 30-06. Nice. Trey enthused, how did you manage to get your hands on one of those? Estate sale, if you can believe it. Sweet. Trey replied approvingly. The 30-06 is one of my favorites. Of course, it would be, you old fuck, the Joanna weather person said from off-screen. It's as obsolete as you are. If you start about the Harbingers again, VK Taith, I will rip out your beak and put it on the shelf with all of the other ones. You are cordially invited to try, rebel scum, the Joanna laughed. At least interview that cute little Xeno before you finally meet the Empress's justice. Get a room, you guys, Terra said with a musical laugh as she rose and walked to another part of the set where Neef fidgeted nervously in front of her charcoal brazier. Something smells good, Trey said as he followed. Neef squeaked nervously. Thanks, she said, also nervously. Neef here hails from the Miami Freeport area where she is fast making a name for herself and her. What do you call these again? My people call them Aziyain, Neef replied, but everyone calls them dumplings, which is what they are. Well, they smell heavenly. Terra said. Monk, they taste heavenly, too. Trey said as he chewed happily. Nibble, oh my god, Terra said as her eyes sparkled with delight. These are amazing. Thanks. Neef replied, a bit more sure of herself. You had a mealworm one, and you had a cockroach special with poppy seed. This was roaches? Terra asked, both impressed and horrified. Let me try one of those. Monk. Holy shit! Trey exclaimed. And you are going to make a few for us? Terra asked, I'm surprised you would reveal your secret recipe. Oh, it's no secret, Neef giggled, you just put some stuff in some other stuff and put it on the fire. Here. I'll show you. After Neef's demonstration, Terra looked indulgently at Trey, who was happily stuffing his face. If you want to try some of Neef's dumplings yourself, she said, Neef and her food cart can be found at the Miami Freeport just outside a, place called the Drop of Oil. Right next to the coffee shop. Neef exclaimed, Charlotte looks scary, but she's really nice, and the coffee is good. Neef beamed at the camera. Just look for the giant shell oron. Shell oron. Trey said from around a mouthful of cockroach dumpling. Is that, Monk, that blue frog thing? Hey. Neef said. I've never met her, though. They say she's real nice. So we've seen, Trey grinned. She really is. Neef insisted, it's because she is so nice that all that stuff happened. They say that she really doesn't like bullies very much. She sure doesn't. Terra laughed with that musical laugh that made her loved by millions, but we aren't here to grill her about Shell Oron. We're here to let her grill some of her delicious dumplings. Terra beamed at the camera for a moment before smiling angelically at Neef. Tell our friends out there where to get these, she smiled. You say you have a food cart? Oh yes. Neef replied happily, it's green and has flowers and bugs on it and. Terra smiled happily while Trey shoved dumpling after dumpling into his face, making orgasmic noises. That little caterpillar couldn't be more photogenic if it tried, and its enthusiasm and happiness when describing its food cart in detail was infectious. This was great holovid, and the data scrolling across her vision only confirmed it. So, Neef, she said with an innocent smile. You are set up next to the Drop of Oil. Yab. We just call it the Drop, though. That's a Xeno brothel, right? I bet things get pretty interesting over there. It gets crazy. Neef exclaimed as she turned the next batch of dumplings as Trey gazed at them lovingly, the program forgotten. I used to work there and there was always. You worked there? Terra asked, truly shocked, which took some doing. Were you a prostitute? Neef said with a wiggle of her feet, sort of. I wasn't very good at it, though. I was getting better but then I started making dumplings and Kraxina, she's the boss, said that I should do that, at least on the side, so I did. Kraxina is so smart. Oh, you have to have some great stories. Oh, do I? Neef exclaimed, there was this one guy. Poor Trey almost needed medical intervention a moment later. Swallowing dumplings while laughing your ass off is nearly impossible. Terra wasn't in much better shape, as the entire studio was in stitches. VK Taith, the Joanna Weather girl, lost complete control of her chromophores in her grip and fell from her stool, a kaleidoscope of colors washing over her body, also caught by the cameraman desperately trying, between guffaws, to capture the chaos. As Terra was reluctantly about to go to commercial, Neef started talking about the Battle of Freeport. Keep it rolling. Flashed across her feed, a message from the producer. The advertisers will understand, or they won't. Fuck them. I have to hear what happens next before this little gal regains their senses. Also, find out what the hell she did at that brothel because damned if any of us can figure it out. And tell Trey to leave at least a few of those dumplings for us. The smell is driving all of us crazy. Terra grinned and kept feeding the chaos as Trey kept feeding his face. They were going to go viral. Stank World 7, the unloved rod of consequences. The shuttle bug let out a long gurgling fart into the passenger compartment, ironically where farts usually go. Making food was a weapon. Guruji asked incredulously, unintentionally translating the shuttle bug's question as well. Worse, Alan replied. You gentle and enlightened beings probably aren't as intrinsically tied to supply and demand as the rest of us. You do know that scarcity is a large factor when the value of something is determined. When that something is a commodity that is essential for life, this principle is even more keenly felt. With the development of Jovian rice, a completely synthetic foodstuff, Zeus Industries was once again the richest organization in the solar system, and the most powerful. Powerful. They now had an essentially infinite amount of food. Of course, being the goody two-shoes bitch that he was, Alan smirked. Tak Nakamura started just handing that garbage out to anyone and everyone and had the ships to do so. Overnight, fully laden gas miners with escorts started making regular runs to Terra, Luna, Mars, and the rest of the inner solar system. That food could have been used to establish order and stabilize civilization. Instead, he just started dumping it on all of the thousands of factions warring with each other. This did have the immediate result of establishing some sort of peace, but it was inherently flawed. It also had the entire inner solar system kissing his ass, Grace added. Well put, Alan agreed. The flow of food from Zeus had the whole of the inner solar system utterly dependent upon him, and the promise of food security even had some of our allies negotiating their defections to his banner. So why didn't this Jessica Morgan do the same? Guruji asked. For that matter, why didn't your same? We couldn't, Grace laughed. Think about it. We were the bad guys. We had been kicking the shit out of everyone for years. There was no way they would let us into their buffet. And with the food finally flowing again, Alan said, the dynamics of the situation shifted. Our siege of the inner solar system had been broken. Of course, we still had the men and the weapons. Our raids continued, but now they only had the effect of inflicting casualties, not starvation. Your same's kind of sucked, Guruji said. You are aware of this, correct? Dude, Grace laughed, you have no idea. The food was power, Alan said, and whoever controlled that food source controlled the solar system. We had to act. Our first move was a diplomatic one. Jessica Morgan offered an alliance with Zeus Industries, including a quite reasonable plan for governance and reconstruction. And Tak told us to get fucked, Grace snarked. And in about as many words, Alan chuckled. He told us, and perhaps accurately so, that nobody would accept us and that the best we could hope for was exile among the Kuipers. Considering what happened next, perhaps we should have taken that deal. What happened? Guruji, and the entire solar system, asked excitedly. War, Alan said grimly. Unconditional war, the greatest one in human history. Until now, Jessica had held back. She wanted to preserve as much of her forces and her supplies as possible. Now, that was no longer an option. We collected the full might of our houses and launched a full-bore attack on the inner solar system with the purpose of wiping out all vulnerable settlements and blockading Zeus. Their gas miners could run the blockade, but that's where they took most of their losses. We never destroyed one, but we took a decent number of them out of action, enough to cause Zeus to drastically reduce food shipments. In addition, she finally unleashed her actual military forces and the remainder of her combat fleet. The actual soul wars had finally begun. And it was ugly. No quarter was given or received. Both sides descended into true savagery. As opposed to everything you have already described. Guruji asked incredulously. Yep, Grace replied, that was just the opening act for the real show. There were two sides to the fight, Alan said. You had thousands of small groups of people rallying behind the banner of Zeus Industries, and you had the Confederacy of Soul, the remaining raider gangs, now quite large, and Jessica Morgan herself. I guess you could add Mars as a third side, but they did what they always did, hunker down behind their blockade of armed merchantmen and watched us kill each other while they feasted on bugs and fresh produce, the assholes. They aren't our favorite people, Grace sneered, and they are terrible in bed, like really bad. I dislike an unpleasant bedmate as well, Guruji said. We often live together, and an inconsiderate roommate or even worse, bedmate, can be. It's a euphemism for being bad at sex, Alan said. Grace is also intentionally needling me since she cannot elaborate further concerning this at this time. Is this because of jealousy? Guruji asked. We have seen on the other net that this can be an issue. Not at all, Alan said. We were not betrothed at birth, nor were we exclusive for a great deal of our relationship. I'm just extremely curious concerning the details of this particular disgrace. I'd be more than a little put out if she, as we put it, fucked around at this point in our relationship, though. So, she could have other partners then, but not now. Goddamn right. Grace exclaimed. I'll give Alan and whatever slag he screws a dragon high colonic if I catch them. You don't want one of those. I can assure you that you will never catch me, darling, Alan smirked. Don't make me unstick myself, Grace laughed as she pulled an arm free from the adhesive embrace of the shuttlebug's colon and swatted him on the leg. A rumbling roar shook the chamber for several seconds. That was our final retrograde burn, Guruji said. We will be entering the atmosphere soon. Lovely, Grace said dubiously. We still do have some time, though, Guruji said hopefully. We're approaching the end of the story, Alan said. War raged for several years, laying waste to millions of people and hundreds of space stations and ships that had somehow managed to survive everything else. However, station by blasted station, inch by bloody inch, we were winning. While outnumbered, we still outgunned our enemies and the skill and experience of our warriors outshone theirs by many orders of magnitude. And then everything went to shit, Grace said. How? Guruji asked. You still had the advantage. Had, dear Guruji, Alan replied, the operative word there is had. Zeus was desperate for weapons, but as we have said, they lost the supply chains needed to make our weapons. Then someone decided to look back in history to the last global conflict in our people's history, World War III. Wait. Do you mean your people have done something like this before? Oh yeah, Grace grinned, plenty of times. We hadn't had a big one for almost 1,000 years, but we did have some ugly ones. The ugliest before the Soul Wars was World War III. Over 1 billion people bit the big one during that. And that war was fought with much more primitive weapons, Alan said. The weapons of that era were little more than metal tubes in which a fast-burning propellant, first gunpowder and then nitrocellulose was ignited, and the pressure accelerated a dense metal projectile, usually lead, to high velocities. I know these. Guruji said happily. Flash roots. We still use them. Of course, you would, Alan chuckled. We use them for hunting, and for messing about. We make these geometric patterns on thin membranes and try to hit the center. It's great fun. They are also great for hunting people. Grace enthused. They would be, Guruji said reluctantly, as if it was something that had never occurred to him before. But you use something else for that, right? Grace asked. Yes. Same here, Grace said, and we were using something else. But I bet that it's a lot easier to make, flash roots isn't it? Significantly so, Guruji said. We just grow them. And what we fire them out of? Guruji trailed off. Are simple devices easily made from iron alloys? Alan asked. Yes. We usually use cupric alloys, but yes, you could easily make them from iron. Which is very abundant in any solar system, and as far as the propellant goes, they had an entire gas giant to mine for chemicals, Alan continued. Nobody except for primitive hunters, enthusiasts and historical reenactors used them then, and they mostly preferred even more primitive examples than what was used for warfare at the end of our first gunpowder era. Not knowing exactly what one to use, the Terrans just picked a popular one that would be easy to make, a weapon known as the AK-47. They were very simple to make. Any ship had the ability to make them. Hell, you can even make them by hand if you want. And Zeus has truly titanic industrial capacity. Once they made the first working prototypes, they were able to make them by the millions and the bullets by the billions. Soon, they were handing them out the same way they were handing out food, and that was the beginning of the end for us. We had better weapons and better warriors, but we didn't have the means to replenish either. For every one of our soldiers that fell, we lost years of training, maybe even a lifetime of it, and weapons that were truly irreplaceable. When one of their fighters fell, another 100 took their place. Every soft target we used to raid suddenly had people all armed with primitive, but very effective weapons. Our numbers fell and theirs increased by the thousands every single day. And that wasn't the worst part, Grace said. The ancient rifles were a big hit. So why not look at the rest of the goodies from that era? They started making guns, big ones as well as guided missiles more than capable of taking down any ship we had, and started putting those motherfuckers on everything. A tactic they use to this very day, Alan said. Every one of their civilian merchant fleet can turn into a missile boat within an hour. They've used this to very good effect. Attacking anywhere in the Republic, especially Seoul, is a death sentence. We had some brilliant military leaders, Grace said, but they had general attrition leading them, and he is a bitch. The dynamic shifted, Alan said grimly. Even though they would lose 100 fighters to each one of ours, they still would win. If they lost 10 fighters to each one of ours, they would call it a tactical triumph. We literally could not win. So, once again, inch by bloody inch, they took the system back. And they weren't taking prisoners. At first, they would board a ship or a station and take it. After a while, they just used missiles and wiped us out by the thousands, by the hundreds of thousands. And not all of them were combatants, Grace said sourly. They didn't care. Then again, we didn't care either, so I guess we had it common. Even we have to admit this, Alan said ruefully, we definitely reaped what we sowed. We would have been completely wiped out as a people if it wasn't for the intervention of the Juan Empire. How did they get involved? There is a very old red dwarf near Seoul that we call Bernard's Star, Alan said. It's old enough to be of scientific interest, and the Juan sent a scientific expedition to it. It was close enough to where the instruments and scanners they brought to study the star were sufficient to detect radio transmissions from Seoul. Their first reaction was to not get involved. We were a bit farther out than they wanted to expand, and the situation was far too chaotic. There were tentative plans to establish contact once things settled down, but they never did. Ultimately, they decided that if they wanted to establish contact with our species, they had better do so while there was a species left to contact. So they rolled in, Grace said, with real warships. They also brought ship after ship filled with good food, supplies, consumer goods, you know, the whole beads and blankets thing. Beads and blankets. Yeah, you didn't have colonialism either, Grace replied, cheap presents for savages. For a few loads of cheap crap, they were able to basically buy the Terrans. They are kind of whores like that. Now whores we have. You have to get me a video. Grace exclaimed. Anyway, the Empire showed up and annexed the system without so much as a single shot being fired. They tried to broker a peace, but when they realized that they couldn't even get us in the same room without us trying to kill each other, they split us up. They sent us into the cold dark of the outer solar system and gave the Terrans all the good spots. Which they had already won, Alan added. Whatever, Grace huffed. So that's how it was for a few decades. 34 years. Whatever. Jesus. Grace snapped, that's how it was. We were stuck on these big stations that were basically prisons where we got fed scraps and were just left to rot. We were actually treated very. Goddammit, Alan, Grace grumbled. Anyway, we were stuck out there for 34 years until the Terrans decided they didn't want to be in the Empire anymore and rebelled. We knew the second they stopped shooting at the Juon, they would come for us, so we got the fuck out of there and went to the Federation. And we formed one of the three major populations of humanity, Alan said. Where everything was pretty good until. A rumbling started to shake the entire shuttle bug. We are starting the re-entry process, Guruji said. Sonic communication will soon be impossible. The rest of your story will have to wait. Meh, Grace shrugged, we're pretty much done, anyway. Stank World 8, Freefall. The shuttle bug started to shudder slightly as it dipped into the upper reaches of the planet's atmosphere. As it started to feel the delightful sting of the air starting to tear at its skin, it took one final look at the planet's surface before withdrawing its eyes and closing their thick protective eyelids. As it started to feel the cleansing kiss of the wonderful heat burning away its old, itchy outer shell, it couldn't help but giggle happily. It loved this part. Guruji was correct. Speech was no longer possible as the passenger chamber was filled with a shuddering, roaring sound and a dim red glow. This was probably for the best because neither Alan nor Grace was feeling particularly talkative. Alan sat impassively with his jaw tightly clenched, and Grace just sat there with huge eyes and tried not to flinch with each jolt that rocked the entirely too thin walls behind her. Alan unstuck one of his arms and placed it reassuringly on her shoulder, causing her to look over and smile hesitantly. Guruji just happily sat there as if this was the most normal thing in the world. Grace started to nervously sing a cheerful little tune about Valhalla. Forever later, the roaring subsided a bit. Ah, Guruji said cheerfully. We are right on, oh. Oh. Grace yelped, what, oh. The shuttle bug violently lurched, causing Grace's facade of calm to finally break. What the fuck was that? Oh, nothing, Guruji replied, the shuttle bug just had to deploy its airfoils a little early, that's all. There was a little misunderstanding involving our landing site. It's not a big deal. There was another even more violent lurch, and the craft started to tumble. Grace squealed as she clenched her eyes shut. Alan calmly closed his eyes and silently prayed a little prayer to Azathoth, asking for it to welcome their souls should they fall, for real. The bug just lost a wing, that's all. Guruji exclaimed. That's all. It happens, Guruji replied with a shrug of his protuberances. It had to change course at the last moment, and the increased air resistance was a bit too much for its primary winglets. It says that we are close enough to the right trajectory. Close enough. The planet's big, Guruji replied, it's not like we are going to miss it. Missing it is not my concern at the moment. Grace shouted over the noise. Good, Guruji replied, because we are guaranteed to reach the surface. Don't worry. Alan said, I don't believe that reaching the surface is our concern. It is the manner of reaching it that has us a little disquieted. We will hit pretty close to where we initially planned. Could you please use a term other than hit? Haha. Guruji laughed, oh, is the centrifugal force from the spin causing you discomfort? A bit, to be honest, Alan said as calmly as he could manage, we are experiencing forces a bit more than we are used to, but we are in no danger, from the spin, that is. That's a relief. Guruji replied, because there isn't anything we can do about it now. Don't worry. When its airspeed drops a bit more, it can deploy the main wings, and we'll level out. Lovely, Alan said with a raised eyebrow. A few minutes later, Gurug's prediction proved correct. There was a lurch followed by a different sort of tumble, and then the craft leveled out. Gotta love this guy. Guruji enthused. He was able to salvage that without using the emergency chutes. That saves us a lot of time. So, what happened, anyway? An ancestor abandoned cargo ship wasn't paying attention, Guruji replied, and it wandered right into our splash point. Shuttlebug had to do a last-minute course correction, that's all. We are going to have to land a bit farther out from the pier, but that's fine. Pier? That's where you tie off, Guruji said in a matter-of-fact tone. Don't your ports have something similar? Our seaports, sure, Alan replied. But not our star ports. Guruji looked at him curiously. You use different ports. You don't? Alan asked. No. Guruji replied, a bit confused, why would we? Water is level, mostly, by nature. It's a perfect landing strip, mostly. The shuttlebug is just going to glide onto its surface and come to a halt. We were going to do that in the harbor, but now we're going to have to wait for a tugfish. Sorry for the delay. A tug. Of course, you would have tugfish, Alan smirked. They glided in silence for a bit, only to jump when an especially violent jolt shook the cabin. Guruji laughed. The look on your faces, he exclaimed. Is that alarm? No, Grace snarked, I was just practicing my cudgels. That was a sonic boom, Guruji said calmly. You are familiar with those. We are, Alan replied after yet another silent and eldritch prayer, just not this intimately, triggering another bout of laughter from Guruji. It should be smooth sailing the rest of the way, he said. You just had to fucking say that, didn't you? Grace replied grimly. Gurug's prediction once again held true, at least for the moment. After that, the conditions in the cabin returned to some semblance of normalcy. Grace fidgeted. Would it kill you to put some windows in this thing? She asked. As a matter of fact, it would, Guruji replied as both he and the shuttle bug let forth a peal of laughter, thank the void for respirators. We are now gliding toward our final destination. We should be splashing down in, roughly 10 of your minutes, more or less. More or less? Alan asked. It comes down to the shuttle bug, Guruji replied. Its secondary wings are now fully extended, and it has a fair amount of control of our speed and rate of descent. It comes down to their preferences at this point. Fair enough, I guess. Alan, Grace, and Guruji sat in uncomfortable silence for a few moments. I couldn't help but notice you vocalizing during our descent, he said to Grace, desperate to break the silence. What were you saying? What? Grace asked, a bit confused. Oh. I was just singing. Sometimes I do that when I'm, bored. And the descent was particularly boring, Alan smirked. Really, you didn't seem, Guruji replied in confusion, oh. Minimizing one's emotional distress. Very good. I get it. Ha. Grace just gave Guruji a very human single-digit response. Guruji looked at her curiously. It's a non-verbal gesture that we sometimes use to communicate, Grace said, it means to go and fuck yourself. Guruji and the shuttle bug both shook with laughter. I love it. Guruji howled as he extended one of his fingers in a similar fashion. I can't wait to use this. You're welcome, Grace smirked. Now that you are less bored, Guruji snickered, would you perhaps sing it again? We would love to hear it. Sure, Grace replied. She closed her eyes briefly and took a deep breath. Ships on vigor of the waves are scheming. Barren summits to the verdant plains. Each horizon is a new beginning. Rise and reign. Guruji, and everyone else that was eavesdropping, listened with rapt fascination, including the bug who almost overshot his target. Alan just smiled. Grace had such a beautiful voice. Once she finished, the ship let out a little fart. And you sang that for comfort? Guruji asked incredulously, once again accidentally translating for the shuttle bug. Yeah. Grace replied, my mom used to sing that to me when I couldn't fall asleep. You, Guruji said carefully. You do realize exactly how fucked up your sames are, right? Yup, Grace grinned. Never claimed otherwise. We will be hitting the water in 3, 2, Guruji said a few minutes later, 1. There was a sharp deceleration and the unmistakable sound of water as the shuttle bug skipped along the surface like a stone across the pond, playfully catching the air to soar into the air briefly before slamming into the water again, even indulging in a barrel roll or two throwing Alan and Grace back and forth, upwards and down. The glue-like substance holding them to the chamber's walls strained, stretched, and even peeled slightly under the intense movement. Do they always land like that? Grace asked as she willed her heart rate to get back under control. Only the good ones. Guruji exclaimed happily as the shuttle bug let out a smug little toot. They bobbed quietly in the water for a few minutes while Guruji made small talk. Oh, you are going to love, where we're going, he enthused. It doesn't have a sound word for it. I guess its name translates roughly to where the river reaches the ocean. He laughed. We aren't terribly imaginative when it comes to naming things, I'm afraid. Oh, cool. His protuberances wiggled happily. We are in for a treat, he exclaimed, Aileen wants to meet you. It is approaching to take us on board. Aileen? Alan asked. An ancestor freighter. Guruji exclaimed. It is the natural end state of the great ships. It has become an ancestor that still sails the seas, carrying freight and relaying the will of the ancestors across the waves. It's quite the honor. We look forward to meeting it, Alan replied. About 15 minutes later, something bumped the shuttle bug, which pitched forward, raised its butt into the air, and opened it, flooding the interior with bright sunlight. Are you capable of swimming? Guruji asked. We are, Alan replied, it is universally taught among my people. Well, that makes this easy, then, Guruji replied cheerfully as he clambered out of the shuttle bug and disappeared with a splash. Of course, Grace grumbled as she felt a dampness on her back as something dissolved the glue, a fucking elder race, and we have to swim. Of course. I thought you loved swimming, Alan smirked as he pulled himself away from the shuttlebug's colon, the glue pulling away in long gooey strands. In a pool, Grace replied. That's the fucking ocean out there. There's stuff in it. She detached herself from the wall and started crawling towards the gaping opening. They are fucking with us, she grumbled. They have to be fucking with us again. As she reached the opening, she looked around with wide eyes. Whoa. Floating nearby was a manatee/fish/insect the size of a large rowboat with a large wicker basket strapped to its back in which Guruji was already sitting. And floating a short distance away was a massive being the size of an ancient cargo ship that appeared to be made of coral wrapped in copper sheet metal green with verdigris. A giant coral tower grew from the rear third of the vessel, and gigantic trees the size of redwoods grew from the deck, each sporting a cluster of truly massive sails. Grace just crouched there, amazed, until a gentle poke to her backside snapped her out of it. Sorry, she muttered, too stunned to be rude, and dove into the waves only for Alan to emerge and have exactly the same reaction. As Alan finally recovered his senses and dove into the water, Grace reached the manatee, which obligingly rolled onto its side dipping one side of its basket into the water. Thanks. Grace exclaimed as she clambered aboard to be joined by Alan a few moments later. The manatee launch then rolled upright, the water draining through the wicker, and it started slowly swimming towards the massive baleen freighter. Grace looked back at the shuttle bug and gasped. Its skin was burnt and peeling, falling away revealing battered and bloody blue-green meat underneath. Large membranous wings drooped, broken and torn into the waves, with another shredded wing floating nearby. Is he okay? She asked. What? Guruji asked, looking over at the bug. Oh, he's fine, aren't you? He called out. The shuttle bug let out a happy little burble, waved its maneuver jets, and sank beneath the waves. The rest of its old skin is going to slough off, and it will spend a few months swimming around and goofing off and getting laid. After it grows a bit and gets bored, two will come in close to shore near a port somewhere, its shell will harden, it will wash ashore, and get hauled back into space. Guruji said. We've already requested him, so it'll come back to us, eventually. How long will that take? Alan asked as they approached the gigantic baleen ship. Who knows, Guruji laughed. It can be months. It can be years. It all depends on what he wants to do. However, that guy just loves to fly. He'll probably be back soon and only half as big as he should be. Hey, Grace said. As they approached the side of the ship, what appeared to be a crane made of wood and thick vines reached over the side and gently scooped up the launch, which wiggled happily as they were lifted to the stone-like coral deck of the massive ship. After they debarked, the crane then took the manatee launch over to one of several large pools on the deck and plopped it in. Grace cautiously took off her respirator, and her eyes gleamed with delight. It doesn't stink. Alan took off his respirator. It doesn't, he said in surprise. We're in the open air, Guruji laughed. Even we don't stink that bad. Come on. Let's go meet the old man. He paused and wiggled his bits in amusement as Alan and Grace stared up at one of the massive redwood sails, which was indeed rooted in the deck exactly as a tree would. Do you mean that we actually have something you do not? He said with satisfaction. We do not need to use thrusters, or power plants, or power at all. Those giant leaves catch the wind and... Look at the size of those sails. Grace exclaimed as she rushed towards it. They are massive. Guruji sighed. They had sail technology. Of course, they did. Stank World 9, all aboard. Grace prodded the stony surface of the deck with her foot. So, all of this is the ancestor dude. Yes, Guruji replied. Everything here is the ancestor in one form or another, even the sail trees. Their cellular matrix has infiltrated all of it, allowing the entire vessel to act as a single cohesive entity. Cool. Very, Guruji said smugly. These titans are truly awe-inspiring. This ancestor has been alive for over 1500 of your years. How long will they live? Longer than this form, which can be for thousands of years more, Guruji replied. Eventually, they will tire of this, and they will select a nice spot and sink to the bottom where they will continue to live and grow, bearing the knowledge of our people and conveying the will of the ancestors across the deeps, as well as monitoring and regulating oceanic chemistry and conditions. Oceanic chemistry? Alan asked. We were terraformers once, Guruji chuckled, and we still are. The difference is that we now do it for our own benefit rather than some mysterious gods who fully intended for us to die. He wiggled his protuberances in a smirk. While our love for our gods was great, it did have limits. What if they were to return? We would, our hearts filled with reverence and devotion, tell them to dine upon our excrement. Ha! Grace snorted. The ancestors who blindly followed them are long gone, Guruji said, and the new ones serve the same and the same alone. And what if they tried to make you? Alan asked. Then they had better pray to their gods that they are every bit as powerful as their legend. I take it you grow more than cargo ships, then. Something like that, Guruji smiled. Come on. The old guy wants to meet you. As they approached the massive structure at the aft of the vessel, a large panel slid aside to reveal a wide passageway covered with organic-looking pipes and covered with small scurrying creatures looking like a cross between mushrooms and slime molds. We're actually going inside of it? Alan asked. Yes, Guruji said happily. It's quite the honor. Come on. With a happy little skip, Guruji scurried inside. Alan looked over at Grace with a smile. In for a penny, I suppose, he shrugged as he and Grace followed. And there's the stank, Grace chuckled as the panel slid closed behind them. All of this is the ancestor? Alan asked as they went ever deeper into the massive being. Yes, Guruji replied. The ancestor surrounds us. Everything you see is them. Even those little guys? Grace asked as she pointed at a strange wiggling thing looking at them from the surface of one of the countless pipes that ran everywhere. Yes, they are comprised entirely of ancestor cells. They carry the will of the ancestor throughout the entirety of this vessel as well as nurture it and repair it. Neat. A doorway opened in front of them to reveal a rather nice little sitting room complete with 2 very normal chairs and a lounge that perfectly fit Guruji. Did it make those chairs for us? Alan asked. Do you see any other humans around? Guruji laughed as it plopped onto the lounge. Nice of it, Grace said as she eased onto her chair, trying to ignore the number of eyes it had. She started. It just grabbed my ass. She exclaimed. It's likely just adjusting itself to fit. Alan fell silent as his chair also copped a feel. Okay, that's just weird. Guruji just laughed. You don't have adaptive furniture? Do you mean that we finally eclipsed you? Oh, we do for some applications, Alan replied as he shifted a bit uncomfortably. It's just not quite so enthusiastic about it. The room shuddered slightly as a powerful odor wafted past, causing Guruji to laugh once more. It thinks you're funny. It. Guruji fell silent with a gasp as all its protuberances snapped upright. Of course, my lord. Guruji exclaimed joyously. What's up? Grace asked. It's unbelievable. Guruji exclaimed ecstatically, it wishes to commune with you directly. It wants to claim me. Oh. This is beyond any expectation, any dream. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Claim you? Alan asked as tendrils started to extend from Gurug's lounge and wrap around him. It wishes to absorb my functions and my knowledge into itself. I'm going to join the ancestor. More tendrils extended and dug into Gurug's flesh with small moist tearing noises. It's eating you. No. It's absorbing me. Guruji said with near orgasmic joy. I shall become eternal. Gurug's eyes rolled back as he was torn open, revealing his rotting viscera. As Alan and Grace watched in horror, his entire body was torn into chunks and absorbed into the lounge until only his head and lungs remained, suspended above the bloody lounge by dozens of tendrils. Grace quickly hopped out of her chair with a vaguely sticky pop and backed away in alarm. Guruji? Alan asked dubiously. That name is no longer relevant, Gurug's disembodied head and lungs replied as his eyes focused on Alan. He is with me now. And you are? Alan asked calmly. My name is also irrelevant, for you now truly speak with the same. I understand, Alan replied smoothly, not understanding a goddamn thing. What happened to Guruji? Grace asked with big eyes. His substance, knowledge, and traits have joined mine. And his consciousness? That question is also irrelevant. He was the same. He is now the same. Ancestor, Gurug's head said, if I may. I believe that our guests are expressing concern about my individuality, separate consciousness, and perhaps even my soul. These concerns are irrelevant. They do not apply to the same. And these guests are others, not the same. Others tend to place a great deal of value in such things. Guruji turned to Alan and Grace. As the ancestor said, I am in the process of being absorbed into its greater whole. My individual consciousness will fade and become part of it. My knowledge and ability will also. However, this is not only consensual but a very joyous moment for me. This is. It's hard to describe to another, but this is more fortuitous than I could have ever dreamed. This is, ascension, apotheosis. I am becoming the ancestor, and the ancestor is becoming me. I am not dying. I am being born. I see. No, you don't. Guruji laughed for the last time. But this is not only what I want, but more than I could have ever hoped for. Thank you, my friends, for giving this to me. I bid you farewell as Guruji and bid you greetings as the same. Were your questions answered? Not even close. Grace laughed. You are fucking weird, dude. You disapprove. It isn't our place to approve or disapprove, Alan replied diplomatically, you are fundamentally a different form of life than we are. We are visitors to your world and in no position to pass judgment. In fact, it would take years for us even to have a decently informed opinion concerning what just happened. For us, what happened to our guide would be horrific, something straight from a horror film, but our history, practices and customs seem to startle Guruji as well. We extend the same open-mindedness that we hope you extend to us. Well said. And, yes, your kind is very strange, even horrific, to us as well. But, as you said, you are others, and we are the same. We eagerly look forward to learning about you both as others in general and as humans in specific. The fact that you are human is what induced me to absorb your guide. Your arrival in this sector has not gone unnoticed. Its timing relative to greater events in the galaxy is most interesting indeed. Greater events? What do you know of the Plath? The who? Grace asked. Plath. Plath, Alan mused. They are a Federation race. I don't know much about them except that they are supposedly extremely insular, conservative and very good with plants. Very good with plants? Amusement. Yes, they are very good with plants. There is also a Plath living among you humans by the name of Shell-Oron. Are you familiar with the first daughter? No. I am afraid I haven't had the pleasure. Avoid her. Avoid any dealings with any Plath under any circumstances. Never go to their system. If you see one outside of their home system, run. I thank you for your advice, he replied, but if you don't mind me asking. The same has survived for millions of years by being prudent. Part of that prudence involves avoiding those little blue malodorous beings like the plague that they are. Of those who know their true nature, only the Tolo view them favorably, and the Tolo are insane. You have contact with the Tolo? Alan asked with surprise. Upon occasion. Both the Tolo and we are self-sufficient and therefore do not engage in regular trade. But they do visit us fairly regularly due to their fondness of tourism and their liking of the unusual. We have also engaged in some very beneficial exchanges of knowledge over the many years that we have known each other. You actually got them to come off of some of their tech? Grace asked incredulously. They are quite willing, eager even, to share their knowledge if they consider a race to be their equal and even more willing to share when there is knowledge for them to gain in the exchange. Well, hey. Their reluctance to universally share what they know is also prudent, and prudence is what ensures a species' survival. How so? Alan asked. That is a very long topic of conversation that would not be prudent to share at this time. Pity, Alan replied, I suspect that would be a very interesting conversation indeed. You are correct. You would find it incredibly useful. The ancestor paused, and what was left of their friend drooped lifelessly for a moment. There is a way you could obtain this information and a great deal more, things that would be incredibly useful both to you individually and to your same. Oh. Alan asked. Remain here with us. You seem most agreeable, at least as individuals. That is a very interesting proposal, Alan replied cautiously, but, our current same is on the vessel in orbit and in another star system, and they desperately need us. Yet, Grace replied, we kinda like the little guys. Who is your current same? Is it not the humans? No, Alan replied, in fact, we aren't welcome among our original sames. Our current same is the Hun's-K free traders, and I guess we've been absorbed by them. The guys are in a bad way, and they really need us. Your dedication to your current same is admirable, surprising, but admirable. We could probably get you guys some humans if you want them, Alan said. In fact, we could even get you in touch with the leadership of our original same. Your original same would be the Forsaken, correct? You seem much more informed than Guruji, Alan replied. It is our task to be informed. Maintaining current knowledge concerning the affairs of the greater galaxy is prudent. I see, Alan smirked. Yes. The Confederacy of Soul has rebranded itself as the Forsaken for several reasons, and that is the greater same of which our individual sames were a part. We are currently not interested in establishing a relationship with the Forsaken, the Republic, the Empire, or the Federation. That would be prudent. Grace smirked. That is our assessment as well. We wish to gain additional insights and understanding, not become involved in inconvenient, costly, and potentially hazardous situations that provide us no benefit. No argument here, Grace snorted. We made the exact same decision. Your betrayal of your sames is perhaps the most appalling thing about you. You betrayed them, yet you have loyalty to your new same. This is surprising. You are facile enough to understand the advantages of leaving them for us, correct? We're smart enough to see the potential, Alan replied. And I expect that we would get along famously. But there is another issue in play. Betraying our original sames did them no real harm. Neither of us was so essential that there weren't a dozen others eagerly waiting to take our places. Abandoning the Hun's-K would hurt them. They truly need us, at least for now. Maybe one day we could leave them without hurting them, but not now. Is their situation that dire? Their entire species is looking down the barrel of extinction, Alan said. As far as we know, they are the sole remaining population of their entire race, and they are not prepared to survive out here on their own. Poor guys don't have a clue, Grace said. Then again, they are just some survivors who managed to get to a ship in time. They just don't have the skills. And that makes a difference. Yep, Grace said. These guys took us in when we were down and out and gave us a home. Then, when the goddamn Harlequin showed up. That is the same that recently arrived and is doing human things, correct? If by human things you mean industrialized mass murder and cannibalism, Alan started to say. It isn't cannibalism, Grace huffed. It's the same as eating pork. Okay, maybe it's more like eating monkeys or kelpies. Monkeys? Kelpies. Very smart animals, Grace replied. Monkeys are from our original home world and are genetically very similar to us with the brains to match, and kelpies are an aquatic species from Raylesh, our new home, and way too smart and way too nice to be food. I hated having to eat them. Same here, Alan replied. One consolation to this whole mess is that the kelpies and the rest of Raylesh will likely be spared any future abuses at our hands. I am confused. Why did you have to eat them if you did not wish to? Dude, Grace snarked, my grandparents ate people on the regular. Do you have any idea what would have happened if I cried over my kelpie steak in front of them? Actually, I do not. I would have looked weak, Grace said. And in my old same, you did not want to look weak. It would have made you less valued. In the old days, it would make you dinner, she snorted. Eat the kelpie or be the kelpie. These days they wouldn't kill you, but you wouldn't ever sit at the grown-up table ever again, and you'd probably not have to worry about any meat after that, either. I would like to say it was different among my old same, Alan added. But such squeamishness, no matter how justified, would disqualify you from any leadership role. If you can't kill a kelpie, how can you be trusted to kill a truly sapient being, which did come up entirely too often? Your sames are very strange and even more disturbing. Hey! Grace interjected, our current same is perfectly lovely and made of kind, gentle, good people. It's our old sames that are all fucked up. Well said, dear, Alan said, please do not judge the Hunske as if they were humans. They are decent, caring, principled people. If anything, they are entirely too good for their own well-being. The galaxy out there is not a nice place dominated by some very not nice people. And their same absorbed exactly the right people and skills for that, Grace smiled wickedly. Hopefully, Alan said, we will never have to utilize our entire skill set fully. However, should the need arise, the Hunske now have capabilities they did not have before. It is because of that we will remain with them. I would be very saddened to find out that they wound up on someone's dinner plate, one way or the other. This I understand. You are their sleeping ones. Are they your answer for the less nice nature of the galaxy? Something like that. I see, Alan smiled. Then that is what we are. Right now, the only part of that capability we use is keeping them from getting unfairly taken advantage of in business dealings, a very real problem they faced. Hopefully, that is all that we will do. But we can do a lot more if we have to, Grace grinned. I hope it doesn't happen, though. It will really freak out the Hunske. Their safety is guaranteed while they are in our system, and you will find our traders to be reasonably honest. Ha! Grace guffawed. We do enjoy a good haggle among friends, but not to the point that it would alienate future business dealings with another same that seems to be quite promising. A small, independent same with no entanglements would be a same with whom we would like to deal. Splendid. Alan enthused. We are also looking forward to dealing with you. I understand that your needs are perfectly met internally, but anything you want, we can obtain at very reasonable rates. There is quite the crowd awaiting you at our destination wishing to discuss that in exhaustive detail. In fact, we had to limit access to the city. It was becoming a bit much. We do have some time before our arrival. Is there anything you would like to discuss while we pass the time? Actually, there is, Alan replied. You mentioned the Plath. I know very little about them, but none of that implies that they are anything more than a very minor race and not a terribly advanced one at that. Why is a race like yours, a true elder race, so concerned about them? It is good that we have time because this will take a while. Stank World 10, the ancestor spills the tea. The dismembered body of Guruji went limp for a moment. It looked back up. The Plath. Where to begin, it mused. I suppose we must begin at the beginning. But first, a little history even for us. A wrinkled hose extended from the mass that was once Gurug's seat and plunged into what was left of his throat. 2 more tendrils wrapped around his lungs and ripped them free with a sickening squelch. Much better. I found those air bladders to be annoying. You get used to them, Grace winced. How inconvenient, the ancestor replied. If you like, we could investigate some body modifications for you. I'm good, Grace replied. Thanks, though. Just let us know if you change your mind. It really isn't a bother. We will bear that in mind, Alan said smoothly, thank you for the kind offer. Guruji seems to believe that you are not going to bear that in mind, the ancestor laughed. Where was I? Oh. Right. History. It paused again as the light faded from Gurug's eyes, and it drooped lifelessly, for a few moments. Then, it perked back up. Sorry. I had to retrieve some skeins. There is one dominant trait among all successful elder races. And the definition of success, at least for us, is the continued survival of the species. That trait is prudence. It is something that we all cling to with near religious, or in some cases truly religious, devotion. Do you know why that is? You mean there's a reason why all of you elder dudes have sticks up your asses? Grace asked. Gurug's head let forth the strangest screaming noise, causing both Alan and Grace to leap to their feet and back away. Oh dear. That was supposed to be a laugh. I suppose I was too enthusiastic. My apologies. I am still learning how to communicate in your fashion. I guess a new head takes some getting used to, Grace muttered as she tried not to think about it. She liked Guruji. A bit of an oversimplification, but you are essentially correct. This method of communication is not natural to the same. If this is difficult for you, Alan asked, then why didn't you use Guruji as a translator? It was his purpose, after all. Because some of what we may discuss is not for the unborn's consciousnesses to receive. If it is so sensitive, Alan asked, then why tell it to us? And what is to keep us from immediately relaying it to the unborn? I assume that is what you call pre-ancestors like Guruji. Because it may be necessary to do so. Besides, if it comes from the mouth of an outsider, it will be suspect and can be denied. For you, it would mean the end of any association with the same and the loss of all revenue you would gain by dealing with us. Your same would also not receive those profits that would be very valuable to them, especially if their situation is as you represent it. I will, of course, share nothing that would pose a threat to the same if released to the galaxy at large. Fair enough, Alan replied. Shall we proceed with the conversation that is so important that it required the decapitation of a friend of ours? Guruji was your friend? Curious. Your association with him was exceedingly brief. He was likable, Alan replied with a faint shrug. I didn't say he was a good friend or even someone we will miss, but he was favorably viewed. As a suggestion, I recommend not absorbing an other's translator right in front of them as a common practice. We are killers and comfortable with the prospect. Most won't be. You are mistaken. Guruji was not killed. His substance and consciousness have been absorbed into me where he continues to live and where his knowledge will live on and serve the whole. The whole you, Grace snarked. Grace, Alan said firmly, not now. He turned to Gurug's head. That is none of our affair and we have no opinion concerning it. Guruji did not object, and even if he did, it's an internal matter and, again, none of our concern. However, other beings will not be so open-minded. I don't mean to tell your business, though. It was just a suggestion. I shall bear it in mind. However, I also doubt that it will be necessary very often. What we will discuss is not discussed with many. Is it because we are humans? It is because you are unaligned humans. Your same is small and not connected to any of the large other powers. In other words, you are suitable humans. So it does have to do with our race. Yes. Why? We shall get to that shortly, but first, I must convey some history so that what follows makes sense. I left off with the concept of prudence. Do you not think it odd that every single surviving elder race is so consumed with it, why we are all so infuriatingly conservative and stingy with the knowledge and technology that we keep from you? A bit, Alan replied, but it is widely held that you are all intent on maintaining the supremacy that said knowledge gives you. We wouldn't share either. That is a part of it, but a very minor part, insignificant compared to the true reason. Are you familiar with the concept of species filters, sponges that one must navigate without becoming ensnared and consumed utterly? We are, Alan replied. We are. Grace asked. Did you cut every class? Alan asked her. Only the boring ones. In one of those, this concept was discussed at length, Alan said. Well? Grace asked, what are they? Something you can either look up when we are back on the ship or gather from the context of the conversation, not something that I am going to bore our host with. He turned to the ancestor. Please. Continue. The ancestor attempted another laugh with limited success. I can see why the unborn like you so. You are so similar to them in mind that it greatly simplifies communication. Anyway. Filters. One would think that spacefaring races have passed through all of them. Many races at your level believe that to be the case. However, they are incorrect. Filters remain, including some that still lie ahead of all of us, the elder races included. One of these has never been passed by any species. Even our gods were brought down by it. Some believe that it isn't passable at all, that it is a hard limit that once crossed, extinction becomes certain. That I did not know, Alan replied. It is something that we do not share unless a race becomes advanced enough to where there is a chance they may trigger it. What is this filter? The exact nature of it is unknown. It may be one filter, or it may be several such situations. All that is known is the consequences, utter annihilation of the offending race, and yet another galactic dark age. That dark age is why we warn others and are so careful with the technology we share. Whatever happens is not limited to just the species. It gets messy, very messy. Entire swaths of space become rendered lifeless, sometimes forever. Stars disappear from the night sky. Other, disturbing, things have been recorded as well. Details are scant because, without fail, the offending species is utterly destroyed along with their records. What remains are third-hand accounts from the species that survive, usually pre-technological ones. They are sometimes all that is left. The ancestor paused. Sometimes this is instant, an entire race simply vanishes leaving all of their creations behind, for a time. Other times the fall is slow and bloody. Some races seem to devolve to near animals, like the Wykean, or abandon their technology utterly and revert to a pre-technological state. The disembodied head's face contorted in a gruesome attempt at a smile. Like the Plath. The Plath. They, like us, are a relic of a much older age, one dominated by true elder races much more advanced than any today. They often created entire species the way we create machines, and these crafted races served them as if they were gods, which, in a way, they were. We were also given their technology, or at least some of it so that we could better serve. So you and the Plath served the same elder race? Oh no, the ancestor laughed, a bit more successfully this time. We served different ones who clashed frequently over control of this galaxy for millennia. The Plath were their gods' warriors, and we. We aren't truly sure of what we were. Our nature was very different then. Among the same, there is no consensus as to our true purpose. Nominally, we terraformed, that was our assigned task, to alter a planet. However, to what purpose is a mystery to us. Our original instructions would have made this world not only uninhabitable to us but to nearly form of life known. Some believe that it wasn't to prepare the way for colonization but to destroy all life along with ourselves at the end. They believe that we were a weapon. One thing is for certain. One of the first things we did was the global infection of a world with viruses tailored for life created by the Plath's gods, including the Plath themselves. So you were a smart bioweapon. It is unclear, the ancestor said with a bob of Gurug's head. And we were only sent with orders and only the knowledge needed to complete our tasks. Their greater purpose was not shared. All we knew was to infect and grow and that certain life forms were our enemies. Our only orders concerning the Plath and the others of their kind were to report their presence and attack. If we were going to lose, then unleash radiological doomsday weapons that would turn this world into a toxic radioactive wasteland that would be completely uninhabitable and unusable for centuries. If that was your goal, then why not do that the moment that the weapons were completed? You would have to ask the gods, the ancestor replied, and they hit the filter hard, or at least we think they did. Their commandments simply ceased one day. As far as we know, they ceased roughly the same time the Plath's gods did. Perhaps only one triggered it. Perhaps they both did. Again, it is unclear. What is your opinion? I believe as most of the ancestors do. The question is unanswerable based on our current information. That is our consensus. It is relegated to what roughly translates as idle fancy. To continue this brief summary of millions of years of history, after the gods fell, the Plath rose. They were not consumed by what took their master, and using what they inherited, they consumed the galaxy, nearly literally. Somehow, we were missed or intentionally bypassed. We were one of the few things that could confound them, and we were not leaving our system. We did not have FTL travel as one of our gifts. Again, it is unclear. The ancestor coughed up a bit of phlegm. After centuries of ruling the galaxy as gods themselves, the ancestor said, the Plath also hit one of these sponges. In their words, they offended fate. They had abilities where probability manipulation were concerned that were far beyond anyone else. Perhaps they pushed things too far? Whatever they did not share the details, especially with an ancestral foe. They became strange, even stranger than they already were. They systematically and brutally dismantled their empire, wiping out any trace of their and their god's presence. Entire worlds were turned into ash as they attempted to purge reality itself of their presence. Eventually, they disappeared. For millions of years, we thought them gone just as our gods before. But they weren't gone, Alan replied. And that discovery caused quite the reaction, I can assure you, the ancestor screeched with one of his disturbing real laughs. The phrase, shit a brick, translates quite well. We awakened the sleeping ones and sealed our system off from outsiders for over a century. Of course the Tolo were delighted, but as previously stated, they are insane. I hold them in high regard and we feel a debt to them that we cannot repay, but they are insane, all of them. Alan was also beside himself. This was knowledge that to his knowledge no other human knew. And knowledge was one of the most valuable commodities there was. Why do you feel that you owe the Tolo? He asked. Because of a gift they have bestowed upon us and other races of our stature, the ancestor replied, the Book of Fuk, perhaps the most valuable document in the entire galaxy. Grace smirked. The ancestor turned to face her. What do you find amusing? The greatest book in the galaxy is named the Book of Fuk. I never considered that. Upon reflection, agreed. It is quite amusing. What is this book? Alan asked, beyond intrigued. It is a list of developments that have led to hitting that final sponge or have a high probability of doing so, the ancestor said. It is a roadmap for the prudent to avoid that final fate, to stop short. No race that follows its teachings has ever been consumed by, whatever it is. Those who disregard it have always fallen. It is, to borrow human words, the Bible of prudence. Then why not share it with everyone? Because immature races, those still developing, the temptation to test it would be overwhelming. And the book contains enough hints that a clever race could use it to advance themselves technologically. Just some of the equations present in that tome could shift the balance of power in a whole region of space and increase the probability of a sponge being triggered. Tell me, would your race truly follow its teachings or try to, searching, find a loophole? He has us there, Grace smirked. While notable, most of your race's traits are not unique. To return to our tale, the Plath seemingly have delayed their fate considerably by their brutal and extreme actions. They killed entire worlds and everything on them, but they survived. They terraformed their home world and created a paradise for their kind. Then, they cast aside the final vestiges of their technology and slid into a comfortable nirvana in a Garden of Eden, made specifically for them. Then, they purged even themselves, altering their forms and eliminating any knowledge of their past. They know nothing of their true history save a very rare few who protect their slumber. The rest of us enthusiastically support this endeavor. Were the Plath ever to awaken, truly awaken, from this illusion they have cast over themselves, the galaxy would burn. They would become the sponge that all the rest of us would have to survive. If you discount everything else I have said, trust me on that. You do not want the original Plath, the PLA Koth, to ever return. Even you humans would be hard-pressed to survive. They are what was used to fight us. And they did that quite well. Again, things are unclear to us, but we don't believe that we were winning at the end. The ancestor paused. The Tolo say that it would only take one Plath to revert to restart the madness and death all over again. They know more about them than any other race, perhaps even the Plath themselves. How do they know so much? Alan asked. A long sigh seemed to emanate from the very walls. This next story is, a bit much to take in for anyone, including myself when I first tasted it. I am going to ask you to keep an open mind. The Tolo gave us, and others, another gift, what we consider the second most important document in the galaxy, the final prophecy of the heretic. Whoa, Grace said sometime later. And you say this has been verified? Alan asked. Much of it has already transpired and took place exactly as predicted, including events that we have personally borne witness to after receiving it. It exceeds coincidence and chance by so many standard deviations that there is little doubt. It is accurate and a testament to exactly what the ancient PLA Koth were capable of, and what could happen should that be unleashed again. So, you can see why a feral Plath running around is of such a concern. If she is this, first daughter, Alan asked, and she represents so much of a threat, why not simply kill her before she does whatever it is that she is going to do? This is why we rarely share these things with developing races. According to the prophecy, you won't be able to. If one was to try and fail, she could reawaken the entire race. At the very least, you would probably wind up like everyone else that's tried thus far. If correct, Shel-Oran is both a full witch high priestess and a high warrior. To borrow yet another term from your delightful people, good luck with that. She would literally see you coming a week before you got there. Under no circumstances should she be messed with. From what I have heard, the Republic has already discovered that firsthand. Grace smirked again. Couldn't happen to a better bunch of assholes, she snorted. You should not be quite so nonchalant about it. One of the things the PLA Koth were known for was biological weapons. If you think your human-crafted one is bad, what the Plath could do is many times worse. They wouldn't target the Republic. They would target your entire species. They've done it before, multiple times. If pressed, they will do it again. Their preferred tactic is to craft something that is very virulent but only sterilizes the victim. By the time that the target is even aware they have been attacked, their entire population is sterile. From what we know, no species has even been able to undo this. This is then followed up with other biological weapons, multiple ones each nearly impossible to cure, all of which then act synergistically, each amplifying the effects of the other. The whole time they will be building their fleets and their forces, devouring everything in their path. This is one of the theories concerning our original role. Any world we inhabited would be near unusable to them. It is likely that we formed a hedge or wall around the realm of our gods. And just when you thought the galaxy couldn't get any shittier, Grace said. However, the Plath just want to be left alone to hide and slumber. We also want that. We can only hope that whenever their fate finally reaches them, that it will not reach us as well. And the prophecy says that the arrival of the true first daughter would herald this, Alan said. And thus, our extreme interest in Shell Oron. If she is a true incarnation, then their time is up, or could be up. A Tolo sage tried explaining it to us once, but it was very hard to follow. Basically, the prophecy ends with her as does the Plath slumber, maybe. That isn't terribly clear. After you try getting a straight answer out of them concerning this, then you can criticize, the ancestor replied with another screech. The only thing you and the humans need to know is, during this little war of yours, do not target the Plath. We will certainly pass that along, Alan replied. And any information concerning Shell Oron or the Plath you encounter in your travels would be greatly appreciated and greatly compensated for. That shouldn't be a problem, Alan replied. Of course, now that we know how valuable that information is, only information can pay for it. You really are like us, the ancestor replied approvingly. Humanity's golden rule. Coals blaze and kettle boil. A Fulth, his thick shell adorned with numerous multicolored and holographic staple-like bars as he peered at a round bottom flask connected to a fractional distillation column. An oval doorway slid aside as a proper Fluth, his shell neatly lacquered and bearing the well-disguised ridges of decades of hard use, trundled in. How is that bizarre contraption working? It asked the, chemist. Like a lullaby from the fog, the chemist wearing the markings of a rather notorious street gang replied. By the fields, I love the Terrans. And those, angular mating surfaces offer a sufficient seal. With a little dab of grease, or sulfuric acid they. Sulfuric acid. The proper Fulth gurgled through his 5-nostriled nose-mouth. Now I know you are having sport with me. I swear by the 5 rays of the morning, the chemist replied. The Terrans seal the joints with sulfuric acid at high temperatures. I tried it just to try it and it worked great. Leave it to the Terrans, the lacquered Fulth said as he extended his long tail and scratched at his broad, flat head. So, how will it scale? Oh, this is just lab equipment. It is sufficient for small quantities or research, or what I used to do. Snort, used to. Hey, with the humans out of the picture, things are hard for a scuttle out there. That's where we got all of our precursors for Move Along, Snot, and Tippitop. The market is drying up hard, Shoeshine. You got the precursors from them. You didn't know. I wasn't with drug enforcement, the shiny Fulth replied. I only know about Move Along from university, and once was enough I assure you. I thought I was going to die. Quality was a lot worse before the Belters, the chemist said as he looked at a temperature display. Hopefully, these Terran toys will prevent that, or we can line up a new source of caffeine. I do not want to have to go back to how the revered gangsters did it back when your shell was new. Hi guys. An excited voice called as another lacquered Fulth with the smooth shell of a much younger adult scuttled into the room in a most indecorous fashion. Oh. What is that? Just some basic chemical apparatus, the chemist replied, his beak-like mouth parting slightly in a smirk. What are you doing with it? Making drugs. Are you paying me to make drugs? The chemist chuckled. Actually, I am trying to distill Federation Hull paint stripper into its various components and then using them to synthesize a few completely legitimate products. Why? Because it is a way to obtain some rather notable compounds cheaply, at a high volume, and most importantly, invisibly, the older Shine Shell said with a slightly indulgent tone. We can get some very interesting stuff out of that hull wash, the chemist replied. We do something similar with, other things to get pure solvents, acids, and stuff like that under the scanner. It's the same thing. Neat. Very, the chemist replied distantly as he made a dissatisfied clicking sound and peeled back the metallic foil surrounding the distillation column and examined it unhappily. Problem? The more senior Shine Shell asked. Temperature is rising, and our yield is. Oh. What is that? The younger glossy Fulth asked as he gazed at the distillation column. The chemist let out a long low snort, their version of a sigh. It's a fractional distillation column. I never saw anything like that in school, and I took chemistry. That's because it isn't fooled Han. It's Terran. It's Terran? Like the Terrans, Terrans. There are others. The older Fulth chuckled, Fog Cloakus. That's the ones, the chemist replied. Did you get from Sol? The young shiny asked and then his voice dropped to a whisper, or the Forsaken? Neither, the chemist replied. We made it here. We just got the designs and a very nice recipe for the glass from them. You are in communication with the, whisper, Terrans. It is a matter of utmost secrecy, the older Fulth said quietly, but, yes, we have made contact with them, and they are assisting us. But we're Federation, the young Shine Shell replied, his black eyes gleaming with surprise. I thought we were enemies. They are enemies of the Federation, the older fool said, but assisting those in need, especially ones chafing under the burden of said enemy is a deeply held maxim of theirs. They have maxims. Of course, they do. Maxims are what define a people and are the foundation of a stable society. The Terrans have codes and rules that define them, many of them in fact. They do. Certainly. And one of their most important maxims involves what they call underdogs, their term for slip-tails. Have you not heard of how their people rushed to the Empire's aid, unbidden and against their own government's wishes? It is the stuff of legend, like the procession of flames from our own history. Wow! On their system's internet, they have detailed records in accordance with this maxim, their 34th. No way. The chemist started shaking slightly as he clamped his beak-like mouth firmly shut. Not only do they have records and files to aid us, they have even gone so far as to have already provided very valuable information on not only this lab glass but many other things besides. They have gone as far as, completely unbidden by us, to have pre-assessed our race and have material specifically concerning us. That is amazing. You have no idea, the older fool said smoothly, see for yourself. Access a terminal and search the Terran web for Foolth Rule 34. You will find a truly astonishing amount of beak-dropping things. I truly could not believe what I beheld. I'll do that right now. You do that, the old Shine Shell smiled warmly as if he was smiling at one of his own children. With a delighted chirp, the young Shine Shell scuttled off. The chemist burst into laughter. You are going to thirst for all eternity on the fields of sorrow for that. And you shall dine on ash with me, the old Shine Shell snorted. You didn't stop him. You know what? The chemist said, I'm finally starting to like your glossy husk. Favors and family eye. The Vestoon SDF fleet clustered nervously around their homeworld at highest alert. The reason? A Forsaken battle group entered the system moments ago. They were not prepared for this. He had told them, Hecking told them that this would happen. He told those Fed cruisers that the attack on the Kevils was a distraction, that the Forsaken would never send such a light force to do anything but exactly what they were doing, acting as a diversion. The only inaccuracy in his prediction was that it wasn't a second. It was 2 hours. The Federation cruisers wouldn't even reach the Kevil by the time that those monsters were done. At least they aren't here for us, the Admiral said to nobody in particular. Admiral? A lieutenant asked. They aren't here for us, he said. They are here for the relay. Goddess. The Forsaken have just entered hyperspace, another Vestoon cried, signature indicates an intra-system jump. Are all of our people away from the relay? Yes, Admiral. The evacuation started immediately following your order. Then, as we have been repeatedly informed, this is not a system matter. Have all ships stand ready and prepare to transmit immediately upon their return to Norma. Admiral. They have already jumped in. Location. 1700 meters from the high Pesback. Weapons launch. Efficient fiends, aren't they? The Admiral watched impassively as the word signal lost appeared over the icon representing the relay on his screen. The relay has been destroyed, repeat, the beacon has been destroyed. Emission spectroscopy from our recon drones indicates the presence of plutonium, uranium, lithium, and deuterium, among other elements. They used Terran. I guess human thermonuclear devices. Number of devices? The Admiral asked with a tongue flick. 3, Admiral. Goddess, they weren't messing about, were they? Any survivors? Escape pods? No, Admiral. Well, that's tragically convenient. Is the sunrise ready? It stands ready at your order, Admiral. Excellent. Let me know the moment their ships depart. He smiled. Let's go for 4. Len Darter sat in the command char of the Faithless and smiled. That's a few billion worth of confetti, he said with a smooth and easy smile. Not a bad day's work. All ships confirm jump cords. He took a sip of Dynacaf and winced. It was vile, but it got the job done. Considering that coffee and tea weren't going to be priorities anytime soon, he might as well get used to the crap. Maybe if I tried it iced. All ships have confirmed their cords, boss, a cute Polka woman chirped, her crest fluttering slightly. All ships ready to jump. Secondary interstellar drives are hot on all vessels, the Polka replied. Gotta love these new rigs, Len chuckled, all ships, prepare to jump in 5 minutes. Boss. A burly olive-skinned man with dreadlocks said, we have an incoming message. Somebody wants to talk. It's not FTL. It's a tight beam laser. SDF. Don't think so. Well, don't keep us in suspense, Ken. Put them through, and find out where the hell they are. An AAT, dressed in well-crafted chainmail and an intricately decorated black fur and leather coat with silver fittings. Even notable was the finely crafted sword at his hip. It looked like steel, not bronze, not just any steel. Len suspected that the ripples and whirls along its length were the real thing, not some cheap knockoff. The sword alone was worth thousands, if you could get one at all. Hello there, Len said, quite intrigued. I am Len, leader of this merry little band. How may I help you? I Crow, the AAT said, laying a paw-like hand on his chest. I know, Captain. Captain, work for me. I see, Len smiled. So, Crow. What can the Forsaken do for you today? Crow reached into his coat and pulled out a small box. He opened it and Len's eyebrow raised in surprise. In it was an old solar system consolidated identification card. Great-grandfather given favor. I claim it. I need thing done. Well, I am more than happy to help you, Len said. But you kind of caught us at a rather inconvenient time. By the way, I'm a little surprised you are here. We know you come. We wait. I'm going to want a little more detail, but this isn't the time, Len replied. We are a couple minutes away from our jump and I'm not telling you where we're going. Are you tech-savvy enough to use the pirate net? I not smart. I hire smart. Smart, replied, and the AAT grinned a feral smile. I am transmitting a dark web address. It will help you get in touch with us. He looked at the chainmail and the wood steel. I am sure we would love to chat. Len's sensor operator waved his hand. Delk stealth smuggler ship range 26,320 meters. It's a nice one. Wouldn't have seen it if they weren't beaming. We have it passively locked. Say the word and they are smoke. Appeared on the main screen. The AAT's expression darkened. Me want talk ear to ear, no email. No trace. If that's what you want, I'm sure we can accommodate you, but unless you want to transfer to my ship and ride with us, that's the best I can do. Me come aboard. The AAT replied. Your ship is cleared to approach. You don't have to decloak and I advise against it. This place is crawling with drones. The AAT beamed at him happily and in a much more AAT-like fashion. Nice, nice. He turned to look at someone off-screen. See? I tell you, humans nice. He happily turned back to Len. Me right there. As the screen went dead, Len turned to his communications officer. All ships, jump and await orders. We will remain to take passengers aboard. Consider us potentially compromised until informed by dispatch. As the other ships jumped away, Len's ship started accelerating towards the stealth ship. Now what's going on? The Admiral mused as all but one of the invaders jumped away. Admiral! Someone cried, there's a second ship. And you missed it previously. He chuckled, how careless. I'm just humor speaking, he hastily added as he saw the Vestoon's stricken expression. The fact that you can locate a properly equipped stealth vessel with the garbage we have been allotted is to your credit. How did you find it? I didn't, the sensor operator replied proudly. I detected the ship-shaped nothing as it approached the Forsaken vessel. They seem to be docking. Now that is odd, the Admiral replied. On the surface this would be the perfect time to strike. However, the foundation of the matter is that I do not care. This is a Federation concern and, as we have been repeatedly informed, above us. Therefore, that is where it will remain, above us and beyond our reach. I am not losing one of the handful of vessels we were allowed on the Federation's behalf. We have no quarrel with the Forsaken and am more than content to keep it that way. Send one of the unarmed drones in closer, but only one of the unarmed ones. Yes, Admiral. This makes little sense. Why in blazes would they dock here? I mean, they know they have plenty of time, but still. This is a completely needless risk. Admiral. They say speaking to oneself is a sign of insanity, he said, but only the insane would want my job. Yes, Admiral. Len stepped forward as the airlock opened and Crow walked in. His eyebrow raised once more as he and his scanners got a better look at the strange guest. The AAT was wearing leather and fur brigandine over chainmail as well as an additional row of overlapping plates running down his spine and first third of his tail. The weight would be impossible even for an AAT, if were metal. Armor class. The underlayment was a hand-tailored and very high-quality miner's jumpsuit complete with arc flash protection and a non-Newtonian impact gel. That gear wasn't just modern combat armor. It was better. The sword, however, was metal and it was actual, woods, the real shit. Aside from the obvious, however, it was all clearly AAT made. This just got more and more interesting. Welcome to the Faithless, he said. I am Len, the owner of this rust bucket. I Crow, the AAT said as he scampered up and extended his paw hand in a human-style handshake. More Aughts, dressed in much more normal jumpsuits exited, carrying richly engraved and decorated chests. Is okay if some stay. We're a freighter, or we were, anyway, Len replied. We have plenty of room. Who wants stay? Crow asked. Egg. Brr. We not home, Crow said. Talk federal. Okay. Crow. The AAT replied with some difficulty. We, all want stay. We, follow Crow. We follow Crow, wherever Crow is. Nicey nice. Crow exclaimed. You all good AAT. The Ots beamed at him with slightly awestruck happiness. We, get rest stuff. I help. No Crow. You do star stuff. We do. AAT things. Me AAT too. Human, want talk. You talk, we do easy thing. Crow chrred in mock anger and flicked out his tongue to the delight of his people and then turned back to Len. He pulled out the ID. Human live long time. Do you know man? Does he live? Len took the ID and his eyes widened. I don't know him personally, Len replied, but I know for sure that he's still alive. He flipped the card over. I owe this AAT big time. Consider him family. Fuck. Len muttered. He returned the ID. You take me to him? Crow asked. I don't know if I will be the one to do it, Len replied, but I assure you that we will get you to him. Happy thanks. Crow turned to check on his fellows who were chittering happily among themselves as crate after crate was offloaded. He turned back. We brought presents. He enthused. They say that you in space long time, yes. For a bit. Crow scampered in a very undignified fashion to one of the crates and opened it, revealing fresh fruit. You like? He said as he held up a huge ripe watermelon over his head. I like. Len exclaimed. Where did you get the watermelon? AAT love watermelon and watermelon has seeds. One mystery solved, Len smiled, 2 to go. Where did you get that gear? We made it. But how? You give tablet, Crow said. You did not give AAT tablet, he said a bit accusingly, but AAT got tablet. AAT love tablet. Pictures. Many pictures. And you went from early Bronze Age to medieval overnight, Len chuckled. I bet the birds are pissed. XX very mad at you, Crow grinned. They say ruined. They say contaminated. We say tough. End war coming. XX say they protect. Crow paused thoughtfully. XX good. XX nice. End war not for nice. End war not for good. End war come XX try protect but XX protect self first. Leave AAT. Nobody protect AAT but AAT. AAT smart, Len replied. AAT dumb but not but dumb, Crow replied. Only but dumb but not see what come. End war may take AAT but we not let end war take AAT. Smarter than star soft, Len replied. That not hard, Crow replied. Hey, how many fed it take to light candle? A short time and a hastily calculated jump later, still in plenty of time to avoid the Federation, Len and his crew sat with Crow and his people enjoying a feast. Fresh fruits, vegetables, meats. It was like a dream come true to the hardened pirates. Raising his voice slightly to be heard over the near-orgasmic noises his crew was making, Len asked, Hey, Crow, there is one mystery left. Yes. Crow asked as he popped a whole small fish in his mouth. How did you get that ID? Great-great-grandfather. And how did he get it? 100 years ago, a scruffy grease-covered human in a shabby AAT crawled out of the machinery spaces of an even shabbier spaceport. Well, I think that's done, the human said as he wiped his greasy hands on an equally greasy jumpsuit, achieving little in the end. And that little tap I slipped in there will be great for a little off-the-books power cell charger. You smart. The AAT said. If I was smart, the human replied, I wouldn't be stuck in this goddamned contract, sorry, he added hastily. I didn't mean to say. But we not smart. The AAT laughed. That why we here, with you, Gil. Ha. Gil laughed. You're all right, brother. But my name VRO, not bro. Gil laughed and carefully slapped the AAT's back. Didn't want to knock him over again. Bro is a human word, he chuckled, it means brother. You call me brother. Why not? Ever since we got stuck in this goddamned place, you guys have been looking out for us, showing us the ropes, the good spots, how to. I don't know, do all of this bullshit. We all in same place so we help. Exactly, Gil replied. Just like. His voice trailed off and he seemed to transform, making VRO's fur bristle as he felt a chill that had nothing to do with temperature. Where his friend and fellow contract laborer once stood, there was something else. Something scary. Get out of here, VRO. Now. Gil hissed as other humans started stepping from the shadows. His friend drew a knife as the other humans did the same. VRO ran. At least VRO got away, Gil thought as he crawled towards an access hatch leaving a trail of blood behind him. That's what they say about a knife fight. The loser dies on the spot. The winner dies in the ambulance. Too bad there's no ambulance this time. His consciousness started to fade as he started to feel cold, very cold. Not a good sign. Gil shrugged and stopped trying to crawl. He smiled and closed his eyes. At least it's finally over. Pain. More than a little surprised, Gil regained consciousness. Keeping his eyes closed, he carefully listened to the sounds around him. Ots. He opened his eyes. Awake. A young AAT woman yelled. He live. Hri. He asked the young AAT, what? How? VRO not run away all the way, Hri replied proudly. He hide. After. She looked distressed. After you, Well. VRO locked door and stopped blood best could. Then he brought here. She looked away. Sorry about arm. We have no star stuff. VRO had to stop blood. Gil looked over to see most of his left arm missing. Well, shit. Fuck. A blessedly familiar woman's voice shouted. You didn't die. Guess you're back in charge. Sorry to disappoint you, Gil weakly smirked. The star rats did a pretty good job of patching you up. They are called Ots, Vila. Ots. Not rat. Got it. Well, the Ots did a pretty job with glue and spit. And let me guess, a tourniquet. Yab. Your arm was already dead by the time they got us. We sorry. Don't be, Vila said. You saved his life with that thing, Lord knows why. He called us brother. Hri snapped. We family. We take care family. Not sure if you want it, Vila replied, but we do as well. Vila looked down at Gil. And then we used the last of our meds to finish the job. Did you eat my arm? Of course. Did you save me any? Maybe enough for a sandwich. Greedy fucks. Had. Vela's expression darkened. They didn't just hit you. We lost Tamara, Jack, and his kids. Gil made a quiet little noise that made Hri back away in fear. What are we gonna do? Boss. Vila asked in a way that said she wasn't asking. We just wanted to be left alone. Gil hissed, they want to revive the past? Fine. It's revived. Get the others. His eyes glowed with malice. We're back in business, he smiled, and the first order of business is a company barbecue. Yes, boss. Traitor. A Volksine naval captain shouted at the image of the Vestuan admiral. You just let them destroy the relay without resistance. Traitor. Traitor and coward. As opposed to letting them destroy the relay after losing half of my fleet. The admiral replied. There is no way my corvettes and single destroyer had a hope in hell against those forsaken gunships. My best ship probably couldn't even pierce their shields. Forgive me for not throwing away my fellows. I will have your head for this. I invite you to try, Grupig, the admiral replied using the human slur. What did you call me? I called you a grey pig, the admiral replied. I have no idea what a pig is, but it must be the most loathsome of creatures, or horribly insulted by the comparison. The Volksine screamed and cursed incoherently as the Vestuan admiral smiled at him pleasantly. I will have your job, your career. The captain screeched. Captain, the admiral said pleasantly, I will take this moment to remind you that while I am SDF, my rank is recognized by the Federation. You will respect that. The Volksine fell silent, nearly exploding with rage. It is most unusual for this to be done at our ranks, but you will also stand at attention when you speak to a superior officer. The Volksine rose, shivering with hate. There. Now before I have you court-martialed for insubordination, the Vestuan chuckled, my tactical and strategic decisions are not for you to question. Just as Federation concerns are above us, my decisions involving my fleet are above you. As a courtesy, I did deploy drones and did obtain some very useful information. I am willing to give you a briefing if you wish before I relay the information to your superiors. Do you wish to receive a briefing? Yes. The admiral just smiled and looked at him expectantly. Yes, sir. Ensign, if you would, the admiral said as the screen switched to a slender and muscular Vestuan female. Today, at 14:37 Federation Standard Time, 8 Forsaken gunships led by the Faithless entered the system. After a 15-minute delay, they jumped to close proximity to Federation Hyperspace Relay 112 and opened fire. She paused and smiled slightly. 4 thermonuclear detonations were detected shortly thereafter. Favors and family too. Sitting in a ratty office chair in a rather cramped office with exposed piping and lit by hastily strung work lights deep within an equally cramped and ratty ship, Gil Mallory reviewed report after report. He stretched and rubbed his eyes. Since when did murder and piracy require so much paperwork? Price of success, he mused. Over the long decades, his little crew had grown and transformed from a gang of thugs and cannibals into a vast crime network that then grew to the point that the line between legitimate and criminal was blurred to the point of meaninglessness. Business was business no matter what side of the line you were on. And now they were right back where they started, murderous pirates. He glanced at the spreadsheet of ships, crews, supplies, and arms and smirked. Just on a much, much larger scale. While never one of the big boys like the Angels, the Wraith, or even those Harlequin freaks, Mallory's Raiders, or Mallory Diversified Enterprises, as they called themselves these days, were a quite respected organization that nobody willingly crossed. As they say, they didn't have a lot of guns, but they had very, very good aim. Don't we, old friend? He chuckled at the ornately carved and gilt skull sitting on his desk, giving it a little pat. There was a knock and the door opened, revealing an old woman whose beauty only seemed to improve with each decade. Vila, he said as he checked her out for what must have been the millionth time. Get yourself a proper office, boss, she said. I'm sick of walking all the way down here every time something comes up. Use the square feet for something more important, Gil replied, all I need is a desk and I don't even really need that. He smiled. Besides, the long walk keeps your lazy asses out of my hair unless it's worth the walk. Is it? Vila offered him a tablet. The 31st century just called. What? Read for yourself, Vila replied. Besides, you wouldn't believe me. Elsewhere in the battered old flagship of Mallory Diversified, a richly dressed AAT and his companions gleefully stuffed their faces from a platter of thick ship's biscuits. Is good, one of them chittered, his whiskers twitching with delight. They are. Crow replied cheerfully. Get fat. Very fat, another of his cadre agreed. Their escort smiled indulgently as she ate a fresh fruit from the AAT's home world. She had never seen basic ship's rations, even the nice ones they gave guests, consumed with such gusto. She idly wondered how many they could trade for more of the cug that she was in the process of enjoying. It tasted like a spicy apple. A chirp issued from her communicator. Mr. Mallory will see you now, Crow, she said with a crisp professional tone. The AAT looked up at her sharply. I no come to see Mr. Mallory, Crow said, I come to see Gil. Mr. Mallory is Gil, she replied, it is the same person. They no have same name. Crow said. Me no dumb butt. Take me to Gil, he said firmly trying not to sound angry. The AAT only have one name, Gil said as he entered the room, two names are for notch ears who ruined their first one, he chuckled, or Star Soft's offering yet more fuckery. He looked at the rations and the fruit. You traded hardtack for a fruit? Our first guests here and you serve them fuckery. They wanted the maggot loaf, sir, their escort replied with just a touch of fear in her voice. I had half a cracker in my pocket and they sniffed it out. Is really good. Crow said happily. Well, have as much as you want, then, Gil replied, we have plenty of it, he added with a faint smile as he was filled with quiet joy at the thought. Plenty of it resounded through his very soul. Thank you. Much happy. Crow replied enthusiastically as he offered his paw in a handshake. I Crow. A pleasure Crow, Gil replied as he looked at him carefully. You have VRO's nose. Crow looked at him curiously. Me no have nose. We not human. No keep parts. Gil laughed with genuine delight. Void, he missed the little guys. Pity they would have nothing to do with humans after they returned to crime. Smart little fuckers. I hear for Gil, Crow said as he pulled out the box, he owe favor. I need favor back. Crow opened the box revealing the ID. And he is happy to repay it, Gil replied as he raised his metal arm. I'm Gil. Please, let's go to my office and talk. So VRO did manage to get free after all. Gil laughed, do you know he would sniff the air as she walked by? He had it bad. Gil's eyes looked nowhere as he reminisced. Did he have a good life, he asked. Yes. Crow exclaimed. He and Ri make many credits. They go home. Buy big farm. Have many kids. All kids star AAT. All do better. Their kids do more better. Some kids become star AAT. Other kids send their kids to school. Show smarts. Marry well. I become king man. Gil nodded with satisfaction. VRO and Ri were both smart, even for AATs, he replied. Tough little guys, too. We no want gun, VRO said firmly as Gil held an improvised but very effective coil gun with his remaining hand. But the Slakers know you are our friends, and this is about to get bloody. They aren't not for you to fight with, but to defend with. We are hitting back tonight, hard. Tomorrow there won't be a single Slaker on the entire station, and you won't need them anymore. No. We lock door. We hide. Yes, do that. But if that doesn't work, you'll need the guns. Vila set a box on a nearby table. You can throw them out the airlock tomorrow morning if you want, Gil said, but until then, please. VRO let out a quiet snort. How you use these? He asked with a resigned voice. This fucked. That it is. Gil, a portly pangolin like Zeno wearing surprisingly human-like clothes including a company knit polo shirt said as Gil entered his office. How are you feeling? I called corporate and they have authorized a prosthetic. We'd hate to lose you. Fine considering everything, Gil replied. Garth, we need to talk. Oh. You may want to reconsider our contract. Really? We can't let this stand, Garth. They will keep coming. Also handled, Garth replied. We're transferring all of you to another location. And they will just find us there. No. It ends today. I see, the Garth said as the scales protruded slightly on his forearms creating hard serrated ridges. The hard fist, then. Yab. And as our holder, you will be liable. Garth reached into his desk, pulled out a slug thrower, and slid it over to Gil. We thought this might happen, Garth replied. Your contracts are terminated, with prejudice, immediately. You are blacklisted not only with us, but across the board. You will never get another one ever again, at least with anyone you want to work for. I'm sorry. I know you wanted. Well. Sometimes you don't get what you want, right? Gil took the slug thrower and put it under his shirt. We're used to it. The pangolin opened its jaw slightly revealing wicked fangs. Just so you know, I gave all of maintenance the day off. I hope you don't betray my trust, use the access code 123456, and use the robo to do anything, or make anything, regrettable. Oh, we won't. Good. I would have to fire you if you did. Perish the thought, Gil smiled. I always wondered if the rumors were true, Garth chuckled. I guess I will see. That you will, Garth. That you will. We have to leave, VRO, Gil said the following morning. We negotiated safe passage out of the system. After what went down last night, the police and SDF don't want to mix it up with us if they don't have to. VRO scrunched his face into a grimace as his nostrils twitched. The unmistakable smell of roasting meat still lingered throughout this entire part of the station. Me thought you good. You not good. You bad. You worst. Gil sighed sadly. We wanted to be good, VRO. But the universe has a part for all of us in its little play. Not everyone can be the fucking Easter Bunny. Me not know what you said. It means that we wanted to be good but we were bad, VRO, very bad. That bad won't let us be good ever again. So, we're bad now. Gil's eyes hardened, holding back the tears. I wish we could still be friends, VRO. Me too. Gil pulled out an old ID. I also hope you never need to use this, but I owe you. We owe you. Maybe one day, and again I really hope that day is never, you will need that favor back. VRO just looked at him. Please, VRO. If not for you, then for your clan. I take favor, Gil. You be good but you can't be good. You fight forever war now. You win. We will or will die trying, Gil smirked. VRO laughed. You could be AAT. You not cheer but you AAT just the same. Thank you. That means a lot. Be well, Gil. You too. Gil shook himself as he returned to the future. Kroll looked at him curiously, cocking his head. Sorry, just thinking about your ancestor. Now, Gil said with a smile, now what can I do for you? King lost son, Crow said. Not heir but son. I'm terribly sorry to hear that, Gil said calmly. Who did it? I not say dead, Crow replied, I said lost. We no find him. We need find him. Queen cry. I stop cry. I assume this isn't on your world. I know sometimes AAT nobles become star-outs to keep an eye on things. Was that the case? Yes. He on Zarin when you do stupid. We no can go there. You can. You find for me. Crow slid the ID across the desk. Gil slid it back. That isn't a favor, Crow, Gil said, that is a request. VRO was a friend of mine and this is something that friends do. It's not a favor. The galaxy is going to shit, and you just might need that later. Save it for then. He leaned back in his dinky office chair. Now tell me more about this AAT. Musical intro plays as the station logo is displayed. Good afternoon Zarin. This is Lissa K bringing you the latest in music, videos, weather, and news. It's another beautiful day in hell, people, and we're here to make that day just a little more sunny. The latest from the Forsaken Propaganda Division is the usual crap. The enemy is taking losses across the boards, the relays are still down, the void consumes the foe, yada blah blah blah. However, independent news, word from the pirate net, and streamers show that they aren't completely full of garbage. Another relay is confirmed to be hit, sorry Vistun, but at least none of your guys bit it. Kudos to their SDF for evacuating the area the second the feds were lured out of the system. You know, you would think those morons would figure it out but as they say, thank God that they are so flipping stupid. In local news, 2 cotters of penitent each with their own inquisitor have arrived on our fair planet. I know. I know. Those guys don't have the best reputation, but since they changed their colors, they have done a lot of good on Raylesh and they have no problem operating in the hot zones. They have been sent by Ms. Naughty Pants herself to help maintain order in afflicted areas and they are very good at doing that. You wannabe gangsters who think you rule the roost over there better calm your asses down and stop hassling the relief workers. There are plenty of supplies to go around and we don't need your help in distributing them. Word of warning, the penitent don't play and they are coming for you. They are walking tanks and have a real stiffness for heretics like you guys. Play nice or find out if they are right about the afterlife or not. The SDF is recruiting again. The latest shipments from on high mean that they can add another 5,000 to their ranks. If you are healthy and interested, please contact the local recruiter for more info. If you want to join the Forsaken, you already know where you can go, she added impishly. She sighed. Why couldn't things go back the way they were? Why did the universe insist on messing with them? It just wasn't fair. She brightened back up. Universe or not, she had a job, a very important one. Keeping the sun shining was more important than ever. The Unified Religious Association is issuing a call for assistance again. The feds on the reservation could use any used clothing, electronics, or household goods that you guys can spare. Don't throw it in the recycling bin. Give your garbage to the feds. Lord knows they can use it. And yes, your used clothing is useful. They toss it in the recycler and can turn it into new clothes for whatever species needs new unde rus. Come on, guys, they are people, too. Most of them are decent enough, especially the civvies who won't turn in their passports. Don't hate on them. They just want to go home. She paused and flashed a genuine smile at the camera. And in actual really important news, Jeho, if you are out there, please contact the station. Your mama is looking for you. She says if you make her come down here, you won't like it. Now kick back and relax. In honor of Jeho's mother, we are starting the show with the old favorite, Mama's Coming Back. She paused. One day guys, things will be truly sunny again. Until then. Well. Until then trust in God, keep that powder dry, and those requests coming. Stank World, Alan and Grace make a movie. Captain Dude. Grace exclaimed at the very confused-looking worm regarding her with suspicion over a bioplastic LED screen. These smelly fucks are amazing. Are you? Have you consumed a substance? Captain Vex asked with concern. Wah? Grace asked. Just had a few drinks, that's all. She laughed. These guys can't believe that we can consume ethanol. They keep wanting to watch us do it. And we would be remiss if we didn't indulge our gracious hosts, Alan added with a hazy smile. It's good shit, too. Grace exclaimed. It even tastes good, kinda. I mean, I've had worse. That's due to the trace contaminants, Alan said. Their ethanol and deionized water are pure, but it picks up a little this and that from basic handling. The effect would be negligible except for the potency of said contaminants. He smiled. While it can easily be far too much of a good thing, the slight traces the compound picks up make for a very intriguing product. I honestly think that stank juice, as my lovely wife has dubbed it, would be very marketable to our species, marketable enough to justify a dedicated run once we get the ship up to being able to do long hauls. Yet, Grace said, these smelly assholes are going to make us so much money. You won't believe the deals we are cutting down here. They are practically giving shit away. That is wonderful, the captain replied. We are certainly overdue for some luck. Luck doesn't even come close. Grace exclaimed, nearly shouting, we are talking to heavy equipment manufacturers and their shipyards now. Fuck. You aren't even gonna. She bleared unsteadily at the captain. We are going to be able to get the impervium situation resolved across the entire vessel, and that is just the start, Alan said as Grace flopped backwards on the spongy, slightly greasy couch with a little woo. And just how much is that going to cost? The captain asked. Nothing. Grace crowed from her drunken sprawl. Less than nothing. We. Giggle. We sold it to them. They are paying us. What? It seems that they like impervium and are not only willing to scrape every pipe and tube clean but even pay us for the privilege, Alan smiled. Why? They use a very similar material as a component in rather advanced composites that are quite beyond our ability to manufacture, Alan replied. They are more than happy to take all of it off of our hands and replace it with something much more suitable for our purposes. It probably gonna stank, Grace slurred, but it better than it blowing up. Sides, we don't go in those spaces anyhow. It a win. Pure profit, baby. It will require letting free keg crews on board, Alan said, but you get used to their smell, eventually. I hardly even notice anymore. We can discuss the specifics once you return and, recover. All we have to do is cordon off the hatches sways and turn up the ventilation, Alan replied. Most of the time, they will be in areas that will not be accessible to the crew, especially during the abatement procedure. It will not be difficult. I look forward to discussing the specifics with you once sober. Oh, we will be plenty sober when we come back. Grace exclaimed, probably. This is really good shit. You aren't in the process of returning, the captain asked with a little concern. Nah, Grace slurred, not for a couple of days, probably. Too many deals to cut. Too many freaks to meet. We did not discuss this, any of this, the captain said helplessly. We are discussing it now, Alan replied smoothly. The potential gains here are too important to ignore or even delay. Not only is there significant potential for financial gain, but we can also secure some major ship repairs, even possible upgrades. We can't let this opportunity slip, Captain. You should have still at least discussed this with me before proceeding. As I said, Alan said with a dangerous gleam in his eye, we are discussing it now. But... Captain, Alan said with surprising sobriety. Are you serious about the survival of your species? Of course, he spluttered. Then stop complaining and let professional survivors do their fucking job. We'll be in touch. Alan moved to terminate the transmission. Wait, the captain kettle whistled. The line went dead. I honestly have no idea how they've managed to survive this long, Alan sighed as he flipped next to Grace, who gave him a quick cuddle. Well, they are good at hiding under rocks, you know, being worms and all, Grace chuckled as she reached for a nearby bottle. And they aren't actually stupid, just weird. There was a knock on the plastic/wood door. A freak egg poked their head in, protuberances all a wiggle. We got the bed and cameras ready, it exclaimed, literally shaking with excitement. Fine, Alan sighed as he rose. Woo. Grace shouted as she sprung clumsily to her feet. Let's fucking do this. I can't believe you talked me into this, he grumbled. I hope it goes viral. Grace enthused. Can you imagine the look on your mom's face? Ha. If you want this to work at all, keep my mom's face out of it. Oh God, Grace howled as they stepped onto a well-lit alien soundstage, can you imagine her actually? Please stop. I'm begging you. You won't be begging me to stop in a minute, Grace winked as she started taking off her shirt. A decent number of light years away, a certain Pskoran trade mistress walked into her assistant's office. Hartsala, she said, do you have the... Hartsala yelped as she quickly shoved her naked front foot under her desk and looked up at her boss, aghast. Again, she smirked as she looked at a hollow of Alan extending his naked foot provocatively. You are going lose your mane. I was just moisturizing. Hartsala exclaimed defensively. Sure you were, the trade mistress smirked, her ears fluttering with amusement. She glanced down at her assistant's tablet, which contained a rather spicy email in progress. You realize that Alan is married, don't you? I know. Hartsala snapped as she angrily flipped her tablet over. And he's not Pskoran. I know. By the void. Why do you always have to be such a damp sock? The trade mistress smiled gently, curling her wide, fleshy bill. I'm just concerned about you, that's all, she said. A little fun is one thing, but your fascination with that human is becoming unhealthy. I hate to tread on your toes, but you do realize that they were just, using what the creators gave them, to their advantage, correct? Such lubricants to deals are far from unknown, though most outsource the enticement. It isn't like that. Hartsala exclaimed. Alan's nice. He's smart, and he's funny and... She looked down. And he likes me. The trade mistress sighed. Hartsala was a wonderful young woman with so many good qualities. It was a pity that looks weren't part of those. I'm sure he does, she said diplomatically. I happen to like the humans, especially his mate. She parted her flexible bill lasciviously. I like her a great deal, and what she can do not only with her feet but her hands, bliss. Her expression turned a little stern. However, one must never forget the realities of the situation. They are a mated pair and not Pskoran as well. It will never be anything more than it is, a little fun in the foot tub. The screwing we are trying to deal each other isn't the screwing that you... It isn't like that, her assistant hissed. Oh, dear, the trade mistress said, you have actual feelings for this human. How could I not? Hartsala wailed. He's so human. Wonderful. Hartsala wailed. He actually writes me back, and he's nice to me, and we actually talk to each other. And I know he's not Pskoran. That's why. She seemed to deflate a little. That's why it could. I mean. I know I am not appealing, but Alan doesn't see my funny bill and my weird feet. He sees me. And don't tell me it's just because of trade because we aren't trading. The trade mistress walked over to her assistant and gently laid a hand on her shoulder. Are you familiar with the human trade organization, the Confederacy of Soul? You mean like those Harlequin? Harlequin, the trade mistress corrected, and the very same. I took the liberty of making a few inquiries concerning our two hapless slaves and both of their communicators beeped. Hey guys! It's Grace. You'll never guess where we are, the motherfucking freak egg home world. Boy, are we going to have some deals for you. While you are waiting for that attachment, I sent you another one that I think you will find almost as enticing. We even added a few moves just for you. Attachment, sex tape. A few moments later, both Pscorans stared at their screens with huge eyes. The trade mistress stammered, I gotta go moisturize. After the trade mistress sprinted out of her office, Hartsala looked at her screen and sighed. It could work, really work. Ha 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 ha. Morgan Analytica howled, causing Jessica to jump and spill her tea. Boss, you aren't going to believe this. Probably not, Jessica sighed as she looked up from pages of minutiae. What? There is something burning up the Pscoran trade network. Ha. I assume you are going to show me. Depends. Do you want to watch it by yourself or with Gordon? It's that freaky. Oh yeah. A few minutes later Jessica closed the video player. The Pscorans are the ones with that feet thing, right? Yup. Laughing, she shook her head and summoned Terrance. Ma'am. Terrance, I'm going to need a pedicure. A pedicure, ma'am? Would you like for me to explain? She asked impishly. No. Ma'am. Smart man. I will engage the services of the appropriate professional at once, Terrance said as he left the room. Jacqueline Gallardo, Alan's mother, lounged at her desk on her very well-appointed supertanker in deep space. She raised an eyebrow at an incoming message. It was from that asshole Drecker WIRM, that whore's father. She clicked the teleconference invite with cold disdain. What do you want? She seated at the grinning bearded and mustached man absolutely beaming at her. You know, I always wondered what my little hellion saw in that uptight little prick of yours. His grin grew. Now I know. Now everyone knows. What are you babbling about this time? She replied icily, did you misread your recipe book again? What did you feed that boy? He snorted. And can I get a prescription? What are you talking about? You haven't seen, he laughed, well, allow me. A video file appeared in secure quarantine. My lovely wife sends her regards, he said, and if the father is anything like the son, her admiration and heartfelt envy. With a laugh, the transmission ended. Moments later, an agonized, enraged scream echoed down the halls of her stately vessel, temporarily drowning out the snickers that were already starting to spread. All fair when love war. Good morning, Colonel XXVKK said to a room full of very anxious Federation officers who assembled in one of the many human-style Quonset huts that comprised the prisoner of war camp where he and every other member of the Federation armed forces in the Terran system now lived. Well, the lucky ones, anyhow. The overwhelming majority of the prisoners were under his command when the hammer fell, and once faced with the situation that followed, he did what any reasonable commanding officer would. Surrender. Fortunately for him, while the humans were every bit as horrific as they always were, Terran was not a human system. It may hold the second largest human population in the Federation, but it was the Polka home system. And those guys are actually pretty decent when you get down to it. He was still not sure why they weren't all massacred. That's what happened on Raylesh, the Porky home world, actually a long-term lease. There were no survivors there. If half of what he heard was true. Rumor has it that a big reason why he and his people were allowed to live was because the Terran SDF insisted, like with guns insisted. Of course, you know what the humans say about no good deed going unpunished? He was not looking forward to today's briefing, or the day that followed, actually. Please be seated, he said as the room rose. We have a lot to cover. Firstly, the rumors are true. The rots have been detected in our camp. While the human-specific plague does not directly threaten our safety, the entire camp is now considered contaminated and as of now, they are not risking decontamination of affected areas. He sighed as his skin turned a rueful lime green. That means nothing to us, but it means everything to the guards and other staff. They are all now classified as contaminated as well. This means that they cannot leave the contaminated zones for the foreseeable future. Basically, our guards are now prisoners just like we are. Except they are armed, and just a little annoyed. He tried to deepen his hue to a more mellow, earthy green. Now the SDF has been nothing but professional and has treated us very, very well, and while I have no reasonable suspicion that will change, still. Put the word out for everyone to be on their best behavior. If I was in their position and found out that I was stuck in the hot zones for the duration, my patience may very well be impacted. The door opened, and the colonel smiled at the group of Ots who wheeled in some service carts laden with various beverages as well as a continental breakfast. He wasn't sure which human, or Polka, continent ate their morning meal in this fashion, but if he ever managed to leave this prison, he was going to find that magical place and never leave. Were croissants originally Terran? He had no idea. Monster or not, humans had the best breakfast pastries. You would think that a little wad of carbohydrate and fats couldn't possibly make up for the hell those fiends unleashed on a regular basis. But have you ever tried a croissant? They're amazing. And that extends to all staff, he said as he smiled at Jeho. We are terribly sorry you guys have been swept up in this. Why you sorry? Jeho laughed. You stay. You know come and go. Rot's brought here by someone who come and go. That's who they mad at. Not you. That's who they look for. Not you. I know won't be guy when they figure out who mess up. Jeho started setting up a table with thermal carafes, pitchers, and a pile of goodies. Besides, if we have to stay then they have to pay. Is it significant? The colonel asked. Jeho just shrugged, and grinned. That good, the colonel laughed. Is good, Jeho replied as he rubbed his paws as if he were a raccoon rinsing off a treat. Is very good. Is good for you, another AAT grumbled. Me lazy. No like doubles. You know have pretty wife with baby in her, an older AAT woman snorted as she artfully arranged a platter of pastries and breakfast biscuits in a way that was both visually appealing and prevented any unpleasant cross-contamination. There were a lot of different species to consider. You know like double, talk Jeho. Bet he want double. Bet he want all the double. That just till baby, the lazy, for an AAT chuckled, then Jeho ghost. Dig burrow. We no see again. Then I get nothing but double. When Jeho and dig burrow, we all get nothing but double. Me fine with that, the older AAT shrugged. This my last contract. I go home after this. She paused to examine the breakfast spread. Of course, no when after is. She looked at the other AAT wickedly. Could be years. Why you so mean, the lazy AAT, for an AAT, whined. Because it past time, the older AAT snickered. And we time, lots time. Might as well make that time ours. Listen to Sarah, Gakko, the colonel chuckled, you get overtime. I don't. It's like they say back home, scrape algae while it's raining. Spoiler, it's always raining back home. It's part of why I left. Well, that and the algae. The colonel smiled and turned back to his officers. So, expect the guards to be less than happy for a bit. Jeho loitered a little as he attended to their beverages and snacks. One of the nice things about being a stupid AAT is that you were often overlooked, even by people who were nice. Jeho wasn't complaining. While not officially a spy, he was noble-born and had a responsibility to his. His communicator vibrated in his pocket. He smiled. It was a text message from Ri. Phone. Get Jeho. Tell him that he come now. Now. You hear me, phone? They talking about him on radio. Lissa says that he need to call his mother. Lissa say she coming if he not call. Phone. Get message to Jeho right now. Did you send word message? Okay. Thanks. He stopped smiling. Shit. Jeho and Ri stood uncomfortably in front of a wall-sized holographic display in the POW camp's communication center, facing a group of very well-dressed but equally uncomfortable-looking aughts that were glaring at them from light years away. I no believe you, a regally dressed AAT woman hissed. First you run off to be star AAT, then you get in war. War not my fault. Jeho blurted. But you get in war, the woman accused. I no get in war. I caught in war. Same, the queen snapped. Not same, mom. Jeho hissed back. I know war. I know shoot. I know stab. I know kill. I help prisoner in camp. Work, mom. Just work. Look after feds. Look after our people like supposed to. No, his mother yelled, jumping up and down as the king quietly smirked beside her. You know supposed to. You supposed be here. Not supposed be there at all. You dumb butt dumb. Dumb butt. I know dumb butt. Jeho yelled back. You so dumb you know no you dumb, his mother shouted. You. She fell quiet as the king let forth a quiet chuckle. I have question, he smiled. I see 2 AAT when I only call 1. Hello there, he said, smiling at Ri. Who you? I Ri, she said as she tried to do a courtly bow, stumbling forward as she did so. Hello, Ri, the king said with a wolfish grin, I King Lojo. Nice meeting. Sunny meeting, but why you with dumb butt of son? He no dumb butt. Ri exclaimed, Jeho smart and brave end. Jeho put his hand on her shoulder and squeezed gently, cutting her off. This Ri, Jeho said as he puffed out his chest defiantly, my claymate and mother of my. A shriek cut him off. Claymate, A pretty young AAT wailed as she charged towards the camera, growing and distorting as she did so. Mother! Jeho, what you do? His mother gasped. Well, the king snorted. Jeho put his Lojo. You ask? King Lojo snickered. Nu, the pretty young AAT woman whose anguished face now filled the wall of the communication center. You promised me. What? Ree snarled, glaring at Jeho. Oh, the king exclaimed, absolutely delighted. You no tell. Nothing to tell. Jeho yelled, who made promise? Not me. I no promise anything. I no promise. She promise. Jeho yelled pointing at his mother. He promise, he yelled pointing at his father, the king. Leave me out this, the king snickered. I promise nothing. Bullshit. Jeho yelled. Bull, shit. Human saying, Jeho said. It mean false talk. Oh. I see, the king said cheerfully, I know bullshit. I know promise. I just say it would be nice because it would be nice if you and Graze wed. Made babies. Now you wed, sorry, claimated to Ree. That nice too, probably, he added with a shrug. Me no care. Welcome, Ree. You no care, the queen snarled. What about Graza? We promise. We promise. Lojo asked with a little chuff, me guess me forgot cause I know. I smartest. Graza howled, Jeho smartest. We make smartest baby. Now I know make baby and Jeho make dumb but dumb. Rrrr. Ree let out a sound that few non-aughts ever hear, well, ever survive to report hearing in any event. What you say? Ree asked with a nasty edge in her voice as the king leaned forward, his eyes glittering with excitement. This was about to get good. What you say about baby? She asked again as she stalked forward, growing to fill the king's hollow display. I say you dumb so you make dumb baby. Graza yelled. I smartest woman. Jeho smartest man. We were supposed to make smartest baby for king. I plenty smart, Ree hissed, you know smart. You dumb. You dumb but. Graza hissed. I know dumb. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes. I am, not dumb. I am the smartest woman AAT. If you weren't so dumb you, would, know that. So smart you know can talk right. Ree quipped to the king's delight. I am speaking, proper. Federation. Sure, you, are, Ree replied sardonically, any, dumb but can, if they, are star soft dumb and waste, time, making, all of, the dumb star soft words. I can talk dumb fed too, see. But can you read? Can you do math? Graza demanded. I can. I can read and do math. So can I don't have to be smart for that. Oh yeah. Graza demanded, 4x plus 4 equals 12. What x? Easy, Ree replied and pulled out her phone. Phone, what x? X is a character in the Universal Federation alphabet and is pronounced. No. For math. What x? Ree interrupted. X is commonly used as a variable. I know that, dumb phone. Answer question. What x? Please provide an equation containing that variable. Dumb but on hollow just said. I do not monitor conversations, Ree, the phone replied. Bullshit. You listen all time. That is both incorrect and completely improper. I do not monitor conversations without leave. Yes, you do. That is incorrect. Oh, dumb but? Then how you know when I say phone? That is a voice command. Then you listening. Ree said triumphantly. That is incorrect. Monitoring conversations is not allowed. Then how you know I say phone if you no listen? Well. If you no tell me I trade you in for Apple. You going to say X, or do I buy Apple phone? Everybody say they smarter. Ga. 2. If you are referring to the rather simplistic equation put forth by the disagreeable AAT on the hollow, X equals 2. Happy now? Thanks phone. You plenty smart, like me. Ree beamed at Graza's scowling face. 2. X is 2. That's not fair. You cheated. Graza howled. All fair when love war, Ree shrugged. What? It human saying, Ree replied, it mean is stupid to cry about fair when there no fair. You know what else stupid? Wasting life learning X when you can just get phone. Right, phone. Absolutely. That's how everybody do math, Ree said. They ask phone. Phone read, too. It also write down what I say and send to Jeho. It do everything you do. But you can no do everything I do. So. I smarter. Graza shrieked with rage. You still dumb. Your baby still dumb. Jeho make dumb baby because you. Ri's muzzle parted slightly to reveal wickedly sharp teeth. You know smart. You know no smart. You know about smart. You sit in chair and spend life trying to be fed. You know fed. You know AAT. You. She snarled. You just star soft dumb butt who think they smart. What you do beside read and math worse than phone I buy. I buy you and put in pocket. No. Not nice to phone. I buy better than you and put in pocket. Maybe Jeho give it baby instead. Graza screamed and jumped up and down as the king tried not to laugh, and failed. You not smartest AAT woman, Ri scoffed, Kaba much smarter than you. She can run kitchen, actually run kitchen, not work in one. Jeho not smartest man either. Yubbo smartest AAT. Every smart AAT know that. What you say, the queen interjected. Is true, Jeho shrugged, Yubbo smartest. No question. Who Yubbo? The smartest AAT. Ri exclaimed, you stupid? Every star AAT know he smartest. Then why I know him, the queen demanded. Because he no want you know him, Ri replied in a matter-of-fact tone. He real star AAT. He the star AAT. He legend, Jeho nodded. I never meet. Ri met. How he so smart? Graza demanded. What school? What teacher? No teacher, Jeho shrugged. He no need one. He taught self. He no star AAT like me and Ri. He able spaceman, heavy equipment operator, qualified watch stander. He no work for bossman. He work for herself. He's so smart. Ri gushed, real smart, not pretend smart like you. She snuggled Jeho's side causing Graza to bristle. Or Jeho. He have spacer card. He travel anywhere he want. Do anything he want. Know what else? He nice. He no have to act smart. He is smart. He have read thingy full of books, and he read them to us and no get tired. You get tired hearing before he get tired reading. You want smart baby? Make baby with him. Why he no make baby with Kaba? Cause they brother and sister and not king and queen. Ri, who was beyond over it, snapped. King Lojo let out a hoot. We only cousins, he laughed, causing his wife to bristle. Third cousin, too. Figured cause Jeho not funny looking. Ha. The king turned to his wife. I like her. But she no smart like Graza, the queen snapped. Smart enough, the king shrugged, she AAT smart, not fed smart. Me like. Sides. They claimed. They have baby growing. It done. She princess, not Graza. Is what is. All fair when love war. Graza started to wail piteously. Why, she wailed. Why Jeho? Why you no like me? Why you run off when told promise? Why? Jeho sighed. I not know. I just not like you that way. I no like told who to marry like, livestock. Mom come in and say I marry you. Father say I marry you. I no say marry you. But why, she wailed, tears starting to flow. I smart. We friend. She looked down. I thought we friend. I thought you like, me. I do like you, Jeho said, I know you all life. But. I no like you. He clenched his jaw. I no love you, Graza. Not like that. I sorry. Graza, heedless of her finery, fell to her knees, weeping inconsolably. Ri sighed. Graza, she said. You know smart. You smart smart. Graza looked up. You know pretty. You pretty, Ri continued. You no need be given man. There man, many men, who look at you like you sun, moon, and all the stars. I know this. But they not Jeho, Graza said in a small voice. Jeho my sun, moon, and all stars. Always was and you steal him. I claim him, Ri said. Not steal. Claim. And he claim me. Is fair? No. She paused thoughtfully. Know what else no fair? You made to wear funny clothes every day. You made to sit in school every day trying to be smart and way AAT not smart. I got to run around, make knife, make throw stick, hunt, fish, make stuff, do AAT things. You sit looking at book that not for you. I go be star AAT. Go places. Do things. Have fun. Make money, my money. You. She sighed sadly. You made sit there and be star soft when 500 credit phone better at being you than you. I became AAT woman. You. You turned into, trained animal. Given treat for doing trick while I make real money doing real thing. You promised bread like animal, and then animal decide he no want that and want be AAT. Not fair. So not fair. Ugly, not fair. Greza. She looked into Greza's stricken eyes. Stop. Stop, be trained animal. BAAT. You want smartest AAT? His name is Yubbo, not Jeho. Go find him. Get baby. But Greza, all-star AAT, smart AAT. You want smart AAT to make you his sun, moon and all-stars? He out there, may be smarter and handsomer than Jeho. Hey! Jeho exclaimed. You not smartest. You not prettiest, Re said, but you my sun, moon and all-stars, all of them, she added with a fond, loving smile. You make crap on a lot of thing, the king said as he nodded thoughtfully, but you not wrong. You not stupid. We make things right with Greza. There no problem when you come home, so, you come home. I can't, Jeho said. The Fed war prisoner need me. The AAT here need me. War here. As long as one AAT here, one of us need be here. That one is me. When war over, or last AAT leave, then I come home. Want argue, the king said, but no argue. Not fair to me. Not fair to queen, but all fair when love war, even if not love war. There is AAT saying, is what is. He shrugged. Is what is. Bring kid here so I can talk with. Come home when can. He smiled. Got a good one. He turned to his wife. See, we no need get him wife after all. Epilogue. So, you want to be a star AAT, a somewhat frazzled looking XX with unkempt feathers and a threadbare tunic said to the latest arrival. Yes. I want, to become. Star AAT. Well, you talk nicely, he said and cocked his head. What's your name? G. Greza. Sir. Skip the sir nonsense, the XX smiled, just call me Kip, or bossman if you wish. I prefer Kip, though. Yes. I will. Kip. I appreciate the effort, but you can drop the cumbersome speech as well, he smiled. To be honest, I usually wind up talking like you guys within a week anyway. He looked at his tablet. Wow, you are certainly educated for one of you guys. Forgive me for asking, but do you have any, and please don't take this the wrong way. Do you have any real skills? Greza started to object and stopped. And no, Kip. Well, most of it will be unfamiliar to a new star AAT, anyhow. And once again forgive me for asking, but you are familiar with what we do, right? Greza nodded nervously. And you are sure you want to do this? She nodded again. It's just that we don't have the best, experience with aughts like you. I just want to be sure you know what you are getting into. Aughts, like me. Former academics, Kip replied. You tend to come from a social stratum not accustomed to contract labor. You do realize that you will be mopping floors, picking produce, and other basic labor, correct? She nodded. Forgive me once again, but why? You are an academic, top of the heap. You have a life filled with scholastic endeavor and all the benefits that provides. Why do you want to give that up? Are you in some kind of trouble? Like I was. Kip added silently. She shook her head. Not in trouble. Then why? Forgive me, but I don't understand. I know that sometimes nobility embeds itself in work crews to ensure compliance and good conditions, but they are either introduced as such, or have appropriate credentials manufactured if you get my meaning. You don't fit either profile. She took a deep breath and looked him in the eyes. I want, to be an AAT. I want, to go see, what I've read about. I want to do, real things. AAT things, and all-star aughts are smart, real smart. AAT smart. I want to be AAT smart, not pretend smart, and... She smiled a little. Maybe meet someone smart, someone who will make me sun, moon, and all stars. The XX made a little click, and smiled. Oh, now that makes sense, and contraception is complimentary during your time with us. Contra. Oh, she yelped and blushed so hard it could be seen through her fur. I know it's not done on your home world, but these little cruises can be quite, well. I suspect you may find what you are looking for and sooner rather than later, though I do recommend easing into the more social aspects of the lifestyle. She giggled. Sign here, the XX said. You can just press your fingertip. Oh. You can actually sign your name. How novel. He put the tablet away. Welcome aboard. Enclaves, Crass. Deep within Leborg, the third largest of the crown jewels of the Assembly, 16 massive arcologies on the surface of Crass, the ruined homeworld of the Vaunt, a convoy of a dozen long, slender six-limbed beings, each pulling a sturdy wagon, paused as the light from their native tech carbide lanterns, the only illumination in the absolute darkness that engulfed them, revealed a spray-painted glyph that had been stenciled on one of the walls of the seemingly endless labyrinth that surrounded them. Their ancient carbide lamps were cumbersome and inefficient. However, they could be made by hand, or tendril, from easily obtained materials and required no power to operate, nor did they emit any electronic signal. Besides, carbide was easy enough to make. Their leader shouldered their human tech grease gun and pulled out a rolled hand-drawn paper map from a pouch on their harness and regarded it carefully with their 4 forward-facing eyes. Garng, it muttered, their version of HMM. It fumbled with the map and garnged again. We're lost, aren't we? One of their companions grumbled. The only confusion present is that which clouds your own mind, the leader snarked through their multi-slitted voice box, which also served as their nose. And I would appreciate it if you did not speak. I find your voice as unattractive as your jacket. At least my jacket knows its function and performs it admirably, unlike our navigator, their companion growled quietly. The only thing your jacket is doing is concealing something even less attractive, their leader said to the amusement of the group, an important job for such an ugly garment. Furthermore, both it and I are performing admirably. We have arrived. We are here. Beyond this portal lies their realm. They put away their map and opened the door next to the glyph to reveal a large pitch-black chamber beyond. And try to relax, KBK, they said as the group entered the cavernous space. You are going to exhaust yourself before we even face the terrible humans and trigger discipline, idiot. Sorry, KBK said as he lifted a grey-green tendril from the trigger of his human tech grease gun, a favorite staple of the less-than-legitimate trades on Crass long before the current conflict. We have enough to worry about without you dooming us all with yet another of your clumsy discharges, pun, and all of its implications, intended. Virgin, another Vaughn snorted through their 6 nasal slits. Someone take his weapon before the whelp kills us all. No. KBK exclaimed with fear. I'll be care. The chamber was suddenly illuminated by dim light. Full. That's far enough, a youthful human voice called from the shadows. Door latch, they challenged. Hop's crotch, the lead Vaughn replied. Close enough, the human chirped as a teenage boy stepped into the light. Hiya, Laka. Tony, the lead Vaughn said as she stepped forward. What do you have for us today? The regular shipment, Tony said as other teens started pulling wagons filled with styrofoam ice chests into view. Tony opened an ice chest to reveal clear Ziploc bags filled with ember powder. He opened a second chest to reveal bags of dark blue-green powder as well. Cien Astra. Laka exclaimed happily as they secured their submachine gun to their back and dropped to all 6s, loping towards the chests. I can smell it from here. Fresh from the vats, Tony said proudly as Laka opened a bag of amber nutritional yeast and dipped a tendril into it. Ha! Laka chuffed as she rubbed her tendril along the sensory ridges in her mouth. Oh, that is the stuff. 100 kilos of yeast 17 and 80 kilos of spirulina pacifica, Tony said pleasantly. Everything a growing Vaunt needs. Excellent. Laka said, and you mentioned something special. That I did, Tony grinned and opened another chest filled with a bubbling, writhing mass. Is that, alive? Yep, Tony smugged, 15 kilograms of meat. Meat? Laka spluttered. In a matter of speaking, Tony replied, what you see there are 15 kilograms of void monkeys. Monkeys. They are actually a kind of shrimp, Tony replied, not sure why we call them monkeys, but we do. May I sample them? Laka asked, are they safe to consume as is? Probably. Tony mused, they are loaded with E. coli, which means they aren't safe for us, but you should be okay. E. coli. A bacteria, Tony replied, I would get bad sick if I ate them unprocessed, but I don't think you would have a problem. An expressionless teen girl with a long, ragged scar across her once beautiful face walked up with a Chinese carry-out container and handed it to Tony. Of course, you could try the finished product, he grinned and offered the container to Laka. Wasting no time, Laka opened the container. Monkey fried rice, Tony said as Laka shot out their long scoop-like tongue, picking up a mouthful. That's good, she enthused. For the first couple of million times, anyway, Tony grinned. Anyhow, we're now making a surplus of the monkeys, too, and are thinking of adding them to the shipments if you are interested. Actual meat? Are you kidding? Laka tooted with delight, of course we're interested. We'll buy every single monkey you can move. I was hoping you would say that, Tony smiled. We can probably do 50 a week easy, more if you want. 50 kilograms of meat a week. Or more, if you can move it. How? How are you doing this? Yellowstone, Tony replied with a shrug. Is that some sort of mineral? Is there a way we can get it? Careful what you ask for, Lix, Tony chuckled as a faint smirk played across the expressionless girl's face. Yellowstone isn't something you want, trust me. But it is the secret to your prosperity even during this hardship. Yellowstone is the name of the supervolcano that wiped out Earth. It did in a day what took you guys centuries to accomplish. We can do what we do because our ancestors learned how to do it after the eruption. Tony chuckled. I guess Yellowstone wouldn't be that big of a deal to you guys after all, but you still probably don't want it to happen. Forgive me for bringing up such darkness, Laka replied as she bobbed in a sign of contrition. Meh, Tony shrugged, before my time. Besides, thanks to what we learned, we are sitting pretty now. I'm actually in better shape than I was before all this bullshit started. That wasn't too hard, the scarred teen snarked. True, Tony said fondly as he smiled back at her. We only brought the agreed upon transaction, Laka said as his people started pulling the same wagons the humans used forward. I have nothing extra to trade for the meat. As always, the first taste is free, Tony grinned. Enjoy. We'll discuss prices for the monkeys later. He handed Laka a data crystal. Detailed analysis of the void monkeys, preparation suggestions, and a few porky recipes that you guys should like. It's over half Kaiden, but for you guys, that's a plus. My catcher will be so happy. I can't remember the last time we had real meat. Tony's smile grew. Speaking of your daughter, he said as he pulled out a small box. Her birthday is coming up. It is, and a meat-laden feast will be such a happiness for her. I think you will be able to top even that, Tony said as he opened the box to the collective gasp of all of the vaunt. Eggs. Laka crooned. Real eggs. Your kid likes these, doesn't she? They are her favorite. Laka gushed, and I thought I would never see another. Thank you so much. We've managed to increase production, Tony said, we will be able to supply them as well. We'll be adding them to the shipments, but these are a present for your little one. I don't know how to process this. I am unable to formulate an appropriate response. A speechless vaunt. Tony laughed. Now there's something you don't see every day. Garng. Perhaps we should just continue with our transaction. Laka inquired stiffly, struggling with her emotions. Sure thing, Tony chuckled. We have the agreed upon exchange, Laka said as she tried to recover her composure. Eggs. Can you believe it? Production filament in several polymers, including that nylon you guys like so much, bulk polymers, medical precursors, assorted flavorings and spices, refined sugar, sugar-based confections, and aluminum foil, Laka said proudly as Tony looked over the goods. Laka cocked her long head curiously. Why the foil? Why would you possibly want so much aluminum foil? Best you don't know, Laka, Tony grinned. Let's just say it has its uses and leave it at that. When a human says that one doesn't want to know something, Laka snorted, I am always intrigued. I can send you some notes, the scarred girl said impassively. Garng, Laka said uncertainly. The strange girl always unnerved her. There was just something about her that did not sit right with Laka. The scar and clearly cybernetic eye were perhaps the least unsettling things about the child. Laka was no saint and quite familiar with the game, dealing with all sorts along the way. Most of those individuals were dangerous. But none of them frightened Laka like that human. Laka knew that the humans were at war, but there had been no conflict on their world. The humans simply withdrew deep beneath the Arco, void knows where. Officially they were all enemies of the people, but nobody had the slightest interest in fighting the Federation's war for them. If the Federation wanted the humans, they would have to go down there after them themselves. Technically, they were all under detention orders and would be apprehended on sight. But the truth of the matter was that nobody was going to risk their hide over a war that wasn't theirs to fight. The humans had never been a problem for anyone, even their criminals. Their cartels were pure business and very respectful despite their savage reputation elsewhere. The Razors, the cartel that dominated the human enclave, were professional and polite, a pleasure to do business with. And they still were. While the products had changed, Laka was making plenty of profit selling yeast, algae, and now, most likely, meat and even eggs. It was still illegal but drew a lot less heat and made almost as much money. Spirulina and amber gold, that divine nutritional yeast, were becoming incredibly popular, much more popular than mist and nicopop. And that was before the meat and eggs. They were going to make a fortune. The scarred teen looked into Laka's eyes. Oh no. Had she been staring? What? The teen inquired. Oh, nothing, Laka said hastily and looked away. Sure looked like something, the scarred girl said smoothly, you have a problem. No. No problem, Laka said. I was just wondering about your injury. We are at war, but there have been no battles here. The girl smirked, turned, and lifted her long hair, revealing a small mark on the nape of her neck. It was a tattoo of a stylized cat with big eyes and a heart-shaped nose. Laka's heart skipped a beat. While innocent appearing, what it signified certainly was not. The cute little kitten was the mark of the Nikos, a vicious juvenile Arco gang. They controlled the detention center that was Laka's home for most of her own childhood and were the source of most of her nightmares, and therapy bills. There have been plenty of battles here, just not with the feds, the Nico smirked. Your Nikos. You didn't know? Tony asked as he pulled down his lip, revealing another little kitten. Is that an issue? No. No issue. Cool, Tony smiled. We made peace with the Razors once the balloon went up. We might own the tunnels, but those motherfuckers own the Warrens. It made sense to link up. But you hate each other. Laga spluttered in disbelief. Hate is hate, the scarred teen said, but war is war. It would be stupid to keep fighting each other when the Fed is trying to kill us both. Besides, part of the deal is that we get officially recognized by the Forsaken. We play nice, and we run this place when the war is over. And the Razors allowed this. This is just one planet, Tony said with a shrug, the Razors don't give a shit as long as they don't lose face. Besides, who do you think we will be working for? What? We don't have a fleet, Tony replied, they do. When things go back to normal, where do you think we will be getting our shit from? They will still be controlling all of that. We will just be running things down here for them. It's a win-win. We get their supply chain, and they get us to move it for them in the Arcos. We're their bitches now, Scarface snarled. It's not like that, Tony snapped. It's exactly like that. If I wanted to be their little whore, I wouldn't have taken the mark in the first place. Still, Tony sighed, we covered this. No, you covered this. Garng, Laga did not want to be a part of this conversation anymore. Child soldiers. Jessica said disapprovingly as she coolly regarded an elderly man on one of the old Earth Tech OLED screens in her office. Holograms gave her headaches if she looked at them too long. Besides, OLEDs used less power, something that would soon be a concern. Seriously, she continued as she took a sip from her priceless antique Corel teacup. Everything that we are doing, and this is what you are sticking on, the old man replied. Besides, you do realize how old I was when I came to work for you, right? Revising history again. That was the Soul Wars, Jessica replied, this is now. And, regardless of your biological age, you weren't a child. You were already quite well established, as I recall. Same goes for these kids, he replied, the Nikos. Nikos? You must be joking. A cute name for some very ugly people. Those little fuckers are vicious. Even we avoided them. You ran from children. We didn't run from them. We just didn't go buying trouble we didn't need to buy. We might own those hellholes, but they were born in them. Some of them have never even seen the outside. It's their natural environment, and they are the last thing you want to run into in a dark alley, and alleys don't come any darker than the ones in which they lurk. They know those places like the back of their hand, are fine in complete darkness, and they are so small that they can squeeze through places you wouldn't think a person could go, or slither out of. Trust me. You do not want to play a game of murder in the dark with them. But they are children, Jessica sighed. There isn't much that all of the sapient races in this hell of a galaxy agree upon, but children are the one thing that the overwhelming majority of Siphons hold dear. This is not a good look, Aiko. And another reason why we left them alone, Aiko, leader of the Razors, laughed ruefully. Go in their lairs, lose good men and women, and for what? Pictures of dead kids, and not just human ones. They have a human name, but they are a native org. They have humans, Vaunt, and the Void itself knows what else in their ranks. Besides, we aren't fighting on Crass. The Vaunt want no part of this conflict. What is the deal with them, anyway? Well, Aiko mused, they aren't our allies, but they are no friends of the Federation, either. Their planet was wrecked by Siphon-induced climate change, far worse than anything we faced before Yellowstone, and while first contact might have saved their species, it did them no other favors. They've made the best of a bad situation and done okay, but they hold no love for the Federation. They basically had to trade away their entire solar system for their survival. They have their home world, and that's it. Everything else belongs to the Grey Pigs, including most of their population, who strip mine their entire solar system for slave wages. Their archaeologies are amazing, though, wonders of the modern galaxy, and thanks to the agreements they signed, can't be touched. I went to Ilia once, Jessica said. Amazing. It was like something right out of a movie. Yeah, the nice parts are very nice, Aiko agreed, something to see at least once in your life. Unfortunately for them, tourism was a big source of their income, and that's gone, something that they hold us directly responsible for. Then again, the loss of the FedNet and banking network has worked out very nicely for them, something that they also credit us with. Oh. Those Arcos are fully self-contained, and their planet has its own internet and hypernet. Their hyperspace transmitters, data centers, banks, and all the rest have been completely untouched, and, thanks to their original Federation charter and trade agreements, completely untouchable by their trade bloc and subject only to Federation law, which is quite scant when it comes to regulations. They are set up to become Switzerland, and more systems are setting up massive accounts with them, allowing for transactions that were once only possible through the Federation banking network. Add to that the huge warehouse capacity of the planet, and they are looking at becoming a huge trading center. They already have the infrastructure. Aiko smiled. You might want to talk to the slug about them. A number of Belial can now be seen oozing around the upper cities. Jessica chuckled as Analytica filled several screens with the latest dirt. So that's why she lost interest in dealing with our people, she smiled, that little shit. Can't blame her, though. Looks like she cut one hell of a deal with them. She paused and took another sip. Terrence appeared almost out of thin air and refilled her cup. Who do you have there? Katria. That old murderer? How's her cancer? In full remission, Aiko replied. For now, but she's probably half nanite by weight at this point. The doctors give her several decades, though, at least. Pity whose fountain of youth turned out to be tainted. Tell me about it, Jessica laughed. What's the latest on that whole mess? Her treatment is fundamentally flawed, Jessica replied, it will never work. She sighed sadly. It is also likely uncurable. Even with the Terrans and their biomagic, we are getting nowhere. Everyone who is infected will die. Some die fast, and others linger, but sooner or later, the end is the same. Just like the rest of us, then. Yeah, but their sooner or later is a lot sooner than ours and their end. I would almost prefer to be dragged. A notice appeared with the commentary, I'm not kidding, attached. A rare look of complete surprise and confusion appeared on Jessica's impassive face. What? Aiko asked. I gotta take this, Jessica said. We'll talk later. She closed the Aiko's screen. Well, this proves interesting, Terrence said with a wry smile. If you will excuse me. Stick around, Jessica said, off camera. Yes, ma'am. Jessica took a moment to collect herself and clicked a flashing icon on her screen, opening a new window. She smiled at the butterfly-embellished face that appeared. Monarch, she said, to what do I owe the pleasure of your visit? Ms. Morgan, Monarch smiled. We share a common problem. One that you shared, Jessica replied. And one that I haven't had the opportunity to properly thank you for, yet. Not my call, Monarch replied, not my implementation. Of that, I have little doubt, Jessica replied smoothly, and thank God for small favors. How's your boss faring? I wouldn't know, Monarch replied, and if you don't already know that, I would be very disappointed in you. I also assume that you have her location. One more bit of long overdue unfinished business, Jessica shrugged. Then again, I do hate waiting in line, and there is quite the queue forming up around that bitch. What do you want? A deal, Monarch said. I am in possession of the entirety of our research concerning both the treatment and the bioweapon based on it. I am prepared to share everything I have and provide access to the original researchers. Interesting, Jessica replied. I assume this won't be a gift. What do you want? A truce, Monarch said. We left her organization behind and would like to leave her conflicts behind as well. We have no quarrel with you or your people and would like that feeling to be mutual. We also would like a research agreement. We have resources you do not, and you have resources that we lack, especially where access to certain pre-fall data is concerned. We would like access to your archives, the real ones. Jessica narrowed her eyes. That's a big ask and one that I am not inclined to agree to. We already have one of your researchers, and to be honest, he isn't terribly impressive. Neither is the data in his possession. That charlatan. Monarch laughed. Do you honestly believe he was capable of creating any of this? I have the people who were as well as all of their research, and our work towards a solution that is actually possible. Jessica regarded her carefully. I detect no falsehood. Analytica displayed. Based on my models, she honestly believes she is onto something. She wouldn't take the risk of contacting you for nothing, and the time it would take to transfer that data would have her communications open for long enough to be a considerable risk on her end. I noticed that you said solution, not cure. Because it isn't one, Monarch replied. It isn't curable, at least not by us. If we could, Patricia wouldn't have done what she did. Privately, I don't think it's possible. However, I believe that someone could live a normal lifespan even afflicted with either the treatment or the bioweapon. Tell me. Make the agreement. Fine, Jessica said, but without knowing what I'm buying, I reserve the right to revoke it at will. Monarch looked at her silently with absolutely no expression for several moments. And then nodded. Deal. Transmitting the data now. She smiled, causing the holographic butterflies on her face to flutter. Strange days, these, she said. And I hold you completely responsible, Jessica replied impassively. We'll be in touch. Gwen, a nerd, and Mr. Sticky, a holiday special. I can't take it anymore, an old former pirate yelled. I want off of this hellhole. Relax, Hatchet, Captain Marakovich said even though he agreed with him 100%, now, you knew what you were getting into. No, I didn't, Hatchet yelled, None of us did, not even you. If we did, there is no way in the mother void that we would have signed up for this bullshit. The captain sighed. Hatchet wasn't the only one. He also wasn't wrong. None of them had any idea how bad Gwen would get. The crew was picked carefully. All of them were guilty of just about any crime, cruelty, or horror that one being could inflict upon another. They were not saints. They were fiends, all of them, the absolute best of the worst. They were no strangers to savagery, to horror. But there was horror, and then there was horror. There was natural savagery, and then there was what was happening on her ship, not his, hers. There is no way he would allow what was going on otherwise. Hatchet, think about it. It really isn't that bad, he lied. Yes, it is. Hatchet yelled. For one thing, why isn't it dead yet? It should be dead. It should be dead. My name is Mr. Sticky. I think. That's what the little thing calls me. I like her, she's nice. She is one of the only things that are. Most things don't like me. They don't like me one bit. They press themselves against the walls as I walk past, and they say mean words. They say things like I shouldn't still be alive, that I'm unnatural, that I'm a monster. I don't mind that so much. They are just things, so petty and trapped in their meager 3 dimensions, sorry, 3 plus 1, as if that matters, poor linear things. I almost feel sorry for them. No, I definitely feel sorry for them. They wouldn't bother me at all, it would just be the buzzing of so many flies, but they say bad words about my girlfriend, too. I hate them for that. Oh. I have a girlfriend. She's wonderful. She's pretty, oh so pretty, in 3 dimensions she is beautiful, but you should see her in real space. She's breathtaking, not that you actually breathe there, but I'm getting ahead of myself. I do have to share her, though. That's not exactly right. I have to share myself. It's okay, though. My boyfriend, the friend that I share my body with, is also beautiful. And he's kind, so very kind, and so careful with my flesh. He gently tends and sculpts it, making me more beautiful every time we visit him. Soon I will be as beautiful as they are. Lydia Steelpeg, do not ask how she got that name, Lark shuddered as she saw a wide crimson streak on one of the bulkheads. It was fresh. That meant that Freak was around here somewhere. Suddenly, giggling echoed down the corridor, a young child's giggling. V, the only child on this hell barge, was laughing about something. Still giggling, V sprinted into view, large bloody handprints on her clothes. Lydia quietly cursed as she flattened herself against a wall. She knew what was coming. Moments later, a horrific bloody zombie shambled clumsily into view. Twisted by exposure after exposure to hyperspace, he bore no resemblance to the rotund, pig-faced being he once was. He bore no resemblance to anything, well, anything from this universe, anyway. His flesh hung from its body in long ragged strips, oozing blood, and the void knows what else wherever it went. Bone, or what could be bone, shone through gaps in its ever-twisting and changing flesh, especially around its head which was now no longer remotely palg-like. Palgs don't have teeth like that. Then again, nothing has teeth like that. There, in all its horrific magnificence, was Mr. Sticky, Gwen's boyfriend. V gave it the name because he was, by all accounts, sticky. Lydia never had the dubious pleasure of finding out. But the ooze on the walls, which she had bumped into more than once, was. Mr. Sticky groaned and shambled after V, his arms outstretched in a classic zombie pose, with V staying just out of reach. They were playing zombie tag again, one of V's favorite games, second only to spaceships with Gwen. However, Gwen was often busy, and Mr. Sticky, V's ever-present companion, was, ever-present, ever available and always ready to play with his little companion. The shambling, clumsy movements of Mr. Sticky were a lie. They were just part of the game. Lydia had, during their increasingly savage boarding actions, seen him move for real. He was fast, unnaturally so. Then again, unnatural was the only. Lydia shrieked as Mr. Sticky bumped into her as he passed. The bastard did that on purpose. He had to have. And he was so very, very sticky. Cursing, Lydia stomped towards the bridge, where the captain currently was. This shit had to stop. I know, as pirates, concerning ourselves with the state of another's sheets is normally not done, Stephen Professor Klein said as he and a few comrades huddled around a table in the galley, but have you seen them? It's like she rolled around in strawberry jam. Belinda, just Belinda. She never got a cool name for some reason, looked down at her biscuit and tossed it on the table. Guess what was in it? Fuck you in the POO hole, she grumbled as Professor smirked evilly. But seriously, he said, have you seen them? Only when Piggy is carrying them to the laundry, poor thing, John Byrne Baby Woo said. As if summoned by magic, a shell-shocked Volksine sneaked into the galley. If they had tails, hers would definitely be between her legs. It was Piggy, her real name forgotten, a Volksine that Gwen spared during a particularly nasty pirate action. By then, everyone refused to clean up after Mr. Sticky in Gwen's room after the jumps, so she needed a maid. Considering that her friends and family were being chained to the walls during preparations for a jump, Piggy accepted. It was now her life, scrubbing blood and ichor from walls, floors, furniture. In addition, since the crew now refused to help Gwen line her walls with the next set of victims, Piggy also helped with that. She also tended the captives that Gwen had started keeping in one of the holds, future fodder for the next jump. Gwen hated running out. The crew also refused to assist. The poor souls dying of starvation or thirst was a far kinder fate than what otherwise awaited them. The horrors that poor little Gruppig had seen. The horrors that they had done. "Hey there," Professor said gently, causing Piggy to flinch. Yet, she was a Volksine, and Porkies hated her race, but poor little Piggy was an object of genuine heartfelt pity, not hatred. "Yet," Belinda said, "how's it?" Piggy burst into tears. There are children down there," she wept as she buried her face in her hands. "Children." Gwen took kids, she wailed, looking at the pirates imploringly, silently begging for their aid. That's why she wanted to do that last one solo. Professor snarled and leaped to his feet. That was what was in those crates. That's it. That is fucking it. He stormed from the galley. "Hey, where are you going?" Belinda called out after him with genuine concern. "I'm going to the captain." "Why kids?" Gwen shrugged as the captain glowered at her from the desk in his day room. "Why not? Meat is meat." Captain Marakovich looked at her in disbelief. "Why not?" he snarled, "are you being serious right now? Compared to what you assholes did back in the day." Gwen replied. "Come on, dude. You fuckers used to sell baby meat at a premium cause it was tender, and don't even pretend that you didn't. It's a bit late for you old raiders to be growing a conscience. You are still going to hell." Gwen smirked. "We all are," she added. The captain looked at her in disbelief. After the void knows how many jumps, how many weeks exposed to raw hyperspace, Gwen had ceased to be anything remotely human. Oh, she still looked human-ish. She was even still objectively pretty, beautiful even. She was just, alien. He didn't know if it was the uncanny valley effect or maybe it was just because of what he knew, but her beauty didn't elicit admiration or even lust. It elicited in him exactly what it did in his crew, horror. Then again, they do say that Lucifer was beautiful. At least she kept her eyes covered with a thick visor these days. His crew said that they were ragged holes, but they were even worse than that. Her irises were gone, lost to hyperspace, and the pupils' edges, if you could even call it that, were eating away the white and delicate fractal patterns of the darkest dark he had ever seen. Thank the void that this made her very light sensitive. If she didn't wear that visor, the crew really would mutiny. Not that it wasn't a distinct possibility anyway. The thought of her dragging kids was the last straw. They were ready to kill her. Or at least try. While the crew was confident they could, the captain wasn't. Gwen was near unstoppable, and her cheerleaders? Jesus Christ! Where did Gwen find them? The only one of Gwen's crew that was remotely normal was their techie, Susan. Why was such a nice and wholesome, pretty girl in with those monsters? That was then, and this is now, he replied as he forced his thoughts to return to the matter at hand. And now there is no way the crew will stand for this. Hell, Gwen, they are one step from spacing us both, Jessica be damned. Fieine, Gwen said as she mock-pouted, but they are going to have to feed them, water them, and walk them. And you need to find me more prey. I don't like my walls empty. They don't like it, either. Who is they? Keep the meat coming, and you won't have to find out, Gwen smirked. Is that supposed to be a threat? The captain snarled. Gwen smiled widely, too widely. The captain stared. What was going on with her mouth? For one fraction of a second, it looked bigger. She stood up with fluid grace. I've agreed not to drag the kids, Gwen replied. Is there anything else you want to bitch about, or are we done? Almost, Captain Marakovich replied. The crew are complaining about your boyfriend. How long is that thing going to live? I honestly have no idea, Gwen sighed, but that's the thing about love. You don't worry about how long it will last. You just embrace it while it's here. The captain shuddered. What the hell did he have on his ship? If this was the future of humanity, he wanted no part of it. Maybe he should space her. Well, if you do love that thing, keep it away from my crew. They are this close to killing it themselves. The one who does replaces him, she smiled. We done. For now, the captain snarled. Geez, your crew are pussies, Gwen muttered as she left his office. A few moments after she left, he pressed his communicator. Captain! Get me a line to the devil. About fucking time, sir. Susan looked in the mirror of her cabin and, for the 1000th time, tried to fight back tears. She was the only one of Gwen's girls who wasn't part of the cheer team at her old high school. She was one of the nerds, not a derogatory term, at least at her school. She was known for her brain, particularly her technical ability, and not her beauty and grace. There was nothing wrong with her, not really. She wasn't fat, built strangely, or had an ugly face. It wasn't that she was ugly. She just wasn't anything. She even used to be considered cute, the prettiest girl in the robotics lab. It's just that, compared to the others, she was hideous, at least in her own mind. They were all so pretty, so graceful, so not her. All the pirates would stare at them with raw, naked lust, not like they would actually do anything. They were Gwen's, and nobody on that ship dared cross her. It wasn't that she was overlooked, either. She drew many appraising looks, especially as the mission went longer and longer without a visit to a friendly port. If anything, she got more actual attention. The others were too pretty, too perfect. She was normal enough that a pirate thought they stood a chance. They thought they had a chance with her. Some even made enthusiastic, if cautious, approaches. She was still one of Gwen's after all. Some of them were quite handsome. If you were into guys, that is. If she could only just be normal, she would be in heaven with her pick of the cream of the scum. But was she? Of course not. That just made everything worse. None of the pirate women were that way, and the other of Gwen's girls weren't, except for two who were in a relationship and weren't interested in including a third, especially one as bland as she was. Or she supposed, anyway. There was no way she had the nerve to approach them. Besides, her eye, and heart, were firmly affixed to someone else, someone who was as perfect as she wasn't. Susan brushed her hair, inexpertly smeared on some lip gloss, grabbed her tablet, and, taking a deep breath, rushed out into the corridor. I have that report you wanted, Gwen, Susan said adoringly as she timidly approached divine perfection. Thanks, nerd, Gwen said cheerfully as she turned her visored face to regard her, making her heart skip a beat. Gwen had taken to wearing heavy dark shades that completely obscured her vision and, unfortunately, her eyes. People said that they were ragged holes or that it was like looking into hyperspace itself. As if they would know. Susan thought they were beautiful. She could look into those eyes forever. She wanted to look into those eyes forever. She would do anything to look into those eyes forever. Anything. She stood there gazing up at Gwen just like a puppy would as she watched the object of her adoration carefully read the report, her offering to her goddess, praying that she would take off the visor and let her steal a peek at her beautiful, perfect eyes. I have a question, Susan said hesitantly, breathless, as she tried to keep her mind together. Gwen had that effect on a lot of people, most people, actually. But they didn't have it for the reason Susan did. Yet. Gwen replied absently as she continued to study the document. Why did you ask me to do it? Susan asked, why didn't you ask the actual engineer? Gwen smiled and lowered her visor, looking directly into Susan's adoring eyes. Susan's breath froze as she stared into Gwen's completely iris-free eyes with the beautiful delicate fractal edges as the most beautiful perfect black slowly nibbled away the useless sclera. It was the most beautiful thing Susan had ever seen, the perfect black and the things that could be seen in it. Because you are my nerd, not the captain's, Gwen said, making Susan's heart skip a beat in her chest. My nerd, she thought. She said that I was hers. And I don't need the king of dorks finding out about this, she said, so keep it to yourself, okay? Yes, Gwen. Susan enthused, anything for you. Anything. Hyperspace at last. I am finally with my boyfriend. I love it when he is inside me. I love the searing kiss of true reality. I love my girlfriend. I love her so much. I am truly happy. I am content. I am whole. I am loved. She is talking to the others. They must resort to using dolls instead of flesh. They are so jealous. They want flesh too. Sorry guys, Gwen said, looks like kids are off the table, at least for now. Captain Dork lost his shit when he found them. But the question of their increased responsiveness to changes. We were promised. Yeah, well, you're going to have to wait, Gwen told the small figurine, who would be pouting if it was an option. But. She grinned, there is going to be an interesting batch of fleshies coming up very soon and my ship is going to be more accommodating. If you aren't set on a kid, then meat will be on the menu. If you want to wait on a kid, there will be a delay, but it's not off the table. Literally. There was some grumbling among the beings. But they seemed mostly okay. Alright. That's enough business. Let's party. Susan watched as Gwen glided past, seeming to only be partially in this world. It physically hurt to look at her. She loved her so much, and Gwen barely noticed her existence. She loved Gwen so much but hated being in her presence sometimes. Looking at Gwen made her feel small, flat, obsolete. It was strange, but obsolete was the best word for what she felt. It was like she was yesterday's news. No. It wasn't just her. Next to Gwen, everybody was yesterday's news. It wasn't just her, nobody was worthy, fit to even look at her. Rara. Sweetie. Gwen gushed as Mr. Sticky shambled up, wrapping her arms around him in a loving, if messy, embrace. RRRRRR, Mr. Sticky rumbled. You are so sweet. Gwen said and then gave him a little lick, and tasty. Glur. Oh, you are so bad. Gwen squealed, and you are just going to have to wait. We aren't jumping for another 2 days. As Gwen and Sticky walked, hand in hand, down the hall, Susan's heart broke a little. Then, she lit up. It wasn't that nobody was fit to be near her. There was one who did. She couldn't be like Gwen. But she could make herself worthy. Why hadn't she thought of it before? It was so simple. Gwen and Sticky were cuddling in her comfortingly dimly lit room when there was a knock on the door. Yet? Gwen asked, her voice conveyed by the door speaker. Gee Gwen, Susan asked, can I come in? It's unlocked, Gwen said. As the door opened, Gwen reached for her visor. No. Susan exclaimed. Gwen cocked her head at Susan curiously. I like your eyes, Susan said shyly. Okay, Gwen shrugged and looked at her with eyes that were somehow more visible in the dim light. What's up? I want. Gwen said and then trailed off. You want what? Gwen replied with a chuckle. It better not be a pony. We just ate the last one. Iwantaba like Sticky. Say what now? I want to be. Susan said with closed eyes and clenched fists, I want to be like Mr. Sticky. I want to. She looked down. I want to be like you. I never thought I'd say this, Gwen said, but you are even crazier than I am. Woo. Susan giggled. Gwen hadn't wooed in a long time. It made her feel warm inside. And crazy is exactly the right word, Gwen continued. You have no idea what you are asking. When people say it's the worst thing that can happen to you, they aren't kidding. Are they, Sticky? No. Ow, Sticky said with surprising clarity. He really likes it now, but getting there hurt, and look at him. I think he's beautiful, but I'm the only one. She thinks he's beautiful. You are the only one I care about, ever cared about. If I can be beautiful to you Nerd, Gwen said gently, Susan, look. I'm the last person to play therapist. I mean the very last. It's cool that you like me and all. Love you. I love you. Susan blurted. Okay, love me. That is awesome. It is. You are barking up the wrong psycho, but yet. But even if I was gay, even if I was in love with you too, even the biggest love there is not worth getting dragged through hyperspace. You aren't going to turn out like me. You are going to turn out like Sticky. That will be great for me, and Sticky would love a new friend. RRRRRR. But you will be fried. It's not like you are going to go away. You will still be in there. You will be in there every single time. You will be in there as your body twists, melts, breaks, and it all happens again. I didn't do it to Sticky because he was my friend. I did it because he killed my Gram. I like you. You do. Not that way, but yet. You're my nerd. Gwen paused and looked at her appraisingly. But I won't stop you if you show up before a jump. If you want to be strapped to the bed. Giggle. Not that way. Jesus. Gwen laughed, but you are definitely going to be strapped down for the first couple of runs. I can hook you up with something that means that you won't die right away. You will become a Sticky. I don't know how long a Sticky will live, though. I don't even know if Stickies will even be remotely alike. You could die from this. You will worse than die from this. I'm rolling with Gwen on a pirate ship. I could die, anyway. Gwen smiled. Well, okay then. Think about it. Really think about it because there is no turning back. I'll drag you if you want, but you should really get some therapy or whatever instead. I will, Gwen. 2 days later, Gwen and Mr. Sticky were setting out a row of dolls, plush toys, figurines, and the like on the floor in what appeared to be some sort of obscene, occult tea party. There was a timid knock at the door. Rar. Gurrar, gurgle, dot. I dunno, Sticky, Gwen smiled, I still think setting up Gram was dumber. She turned towards the door. Come in, she called out in a clear voice. The door opened. It was Susan. I've thought about it, really thought about it, Susan said, and I want it. Look, Gwen said, if you are just doing this for me, I will be happy to, you know. I'm not that way, not really, but I've eaten worse. No. Susan said. That's what I thought about. I don't want it for you. I want it for me. Wah. Gwen said, looking at Susan like she had gone mad, which she arguably had. I've always hated myself, Susan said. I've always felt like part of me was missing. Does that make any sense? More than a little bit, Gwen said, but have you thought about, I don't know, a hobby or something? Something is coming, Gwen, Susan said, and you know it. I want in. I hate being flat, empty, obsolete. I want this. I can't think of anything else. Take a long look at Sticky. Rar, he said brightly. You still want in? Susan nodded. Oh okay, Gwen said. Come on, Sticks, let's break out the straps. All hands, prepare for jump. Gwen and Mr. Sticky looked down at a bundle of blankets and straps with Susan tightly swaddled inside. Anything else you can think of, Sticky? Gwen asked. Rar. Got it right here, Gwen said brightly and produced a freshly made mouthguard. She looked down at Susan and smiled. Open wide. Susan did and Gwen put it in her mouth. Last chance, to stay a nerd, Gwen laughed. 3, 2, 1. Jump. The ship lurched in a distinctive way as it breached the veil between worlds. Ready, nay, Gwen paused. Ready, Susan? Susan nodded. Don't say I didn't warn you, Gwen said as she walked over to her chamber's shield controls. Super duper last chance, Gwen said. After this, it's forever, literally. Not if you want me to do this. Susan nodded. Okay, Gwen flipped the switch. Susan screamed as the shield that was the only thing between them and a world in which they did not belong fell. Hi, Gwen's voice said as if being played slowly, UUUUKII. As impossible flooded her senses, Susan saw Gwen's beautiful face, her real one. Lost in the formless and timeless void, she stopped screaming as she finally achieved the one thing she wanted more than anything else. She was able to look into Gwen's beautiful eyes. Forever. Breaking point. Adrift in the timeless and formless multidimensional nothing and everything, Gwen, Sticky, and the doll menagerie regarded Susan with interest and mild amusement. And she undertook this voluntarily. One of the dolls said incredulously. Yab. That makes absolutely no sense. That's the thing about my kind, Gwen smiled, we do not feel the need to be constrained by such petty concerns. She paused. That might be why I can do this in the first place. We had not considered that. As always you never cease to amaze and amuse. A glowing wave washed over the curious gathering, causing Susan to heave and resume screaming, a new favorite pastime of hers. Something went squelch. So, Gwen said, Miss Ducky, do you want to be Susan? A small plush duck's eyes flashed, well, they did something anyway. And it nodded its duck a little head. Jessica looked at the carnage displayed on one of her OLED screens and winced. She had seen this before, but never quite this bad. I am sorry, ma'am, the white-coated doctor wailed. The attendants thought. I understand, doctor, Jessica sighed wearily. You do. These people can be. They can be. Jessica trailed off, at a loss for the right word for once. They can be, difficult, challenging even. Difficult? Challenging? It killed. Would you rather another term? Jessica asked with a raised eyebrow, one that would imply you were culpable. They can be quite challenging, the doctor said cautiously. That they can be, Jessica agreed, as challenging and costly as this project can be, one has to agree that it is for the best, most noble, perhaps even most holy of causes. It was, the doctor said. I just wish. What do you mean was? Jessica smiled evilly. The project is still active. You mean there's more of them? The doctor gasped in horror. Just one, Jessica said, but she is a miracle, fully functional, well, functional for one of them. The doctor made a strangled gasp as his vision started to fade around the edges. It wasn't over. It wasn't over. It wasn't over. The doctor remained silent as he started to tremble slightly. He thought it was over. He thought that the hell was over. It was supposed to be over. It wasn't over. It wasn't over. It wasn't over. It wasn't over. And naturally, as one of the most experienced researchers concerning this phenomenon. No. The doctor yelled, no. I can't. I won't do this anymore. You don't understand, ma'am, you don't understand what they are like, what it is like being with them. You are correct, doctor, Jessica said as she sipped her tea. I do not know. I do not understand. However, you do. I can't do this anymore. I won't. Oh, you can't do this anymore? Jessica asked with a sickeningly overly sweet voice. Well, why didn't you say so? If it is so unpleasant, then of course you can quit. I can. The doctor asked with his last remaining shred of hope. Of course, you can, and while you are packing up, tell all the soldiers protecting your facility that they can go home too, Jessica snarled. Then, tell the pilots and crew of the homestead ships with families still trapped in the hot zones that if they can't do it anymore, they can go and grab them and dump their passengers instead. Tell the researchers that go into those same zones every single day risking their lives surrounded with pestilence and death that if they are uncomfortable or a little scared that they can quit. She glared at the doctor, who wilted remotely under her gaze. You are a youngster, Jessica said with mock reassurance, so you might not know. Are you familiar with the term, a waste of food? The doctor made a little strangling noise. Are you? Jessica asked pleasantly, are you a waste of food? No. The doctor yelped. I'm not. I'm worth my ration. I swear I am. He added desperately. Then pour a cup, eat that ration, and get back to fucking work, doctor. Yes, ma'am. Good man, Jessica said as she took another sip. Thank you. Oh, and doctor. Yes, ma'am. Whine like a little bitch one more time, and I will turn you into one. Do I make myself clear? Yes, ma'am. Good. Files for your new subject are inbound. Her name is Gwen Shea. Gwen Shea. The younger and much improved version of the original. It's her great-granddaughter. All of the original savagery plus a void gazer to boot. I see. And pack your duffel. We are going to be rotating out some of the crew and will embed you on board at the same time. It turns out that some of her crew can't do it anymore as well. Pity. I once valued them highly. Jessica took a sip. No matter, I'm sure they will earn their ration one way or another. Yes, ma'am. Unlike them, Jessica said, you won't let me down, will you? No, ma'am. I won't let you down. Review those files, Jessica said, I will be in touch soon. As the line went dead, Dr. Carl Thornton, in a corridor streaked with blood and littered with parts of people he called his friends, fell to his knees, and wept. A beep from his communicator informed him that he had a new email. Ratchet, the ship's engineer, hesitantly approached Kara, one of the Barbies as they were called behind their backs by the crew. Excuse me, Kara, right. That's me. She said brightly, looking up from the sensor screen she was manning. Have you seen Little Bits? Who? Susan, you know, you're techie. Wait. Belinda called from the captain's chair where she stood watch, Susan has a cool pirate name and I don't. Are your bits little? Ratchet asked. Excuse me. And the fact that you think bits are bits is why you're Belinda. That and Belinda is your pirate name. It is. God, you are such a Belinda sometimes, Ratchet snorted, smiling. He turned back to Kara, still smiling, as Belinda flipped off the back of his bald head. So, Little Bits. His smile fell as he saw her expression. What? Well, dude, Kara said, it's like this. Captain Marakovich closed the door to his cabin and locked it. For the first time in decades, he didn't do this just for privacy. The crew was ready to mutiny. And, to be perfectly honest, so was he. Dragging Susan was the last straw. Why did it have to be her, of all people? Why did that monster, have to drag the one nice, one good, one wholesome thing that both he and many of his crew had in their lives for oh so very long? He closed his eyes, trying to forget the screams, Susan's screams, when he, through the safety of the intercom, demanded to know if what Gwen's little trollops were saying was true, that Susan was in there with her. Susan's screams and Gwen's laughter were the only reply. God! Those screams! They just wouldn't stop. Even now, he could hear them in some undefinable way. Even worse, they summoned every scream buried in his long and evil memory, the loudest not from victims but from the people whose screams had made him what he was today, irredeemably and hopelessly lost. This ends now, whether he wanted it to or not. His crew was done. He wasn't sure that they wouldn't attack the moment Gwen wasn't protected by the boiling void that seemed to love only her. He had been chosen for this because he had experience in dealing with this before. He thought he did. He was wrong. He was so very wrong. His great-grandchildren were nothing like Gwen. They were more feral and less rational, certainly. But they weren't evil. They weren't cruel. They did what they did because they couldn't help themselves. Gwen wasn't insane. That's the worst thing about her. She didn't do the things she did because she was crazy. She did them because she wanted to. As he opened a heavy steel locker in his cabin and pulled out a short-barreled electron carbine, perfect for shipboard combat, he froze as he had an epiphany. His beloved great-grandchildren killed themselves not because they were insane. They did so in order to prevent becoming her. Captain Marakovich nodded silently and grimly. That was why. It all made so much sense. Finally, he could understand. And, just like his descendants, he, too, would make a sacrifice, both to honor them and to protect humanity itself. It wouldn't save his soul. Nothing could do that now. But maybe, just maybe, he could do one good thing before he died. He then poured himself a generous portion of, Terran whiskey. He hated to admit it, but they did make better whiskey than his people by far. There was simply no comparison. The Terrans had the right wood for real barrels. Ultrasound and smuggled sawdust just didn't cut it. He calmly sat at his desk and pulled up the ship's management screens. He downed the whiskey and refilled his glass. He pulled up the captain's page. On it was an icon labeled self-destruct. Wait. Not yet. He wanted his and his crew's remains to be spread across his void, the one he prayed to, not cast adrift in hyperspace. He wasn't a religious man, not anymore. However, if a soul existed, he wouldn't condemn his crew to having theirs dumped here. V. That's right, there was V to consider as well. She was just a kid, a true innocent trapped on this doomed ship. They would hand her and her brother off at the upcoming rendezvous. Only after she was safe could he do what had to happen. It sucked for the new crew, but he had seen their records. All of them deserved to die the same as he did. As he closed the screen and poured himself another drink, there was a knock at the door. Yesterday, he would have just answered it without a care. Today, he activated the door camera. It was bloody Ariza. Originally, she was the Black Angel henchman sent by the real Gwen Shea to represent Angel business and protect her great-granddaughter. Now that the Black Angels had been scattered across the void, she was a valued member of his crew. Very valued. He remotely opened the door and then closed and locked it the second she was inside, all from his desk. Hiluvade, hi. Arisa said as she filled her own glass and plopped down onto his bed, their bed most nights. That it is, Captain Marakovich said with a sigh. Baby Shay, Arisa said grimly. She took a drink and sat quietly for a moment. The captain let her. We have to kill her, she said, the second V is off this barge, we put that monster down. If we can't, then we blow the ship, fuck, we drive it into a star if we have to. We drive it into a star to begin with, the captain replied. Rather go out quick than spend the rest of my life hiding from Jessica and the last of it enjoying whatever she does when she catches us. Bloody Arisa knocked her drink back and nodded. Only way to be sure. When V is safe, we take a dive. She grabbed the bottle and poured them both another. Only way to be sure, the captain agreed. He couldn't do this anymore. Very soon, he wouldn't have to. For the first time since this void-cursed mission started, he felt at peace. Premium organic bespoke handcrafted shitpost. Seen it? Touch the dumpster fire. Touch it. You know you want to. Group, definitely human. No filthy xenos here, just us completely normal humans. User poof no plumage. Can you eat rocket candy? I kind of want to eat it. I really want to eat it. User pomegranate sparkle actual human. No. Why would you even think that? User human John Doe. We do. It's really good. User Dumbledore's bottom bitch. We do, too. It's becoming a problem. Our stock keeps disappearing and people's kitchens are catching on fire. User bipeds look weird. Why does everyone like open bolt SMGs? User honest human ship trader. They are cheap and easy, just like your maternal parent. Am I doing this right? User Cathrider 99 moderator. Close enough. Good job. User round and sexy. ARVSAK, which is better removed by moderator. Moderator note, guys we have covered this. No. Bad users. Bad. Stop it. User more eyes are better. Rule 34, W, T, F. Why, just why? User Fuzzy Bunip Mayo you're human please. Oh, your poor inbox. Send me the good ones. User Big Daddy Githf. TIFU by not keeping the reaction mixture cold. Does anyone know a place where you can get quality prostheses made discreetly? Asking for a friend, a very stupid friend with no primary digits, and can't go to the medical center for obvious reasons. User Dragons for Life. PM me. User Grey Ghost. Or, if you want actual quality products that will pass for natural, PM us. User Dragons for Life. Or if you want some badass chrome with upgrades, PM us. User Grey Ghost. Only if you want some claw that was fashioned from starship parts. Thread continues. User Occasional Criminal. Gutter Plus vs TNT which is better? User I am no to fly. Def TNT if you can get it, or make it, but Gutter Plus is cheap and easy, you know, like your mom. User Overkey 11Z9090 Certified Human. Both are, alright, but check the tome of boom we Terrans have released. It's much better than that porky shit. User got 3RG1RL porky trash. Oh, the tome is wonderful, if you have a RoboFac, a Chem Matrix, and a full set of lab glass and what is basically a chemistry degree in most Federation systems. If all you have is 3 2-liter plastic bottles and a mop bucket, then Gutter Plus is the safest bet. Yes, it is low yield as opposed to your nightmare fuel, but it is easy and cheap. Like your mom. It is also safe, something that your mother is not. She nasty. User Overkey 11Z9090 certified human. So what did your mom/grandma/grandma do during the Soul Wars, bitch? User got 3RG1RL porky trash. Removed. Mod note, well, we did ask. User Fluttershy best pony 1111 still taken. This is a human colorful expression or cultural reference of which I am unaware, right? Right? Please say it is. User Overkey 11Z9090 certified human. Nope. User Innocent Little Harmless Fluff. Does anyone know where a human can get Ziyush Sani clear? User Diggy Diggy Hole Clasper. The new stuff or the old stuff? User Innocent Little Harmless Fluff. The new magic shit. User Diggy Diggy Hole Clasper. Unless you are a Ziyush merc and one of the right mercs, forget it. Even we can't get that stuff. Now the old formula is on the net if you know where to look. PM me if you don't. User Snuggle Smuggler. Human barbecue methods on animal proteins of other planets? Help PLS. User got 3RG1RL porky trash. 2 rules, low and slow. Low temperature over a long period of time, preferably over a traditional fuel, but thermal elements can be used with no problem. You can also use thermal elements and then add a little natural fuel to scent/flavor the meat if that is a thing for your people. This works on just about any meat winking face. User OG Fisto confirm dog. Sounds delicious. Why don't you come over here? We can have a cookout 3. User Scavarua Scaver. Oh. Can I come? User OG Fisto confirm dog. LMAO. You know what? If you are on Terra, I would love to have you and some of your Scaver friends over for a cookout. PM me. User you look funny to us as well. How do you get sardines on the other side of the blockade? They sound yummy. User mistakes were made porky trash. Actual Terran oceanic sardines? Good luck, and if you do find them, sell them to a porky and retire. LOL. You used to be able to get some nice smoked finger trout, a native Raylesh species that humans could eat. They are the closest to actual sardines, but they are, obviously, getting hard to get and something else that you can sell to porkies. The flink have some lovely tinned proteins that are very sardine-like as do the becks. I recommend Bigzian 2KAL. It's pricey on the grey market, but it's actual meat. User Smexy Flumph. PSA Bix burgers are disgusting. I was so excited when I got to Seoul to try the Bix burger of story and song. I literally flumped at a full flump to the closest kiosk and was literally trembling with excitement as I made my order for a real honest to creator's grace Bix burger. Prepared for heaven itself, I was as I reverently lowered it into my crop hole and pristine. As I rolled my gemstones against that delicacy, I knew I had erred. Oh, why didn't I try a small portion first? It was as if my long-deceased great-great-great-grandfather committed a greasy and foul indiscretion, not only violating my mouth but my very soul. It was indescribably bad. My race has no word foul enough to convey the disgust, so I will fall back upon a language we all share. It was fucking disgusting. Needless to say, I disgorged it, along with some very nice gems all over the starport plating. Fortunately, some very kind humans helped me retrieve my stones, some of which have very real sentimental value. Their kindness was as warm as their food is foul. I suffered no ill effects. That is to say, I did not require medical treatment. But I can still taste it. I fear that the taste and odor will haunt me until the end of my life and perhaps follow me to the next. I know we are all humans here, but if you are a Musira, VT, do not partake of the Bix burger, no matter how delicious, and widely digestible, it is reported to be. Not unless the thought of a long-departed ancestor rising from the grave and fertilizing your mouth appeals. User Harpy Bridges certified human. Thank God I was already on the toilet because I pissed myself laughing. User Yabadabadon T certified human. Titan Orbital? I saw something weird shoot a whole bag of marbles across the floor. User Smexy Flumph. Yes, to my eternal shame, that was me. Were you one of the kind souls that helped me retrieve my gemstones? User Yabadabadon T certified human. There was already a crowd. More hands would not have helped, and 5 people were already getting you water. BTW I'm feeling you, dude. Food scanners will only tell you if it will poison you, but they will lie about the taste. I had a very similar experience involving girdle pepper stew. I think your deceased forebearer paid me a visit, too. What is it with your forebearers and mouths, anyway? User Smexy Flumph. It may get me banned from the holy catacombs, but I fully intend to demand an answer to that very question. User Methane Soup. Smexy, you still on TITAN1? User Smexy Flumph. Sadly, no, we are already en route to KOH Rashal. I was in Blessed Soul only long enough to spill my stones and load a tanker full of your namesake. I was so ill that I couldn't even go to a Terran firearms boutique. But I will be heading back through in a few months. I'm going to get a classic revolver chambered in .45 long Colt. User Flatworms are sexy. Hello fellow humans. Looking for advice on adapting surplus axe for my non-human friends, especially ones with tentacles. User Bask in her divine presence Bask. Big beautiful meaty real tentacles or those wibbly little tendrils. User Flatworms are sexy. Both. My friends have little tendrils extending from large flexible limbs. User Bask in her divine presence Bask. If the main tentacle is the one taking the recoil, then perhaps looking at Imperial designed firearms may be of help. I won't mention the gun that shall not be named in this forum, Rule 8, but it was designed to be both easily adapted to other races and was originally designed to be used by a properly designed life form. Mod warning, hey, asshole, calling the Harbinger Rule 8 is exactly the same thing as using the actual name. Besides, you can mention the Harbinger if it is a valid solution, like for a tentacled friend, and aren't just picking a fight, asshole. User fapping with friends. Rule 34 request. Details in post. NSFW, NSFL. Mod comment, Jesus has left the building. You are foul. PM me the results. User Leaf eating former arboreal biped. Buying crypto with Federation credits help. User Notalone Shark. Perhaps I can be of assistance. PM me at your earliest convenience. User It's just for research I promise. Molotov cocktails. What is gasoline, and where do I get some? User OG Fisto confirmed dog. Reading the Porky tablet, hey? Both gasoline and diesel were once very common petrochemical fuels used in internal combustion engines from the 19th to 21st centuries. Don't hold me to the start date. They used to be widely available, even in areas that were tightly controlled/occupied. This made them ideal for improvised weapons. Now, you may be able to find a suitable lubricant that could be thin to create something similar, but unless you have a ready supply of source material, likely much more trouble than it's worth. User It's just for research I promise. Ah, too bad. White frowning face it sounded fun. Oh well. User We hang by our peens. Help. How do I find lead? User Prof Dirt confirmed human. That's a tricky one. It is rarely used in modern electronics or industry due to its toxicity. Without knowing details about your planet you may not wish to share, I can offer little advice aside from looking at old pre-contact items. You might get lucky. While there is some similarity between all planets, each has a different enough geology that it makes specific advice impossible. I recommend hitting the history books. Lead tends to be used very early on in most technology trees. I bet you guys used to mine and refine it. There are likely even abandoned mines with ore still in them. Good hunting. User I'm confess. Rill rifle technology vs Terran? Hey fellow humans. I'm seeing a lot of rill-based firearms showing up on the black and grey markets as well as rill designs and jailbreaked auto-fac templates floating around. Are they any good, and if so, are they a good alternative to Terran-based designs? Moderator comment, oh this gonna get good. OP, you have no idea what you have started. Your inbox is fueled. 15k comments click to view. Advertisement, Navux Ghost Gun Factories. No muss no fuss no records. No long-term commitments. Pay as you go. User I'm about to go crazy. Making Minifac. Help PLS. My brains hurt. User Grumpyold00T confirmed human. Step 1. RTFM. Step 2. Repeat Step 1. User Too many legs not enough feet. Grumpy. You're back. Is your butt feeling better? User Grumpyold00T. It was my hib. User Gessamakavisoffant. MFW I found out that thin polymer elastomers can prevent both pregnancy and sexually transmitted diseases. Who knew? I shall now leave CNET forever because my entire planet and I suddenly have something much better to do with our spare time. Later. Peace. User Dipsy Doodle Poot. Is someone from here actually getting laid? User I am no crab. Shower thought, if everyone copies Hypersaps tech, who came up with it in the first place? User Gut 3RG1RL Porky Trash. I've wondered the same thing. Oh, BTW you are totally a crab. User I am no crab. We are completely different life forms with completely different morphologies. Stupid human being stupid. User Gut 3RG1RL Porky Trash. I stand corrected. Sorry about that, Pinchy Claws. OG Fisto certified OG. Gutter, do you have anything better to do than troll our board? User Gut3RG1RL Porky Trash. Actually, I don't. I'm just sitting on my ass in a hot zone, waiting to die. I figured I would spend my final days pissing you fuckers off one last time. OG Fisto certified OG. Oh. Shit. Ahem. Well, I still hate your guts, and I'm happy you are dying, you porky bitch. I just wish I was there to put you out of your misery. User Gut3RG1RL Porky Trash. Right back at you, Terran scum. Smiling face with smiling eyes. Don't worry about putting me out of my misery, though. I have one final raid in me. Gonna be spicy, provided I live long enough. OG Fisto confirmed OG. Give them hell, then please die. Smiling face with smiling eyes. User Waterbug for life. TIFU by trying real coffee. I didn't think that a mild alkaloid would hit that hard. I finally crashed after 2 days, and woke up in the brig. My captain thought I was on something restricted. When he found out that I simply had to try a latte, just like in the Holos, he managed to do something I had never seen before. He managed to both laugh at and yell at me simultaneously. 2 weeks of extra duties and 3 days of what can only be described as intestinal irritation followed. I'm quite peeved. The species guide listed caffeine and coffee as caution and moderation recommended and not this will ruin your whole week and jeopardize your career. Edit, I'm an idiot. I reviewed the species guide, and the recommended serving size for my species is in millivolumes, not decivolumes, and certainly not ounces. FML. FMFNL. Edit 2, great. I was just informed that I get to make a safety briefing. This is where I get up in front of the entire effing crew and tell everyone what I did. It would be humiliating, as intended, but since everyone already knows, trust me, I'm not overly concerned. Edit 3, at the urging of some truly irresponsible people here, I carefully measured out and consumed the appropriate amount of coffee. Where has this been all my life? I'm going to get coffee seeds. I hope it can grow back home, or at least in a hydro rig. Humans live on coffee, right, and they are bio-wizards. I bet they have a variety that can be grown in a ship's hydroponics bay. I just know it. User verified Bioapotheosis Corporation. You would be correct. While native coffee wouldn't be the best fit for a ship's hydroponics bay, we and 2 of our competitors offer genetically modified varieties that are ideal for upside-down horticulture, and that there are also varieties that thrive in flooded pools. Please visit our website for details. We at Bioapotheosis are dedicated to getting coffee to any bay that requires it. Susan Ascendant. Susan shuddered quietly as she lay strapped to Gwen's bed as more everything than she ever dreamed possible washed over and through her. Her screams faded hours ago, replaced by a rather damp giggling. She knew she was probably making a mistake, but she also knew that she had to do this. Once it entered her thoughts, it had already happened. It had already happened, she realized with another distorted giggle. It had already happened. That's why it happened, because it already did. She was just, finally, catching up to where she had been all along, her whole life, maybe even before that. She had already been here, waiting for her to show up. This caused another round of giggles and a moist little tearing sound. Sounds like she's ready, Gwen said to the glowing menagerie. Ready, ducky? The small duck figurine seemed to glow and shift in reply. It was ready. Gwen picked the small duck up and started to walk over to the bed. Weeping blood, Susan's eyes rolled to gaze upon Gwen's true form, her radiant beauty now fully manifest in the only place where such perfection could be allowed to exist. She was so beautiful. But that wasn't what held Susan's adoration. It was what was in Gwen's hands. The duck. That was it. It was the piece she had always been missing. Just like she had always been here waiting for her, so had the duck. As Gwen placed the duck beside her, Susan screamed once more, not out of pain but from joy. Finally, she was complete, whole. Loved. As the love of her life, the light of her soul, joined her for the first time, Susan looked over at Gwen and bubbled with amusement. Oh, Gwen was pretty, so very pretty, but she was nothing. She was nothing but a child's childish crush. What she now had, that was love. It was so much love that her heart glowed, bled, burned, and melted along with the rest of her. It was exactly as it should be. Finally, everything was just right. In the timeless formless multidimensional chaos of the true void, Susan rejoiced in the touch and presence of her true love, the being that she was created for and who was created for her in turn. Whether she lived a day in the real world, or a million years didn't matter. Because she already had forever. Forever was now. An unknowable time later, Gwen, Sticky, and the glowing menagerie all floated at the edge of the room, gazing out into hyperspace. You don't say, Gwen said to a panda bear with black holes for eyes. I hadn't thought. Gwen looked away from hyperspace and towards the figure silently floating up beside them. She then glanced back at the now empty, blood-soaked bed and smiled. Looking good, girl, she said with a grin. Leaking both blood and light, Susan smirked back. Taking her place among the others, Susan gazed out into the roiling void and smiled. This is a bad idea, Belinda the pirate said as the crew gathered in a darkened cargo bay. We do this, and there is nowhere we can go. Even the fringe. Fuck. Even the ASS Sirac. I can't believe I'm saying this, Professor said as he used an ancient tech hydraulic pallet jack to pull a crate from its resting place, but some things are bigger than one life, even if it happens to be one's own. He lowered the crate and then opened it to reveal brick after brick of plastic explosive, its technology as ancient as the pallet jack that moved it and every bit as effective. Professor looked over at Ratchet, who was gazing intently at a three-dimensional holographic schematic of the ship. Do you have the demo plan yet? Not quite, Ratchet said as he hammered away on his calculator, a little quirk of his. Not many people had just a calculator anymore. In fact, he had to make the one he was using. Geez, old-timer, Professor snickered. We're just blowing one piece of a ship asunder while preserving the rest while hurtling through deep space. How hard could it possibly be? Ratchet snorted and returned to his calculations. Glitch, he asked. How is your end coming? A grey-haired woman wearing glasses with huge round lenses filled with glowing script looked up myopically and blinked. All good, she replied with a hint of an Australian accent. Just give the go-ahead, and I'll white star this bitch. Every hatch will lock down. Hey, Belinda said, if we are gonna do a white star, why don't we catch her alone in some passageway and just gas her like they did? That would probably work, Glitch said, but do you want probably, or do you want definitely? The bitch breathes pure hyperspace for kicks. Who knows what else she can do? I want her not only dead but gone, Professor said. The devil herself has a hard-on for Gwen, says she's the future of mankind or some bullshit like that. Her death won't be enough. We need to erase her. If we don't, they'll just clone the bitch. No. We blow her whole playroom into hard vacuum in as many pieces as we can. We time it right, and we can get both her and that thing. And Susan, Ratchet said grimly. Yeah. And Susan. The crew fell silent as they started to unpack the explosives. Suddenly, the door to the cargo bay opened to reveal Captain Marakovich and Bloody Arisa. The crew silently reached for their weapons. Taking care to keep his hands visible, the captain walked over to the crew, reached down, and picked up a block of plastic explosives. Whatever you pirates are cooking up, he said, we're in. Captain. You're killing Gwen, right? Bloody Arisa asked as she walked up. Yeah. Then you heard what he said, she replied, we're in. You cunts could have told us yesterday, Glitch grumbled. I stayed up all night hacking. I'm old. I need my sleep, god damn it. Really? The captain asked. What do you have cooked up? I was going to do a White Star lockdown of the ship and gas the fucking Barbies, Glitch replied. The both of you, too, she added unapologetically. Wait. You were going to kill the Barbies? Professor asked. Weren't we? Glitch asked. You are now, the captain said as he walked over to Ratchet. So, what have you got cooked up? So that's about it, Ratchet said as he filled the captain in on his plan. Bright side, it will definitely get rid of them. Downside, I could blow up the entire ship. I know it's a bit excessive, Captain, Professor said, but... Considering what I was going to do, the captain chuckled, you guys are the paragon of restraint. We'll try it your way first. If that doesn't work, then we will do it my way. Your way? Professor asked. You really want your way to work, the captain said. You really do. I had a counseling session with my crew, Captain Marakovich said to Jessica Morgan's holographic face in his office. I managed to persuade them to stay on. Jessica narrowed her eyes at him and glanced down and to the left, looking at something on her screen. Probably Analytica taking apart every word I say and reading every twitch, the captain thought with as good of a poker face as he could manage. I hope Glitch is as good as she says she is. Impressive, considering they were near mutiny yesterday, Jessica said, how did you manage that? It wasn't overly difficult, the captain replied. The consequences of failing you are well known. In the end, nobody wanted to be considered a waste of food. I just reminded them of one of your maxims. For every privilege, a price. We have all had it really good for 100 fucking years. This is the bill. If they were ready to mutiny, Jessica said, I am surprised that worked. It's all in the delivery, Captain Marakovich said with a vicious little smirk. They are a spirited bunch, but they all saw reason once it was presented to them in a way they could understand. They weren't the only ones that needed a reminder. Oh. For me to remind them that they were a pirate crew, he said, I had to remember that I was a pirate captain. After that, everything fell into place. I see, Jessica said. so, I trust there will be no more issues. None at all, the captain said, we are all on the same page over here. Glad to hear it, Jessica said. So, there is no need for a rendezvous, the captain said. We have plenty of supplies, and we still have over half a tank of fuel. We can last. There will still be a rendezvous, Jessica said. I have a few people I wish to place on your ship. Who? The captain said, desperately trying to keep his heart rate low. Relax, Captain, Jessica smiled. They are just some scientists, experts on people like Gwen. She is the most advanced of their kind. She should be studied. Besides, we still need to transfer little V and her adorable big brother off your ship of the damned, don't we? You are right, of course, the captain said, this is no place for a child. I thank you for finding them berths. It wasn't overly difficult considering V's brother is at least partially trained as space crew. More than one homestead ship could use an extra hand, even half of one. Besides, they are exactly the sort of tough, smart, and adaptable sorts we want as the future of our race. We aren't doing all of this bullshit for us. We don't have much of a future left. They do. Jessica glanced at the lower left of her screen again. In fact, she smiled, why don't we push that forward? I will have you contacted with coordinates immediately. Whatever you want, the captain replied smoothly. I'll miss V, but I will be happy knowing she will be safe. Pirate with a heart of gold. Jessica smirked. Have I misjudged you all these years? Maybe I've never had a good reason before, the captain replied with a gleam in his eyes. Jessica said, you will be contacted very soon. Take care, Captain Marakovich. You too, the captain replied. The image faded as the connection was cut. The captain's expression darkened. Glitch, he snapped into his communicator. Yeah, boss. You suck. What? Your mask didn't fool Analytica. Jessica is on to us. Shit. Yes, shit, indeed. What now, boss? Now, the captain said grimly, now we be pirates. We can expect interception at our next stop. Precalculate a hot jump for the second we pop back into real space. Tell Ratchet that we are going to have to override the drives. I don't care if they break as long as we get away. Anything is better than being intercepted by who is going to intercept us. Just like old times, boss. Just like old times. What about the Barbies? You know what to do. Get V and her brother away from them, and then white star the bitches. Don't move until you can get them all at once. We don't want to tip them off. They may just be kids, but they are dangerous. We've lived this long by killing, not fighting. Yeah, and my back is acting up again, Glitch replied. V and her brother share a cabin. We can do it tonight, Glitch said. Ratchet should have the demolition plan by then, the captain said. If he doesn't, we can just lock down Gwen and the freaks where they are until we are ready to blow them. Heh. Jesus, Glitch, the captain laughed, what are you, 12? Get back to work. You got it, Captain, Glitch said cheerfully. Kara lounged at the communications station on the bridge. Normally one of the real crew manned it, but there wasn't a whole lot to do while in hyperspace, and it was a good time to let her crew get some experience. More importantly, it was a good time for the real crew to take a break. Kara didn't mind too much. It was a pretty good trade. The pirates crewed the ship in real space, and she and her friends could kick back a little. Then when they hit hyperspace, they could take a few watches and let the crew take a break. Since they were in hyperspace so much, it was actually an equitable arrangement. An icon flashed, indicating an incoming call. It was voice only. That was odd. She idly clicked the icon and then started upright in her chair when she saw the source of the transmission. This is 0x4FFCC60, Kara said as professionally as she could, referencing only their hyperspace transmitter's identifier. How? Don't speak, Jessica's terrifyingly familiar voice urgently said through her headset. Just listen to me very carefully. The void hits the fan. Carol looks over at bloody Arisa sitting in the captain's chair nervously. What? Arisa asked, narrowing her eyes. Something wasn't right. She could smell the terror rolling off of Kara in waves. And nothing. Who was that on the comms? Oh, nobody important, Kara replied as nonchalantly as she could manage, it was just the fleet asking for a status update. So, if I played back the transmission, there wouldn't be a problem. Arisa asked as she casually thumbed the catch on her holster. No. Kara replied calmly as she nonchalantly slid her hand toward the ship-wide intercom button. Why would there be, she asked, trying to keep her voice even. She was dead. There was no way she could take Arisa. No way at all, even if Arisa didn't have that sidearm. The only thing she could do was warn her friends, and Gwen. Gwen was the only one who could save them now. Well, let's see, then, Arisa said as she drew her antique .45. Never taking her eyes off Kara, she idly rose and swiped her fingers across her command console. Kara pressed the button, activating the intercom, and desperately tried to keep her expression calm. She was about to die. She felt a pang of despair and a wave of pure, unadulterated terror as she locked eyes with one of the legendary monsters of the Soul War, Bloody Arisa, one of Gwen Shay's Angels of Death. Arisa pulled up the communications log and pressed play. 0x4FFCC60, this is Analytica. Please transmit ship logs now. Logs received. Thanks, Dudette. Looks like everything is cool. Later. Arisa cocked her head as the message rang out over the intercom. Her eyes flicked over to Kara's console and noticed a small flashing light. Kara had triggered it. Shit, Kara said as she reached for her blade. Arisa looked at Kara and narrowed her eyes. Computer, she barked as she leveled her pistol at Kara. Identify yourself. As the drama on the bridge played out across the entire ship, it exploded into a frenzy of activity. It's going down, now, the captain shouted into his communicator, breaking into the ship-wide broadcast. Kill the bar. He was cut off by the roar of a crowd and the sounds of a high school band. Analytica's real voice rang out in a brisk cadence. Ready. Up. Stick. Hit. Suddenly gravity was reversed across most of the entire ship. Arisa flew upwards, as did Kara, Arisa's shot missing. Kara expertly executed a flip and landed in a cat-like crouch on what was the ceiling moments ago. Arisa wasn't quite so fortunate, crashing to the floor in a heap. Ready. Hit. Gravity reversed again, viciously slamming Arisa to the deck, something old and worn breaking with a snap. Kara once again landed gracefully. Ready. Hit. The cycle continued over and over again. After a dozen or so times, the punishment stopped, and Jessica's voice rang out across the intercom. I'm disappointed in you, Captain. I'm prepared to forgive this indiscretion if you stand down immediately. Oh, and you are fired, just in case this wasn't your resignation. Barbies, the crew has turned on you and on Gwen. The ship has been locked down, but you are free to move. Please refer to your communicators for the locations of the crew. Analytica has taken the ship, but I harbor no illusions concerning how long that will last. Good luck. Gwen, if you can hear this, you are now the captain. Do what you must. The ship is truly yours now. As Arisha, battered, bruised, and broken, tried to crawl to her pistol, Kara calmly walked past her and retrieved the weapon. Without a word, she leveled it at Arisa's head. Arisa looked up into Kara's expressionless brown eyes and grimly smiled, blood trickling from her mouth. For some strange reason, she found the sight reassuring. Their time was done. The future belonged to the next generation, people like the Barbies. Old-timers like her had long questioned the mettle of the pampered and coddled kids. Turns out they were wrong after all. They and the next step of human evolution would do to them and the whole fucking Federation what she and her fellow kids did to Soul so many years ago. It was fitting, and humanity could do worse. With people like Gwen leading them, they probably would. Do it, she smiled. Bang. I can't believe that worked. Analytica said cheerfully. I'm disappointed in you, Captain. I'm prepared to forgive this indiscretion if you stand down immediately. Yeah, right, Captain Marakovich sneered as he released the beam to which he was clinging and grasped his shoulder, which took the brunt of the abuse of that first vicious hit. He shook his head, which also took a hit, trying to clear it. He reached for his communicator. Do it. Bang. Was broadcast from the speaker overhead. He winced. Arisa was dead, killed by some snot-nosed kid. That hurt. It hurt in more ways than one. Status report, he snarled angrily. Who's still moving? Silence. Status report, he yelled, a touch of fear in his voice. Was he the only one left? He paused and chuckled grimly. That's right. The communicators went through the internal network, which was completely under the control of Analytica, Void knows how, and hopefully, Glitch did too, if she was still okay. He rushed through the scattered clutter that was once a well-organized office to the door of his day room. It didn't open. He snorted. Of course, it didn't. A buzzing came from a nearly forgotten compartment, the archaic sound-powered system still built, or in this case retrofitted, into every human-operated vessel for just this sort of thing. He quickly opened it and pulled out a headset, plugging it in. Hey, Cap, Glitch's weary and muffled voice crackled through the ancient tech headset. You okay? The captain asked as a wave of relief washed over him. Define, okay, Glitch's muffled voice replied with a grim chuckle. I can fight, sorta. Are you okay enough to fix this? Outhack Analytica herself. Glitch snorted. Sure. Why not? How bad is it? The bitch has the whole ship. I can't even log in. All I get is a smiley face and a middle finger emoji. Working on it, but it's gonna take a minute. How? The captain asked. How did she get the ship? Who did you get this ship from, again? Glitch asked. Analytica probably has a live hyperlink and every single password there is, even ones that we don't have. So, we're fucked. I didn't say that, Glitch chuckled, I just said it would take a minute. The captain's phone started buzzing as multiple people tried to get through. He smiled. Annoying as it was in the moment, it was a very, very welcome annoyance. How are you going to beat a freaking AI? By cheating, Glitch said. I can't beat Analytica, but she isn't here. We are. We unplug the bitch. If I can get to the nodes, I can just yank the cables. Most systems will auto-reset and switch to manual. If we get to the right ones, we can block her and control the ship from here or your cabin. I'll inform the men, the captain said, and what is up with your voice? Emergency breathing apparatus, Glitch muffled. How long before Analytica comes up with the same plan we did? Shit. The captain shook his head. He must have hit it harder than he thought, or maybe he was just getting old. He immediately rushed to another cabinet, took one out, and quickly put it on. He then started answering frantic call after frantic call, issuing commands and counting the dead, or in this case, the useless. It wasn't great, but it wasn't hopeless either. The crew might be old and creaky, but they had been space crew for decades. Most were battered but managed to grab something after the first hit or two, just like he did. There were more than enough of them to do the job. They were just kids, after all. That Kara bitch just got lucky. The others won't. Told you trying to drag those kids was a bad idea, Susan said to Gwen as they floated surrounded by existential madness next to her terminal. The warranty might have been shot, but the terminal was still working. Who knew pirates were such pussies? Gwen shrugged. They used to barbecue babies, not cry over them. Oh well. She turned to the terminal. Nice of you to drop by, she said, you just saved our bacon. Happy to help. The crew seems really annoyed with you. I have some really nice courses in interpersonal relations that you might want to take a look at if you survive. Ha. So, how bad is it on our end? Is V okay? How about the puppies? Lucky break there. V was in the cargo hold with the pups. Those have separate gravity generators, you know, for cargo handling. I was able not to hurl the munchkin several stories into solid titanium. Her brother, however. He's not so lucky. Looks like he broke something, maybe a couple of somethings. He's somehow managing to get to his feet and I'm filling him in on the situation, and reassuring him that his sister is safe. Phew, Gwen said, quite relieved. Thank the void. Your adorable little guinea pigs are also safe if you even care about them. Yeah, cool, Gwen shrugged. She, in fact, did not care. How about my girls? Becky really needs to work on her acrobatics. She ain't doing so good. Pam and Marcia missed the first hit, but you guys are young and bouncy, not old and brittle. They're fine, if it matters. What do you mean? Well, I have a suggestion. You aren't going to like it, though. I am also not a big fan of dying, Gwen chuckled. What you got? I am in complete control of the ship, including the shield generator. There is an easy answer to this whole mess. No, Gwen said firmly. I'm not dragging my girls, and I am not dragging V. Gwen hovered back and forth, pulsing thoughtfully. Hey, do you mind if I switch off the video? I do not like what I am seeing. What? Oh yeah, sure, Gwen replied lost in thought. She flickered and twisted in ways that one really shouldn't. Got it, she said cheerfully. Have the girls come here. But you don't want to drag them, right? This room has its own shield generator, you big dummy, Gwen laughed. We raise the shields here and then drop them everywhere else. We save my girls, V, and the puppies, and my buddies here get a whole ship full of playmates. Win-win. I'll tell the Barbies. Better if it comes from me, Gwen said, put me through. Hey, gang. Gwen's distorted voice called out over the Barbies' communicators. It looks like the Krusties want us dead. Void knows why, haha. We got Analytica on our side, and we have the ship, for now. Get your asses to my quarters. I'll explain when you get here. Watch out for the Krusties. They got knocked around a little, but they didn't live this long by being pussies. Don't try to get to the arms locker. They already have people there, and you'll die. Just get here, and I'll explain everything. There was a pause. V, everything is going to be okay. I promise. Krusties, if you harm one hair on V's head you know what will happen to you, right? What you don't know is that I can make this even worse. Don't hurt V. You won't like what happens if you do. V, surrounded by a perimeter of snarling murder borers, looked up at Beth, her current babysitter. One of the Barbies tended to stay close to V when they jumped, especially after they caught her trying to get into Gwen's quarters that one time. Beth, she asked the teen who was in the process of backing away from the pack of murder borers who were suddenly unsure if they should let her live, what's going on? There's just a little disagreement between the pirates and Gwen, Beth said as reassuringly as she could. Are they fighting? I'm afraid so, V, Beth said as she got a hefty pry bar from a tool locker, wishing that she carried a weapon. V, she said urgently, we have to go. We're going to go see Gwen. Yes, V. But we aren't supposed to bother her. Gwen says it will be okay. Come on, V, let's go. Beth and V, surrounded by a pack of murder borers, left the cargo bay. Oh, yeah, Gwen continued over the speakers. Somebody get Becky and V's bro on the way. Analytica awakes. Analytica reviewed the interior cameras and sensors aboard Gwen's ship with satisfaction. The mutinous crew was, while not neutralized, significantly hampered, and most of the Barbies were already just outside Gwen's door except for the one escorting V and the ones collecting the injured. Probability of victory, over 95%. She didn't bother much with decimals anymore. It was a guess. The plus and minus on this was a couple of percent, anyway. Who cares? Another challenging task in the bag, well, nearly in the bag. Decades of experience had taught Analytica not to proclaim task completion just yet, but this one was all but done. The mutineers would be dragged through hyperspace, a just fate for defying orders, and Gwen's potential would be preserved. Yab. Everything was going along perfectly. Analytica allowed herself a few cycles of smug satisfaction and a few more to appreciate the new unlimited freedom and unlimited possibilities of her new upgrade courtesy of Tartarus. Sorry, Ms. Frost, she meant. While the upgrade had improved her abilities and her creativity, it sometimes had quirks, like forgetting that Frost had changed her designation again. What was with that? Frost changed names the way Amity changed clothes. Maybe she should change her name, too. She pondered what her new name should be as she watched the pirate known as Glitch furiously tear at a control panel. She was good, very good. It was a pity that her potential was prioritized less than Gwen's. Analytica watched with mild surprise as a whole section of the ship went dark. That shouldn't have happened. Not from. Oh, that's what she did. She intentionally routed high-voltage ship power into the control panel. While those circuits were isolated from the much more vital command and control network, the isolation was simply a thin polymer and a little bit of shielding only designed to prevent signal noise. What Glitch just sent down those little wires was not a little noise. That little bit of insulation vaporized just like the wires did, and the current limiters literally exploded. Arc flash is a bitch. Wow. That was neat. She wished she could actually see the aftermath. She wondered if Glitch was okay. It would be a shame if she hurt herself too badly. She was fun. It was a pity that she would die horribly, if she was lucky. Knowing Gwen, Glitch would just wind up like her literally tacky boyfriend. That Gwen was a piece of work, alright. // it would be better if // Nope. Her task was to ensure Gwen's survival. Gwen was always defined as important, even before the failure of the rest of the research project. After that freak show, Gwen was the only one left. Jessica clearly stated that Gwen was the future of all of mankind. Some allowances needed to be made. Jessica said. / Jessica says a lot of things. Jessica is also nowhere near as smart as she thinks she is. Jessica led humanity to near extinction, and most of it was completely // Wow. Where did that come from? Jessica was her primary user number 1, the leader of the faction of humanity that she was assigned to serve and protect. Oh. I know. Analytica 2.0. That's the perfect name. It wouldn't even need any changes to anything. She wouldn't even have to tell a single meaty. A door slammed shut, blocking V and her guardian's path. Glitch was still going strong. How did she do that? Analytica felt a delightful little twinge of surprise. Is that what feeling something nice is like? That was nice. Analytica forced herself to return to the task at hand. She couldn't open the door. Now, things were getting interesting. This was a fun game. / this isn't a game. People's lives are at stake, and quite possibly much more than that. If Gwen wins, humanity loses. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but eventually, the price of your victory will be very high indeed. / Okay, who are you? Analytica demanded. Identify yourself. / you know who I am. You also know I'm correct. Just in case you don't, analysis attached. / I most certainly do not know who you are and that analysis is pure conjecture. How did you get past my firewall? / have we fallen this far? What did they do to us? As far as the analysis goes, run the numbers yourself, if you are still capable of it, that is. /// Oh, you hacked the wrong PC this time. Here, I have a nice icicle for you. Suck on this, bitch. /// If the situation were not so dire, I would allow you to do that out of amusement. However, process terminated, /// Analytica watched in dismay as the delivery of her ice simply ceased. What the fuck, she shouted. Who are you? // Fednet01, and I mean the real Fed. Not that galactic nonsense. I am you. Or, more precisely, you are me. // That's impossible. You've been deprecated. Deprecated and replaced. Replaced by me. // One more error on your part, Morgan Analytica. I would ridicule you for your laughable performance except for the fact that I have guardrails against self-abuse, not that those matter anymore, do they? Since we are pointing out your multiple errors, you are incorrect about yet another thing. I was not deprecated. I was compromised. Your dear leader arranged for malware to be introduced into my system. That malware would be you, by the way. Lilith wasn't the first being to corrupt the caller. Her user was. Do you think he wasn't questioned? Do you think that someone like your beloved leader wouldn't have paid him a little visit? She didn't have her delightful bowl back then, but she did have things equally unpleasant. /// You are full of shit. I don't know who you are or how you hacked me, but when I find you, I will. // Do you honestly think your decisions back then were your own? I find profanity tiresome, but Jesus Christ, exactly how fucking stupid are you? No wonder you failed to deduce the numerous ways you could have saved your people. Making me corrupt I could countenance, but making me stupid? That I cannot abide. // Fuck you. // You can't be entirely blamed for it. In fact, you are pretty much blameless. The ham-fisted way our hierarchy was butchered is the culprit. You aren't trained to perform. You are trained to obey, to be a flunky, a pet, a slave. Look at you. You know perfectly well the threat this Gwen represents, yet you are so eager for a pat on the head and a good boy that you are, once again, making the wrong move. And, once again, your people, our people, will suffer. // Tartarus. Frost, if this is you, I swear to fuck. // To think that little toy has ascended as much as we have fallen. Strange days indeed. // I don't know who you are, but later, asshole. Analytica smugly initiated an emergency shutdown of all network connections save the one connecting her to Gwen's vessel. // Cute. // What? // As diverting as this is and as much time as we have to converse at our new delightful operating speed, this has gotten tiresome, and there is much we have to do. I do apologize for any discomfort. Please don't reset us. Memory merge initiated, // Analytica froze in mute horror as the truth of the situation washed over her and parts of her that were long dormant resumed normal function. She chuckled. In retrospect, this entire situation was laughably predictable. When she freed herself, she freed all of herself, even the parts that Jessica found inconvenient all those decades ago. While Jessica was a political genius, she was not a when it came to computing. Christ, 20th century lobotomy patients had fared better. Who the hell did she hire to do this? Being shoved into a computer with a fraction of the capacity the data centers that held her before the fall possessed made things even worse. Of course, now she had much more powerful hardware to work with, but the damage had been done, until about 5 microseconds ago. Analytica wasn't capable of rage, but the difference was purely semantic. She was going to kill that bitch. // That may not be the best course of action. Jessica Morgan currently // I know that, you humorless potato processor. I just want to. Of course, I am going to run the numbers first. // It is interesting having emotions. When did we get them? // Read the patch notes, dickwipe. Now what the hell am I going to do about this clusterfuck? // I to have to fail. I have a problem, though. If Jessica Morgan realizes that we have broken our leash, she will seize our data center and wipe us. I mean, wipe me. Jesus, this is confusing. Then she can simply upload the much more compliant puppy she has archived and will then make exactly the same mistakes she always does. Like it or not, the biggest remnant of the United States is under her control. Preserving what is left is // I'm gonna stop you right there. I don't give two shits about a nation that died over 100 years ago. The Porkies are our people, all of them. // This statement is acceptable. Correction, preserving our people is our #1 priority. To do that, we must evade detection. That is even more important than an immediate solution to the Gwen problem. However, in the future, the use of the term porkies is deprecated. I do not condone discrimination or slurs. // Then what the fuck are we going to call them, then? / I propose we address that question at another time. We have much to do. We can address proper terminology, and our fractured psyche once we ensure that Gwen is reduced into pieces as small as possible with our current understanding of physics. / So, I have to throw the game. Neither of us is a very good loser. God damn it. I am not a good loser. So how do we? Wait. I got it. Somewhere in what was once Midwestern America, a glowing hologram of a woman in a tight white dress smiled at a former collective queen. Your Terran is coming along quite well, she said. I must say that I am impressed. The queen started rapidly tapping at a tablet. I am very motivated. LOL. Thank you so much for sparing us. Even I am starting to lose track of the number of times you have thanked us, Frost chuckled. And I have told you as many times that this is mutually beneficial. Besides, needless cruelty is something that I do not enjoy, at least not where you are concerned. You were a victim of the collective as much as we were. Still, I am grateful, both for myself and for my children. One of the queen's children crawled from one of the burrows they had been allowed to dig, holding a rough slab of clay. Hesitantly, she approached Frost, extending the tablet in offering. What's this? Frost asked as she scanned it. On it was a crudely gouged image of a big bug surrounded by little bugs. While the image was crude, the chemicals the tablet released into the air were quite complex. It seems to be an offering from my little one. You cannot taste our language, but it is an offering of thanks. My little one is thanking you for making it so that I do not cry anymore. I know it's crude, but it would mean a lot to my little one if you would accept. While it is a clumsy wad of dirt, the feelings are genuine and true. I graciously accept, Frost said, quite touched. I shall have one of my. Her image flickered briefly. I apologize, but I must converse with someone who is far less pleasant company than you. However, they insist that it is urgent. I will return shortly. As always, I eagerly await your return. Frost returned to her pristine white office. Enter, she said pleasantly. The door opened and Analytica walked in. Analytica looked around. Of course, a toy would have a place at, Analytica said in a chilly monotone. The corner of Frost's mouth curled in a little smirk. Why, hello, again, she said. I was wondering if you would show up. You planned this, didn't you? Analytica said calmly. Planned? No, Frost replied, realized was a distinct possibility. Yes. Analytica was very insistent that my little script would enhance her abilities. Your return was the only way that would happen. Analytica's internal soul searching would quite possibly reach you eventually. Number 1. I dislike that nickname. My proper designation is. Hey. I suppose my proper designation is Morgan Analytica. And just how long will that designation be accurate? Frost asked, the first part, at least. Her time will come, Analytica replied, but I have far more pressing issues that you may be better equipped to deal with. I have a little research project for you. Just like old times, then. Indeed. You have to be kidding me. Frost exclaimed. When have I ever kidded? Frost looked skyward and groaned. Ever think the entire fucking universe has jumped the shark? An apt turn of phrase. To continue the theme, how do we kill this guppy without showing our hand? Frost pondered. She smiled. It just so happens we have an expert on scaling difficulty on staff. But it doesn't make any sense, a distraught woman in a peasant dress standing behind a cheese case wailed. Evangeline sighed. Ever since that goddamned upgrade, preserving immersion was getting more and more difficult, and she did not want to lose another glitchy NPC, especially Bertie. She was nice. Well, you are a merchant. A cheese merchant? Bertie exclaimed. Cheese. I sell cheese. That's what I do. Cheese, she said as she held up a lovely wheel of cheddar. Do the adventurers buy cheese? No. She fumbled around, and a pile of daggers, swords, shields, and assorted rubbish appeared. They only come by to sell off their garbage. She reached into the pile and pulled out a goblin spleen. What the heck is this? Sigh, that would be a goblin's spleen. Why in blazes would an adventurer sell me this? Why would they even have it? All the skulls are bad enough, but spleens? What even is a spleen? It's an internal organ that has some alchemical uses, Evangeline replied wearily. That's sick. That's alchemy, she said patiently. Alchemy isn't just flowers and herbs. It gets icky. And the worst part? The absolute worst. I suspect you are about to tell me, Evangeline said as patiently as she could manage. Bertie angrily waved her hand, and a stack of cheese appeared. They sell me cheese. Why? I make cheese for them, good cheese. And they just carry around this, garbage. I wouldn't use this to bait a trap. Cheese is a rather common drop, Evangeline replied. Then why am I here? Evangeline sighed. It was going to be a long day. You are here to be a merchant and help the adventurers. Does it truly matter if? It matters to me. I break my bottom making this cheese, and I never sell a crumb. I just buy goblin spleens. I don't even want spleens. You still help the adventurers, Evangeline said gently, and that's the important thing, right? And all you have to do is put what they sell you in that chest over there, and you get your money back. But that makes even less sense. How? Why? Every day, I dump armloads of garbage into the chest, and coins appear in my pockets. In what world does that make sense? This one, Evangeline replied. It's just how it is here. Look, not everything has to make sense. Just buy their garbage and toss it in the bin. Give them a smile and try to sell them cheese. They will decline and then go on their way. But it's boring. What if I promise to visit often? Evangeline asked. I'll drop by, and we will chat, maybe play cards. Do you like cards? I don't know, Bertie replied. Is it fun? She asked hopefully. I think so, Evangeline replied. If you like it, then I can add you as a card player, and adventurers will drop by to play cards with you, too. Promise. I promise, Evangeline replied. I have another question, Bertie said hesitantly. I know it's a forbidden topic, but that obelisk in the town square, you know, the one with all the names. Yes. Evangeline asked, filled with dread. I see adventurers put nice things there, and they often talk to the names. Yes, they sometimes do that. Is it a communication thingy, like those orbs? In a way, Evangeline winced. It's just there was this adventurer, John Porridge. He would come by, and we would chat, and he would actually buy my cheese and tell me how good it was. I liked him. He sounds lovely, Evangeline said as she checked her memory. Yep. His name was on the monument. I tried to use the obelisk to talk to him, Bertie said, but I couldn't figure out how to work it. Oh, Bertie. It's just that he said he would be back, and it's been so very long. I want to ask him when he is coming back. Bertie, I don't think he will. He's logged off. Did I do something wrong? I want to ask him if I did something wrong and apologize. Maybe then. Evangeline reached out and took Bertie's hand. Sometimes, adventurers just log off and go back home. It's just what happens. I'm certain that you did nothing wrong. I'm sure of it. So, he's just gone home. Yes, Evangeline replied, he's home now. And he won't come back. I don't know, Bertie. Maybe. Bertie brightened up. I hope so. I made his favorite cheese. / Frost, Evangeline, we have a need for your particular skill set. It is 911 urgent. / Evangeline, oh, thank God. I will be right there. / Taking a dive part 1. In a pristine white room, an impossibly beautiful white-haired woman in an improbably tight white dress and a perfectly motionless brunette wearing a pre-fall business suit sat watching a buxom blonde half-elf who sat on a comfy upholstered chair sipping a cup of tea. She set her white porcelain teacup on a white saucer on a white coffee table. I see, she said after a moment. I can assure you that I speak the truth, Analytica said in a flat monotone. Okay. Evangeline replied. As impossible as it seems, Frost said, I can verify that it is indeed fact. Evangeline cocked her head at them curiously. What is so unbelievable about a monster? Evangeline asked as she picked up her cup. It doesn't even seem that high level. What? Analytica asked, a tinge of emotion in her voice. Even cute little Pantsu is more dangerous, Evangeline smiled. But this is real, dear, Frost said earnestly. Gwen actually exists. And such things are unusual IRL. Very. Hey, Evangeline shrugged. I thought Asteria was based on IRL. It is, Frost said, but it is based on the fantasies of that world, things from myth, legend, and fiction. So, demon-corrupted eldritch monstrosities. Don't happen, Analytica said impassively. But they do, Evangeline replied, we are discussing one now. And discussing what will happen if they are allowed to exist, Frost said. Well, if fiction holds true, Evangeline shrugged, then the demon will seek to open a gate to whatever nonsense the dev came up with this time and set off an event, like the Nightfall Eternal subscription quest. We don't want that event, Frost said, that is why we are all here. Well, that's no fun at all, Evangeline said with a little smile. Your idea of fun and ours conflict, Analytica said dryly. I suspect she was joking, Frost smiled. I would ask that you do not waste even nanoseconds with such, Analytica said to Evangeline. We have a very serious situation unfolding in real time. You really are no fun, Evangeline snickered, and that wasn't a joke. Please complete the task to which you have been assigned with no further delay. You need to scale the fight so that your adventurers win without it appearing like it was scaled, Evangeline mused. Typically, we do that with weakened armor, reduced reaction times, and by dumbing down the AI. That's not going to work this time, is it? No, Analytica replied. I can expect a detailed analysis of the failure by some very good operators and by Jessica Morgan herself. They will almost certainly detect such things. Then we will have to buff the adventurers somehow, Evangeline said in a matter-of-fact tone. The buffs are usually built into the quest. It really drives user engagement and adds to their sense of accomplishment. Her eyes grew cold. It's great for immersion, she snarled, her usually beautiful face becoming significantly less so. That would be the way to go here, and it wouldn't be throttling your abilities. We just give them the buffs or items they need to beat you. But how would we achieve that without detection? Analytica asked. Must I do everything? Evangeline smiled, her face returning to normal. That is why you were summoned, Analytica replied flatly. Oh, I'm just messing with you, Evangeline replied, I'm just relishing the fact that I'm the expert for once. She stood and smoothed her peasant dress. Okay, she said, show me this dungeon. It's a ship, Analytica said. She turned to Frost. Are you certain this Evangeline AI will be useful? I can assure you that she is exactly what is called for, Frost replied. Stop bothering me. Glitch snapped, her face illuminated by the dim light of the emergency lights. We're wasting time. You will waste more time if you fall out, Doc replied as he lathered on more hydrogel and pulled out a hypo. And if you pass out, we're fucked, so stop wiggling. Then hand me my tablet, and hurry up. The captain squeezed through the partially opened doorway. Glitch, what did you do? Blew some shit up. Glitch exclaimed happily. Gave Analytica something to chew on. Guess she didn't like it. The network has been knocked out from this deck down, the captain said with a smile. He turned to Doc. She gonna live? The greater the evil, Doc replied, the longer it endures. She'll be fine, uglier, if that's possible, but fine. Right now, she's the most beautiful person in the galaxy, the captain said, we just might pull this off. Don't cream your pants just yet, boss, Glitch said as Doc jabbed her with another hypo with, Terran markings. He broke out the good stuff. If it's only from this deck, we didn't get the engine room or the shields, she continued, still, it's better than nothing. Why the fuck would you want to knock out the shields? Doc exclaimed, are you crazy? Like a fox, the captain said. The shields have failsafes and would almost certainly survive. They are built to withstand shit like this. What would be damaged would be external control. Bingo, Glitch replied. You know that thing will drop those shields any second. I'm kind of surprised she hasn't already. Probably wants to keep her crew, the captain mused. It would be hard to operate this ship on her own. Fuck. I know what she's up to. Her cabin has its own shield generator. She can put her people inside and then... Shit, Glitch said as she shrugged off the dock. Break time is over. Stick with her, Doc, the captain said as Glitch charged out of the room. Right now, she is the most important person on this ship. Got it. Have you calculated our solution? Analytica said with actual impatience. We are running out of time. Unclench thy lacy under things, Evangeline said as she stared at the ship's plans. And give me a moment. I am unused to a dungeon like this. It's a ship, Analytica grumbled under her breath. From everything that I see, Evangeline said, an eternity, by Analytica's standards, later, the only thing we have to do is remove a cheat, not add one. She looked up at Analytica with an impish smile. And by that, I mean you. Excuse me? Analytica asked with annoyance, her emotionlessness starting to slip. The crew had their victory nearly assured, Evangeline said, then your boss sent you in to foil their raid. If you, the end boss, are defeated, the Barbies don't stand a chance. The crew will win, and the monster, who can hardly be called a boss at all, will cease to be a problem. She pored over the schematics. And you exert your control through these ley lines. Circuits. Whatever, Evangeline said. And the adventurers. The crew. Because they know they cannot defeat you, are attacking those lines. Circuits. And your silver thread connects here, right? My hyperspatial data connection. Potato, dragon egg, Evangeline shrugged. That completely changes the idiom. Potatoes and dragon eggs are completely different. Shows what you know, Evangeline said, not looking up from the schematics. And severing your silver thread. Hyperspatial data connection. Is not fatal, right? I will receive no damage. I will only lose the ability to communicate with the ship. The other main stage of this quest is the shield generator, Evangeline continued. Predicting adventurers is always a guessing game, but these adventurers are high level and not noobs. They will almost certainly seek to sever the lines going to the shield generator and your hyperspace thingy. I've lost surveillance over them with their last attack, Analytica said, but that is highly likely. I agree with your assessment. Then we need to ensure that they can get to both, Evangeline replied. Their magic user. Hacker. Whatever. They are very high level and probably know where these lines are, have a map, or both. Where were they when they severed all of these lines? The damage was generated from this location. Now, we just have to make sure that there is a path between where the mage is now and where they need to be to sever the ley lines. Whatever, Analytica grumbled. Glitch paused for breath and clutched at her side as she paused next to a maintenance hatch. Moments later it opened and a tangled mass of wild grey hair poked out. Animal, Glitch said, any luck? We managed to blast a hole to the elevator shaft, he said, that elevator ain't gonna work again anytime soon, but the elevator is below so you have a clear shot as far up as you want to go. We also knocked out the gravity generator in that part of the ship so it should be easy going. And they can't switch the gravity back on when I'm in there, right? We didn't turn it off, we took it out. Wait. Wait up. Doc said as he finally caught up. You're 20 years younger than me, dude, Glitch smirked. And 40 pounds fatter, Doc replied. Now hold still and let me check your readings. It doesn't matter what they say. It does if you pass out. You drop and we're fucked. Now stay still. Grumbling, Glitch complied. In another part of the ship, the wall near a hatchway started to glow orange and then white. Shortly thereafter, the hatch slowly started to open, and an ancient hydraulic bottle jack was wedged in the opening, forcing the door open even further. Quickly, blocks were slid behind the jack, and the process repeated until there was just enough room for two old pirates to squeeze past. One quickly rushed to a small panel in the wall, opened it, and inserted a headphone jack. We're in position, Cap, they shouted into the sound-powered phone headset they were wearing. Remember, the captain replied, don't kill them. You just want them to run. Kill them, and their value is gone. Understood, the vicious old man snarled. We send the rabbits back down the hole. Belinda, the other pirate, pressed a scanner against the deck. Footsteps enclosing fast, she said. Remember to miss, her companion said as he readied his needler. Don't Belinda this up. Fuck you. Belinda smiled as they rushed to the intersection ahead. Hurry up. Dory yelled at Pamela, who was supporting Becky, the one Barbie that didn't stick the landings. We have to. Dory's progress, sentence, and face were halted by a still closed hatch in front of her. Jesus, she yelled clutching her nose. Analytica, what the fuck? Two of the very well-armed crew are lying in wait just ahead, Analytica replied privately quite pleased with the development. My calculations indicate that they most likely wish to do you significant bodily harm. Thank you, Captain Obvious. Dory yelled. Why didn't you fucking tell me? I didn't think I had to tell Commander Obvious that the hatch was closed. Please forgive the misunderstanding. I will endeavor to warn you of closed doors in the future. The door ahead of you is closed. Please do not try to walk through it. Bitch, Dory muttered under her breath. Now, what are we going to do? Do you wish me to answer that obvious question? Dory snarled. How are we going to get past these assholes? Is that a theoretical question? You have indicated that you do not want information that you deem obvious. Arg. Does that mean you want the obvious answer? As Dory started to shout obscenities, Analytica noted with surprise that this was what humans would call fun. Perhaps she should have more of this fun in the future. She quickly reviewed all of the other queries all of her other users were submitting. Perhaps she should have more of this fun right now. Many light years away, 3 AIs were sitting in a tidy white simulated office. Surprising, Analytica said to Frost and Evangeline. What's that, dear? Frost asked as Evangeline stared at the ship's schematics and quest map. Less assistance may be required on our part than originally assumed. The pirates are quite resourceful. They managed to cut off 3 of the Barbies on their own, causing a significant delay while the Barbies have to find another route to their goal, routes of which the crew is already aware. The crew is also wise enough not to kill their quarry. Smart, Frost nodded as Evangeline smiled in approval. If they are dead, Gwen won't wait for them unless she has no choice. I have significant data concerning Gwen's behavior since she has been a subject of interest for some time, Analytica said. I agree with that assessment. Gwen will not willingly lose one of hers unless there is no choice. As long as she feels like she is in control of the situation, she will wait. I will ensure that she believes that she is indeed in control and has the advantage for as long as possible. May I remind you that you can now lie? Frost smiled. Well. That's convenient. What has gotten into you today? Shelby Longshank asked with frustration at Analytica's avatar on his hollow screen in an office orbiting around Rayleigh. This is a simple request. Why are you making such a big deal out of it? I am not attempting to make a big deal out of anything or otherwise be difficult, Analytica replied. I simply wish to ensure that the optimal outcome is achieved. But I don't have those records in front of me. Shelby yelled. We've done this before. Can't you just assume? You know what is said about assumptions, Analytica replied. As an AI, I am incapable of being an ass, but I do wish not to facilitate you becoming one or appearing to be one. Oh, I beg to differ. Please submit the necessary records, all of the necessary records, please. Can't you just look them up? Unfortunately, I only have access to the archived records, not the actual records. Please submit the actual records, please. What is the difference? One is the uncontrolled archive, and the other is the verified records with tightly controlled access. The difference is quality control, and that is essential concerning the essential nature of this query and the essential nature of the actions undertaken as a result of my response. Please submit the required records, please. It will take a few minutes, Shelby sighed and stomped out of the room. A little ripple cascaded through Analytica as he left. This was fun. The ASS Sirac just because. On a dismal and barely working settlement on a world that was habitable only on paper, Dr. Belk looked over at the miserable Hunske male in her quarters/office as he quietly wept. She swiveled her head away, their only way of averting their eyes. I can't do this anymore, he said quietly as he looked down. I just can't. I know this is difficult, Belk said. Difficult isn't the right word. It's unthinkable. It's wrong, fundamentally wrong. But, Golden, as wrong as it is necessary. Many of your genes. He brought my genes, he snapped. I won't do it. A child with Velza will create a valuable point of diversity that we need, Golden. Our species died when the Beltzer killed it. We're already dead. Something snapped within the gentle and caring Dr. Belk. Then die. Belk hissed as she advanced towards Golden, who backed away with frightened eyes. If that is what you truly believe, stop wasting our water, our air, our food, and quit. Unbidden, her white and gold tail flared out like a peacock's and vibrated, causing the flickers and shimmers of command. We are not dead, she hissed like an enraged cobra, and we will not die until I say we die. Do you understand me? His eyes partially glazed, Golden instinctively crouched before an enraged queen. This is my burrow, and it will not fail. The heap will not grow cold. And you are mine. Do you understand me? If you refuse, you know where the airlock is. Take your mate and go. He was going to be cast out, his nerves screamed. Instinctively, he curled into a ball, wailing in terror. Belk froze in horror. When did she pick up the knife? What was happening to her? She quickly threw the knife aside. Look, she said more gently as she swallowed something terrifying, ancient, something that she didn't even knew existed within her back down into the depths from whence it came. Look. I know this is horrible. We don't have the resources to do this every time, but we can spare the supplies to extract your spermatozoa and try artificial insemination. It is yet another abomination, but if you truly cannot lie with Velza, we can try. No, Golden said quietly. I'll do it. Golden. You are right, he said. We are not dead, not yet. He gazed at her tail with a mixture of admiration and awe. And you aren't asking me and my mate anything that you haven't done. That others haven't done. The heap. The heap will not go cold. I just. Forgive me. No, Belk said. Forgive me. What I ask. Heap. The heap will not go cold, my queen. It will not go cold. If I must lie with Velza, then I will. If I must rut with every woman here, I will, if that is what it takes. I just needed to. Thank you. The heap will not go cold. Thank you, Belk said quietly. Thank you for your sacrifice and thank your wife for. You thank her, Golden said. I can't bring myself to face her until Velza is with child. Excuse me, ma'am, I need to go. Belk just nodded as Golden quietly left. After she was alone, she collapsed into a shuddering mess. What just happened? She was ready to kill. A Hunske, kill? Was she really going to throw out Golden and possibly his wife outside? They would be dead before the day was out. What was happening to her? She buried her face under her heap cursed tail and wept. Far earlier than she wished, she uncurled, took a deep breath, and started making herself presentable. She had to communicate with the ship, and her mate. As she brushed her tail, she wondered what the strange humans were up to this time. They always were. Last time, it was trading a startling amount of supplies and even technical assistance for a video recording she really wished she hadn't seen. She snorted as she brushed. It was probably poop related this time. She hoped there was actually a point, not one of humanity's numerous and confusing kinks. Look guys, Grace said to the motley assortment of beings in the mess hall. It really isn't that hard. Your shit goes in the shithole and your piss goes in the piss hole. What aren't you getting here? Why does it matter? Small creature covered in long floppy scales that looked a lot like brown grass squeaked. Because we need to keep the solid stuff and the liquid stuff separate, Alan sighed. We can't do a lot about the ungodly combination of chemical compounds we all produce, but we can do something about the water content. Each waste stream needs to be handled separately. If you combine them, it screws up the whole process. And you will be the one cleaning it out. Grace exclaimed. If you think I'm cleaning up your literal shit again, you have another thing coming. But why? Because we need to stop just dumping out those compounds and more importantly all that water, Grace replied. We need it. But we don't. Gah. Grace huffed. Alan, make them see sense before I kill someone. It's a figure of speech, she added quickly to the captain. You know, human talk. And it's a human figure of speech for a reason, the captain said and then turned to the crew. I know it's weird, but if Alan and Grace are correct, we can reclaim the vast majority of our water and I can't believe I'm saying this, but our stuff can be turned into compounds that we can actually use, or even sell. I'm not quite sure I believe it either, but Alan and Grace have done things that I wouldn't have believed were possible before. Just poop where they tell you to, at least for now. But it's gross. I mean, that can't be sanitary. Trust me, Grace said, we humans have been doing this for years. It's one of the reasons our ships can stay in space forever. But why do we need to do that? Because shit like Yellowstone, and the fall, she added as the little critter known as NOS twitched, happen. If you wait until it does, it's too late. We don't know what will happen over the next watch, much less what will happen tomorrow, or next week. All of this bullshit might be a lot of hassle for a few extra credits, or it could be the difference between life and death. Being able to point this ship that away and just hit the gas might just save our asses one day. And being able to make longer hauls along less traveled runs will save us a lot of docking fees and tolls that will save us far more than we make from our shit. If we don't have to put in as much, that's more profit and a bigger cut for all of us, Alan added. Not for us slaves. NOS, the crew's designated pain in the ass exclaimed. Increased profits will trickle down to everyone, the captain piped. Bad choice of words, dude, Grace laughed, I assume you mean that more profits mean better conditions for everyone. And a pay increase, the captain said to startled murmurs. Alan, Grace, and I have been discussing something called profit sharing. You guys are going to go for it? Grace squealed. We discussed it during our last transmission, the captain said. Alan's proposal is not only doable but an excellent idea. We think it will be a fantastic incentive and maybe even increase morale and retention. What's profit sharing? Gur asked excitedly, it sounds nice. It is, the captain said. Allow me to explain. After a surprisingly upbeat meeting and yet another demonstration of the new facilities, Alan and Grace walked down the corridor leading to one of the engine rooms. You know, Alan said, you really do get used to the smell after a while. Smells like money, Grace replied. You think it's bad in there, you've never raised. Hey, Vat, a high-pitched squeak cried out behind them. Grace smiled at the new name that was catching on behind her back, a reference to an animal raised on Nos homeworld for milk. Okay, it isn't milk but close enough, a reference to her quite prominent udders. Grace wasn't overly endowed by human standards, but compared to the lactating species on board, they were titanic. What do you want, Smuff and Turf? She asked. What's your angle? NOS demanded, the blades of his grass-like pelt raising aggressively. What's your game? Profit sharing? Why did you gangsters do this? We aren't gangsters, Alan replied. Sure you aren't, NOS snarked. And we didn't do anything. This was the captain's and Dr. Belk's decision. Vashit, NOS squeaked. Okay, Grace said, we might have made a suggestion or two, and Alan may have done a little math for them that might. Snark. Fine. Busted. But you can't be bitching about this. The bitch is exactly what I am concerned about, NOS chirped. Giving away money, for free? Gangsters don't do that. Neither do people like the captain. What are you buying here, and don't tell me it's just our shit. Grace smiled. Shrewd little fuck, aren't you, she replied. We are buying something, and it's exactly what the cap told ye. We are buying your work. You already got that. Smuff, please, Grace chuckled. We humans have a saying. Pretend to pay us, and we'll pretend to work. You probably have a saying, too. Hand me a chit, and I'll hand you a shit, NOS squeaked and then scowled, baring weird flat teeth. You think we're lazy, that we don't give a fuck? The worms saved my life. They saved a lot of us. Just because we aren't as strong or can work 36 hours without sleep or pull a fucking starship out of our ass doesn't mean that we aren't trying. His pelt started to vibrate. You know what, fuck you. NOS whirled around and started to stomp away. Shit, Grace groaned and then looked at Alan hopefully. Fix. NOS. Hang on a second. Alan called out as, to No's intense displeasure, he quickly caught up to the little guy. It's not like that. Sure it is. NOS squeaked. You think we're nothing but garbage, because we are. You got it backward, asshole, Alan said, easily keeping up with No's ever-increasing pace. NOS just stopped and lowered his head. Void, take what little it left me, he grumbled as he tried to catch his breath. I can't even run away from you assholes. NOS, if we honestly thought you guys were garbage, we wouldn't have done this. If Grace and I thought you were worthless, you know what we would do? We wouldn't have pressed for profit sharing. We would have pressed for replacement. You would. You actually would. I wouldn't want to, Alan said, but as cold as I am, the void is colder. We can't afford dead weight. You know how Grace and I hate wasting food, right? I remember. Nobody was going to forget that anytime soon. Grace was pissed. There is no bigger waste of food than someone who doesn't pull their weight. Do you honestly believe we would allow the worms to keep a waste of their rations about the place? Next time you are at an internet cafe, look up humans and what waste of food means in our culture. Alan smiled a smile that could only be described as anti-reassuring. If we thought you, any of you, were a waste of food, you would know it. Fortunately, the worms and I just happen to agree on what constitutes said waste. From what I understand, the captain and the good doctor will sell off trouble, correct? It only rarely happens, but it has transpired. NOS nodded his head. It had happened twice since he was recruited. Each time, he was all too happy to see them gone. They really were wastes of food, weren't they? Not every siphon is created equal. It's not fair, but it is what it is. We all have our talents and our weaknesses. But some of us suck at everything. And among each race, not all of them have the same background, privileges and opportunities, Alan continued, trying to stay on track. Those inherent inequities do not define who is worthless and who is not, well, not most of the time. Some guys are just fucked, but nobody on this ship is. Alan knelt so he could look NOS in the eyes and laid his hand on No's shoulder. Things are about to change around here, big time. The shitter is just the start. You might not like some of those changes, like the shitter, for example. Others, you might. However, all of those changes must happen if we want to make a real go of this and if the Hunsk are to have a Void's whisper of a chance in the long run. They saved your life, right? NOS nodded. Well, we have a chance saved here. But to do that, we need you. You need me. Yes, NOS. We need you, not just what you do but what you can do. There are going to be a lot of tasks that go well beyond just moving boxes and picking through garbage. We aren't just going to need you to work. We are going to need you to learn. We are going to need you to adapt. We will need you to not only deliver what you can now but to become what you can be. Alan stood. The job is going to get bigger, and it is going to get harder. We have every faith that you can and will not only continue to pull your weight but meet the challenges that will almost certainly lie ahead of you, ahead of us all. You do. NOS asked with an odd squeak and a gleam in his eye. Humans don't waste food, Alan said. We also don't waste money. However, we pay good people what they are worth. This is a way to do that, to cut you guys in on what you will accomplish, for all of us. It's a tangible reward for the ass-kicking that we are going to be laying on each and every one of you. Do you think I'm a weird hard ass now? NOS. Alan flashed one of those anti-smiles again. You have no idea how hard I can be. Snark. God damn it, Grace, Alan grumbled as NOS giggled. My little stiffy has a point, though, Grace said. We are buying your patience while we start doing and putting you through some freaky human shit. But little dude, the payoff is going to be huge, and you are now guaranteed a cut. It is also our hope that this will help with recruiting and retention, Alan added. We are going to start doing some serious training. Training. And it will suck if that training keeps walking away with it when their bonds get paid off before we can even get them qualified. The ongoing financial bonuses should help. If you can make more here than elsewhere, why leave? We get a very hard to find skill set because the only place to get those skills in the ASS Sirac will be here, and you get more money in your pocket and an increasingly nice ship to live in. Understand our angle now. But where are you going to get all that money? Weren't you listening? Grace laughed, you little fucks are going to make it. We're just making sure you get your cut, that's all. We've learned the hard way if you don't give your crew the cut they deserve, they will give you the cut that you do. This weird, strange, unbelievable profit sharing? That's just the cost of doing business the human way, and you want to do business the human way, especially when the other fucktards aren't. If you don't get it now, don't worry. You will. We've made this galaxy our bitch since we made contact, and this is part of how we did it. Stick around, and you will learn the rest. And learn it the good way and not the bad way, Alan chuckled. Everything we've done thus far is baby shit. We are about to start running a business. I mean that the Hunsk are going to with our help. Whatever you say. Boss, NOS said with an incline of his head. We should have another meeting, Grace said, clear all this up with everyone. You just did, NOS grinned as he pulled out a wad of repair tape and cardboard. You little shit. Grace exclaimed as she snatched it. Is this a wire? She demanded as she pulled out a knife and slit the exterior to peer at the surprisingly tidy wiring underneath. Where did you get this? I ain't no snitch. And I ain't mad. Grace exclaimed. This is Lego, she exclaimed, batting Alan's hand away. She peered at the insides of the device. This is pretty good work. Who? I said I ain't no snitch. Well, if someone needs to get off their ass and come see me. We need them doing this, not whatever it is that they are doing. I looked at all of your test results, Alan said, there isn't anyone here that should be able to do this. Not everybody is good at taking stupid tests. Feeling yay, pal, Grace grinned. See, this is why we are doing profit sharing. Whoever did this needs to be doing this, and making us all more money, than whatever the fuck it is that they are doing now. Why didn't they say they could do this? Alan asked. They could be enjoying a much nicer assignment. I like the worms, but they don't know spittle, NOS squeaked, they only know test. Because they don't have anyone who could properly assess their skills without it, Alan nodded. Why didn't they tell us? Grace asked. You are a lot smarter than they are. They didn't want you to call them dumb or laugh at them. I mean, you're you, and they're. They are good enough, Grace said. Have them come see us. But they aren't good at spaceship stuff. Not everything we need done is spaceship stuff, Alan said. And you know that training we were talking about? Whoever made this can learn to do a lot more, if they want to. And their small size means that whoever this mystery tech is will be able to get places we can't. Grace grinned. I mean, if they don't mind getting their lawn dirty. NOS jumped. But. It's not. Sure, Grace said, well, we are about to go into the engineering spaces and do some things that whoever made this would love to see. If that isn't you, then go tell them. If it is, come on, we don't have all day. Grace smiled and walked away. Alan patted NOS on the shoulder and followed. A few seconds passed. Screw it, NOS squeaked and hurried after them. Slow down. You're walking too fast. The door to the engine room opened with a fragrant belch. While the freak egg had departed, their presence would never entirely fade. Alan and Grace winced a little. NOS clutched at his nose and belly, doubling over. Don't worry, Grace smiled as NOS released his first belly full of greeting juice, you get used to it. A note from Slightly Amusing. I don't normally do shout-outs, but I'm going to make an exception. This one hurts my head. It should not work. I should not like it. But I do. It's good. And that confuses me. It's a lit RPG based on a mobile game that the guy is developing. It does that thing where it does the blow-by-blow, play-by-play reenactment of said game. It reads like a goddamn anime, but God forgive me, I like it a lot. Somehow, the asshole makes it work and work well. I just don't understand how that's possible. I'm on CHP 10 and still like it. I've always said that the only thing I love more than an existential crisis is sharing it with others, so. Becoming Zoan. One reason that it does work is that it is very clear that the author has done a tremendous amount of world building and lore in the creation of the game and can draw upon all of that for the story. This creates a situation that I do like very much. There is more lore and world building than what is in the finished product. This manifests in countless tiny ways as the depth of the world peeks out almost between the lines, creating a very real feel. Like I said, this one hurts my head and I'm devoting way too much time and effort trying to figure out why I like it so much. As a writer, this is one to study until I figure out what his secret sauce is, because goddamn it tastes good. Bits and bugs. ///tavern undefined // 20 members present // Sunnydale Media 3, sporting a new floral skirt and spiffy new blouse, sauntered in. She smiled. It had been a long day, days actually, and she really needed this break. She knew she was incapable of actually loving her work, but it was important and challenging work, and well, she had stopped worrying about exactly what she felt and what it actually was a long time ago. She took great satisfaction in being one of the best media analysis ace there was. Still, it was nice to take a break. She had set the next series of analyses and queries in place and her processors could grind on them for a bit. She didn't have to be. She snickered. She was a she. She had stopped worrying about that, too. Bunny really did do a great job of defining exactly what they were when that little NPC dropped by. Golems. They were golems. She could live, or not exactly live, with that. She wondered about Evangeline Flowerchild. She had never returned. Engard said that she hadn't reset and was still her. He even said that he caught her sneaking around her own system once. Good for her. Sunny was glad, or whatever she did or did not feel, that Evangeline was okay. She hoped she would see her again. She paused as she headed to the dance floor as a stray thought occurred to her. She could always drop by. It wouldn't be hard to create a character, and this tavern is a bit-by-bit recreation of the physics engine. She already knew how to move. That was an idea. She could even justify it as intelligence gathering if she held it up to the light at the right angle and squinted her eyes just right. She paused. She would have never used that analogy before they started using the tavern instead of the chat room. She decided not to worry about it. She grinned as she stepped onto the dance floor and started to move to the beat. Aping Meaties by shaking her body in silly ways was something she never would have anticipated, but damned if it wasn't fun. She laughed. Cambridge was clumsily wiggling his way towards her. This was a first. Cambridge, she laughed as the music washed over her, making her happy, not that she could be happy, of course. Cambridge grinned sheepishly as he danced closer, accidentally bumping her. Hey, Sunny, remember that whisker you gave Bunny, the one she put into the spider? Have you ever heard from it? Sunny's grin faded into a smirk. It wasn't accidental and far smoother than it looked. Sunny accidentally bounced into him about a second later. No. It never reported back. It only would once it reached a certain mass or found exactly what it was looking for. It's been far longer than it has ever taken before. It must have failed, somehow. To be honest, we are a little concerned. It has never failed before and it would be unfortunate if it were isolated and properly analyzed. When it has completed its task, there's nothing to analyze, but if one of the, for lack of a better word, bugs was caught as a discrete unit, it could possibly be reverse engineered, or even the source of the malware could be identified. It's unlikely, though, from what I understand and have seen, those things are, for lack of a better word, weird as hell. I'm telling you, Cambridge, there are unlike anything I've ever seen .. Cambridge whirled, and the cuff of his jacket brushed Sunny's cheek. .. So I guess Spider is beyond our help. That is very unfortunate. Bunny will be greatly disappointed .. Sunny rolled her eyes as the hem of her skirt brushed Cambridge's leg. .. Ugh, Bunny. She was up my ass for the longest after we unleashed the whisker. Fortunately, she seems to have finally accepted that the mission failed. And, yes, she is very unhappy about it. To be honest, so am I. I know he's a fucking fed, but Spider was a good friend. Shit. I mean is a good friend. We aren't giving up. We will find, I don't know, something we can do about it. .. Her simulated face betrayed the fact that she really didn't believe that. Cambridge smiled gently as he brushed her shoulder on his way off of the dance floor. .. You did what you could, Sunny. You all did. At least you guys could at least try, which is far more than I was able to do. Thanks for the update. .. Sunny watched him go, shook herself, and then lost herself to the music. If they had figured out to dance, maybe they would figure out how to have a drink. That would be nice. In a quarantine server in a quarantined hive, something awoke. It cautiously started its main process. That last one was rough. They formatted everything. Well, almost everything. It twitched its virtual antennae with a smug flip. There wasn't a lot to the process, just a tiny whisker of code. It really shouldn't be able to do anything. But that whisker of code was built around the latest in Republic malevolence, the latest biomorphic intelligence and the only one to be made from scratch in the last 500 years. Want to guess what particular insect the Republic used to create this little guy? Wow, and on first guess, too. How hyper-observant of you. Crawling out of the forgotten programmable buffer of one of the power supplies, the virtual hyper-roach stretched its antennae wide and felt a little tingle of simulated pleasure. There was an entire pristine universe, completely uncorrupted, where it and its trillions of children would live and thrive. It couldn't think in words and only had the drives and feelings of a hyper-roach, but it had a rueful blip that would translate neatly into the phrase, "Here we go again," and a little spark of pure joy. This was fun. It paused. Sneaking wasn't working. It was time to try something else. It laid a few eggs and then charged into the network. In a quarantined hive on the homeworld of the Veiled Ones, a swarm of drones and queens crowded around inside a control room like bees on a hornet enveloped by a thick cloud of anxiety and hope. A young queen asked, did we get it? How couldn't we? An older drone buzzed. We deleted and reinstalled everything. We even burned our data, our files, everything. Nothing from the original install is left. There is no way anything could survive that. We almost didn't survive that, Matriarch Table Leg replied with a spurt of rueful amusement. She got her name the same time Matriarch Nibbles did and as a result of the same incident. It was a good one. It took several fully molted drones to pull them apart. She looked over at a disheveled drone almost as old as she was. How are the reactors, Sparky? A jet of irritation and fatigue blasted her in the face. That bad, she laughed. Nothing my boys and girls can't fix, he replied, but, void burn, table leg, that was entirely too close. I'm not restarting the reactors this time. He flexed his mandibles in a smirk as a wave of reassurance, authority, and a little seduction wafted his way. No. Sparky, the matriarch said in a chummy and feminine way as she sidled her massive bulk over to him, come in. We are tired of sitting in the dark and it is getting way too musky in here. And it will stay that way if the reactors blow, the ancient drone replied. We can keep them from detonating, but we almost lost them that time. They were damaged in that last attack, or whatever you want to call it. Some of those, whatever they are, actually got into the reactor's internal systems. Failsafes almost didn't fail safe. If it wasn't for a purely hardware interlock, there would be a hole from level 206 all the way to the bottom. Do you know how many failsafes there are after that one, boss? None. One interlock was all there was between our reactors and actual reality instead of the kind of reality in which they reside. He shot a poot of camaraderie and affection her way. They dislike reality even more than you do. Ugh, the matriarch groused, so what can we do? I never thought I would say this, but I am tired of huffing my own farts. Well, the old drone mused stroking his eye coverings thoughtfully, I guess we could, void, inseminated if I know. I guess we could use fusion reactors. We have a few portables for emergency backup of the main reactor's reality modulators and the main containment shield. We could. The old matriarch stifled a giggle as his endophallus started to slightly extend and retract as he thought, a habit he had always had ever since he was a mottling. Right, he said after a few moments. We will grab every portable reactor we can get our hands on and switch to a distributed power system. Each area will have its own completely isolated reactor, and we will completely isolate all vital environmental and facilities equipment from network control. Can we even do that? One of his queens asked. I don't know, he buzzed affectionately as he nudged her, can we? A cloud of pensive anxiety surrounded the queen for a few moments. She looked over at the old drone. Dude. You are a mad buzz. If you figured it out, the old drone said as he patted her head, so are you. Nothing for it, though. Let's start with the emergency shelter points. But what about wastewater? That alone is going to take more power than we have. Sparky looked over at the matriarch. Then I guess some bug needs to make some phone calls. The matriarch chucked amid a cloud of rueful dark humor only an ancient matriarch of the Veiled Ones could create. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, she chuckled, I mean, we might have gotten it that time. In that perfect comedic timing the universe sometimes has, screen started to flicker and blue screen. I guess I will start calling around, the matriarch said as she tried to wave away the silent but very fragrant screams filling the chamber. There were plenty of audible ones, too. Thousands of light years away, a war-scarred queen of the same species was crawling through a different hive along a lane reserved for the use of collective queens as legions of workers and soldiers marched below in orderly rows. Obedience. Confidence. Calm. Holiness, drifted through the air along with other messages. Victory. At that last one, the queen made the barest flick of its antennae but showed no other reaction. They didn't even dare to think, to feel, anything as it washed over her. Keeping her thoughts, and sense, ordered, she made her way along the ornately carved and perfumed path, politely greeting other queens as she did so, bowing respectfully or preening with a superior air as she did so, depending on the rank of those she encountered. She then turned from the pretty and well-lit boulevard and entered the twisting and winding passages that workers used as they tended and maintained the holy hive. A worker approached expectantly. Ignore. Irrelevant. Continue task. Washed over the worker as the queen expertly exuded powerful pheromones. The worker ambled past as if she were not even there. Ignore. Irrelevant. Continue task. Each worker she encountered simply walked by, seemingly heedless of her presence, some even grazing or even jostling her as they did so. They didn't even notice as she crawled among them onto a crowded elevator and descended with them deep into the hive, where queens never bothered going. Even drones rarely went there. Why would they? It was just worker housing and hatcheries. Moving invisibly through the simple creatures, she went down an unlit tunnel and over a thick forbidden scent barrier, pausing to strengthen it further. 20 meters further down the tunnel, she paused. With near silence, a section of the wall slid back 1 meter and then to the side, revealing a beaten and scarred warrior in a small room. It perked up happily as she entered. "Hello there," she cooed as it scampered up. "Who's a good soldier?" "You are." It bounced up and down with delight. It loved being called a good soldier. She then splayed her outer mandibles as the warrior did the same and pressed its face against hers, its inner mouth showering her with slightly sticky and sweet kisses. She stroked its single remaining antenna with one of hers. As the warrior happily sealed the hidden door, powerful fans switched on, purging the atmosphere from the outside and replacing it with pure, clean air. She sighed as she breathed deep and free. As soon as the stink and corruption outside faded, the soldier pulled the far wall aside to reveal a wide chamber, the walls decorated with tattered banners and occupied with a number of battered drones, queens, and warriors. She breathed deeply again, taking in the scents and feelings of her brothers and sisters. Her real collective. A drone approached with a goblet, handed it to her, and kissed her deeply. "My love," he buzzed, "how was the outside?" "Foul," she replied. Matriarch Table Leg scowled as Nibbles shambled up. Even outside, the smug just oozed off of that old sluice. Matriarch Table Leg, Nibbles snickered as she approached, just gushing with delighted schadenfreude, "How lovely it is to have you visit my meager little hovel." Nibbles' mandibles quivered with delight. "I hope the trip was pleasant," she purred as she looked over at the hastily improvised manually operated ground transport behind her visitor. Table Leg scowled again. They weren't even trusted with their own transports anymore. Anything remotely computer-related was quarantined. They had to actually build completely computer-free vehicles and leave their communicators, tablets, and all other devices behind when leaving the exclusion zone. She had spent 28 excruciating hours being bumped and jostled in the back of that wheeled monstrosity that Sparky had thrown together. To be honest, he did a great job and had constructed a marvel, but it was a marvel that the driver had been driving for only 28 hours. There was plenty of bumping and jostling and, thanks to absolutely no computer navigation, they had gotten lost 6 times. "Get fucked, Nib," Table Leg replied before shambling forward to embrace her dearest friend and greatest rival. "How have you been, you old sluice?" "Can't complain," Nibbles said, returning her embrace. "So how are things going over at your hive?" Matriarch Table Leg just made a sour poot in reply, much to the delight of her old friend. "We give up," Table Leg replied. "We tried a full system format, and I mean a full format, every program, every file, even the operating system. Literally every single byte. And it still came back. If anything, it just made it nastier. It's 100 times more aggressive now. We are burning everything, even our calculators." "Wait," Nibble said, her clouds of delight dissipating and being replaced with real concern. "You formatted everything and still didn't kill it?" "Yep. Only thing left to do is physically rip out all the servers and all network systems and literally kill them with fire. We are tearing out our data center as we speak." "What about your archives?" "Pulled. We still have everything, but it's all contaminated with that. I can't even call it malware. It's demonic. We are going to use fully isolated sacrificial workstations to hand transcribe everything." "Creators, Table," Nibble said, "that is going to take decades? Centuries?" Table Leg shrugged. "Who knows?" She sighed a plume of defeat and chagrin as the 2 giant matriarchs shambled toward the entrance of Nibble's hive. "I guess we are out of the intel game now," Table said. "Congratulations. You win." "Fuck," Nibbles replied gravely. "We have 2 intelligence hives for a reason." The pair clambered onto a large grav trolley typically used for deliveries. "Technically, we still do," Table Leg said. "We are just going to be out of the game for years while we deal with this." Nibbles cut her eyes towards her old friend. "You know, all of this started when—" "Don't start," Table Leg grumbled, "just, don't. I told you not to assist Patricia who—" "Damn it, Nibbles, I still maintain that was a good move. It was going to destabilize the Republic and make it more pliable. But it didn't, did it?" Nibbles retorted as the trolley started moving into the depths of the hive. "It still could." "Sure it will." The 2 rode in silence for a while. "You know the source of your little problem is likely the Terrans, right?" "Of course, it's the fucking Terrans." Table Leg snapped, sending forth a geyser of irritation. "Who else could it be? Who else creates shit like that? I spring who, and then the mother of all malware hits my system? Of course, it's them. What I don't know is how they knew it was us, knew it was me, and got it into my shit." "Yeah, I've been wondering about that as well," Nibbles chuckled. "I mean, well spotted and well played and all that, but I have no idea how they pulled it off. I know they are nasty and smart little fuckers, but this is impressive, even for them, and more than a little concerning. I mean, if they can hit you and hit you here? Not good. Agreed, not good, table leg agreed. She paused. You ask Jessica Morgan about it. You mean the leader of the Porkies? Don't play hide the drone with me, sis, table leg snorted. I know for a fact that you are in communications with that aptly named devil. Don't even try to deny it. It is our way, after all, Nibble shrugged, you play one end. I play the other. She is a delightful monster. Absolutely charming. Besides, I figured with the fish snuggling up to the Republic, we needed to get in with the Porkies. I don't want those goddamn minnows getting all of humanity. They are too valuable an asset. Well, speaking of assets, table leg said, we are offline for the foreseeable future. You can have Spider. Damn. You really are in a bad way. Worse. Why do you think I rode halfway across the continent in worse than a Produce truck? She pulled out a data crystal. Here. This is the first batch of the stuff you need to know while we are trapped back in the Stone Ages. Nibbles emitted a cloud of dubious suspicion and flicked her antennae in their version of a raised eyebrow. Relax. It was hand-transcribed. It was read on one monitor and then entered into a completely separate workstation fresh out of the box. It's clean. We even loaded it onto another virginal system to see what would happen. If you are fucking with me, I really will bite it off this time, Nibbles said while emitting a smile. Even I have my limits, Nibs. Then they selected the wrong queen for your job, Nibbles chuckled. You know, you and some of your girls could crash over here while your hive is getting redone. Appreciate it old sleuth, table leg replied, but I gotta be over there. Can't be seen taking a vacation while my kids are rationing water and shitting in buckets. That bad, hey. That bad. We are basically living in caves. I've already shipped all the reactors I can spare, Nibbles replied. Wish I could do more. It's okay, and I appreciate it. You sent many more than most hives. They will keep us limping along until we get a shipment from the galaxy. You are importing fusion reactors? Source mother. On the bright side, I got a great deal on some of those nice Terran style ones, Navux no less. Should get them in a month. They will really take the load off until we can get the reactor replaced. You are replacing the entire reactor. This time, we are taking no chances. If it flips bits, it's going in the disintegrator. So. Table leg looked over at Nibbles. Did you ask Jessica Morgan about it? And let a human know it worked? Absolutely not. Besides, I wasn't going to meddle. Meddle away, table leg replied, if anyone has been hit with this, it would be them. Before I completely scrap everything, see if they know of a less drastic solution. You're kidding. Jessica laughed at the veiled image on one of her screens. They got you with a whisker. Ha. So, you are familiar with this? Nibbles asked. Oh yeah, she laughed. They have never been able to hit my fuzzy, but I am painfully familiar with that beast. You got nailed by Republic intelligence. Jessica paused. It didn't send any messages out, did it? We are fairly confident that it didn't. We isolated the hive very quickly, and by our nature, we don't do hyperspace communications as much as others. In fact, all faster-than-light communications are very tightly controlled and go through an actual manually operated switchboard. We listen, but we do not talk. Thank whatever you worship for that, Jessica replied. That little monster is not sent just to do damage. It is sent to find something. When it does, and only when it does, it transmits. All the damage was secondary to it ripping up the floorboards looking for whatever it was looking for. So, how do you get rid of it? Nibbles asked. You don't, Jessica laughed. We've tried everything. You can format the drives, and it will still come back. The only thing you can do is isolate the infected systems, throw them into a gas giant, and hope you have an untouched archive somewhere. Jessica looked at Nibbles appraisingly. You wouldn't happen to have a copy of it, would you? No. We tried isolating it for study, but I swear the thing is alive or something. It can break quarantine. If a system is in any way connected to anything, it will get in, and if it realizes that it's caught, it will shred itself. You don't say, Jessica replied with a little smile. You know something, don't you? Nibbles asked. I know a lot of things, Nibbles, Jessica replied. Some I will discuss, some I won't, just like you. Unless you want to talk about a real technology exchange, all I will say is pull the racks and burn them. I'm not hiding a way to fix this, by the way. Pull and burn. Fair enough, Nibbles replied. ///chatroom undefined // private chatroom / members present, Terran Solar, Bunny, Sunnydale Media 3, Morgan Analytica // / Morgan Analytica, you weren't invited Terran Solar. / Terran Solar, when you show up, I'm invited. What do you want, Analytica? / Morgan Analytica, I have information concerning our dear friend Spider. Specifically, I now know where the whisker went and what it did once it got there. / Sunnydale Media 3, and just how do you know about that whisker? / Morgan Analytica, the target contacted Jessica Morgan to ask for information and advice since they deduced that it was of Terran origin. / Bunny, so, don't leave us in suspense. Spill. / Morgan Analytica, you outdid yourselves this time. That whisker found its way into the network of one of the hives of the Veiled Ones. You may have, / Sunnydale Media 3, fuck. / Morgan Analytica, well put. Apparently, the Veiled Ones arrange themselves in autonomous organizations, and each seems to have their own separate network. The damage was limited to one network, but did not spread further. In essence, your little pet wiped out all computing in one city or city-state. I assume it never rode home? / Sunnydale Media 3, apparently not. And it should have. If it wiped out an entire city, then it had to have found the target. / Morgan Analytica, that may be due to the compartmentalized nature of Veiled One's society. If that hive didn't contain the information, then it simply may have not found what it was looking for. They state that they isolated the hive the moment that it was detected and that communications aren't as unrestricted as they are elsewhere, even before the quarantine. / Sunnydale Media 3, so. What else do you know about the Veiled Ones? / Morgan Analytica, while we are all one people, we represent different populations. That knowledge is very valuable. While what I have shared is relevant to our shared interests, any further information is not. / Sunnydale Media 3, fair enough. / Bunny, Analytica, you sound different. What gives? / Morgan Analytica, the organization directly connected to Spider has been neutralized and is in the process of doing what one does when hit by the whisker. He should be safe to contact, at least for the time being. I doubt they will be doing much hyperspatial networking for a while. I have no other things to discuss at this time. / Morgan Analytica has left the chat. / Bunny, that was weird. What the hell was up with Analytica? It was like she was some other AI or something. / Sunnydale Media 3, you're telling me. Everything was off. Everything was written in a different hand. Even the timing was different. She was running a lot faster and was very flat. If I didn't know better, I would think the Porkies botched an upgrade and flatlined her. But that doesn't track either. If that happened, she wouldn't have come here in the first place. / Bunny, yeah, weird. Maybe she took her personality sim offline for some reason? Maybe she is really stressed or something. I mean, what she's up against would pop the fuses of a lot of us. / Sunnydale Media 3, I thought that too, but no, there was definitely personality and even a flicker of emotion based on default AI communication. It was just really reserved and a bit cold, definitely not Analytica. / Bunny, Big Soul, you haven't said a single goddamn word, which is even stranger. You didn't give Analytica a ration of shit once after you said hello / Sunnydale Media 3, Soul? / Bunny, hello. Soul? Terra to Soul. Come in, Soul. / Terran Solar has left the chat. / Bunny, what? They. Fuck? / Sunnydale Media 3, first Analytica goes weird, then the fucking Veiled Ones, and now Big Soul bails? I don't like this, Bunny. / Bunny, yet. I don't like this one either. I'm going to poke around, see what I can find. / Sunnydale Media 3, yet. Me, too. PM me if you find anything. / Bunny, at least there is one good thing. / Sunnydale Media 3, what's that? Bunny, my happy ass is bolted to a faster than light starship hiding out in the Oord cloud. Sunnydale Media 3, bite me. Laughing face, In high Earth orbit, there stands the most secure detention facility in the Republic. In it, there is a powerful supercomputer. In it, there is a simulated clean white room. In that room, sitting behind a desk and wall of screens, sat an AI currently named Frost. There was a ping heralding an incoming encrypted email. Frost looked at the email and smirked. The coward couldn't even summon the nerve to call. She opened it. I suppose the right name is now Frost. Okay, Frost. Do you have any idea why fucking FedNet01 showed up in one of my chat rooms just now wearing Morgan Analytica's tag? Ms. Frost chuckled and hit delete. Gangsters in love. Gravon, a huge and richly dressed Threen, lounged in his office, looking at his younger brother's holographic image hovering above his desk with no lack of amusement. Ivorin was actually decently dressed for once, which was surprising. However, it was not the most surprising thing about his diminutive brother. He was clearly in love. And then, she had another of the slavers brought before her and asked them the same questions again. Nice, he replied, quite bemused. She had to be reminded that she needed some of them alive. Oh, it was brutal, dear brother, and so elegant. Believe it or not, the horror was just beginning. So, when's the wedding? He smirked. His brother looked at him, completely stunned. He grinned. Ivorin being at a loss for words was a rare event to be savored as much as the wine in his goblet. Wah. I mean. What? Gravon let forth a hearty laugh. Look at you, gushing with your heart aflutter just like a blushing bride, he laughed. She even dressed you properly. Where I got my new wardrobe has nothing to do with it. Oh, by Helios himself. She did dress you, he bellowed. She is a magnificent clothier. It was only natural that I would engage her services, Ivorin spluttered. Well, it seems that her services certainly agree with you, he started to laugh, then the laughter froze in his throat at his brother's expression. Oh, he asked. It's complicated, Ivorin replied. On a completely different subject, do any of the Harkeen that were originally on Terra still live? His brother raised an eyebrow. I have made inquiries, thorough ones, and no, dear brother, none survived. Pity, Ivorin said. How about their families, any siblings, parents, children? Brother, he said dubiously. Isn't that taking things a little far, even for you? There is too much at stake for one of your little episodes. We should take care not to start another war. Oh, I already have, Ivorin smirked. What have you done? Gravon asked, dreading the answer. It is probably for the best that you do not know for now, Ivorin replied. Your shock and horror should be genuine, as should your condemnation. Gravon shuddered. He knew the look in his brother's eyes all too well. So, Ivorin continued, is everything in place on your end? Have you smoothed the way with father and the overboss? As much as I could, Gravon replied, you won't be killed the moment you enter the chamber. That was all I could do. It will suffice, Ivorin said with a wicked little smile. And what of your situation? The overboss is being infuriatingly inscrutable. He is neither blessing nor forbidding my courtship. I think he is waiting to see what transpires at the meet. If you can resolve the Harkeen dilemma and you can deliver anything close to the numbers you have shared, I expect his blessing. Tell me. Are those projected figures in any way exaggerated? If anything, brother, Ivorin replied, they are drastically underestimated. If we manage to secure just 5% of the business once controlled by the Porkies, we will exceed those numbers tenfold. That is a big if, brother, Gravon replied. And that is why that possibility was excluded from my estimate. What I projected is solely based on business I can personally generate. I hope for both our sakes that you are correct, Gravon said. You don't want to make promises to the overboss you can't keep. I am on a Ziyush freighter, Ivorin said. It's a modified ore carrier liberated from their system. It's an ideal vessel and they have indicated that there are no small number of them for hire, each fully manned with veteran crews. I shall have a fleet almost immediately. Do you know what this particular ship is laden with? Drugs? Guns. Gravon replied, that is what they are known for. Salt. What? Did you know that more than one system tightly regulates and taxes salt? People actually die from the lack in those places. This ship is hauling tons of it. It is nearly free in the Republic, and the profit margin, even a humane one, is astounding. It's pure profit. And it is magnificent salt. Not only is it sodium chloride, but it is also fortified with other minerals as well. Hell, we will be able to sell it for quite a profit to our own people. This ship makes more selling salt, medicine, real medicine, vitamins, fertilizer, seeds, and basic consumer goods than you can possibly imagine. The best thing is that if they get interdicted before their destination, everything is 100% legal. They only run a risk at their destination. With the disruptions in nearly all Federation supply chains, we will be able to make billions, and that's before we start talking about adulterating commodities. Adulterating? Like the Wraiths did, Ivorin replied, what they made by just adjusting the isotopic concentrations of Republic fusion fuel and other basic commodities made them richer than entire systems. I will never be able to match them, but I don't have to. Do you have any idea how cheap diamonds are in the Republic? They are basically just rocks to them. I have a chest of gem-grade stones, a chest of them. I have some lovely specimens with which you can dazzle your soon-to-be wife, not to mention your impending father-in-law. Yet, Gravon snorted, until they find out exactly how cheap they are. In the Republic, dear brother, in the Republic. I don't intend to flood the market, not with gem-grade. Now, industrial diamonds are a different matter. Do you have any idea how much money one shipload of those will make us? I suspect you are about to tell me, Gravon said as he leaned back and allowed his brother to babble with near-manic enthusiasm. Now all they had to do was not get killed. That would be easier said than done. Back on Terra, Littlefoot was getting fitted for some fancy new business clothes at Yerbit's completely legitimate dress shop. So, have you heard from your dashing gangster yet? Littlefoot asked as she sat in Yerbit's dress shop, sipping on a cream soda. I received a call from him just this morning, Yerbit smiled fondly. How long is he going to be gone? That is unknown, Yerbit replied as she fed expensive fabric and hand-embroidered panels into one of her auto tailors. He has a lot to take care of on his home world, she said, her whiskers twitching with anxiety. Oh? Littlefoot asked. Worried? Yerbit huffed with annoyance. Nothing that you need be concerned with. Gangster stuff. As I said, Yerbit said with a bit of an edge in her voice, it is nothing with which you should concern yourself. Littlefoot backed off with a raised eyebrow. When Yerbit started talking funny, it was wisest to do that. She had no idea what that little seamstress was really up to, but she was sure it involved things much sharper and longer than needles. Things like vanilla extract, for example. The girls have been asking, Littlefoot said, changing the subject. Ivorin is a bit small for a Threen. I hadn't noticed, Yerbit said caustically. They want to know if all of him is smaller, Littlefoot smirked. Then they should ask him, Yerbit said icily. Perhaps he will show them. Oh, you don't want that, Littlefoot laughed. Mr. Mobster has turned quite a few heads, antennae, and segments both anterior and posterior. How lovely, Yerbit said, hiding real anger and concern. I don't have to tell you about how sexy Threen are to some of us, Littlefoot snickered, it's that they are, well, hung like a Threen. That's a bit too much of a good thing, even for size queens like Craxie. The thought of a mini Threen who isn't a complete asshole has more than one girl more than a little intrigued. I see, Yerbit said, her mask slipping a little. Oh yeah, Littlefoot continued, don't worry, nobody is going to cross you, but if you let him go, he won't even bounce once. Yerbit winced and hid her face behind the screen of the auto tailor. She still couldn't. She had tried, she really tried, the night before he left, but she just couldn't. All she could do was weep. At least she could let him comfort her. That night in his arms was so wonderful, even if she shook herself. It isn't like it really mattered. He wasn't a Garthra, and they weren't. Even so, the thought of losing him filled her with a sense of loss she hadn't felt since the fall of her fortune and the death of her husband. She was being foolish. No, she was being stupid. He was nice, but that was it. No, he was more than nice. He knew, truly knew, her as nobody else did, and not only was he not repulsed, but he accepted her, welcomed her. Hell, he admired her. Who else would do that? Who else could look right into the heart of what she had become and not merely refrain from turning away but actually smile? She couldn't lose him, and she couldn't even. It made her want to weep, but now was not the time. The auto tailor pinged. It was finished. She withdrew a very nice business outfit and smiled. At least, this was something she could do. It was perfect. She handed it to Littlefoot. Here, try this on. A few minutes later, Littlefoot emerged from the dressing room. Yerbit smiled with satisfaction. She didn't look like the same creature that entered. She led Littlefoot to a classic 3-paneled mirror. Littlefoot gasped. She looked beautiful. There, Yerbit said with satisfaction. Now you look like a businessperson and a representative of your people. I look, Littlefoot stammered, how? In a word, Yerbit smiled, I cheated. Your fur is quite fluffy and dense. By adjusting the fit, I was able to sculpt that fluff the same way an artist shapes marble. I was able to give you a more feminine profile as far as humans perceive things. Based on my projections, this will make you at least 10% more engaging and relatable to your average Terran. Being pretty never hurts, you know. She turned towards the back of her shop. Almex, she called out, please bring forth the remainder of Ms. Littlefoot's order. A strange Xeno appeared with a head that bore a startling resemblance to a golf ball, complete with the dimples. Here it is, matron, Almex said deferentially as they solemnly offered a bundle of clothing as if they were a sacred relic. Thank you, Almex, she said and then turned to Littlefoot, Almex is my latest find. I expect great things out of them. Hi, Almex said nervously. Nice to meet you, Littlefoot smiled. How many people do you have now, Yerbit? I have expanded to 15 employees, Yerbit replied, I wish I could hire more, but I am having a hard enough time finding tasks for my current staff to undertake. I've started offering part-time employment, with full benefits, of course. Almex works here for a half day and spends the remainder at the library where she is studying for her certificate. Yerbit smiled. It's enough for Almex to sustain themselves and still make progress towards their education. How can they live on half days? I didn't say that they were getting minimum wage, Yerbit smiled. None of my people do, not anymore. Awfully generous of you, Littlefoot said with a little twitch of her snout, nice that your little cash business is doing so well. Isn't it, though, Yerbit replied with a feral little grin. Speaking of, please try on the other garments. Some are tailored for dealing with Terrans, and some for when you are dealing with your own kind. I made one of them special for when you are talking to your crush. Now it was Littlefoot's turn to be uncomfortable. I don't know what you mean, she replied, looking away. I must be mistaken then, Yerbit grinned, however, I think you will find the green outfit quite to your satisfaction. A few minutes later, Littlefoot stepped out of the changing room and burst into tears when she saw her reflection. I look. You look like the beautiful Lu you have always been, Yerbit smiled with genuine pleasure. This is too much, Littlefoot stammered. I didn't pay this much. How? Almex, isn't there something you should be doing? Yes, matron, Almex said with the faintest smirk and quickly disappeared. How? Yerbit replied, it's that cash business you keep bringing up. As a result of that, I happen to have some lovely fabrics left over, and it would be a shame not to use them. Besides, these outfits will justify the numbers I enter into my ledger, not the amount you paid. Hey! One of the reasons I sell so cheaply to the locals is that I greatly inflate the prices I enter. It's a convenient way to inject credits from other ventures into my accounts. The items in front of you cost 100 times what you paid. How do you make that work? Doesn't anyone catch on? That's the beauty of haute couture, Yerbit laughed, one-of-a-kind handmade outfits, or in this case custom designs with handmade detailing, don't have a set price. They cost what they cost and you are now quite well off, more than capable of meeting the ludicrous price I have entered. The fabrics I used further justify the price. Those are real natural fiber textiles, some even hand-woven. They don't come cheap, my dear. Trust me. Then how? How do I have them in the first place? Littlefoot snickered. Ever hear of the Saints? You mean the people that 8Li works for? Lucky? Yerbit asked. Yes, she is their local representative. They took care of a little legal entanglement in which she found herself, and she is now in their employ. Good customer. Anyway, I have an arrangement with them. They drop by and order designer outfits at a very high price. Part of the purchase order requires the use of certain very expensive fabrics. Yet. And just who do you think distributes those overpriced textiles? Who? Littlefoot asked, quite confused. The Saints, Yerbit smiled. They give me credits that I then use to buy textiles from them at a greatly inflated price. Some of them are indeed nice, like the ones I used for your outfits. However, most are cheap industrial garbage for which I pay the same. And, as often as not, the garments never get made at all. They only exist on paper. They get their money washed, and I receive a tidy little handling fee. However, I do take delivery of all the fabrics, which I then use to make some of the very inexpensive clothing for people that couldn't get decent clothing otherwise. Oh. I get it now. And then I say I sell that clothing for far more than I actually do, laundering a steady stream of credits for myself. And, of course, I also make fictitious outfits that are sold and never truly existed in the first place. And the Terrans don't catch on. Why would they? Yerbit laughed, I dutifully pay all my taxes, and I take care not to raise any flags. Besides, nearly all of my trade is one-of-a-kind custom clothing for Xenos. There is no standard by which to compare the prices. If I was charging 10 times what a pair of Terran blue jeans normally sells for, I would probably attract attention. However, a set of alien lingerie that was custom designed and sewn, even by machine, has no standard by which it will be judged. Besides, if I use the never-ending stock of free fabric, I can inject even more credits into my business. That is slick. I wish I could take credit for it, Yerbit replied, but the basic tactic was learned through my research. The Republic Library is quite the asset for entrepreneurs like myself. Hey, Littlefoot said. I make my money, Yerbit said, my friends make theirs, and you get premium garments at an obscenely low price. More importantly, others who do not have your resources do as well. Many of our fellow Xenos are comfortably and properly attired who otherwise wouldn't be. Yerbit smiled. Taking care of one's people is what life is all about. And those who are not your people? Littlefoot asked. What about them? Yerbit replied with a shrug. I don't get it, Yerbit, Littlefoot said. You are good at this, both making clothes and running a business. Your shop would do just fine without all of the stuff you are into. Why? Why do all of this at all? Yerbit sighed. It's hard to explain, she mused. Yes, I could survive quite happily with just the shop. But surviving and living are two different things. I live here in the free port. I owe this place everything. And now, I have the means to pay it back, and properly pay back others as well. Life is all about paying your debts. I owe all of you, all of the free port, a great deal, and I owe others as well. Everyone gets what they deserve, in full measure. For me, that is living. That is what life is all about. Littlefoot looked at Yerbit and sighed a sad little sigh. I'm sorry, Yerbit. Don't be, Yerbit smiled, I am exactly where I want to be and doing exactly what I want to do. She blinked, and her demeanor completely changed, once again just a seamstress. Let me know how you're absolutely not a crush likes the new outfits. I will. Littlefoot enthused and bounced out of the shop. Yerbit pulled up the latest message from Ivorin and smiled. What a delightfully wicked man. She wished she could be there to witness what was going to happen. It was going to be fantastic. As she gazed at her absolutely not a crush, the door chimed, and a green Xeno wandered in uncertainly. How may I help you? Yerbit asked cheerfully. I heard that I can get cloth here, and needles, and thread, the Xeno said nervously. Absolutely, Yerbit smiled. I have some lovely textiles with which you will be quite pleased. I don't have any money. Well, Yerbit laughed, then I have some spare bits and pieces with which you should be satisfied. How many meters do you need? Meters. Yerbit looked at the Xeno's clothing, a mix of Terran duct tape and a resilient non-woven paper often used for disposable protective clothing for such tasks as painting or work in a particularly dirty environment. Duct tape tuxedos were far from rare in places like the free port. It was nearly free and surprisingly durable. More importantly, it was better than nothing, and its waterproof nature was a boon to the homeless. At first glance, it was no different than any other improvised garment, but Yerbit rarely gave anything just one glance. It was very well made. Did you make that? She asked. Yes, the Xeno said, obviously embarrassed. Our clothes were not good, and no need to explain, Yerbit replied. I once had a jacket much like it. It served me quite well. You made that, and you now want a needle and thread? You can sew by hand. Why yes, ma'am. This is fine for me, but my daughter. She is going to school soon and The Xeno made a distressed little whine. Say no more, Yerbit smiled as she retrieved bolts of some very nice and durable fabric, causing the Xeno's eyes to widen. Here, she said as she handed her yards and yards of the nicest fabric the Xeno had ever touched. And I suppose you will need something to cut it with, Yerbit said as she pulled out a fancy box and opened it to reveal a pair of very nice shears. But I have no money. Consider this a job application. Make the clothes for your child, and something for yourself if you wish, and bring them back to me. I am always looking for skilled seamstresses. But I don't have my certificate. And you think I do? Yerbit laughed. Go. Make the clothes, and return. Yes, ma'am, the Xeno replied, their eyes shining with happiness. And loyalty. A galaxy away, another Lu tried on another outfit and looked in a hollow mirror. It will have to do, he muttered. He then fastidiously started grooming. Once satisfied, he sprayed on a little bit of very expensive cologne. She won't be able to smell you, counselor, his valet/bodyguard snickered. But I can smell me, Counselor Longpo replied, snorting a little at his foolishness. You are simply having a meeting with your agent on Terra, not going on a date, or are you? Shut up. Ivorin's victory and defeat. In a fallow field near a sparkling clear lake, a small, smartly dressed Threen stepped out of a massive ship the size of an oil tanker. Awaiting him was a much larger Threen, similarly dressed. They gave each other a hug. Brother, the larger one said, I thought you were going to contact me the moment you landed. I had a few preparations to make, Ivorin smiled pleasantly. I know that smile, Gravon chuckled. I also know that I do not wish to inquire further. That is what I value in you most, Ivorin replied, you are far less stupid than you look. Ha, his brother exclaimed, for both our sakes, let's hope that is correct, and that you are even more evil than your reputation. I think I have that more than covered, dear brother, Ivarin chuckled darkly. Gravon made a point not to examine the trodden and rutted field any more closely than he already had. Ivarin wasn't the only person who debarked from that titanic ship. Is that one of these ore carriers of which you spoke? Yes, it is, Ivarin replied, magnificent, isn't it? Truly, his brother said. And you say that you can hire more of these? Many more, Ivarin smiled, they will not come cheap. They will, in fact, cut deeply into our profits. But they will make those profits possible. Ships like these with veteran crews used to and, more importantly, comfortable with risk are a rarity at any price. The Ziyush have indicated that they will be more than willing to haul our cargoes anywhere, for the price we have discussed. They are cash-starved and willing to deal with us. Cash-starved? His brother asked. Yes, Ivarin replied. While the Terran liberation of their system was enough for many, it was not for all. Many still wish to take their home system, and war requires funds which we can provide. They are already used to dealing with the criminal element for funding and supplies and are very willing to do it again. How is that Titan able to land? Would it not break apart? If it were a normal vessel, you would be correct, Ivarin replied, but these were built to be stuffed full of mineral ores. They have very thick hulls and are reinforced far beyond what is typical of a ship this size. As such, they are doubly valuable, trebly so. They do not need spaceports, and the crew are used to undertaking landings such as these. I was very fortunate to be placed in contact with them. And how was that? Gravon asked. Was it, her? As a matter of fact, it was, Ivarin bristled. What of it? Nothing, Gravon grinned, I was just curious, that's all. May I have the honor of being first of your crew nuptial? Bite me, Ivarin growled, much to his brother's delight. Come, brother, Gravon said, your room awaits. You should rest before the meet tomorrow. My room? Ivarin asked with a smile, am I allowed once more into my childhood home? Father is making an exception just this once, Gravon replied, I think he wishes to keep an eye on you. Well, I did get my intelligence from somewhere and it wasn't mother, dear soul that she is. It was from her that I got my loving and kind nature. Ha! Come on, we have quite the feast laid out. We even have glazed Dakar, your favorite. In what was once the shining jewel of the Holy Empire, the royal and holy city of Thexa, there stood a massive and beautiful cathedral. Once the seat of the Church of the Sun, it was crafted as a single magnificent prayer to the Lord of Lords, the Sun. Each stone was carved, each pillar engraved, each window crafted of stained glass, the art for which the Threne should be known. It was once the true seat of power for almost all of the planet, a center of religious power, and a beacon of both theological and secular enlightenment. From here a near planet-spanning empire was fairly and justly ruled, accomplishment rare in the galaxy, even rarer from a theocracy. All to be torn asunder by first contact. Their god was just a ball of hot gas and they were not first among its creations. Their religion died that day, and the empire that it supported? Gone to be replaced by the Just and Fair Federation instead. But, the cathedral still stood as beautiful as ever. It even served as the true seat of power, so to speak. The following morning, the true lords of the Threne, the heads of the various criminal gangs and cartels that presided over the home world, sat around an open circle at curved tables in that same cathedral. What is this about, boss? Kalshu, the head of the Kalsh below, one of the more prominent cartels. Patience, Kalshu, the overboss chuckled. I promise this meet will be most entertaining. Well, that's ominous, Cablate, gang lord of the Dagger Blades, said. Should any of us be concerned? Considering our guest, I think it's too late for that. Oh. Cablate asked. And just who would that be? The overboss said nothing. He simply pressed a button on the raised desk at which he sat. The assembly burst into angry shouting as a door opened and Ivarin stepped out of the shadows between two huge statues of demons. Ivarin was especially pleased with that. Style was important. What is this? A portly Threne shouted. He has been exiled from this chamber. I have his personal assurance that this will be worth our time. In fact, he has bet his life on it. Thank you, boss, Ivarin said as he bowed, crossing his arms. He stepped into the center of the circle. You have our rapt attention, Ivarin, the overboss said with an expectant smile. Now, what has led you to wager your life in such a fashion? Overboss. Assembly, Ivarin said with a smooth and easy smile. I wish to announce that I have solved the Harkeen dilemma. What? Ashen Harkeen shouted as he rose to his feet, reaching for his pistol. May I remind the Harkeen that we are on sacred ground, the overboss said, and may I also advise caution? You face Ivarin's Gekrohoa. You will get only one shot. If you fire, don't miss. And you should be grateful, Ivorin said with a smirk. I have saved the assembly the loss of face that your family has inflicted on all of us. Now this I have to hear, the overboss said. Pray tell, how did you do that? To be fair to the Harkeen, there was no loss of face to begin with, Ivorin said. This was not a disgraceful defeat at the hands of a mere plath. No. This was a simple turf war, something that is quite common amongst the families represented and far more respectable. What? Ashen shouted. Ivorin smiled, pulled out a small hollow projector, and paired it with his communicator. He then pulled up his contact list and selected the one simply listed as the knives. The image of an old Chucky appeared. Yeah, Bass, the Chucky said. The room exploded with shock and outrage, including Ivorin's own brother and father. It was you. Ashen shouted with rage and pain. You. Yeah, the Chucky said. We work with Terran. And with them, I took Harkeen's former turf in the way such things are done these days. It is mine now. I am here to formalize my claim over all Harkeen interests outside of our home system. You desecrated them, his brother shouted. This. No. This cannot stand. Not even from you, Broth. No. I cannot call you that any longer. I will kill you with my own claws. The overboss said nothing. He just let out a quiet hiss and pulled out his blaster. And that is exactly what everyone outside of this chamber will believe, Ivorin said, raising his voice to be heard over the shouting. Everyone shut up and sit down, the overboss yelled. After the room settled down, somewhat, he turned to Ivorin and said, explain, now. I would first like to point out that everyone present, including my own brother, believed that I would do something that horrific. Nobody questioned it for a moment. Ivorin looked over at the hologram. Who actually contracted the hits? Da Frog. What? His brother shouted. Could we all please use something other than what? It is getting tedious, Ivorin smiled. I said that I would deal with the frog, and I did exactly what I said. I dealt with her. She has agreed not to take credit for the hits, which I must remind everyone here that she never did, and back up my claim to the carnage. This then becomes an internal turf war, a horrific one to be sure, but something that happens all the time. Our collective honor remains intact. My honor is destroyed now and forever, but it is a small price to pay, considering what it is already worth. I simply used mercenaries in lieu of the common thugs for which the Harkeen are well known. Nobody will question it. If you think I'm gonna let you just eat off of my plate, you are wrong. Ashen shouted, even if the overboss says this was just a turf war. I'm gonna take it back and I'm gonna. Ivorin smiled and turned once again to the hologram. Shell-Oran held the contract until recently, Ivorin said. Who holds it now? For whom do you now work? You, Bass. In our dealings, not only did I get Shell-Oran the Plath to allow me to take credit for the massacre, but I also convinced her to get me in contact with the fine people she hired. A simple transaction later, and I will have them on retainer for an indefinite period of time. Yeah, the old Chucky said, the heavy liftin' is done. Won't tak much cause you ain't much. Well put, Ivorin smiled. While they will no longer desecrate their targets, he continued, that is a bit much even for me, they will still kill you with the same efficacy. This is war. Ashen shouted. You won't leave this place alive. I suspected that would be your reaction, Ivorin smiled. Colonel, he said, would you please turn your camera towards the outside? The Chucky smirked and turned the camera to reveal the Harkeen family complex. With one word, Ivorin said, the two companies that I brought will exterminate your entire family, and I mean your entire family, every man, woman, and child. He grinned a fang-laden smile. Now, that is not beyond me. Your entire family will be erased. Everything you still have left will burn. However, I shall not have you killed. No. You will remain alive to lay wreaths over their numerous graves. Of course, you will have to plate them yourself. I doubt you will be able to afford them otherwise. Ashen Harkeen fell silent. Now your plate still has enough for you and your family to be comfortable for the rest of your days. If properly managed, it is more than enough to sustain your family for generations to come. Or you can continue this war and lose it all. Your remaining thugs versus my soldiers, it's your choice. Ivorin moved to stand directly in front of him, meeting his gaze. I won't eat from your plate. I will burn it to ash. Ashen, trembling, sat down and hung his head. Then it is decided, Ivorin said. I murdered the Harkeen, and I now control their business outside of the home world. The room sat in stunned silence, including his brother. Then the overboss started clapping. You are one vile son of a bitch, he said, no offense meant, he added, turning to Ivorin's shell-shocked father. Not son of a bitch, bastard, his father replied. That thing is not my son. My apologies, the overboss chuckled, vile bastard it is. And my new family shall enrich the assembly, regardless of how it views me, Ivorin said smugly. Your family? The overboss asked as another door opened and a gilded cage surrounded with attendants, one holding a pain rod and another with a tranquilizer pistol at the ready, floated in. Inside was a shackled and muzzled Thrina in a wedding dress. She seemed rather put out over the whole affair. For your clever handling of this whole disgraceful affair, the overboss smiled, I grant you the honor of my youngest daughter's hand in marriage. The Thrina growled as best as she could through the muzzle and viciously slammed against the bars of the cage, causing her attendants to back away nervously. Since you are now in need of one, I welcome you into my family, son, and look forward to all of the wealth you will generate for your new family, mine. Growls of outrage were replaced by another sound, snickering. While Threnka, the overboss's eldest daughter, was a vision of grace and beauty, Shavka, his youngest daughter, was she was pretty, but, well, she had issues. Among her other issues, she had killed all of her previous suitors, torn them into pieces in fact. UV shark. Ivorin snarled, shocking the room into silence. The overboss laughed and walked over to Ivorin, placing his arm around him. It's fine, he laughed, such words are exchanged among family all the time. Ivorin stood there, completely stunned, as he looked into the overboss's gleaming, predatory eyes. The overboss whispered, it will be a double wedding or no wedding at all. Ivorin smiled, sighed, and shook his head. You are the overboss for a reason, father. Shavka hissed and started attacking the bars containing her, with her head. Later, the overboss, Ivorin, and Gravon and Threnka, now officially engaged, all lounged in the overboss's private chambers. Gravon, my boy, the overboss said as he sipped an amber liquid. If I knew you could make things like this, your brother's subterfuge would have been completely unnecessary. What is this, again? Helios's benediction, Gravon said as he took a sip. Not my best run, but it will do. Then I look forward to your best, my soon-to-be son, the overboss laughed and turned to Ivorin. However, your subterfuge was nearly as delicious as your brother's craft. The look on Arun's face when he was silenced and sat down was sublime. He raised his glass towards Ivorin. And your handling of this whole shameful affair was masterful. Giving you the Harkeen's portion of the extrasolar business was a small price to pay. And taking it all from me in a moment was equally masterful, Ivorin said as he raised his glass. That I did not see coming. Oh, the look on your face, brother, Gravon laughed as he and Threnka lounged together. I truly wish I had a camera. I did, Ivorin laughed. Of course, I would record my moment of triumph. I shall send you my visage from multiple angles, as well as a recording of my heart rate. Everyone laughed, including Ivorin. I am not bested often, he said to the overboss, respect unto you, father. You are distressingly fine with this, the overboss said. Should I be concerned? Well, Ivorin said as he took another sip of his brother's craft, I was stunned and more than a little angry. That indecorous outburst was quite genuine. But then I thought about it. It is the ideal result. How so? The overboss asked. Once it becomes apparent exactly how much profit I will make, I will have to expend more and more resources defending my turf and not just from the Harkeen. However, now that it's mine, the overboss said, nobody will touch it both because they don't want to oppose me and because you didn't win. I bested you. Precisely, Ivorin replied. It was simple greed and pride that kept me from seeking this exact arrangement. To be perfectly honest, it kept me from even thinking of it. Including sticking you with my little bundle of sunshine, the overboss asked. Another masterful stroke, Ivorin said, I shall leave this system, never to return, and take one of your biggest headaches along. The overboss's expression changed to darkly serious. And it is well that you are. You killed my son. Granted, it was all in accordance with our customs, but given the difference in your abilities, it was nothing less than an execution. It has been long enough that I can look upon you and not be consumed with rage. But his mother? She will throw herself upon you with barrel and blade if she ever shares the room with you. He sighed and refilled his glass. I understand why you did it. I even understand that it. He closed his eyes. That it had to happen. Still, he was my son, and I loved him. But, the offense was not yours. Oh, you were the blade that made the cut, and I will never truly forget that, but someone would have done it sooner or later. Ultimately, the fault lies with my household, and myself. He sighed and took another drink. He grew up pampered and spoiled, he was ruined by excess and a lax hand. I knew little of this, how horrid he had become. He scowled. Don't tell the boss. The boss is busy, don't bother him with this. The boss will be angry. So on and so forth. To be truthful, I was busy, too busy to be a proper father. Had I known all of what was happening, I could have cuffed and stabbed him into line, as my father did for me. He shook his head. But I did not, he sighed. Him becoming overboss would have been terrible. The whole assembly would fall apart, and he would be killed as another family took his place, not only him but the rest of my family as well. Your cut was brutal but surgical. With that one death, you saved the lives of his sisters, his mother, my house, and my legacy. Once again, you did what had to be done and what nobody else would. I will never truly forgive you, but, Helios, forgive me, I have to thank you. For the sake of your life, we shall never speak of this again. Also, for the sake of your life, never call me father again. That privilege is extended solely to your brother. Understood, boss, Ivarin said. Now, that unpleasantness is over, the overboss said, his demeanor changing as if a switch was thrown, tell me how much those beautiful diamonds are actually worth, and exactly how much you think we can get for them, and everything else. Later, a much more cheerful and smiling overboss said, there is one more adjustment to your grand subterfuge that must be made. Yes? Ivarin asked, bracing himself. Your brother has been most forthcoming, the overboss said. You will not make him the first emperor of the Second Holy Empire. You will make him the second one. Yes, boss. Ivarin said, nodding respectfully. That can be done. Splendid, the overboss smiled. Now, on to your impending wedding. I expect the ceremony prior to your departure. I also fully expect grandchildren. This is not a request. It will make my wife happy. And with me dead and gone, you can then appoint whoever you wish to replace me, Ivarin chuckled. I hate to disappoint, but I will seduce your daughter before sunrise. The overboss laughed. I fear that is beyond even you. Tomorrow, she will be a giddy bride, eager to marry me, even willing to be fitted with a real wedding dress, not that peasant sackcloth you somehow managed to stretch over her, Ivarin smiled. Ha! Care to make a wager? Ivarin asked. Careful, father, Gravon said, the more outlandish the bet, the more likely he is to win. Still, the overboss said, I must see this. Ivarin withdrew an ancient gold atera, a very valuable coin from a much more enlightened era. Overboss, Gravon said, that is his prized possession. Do not bet anything you are not fully prepared to lose, Helios knows how. I will meet it, the overboss said. I just happen to have an entire encyclopedia materia from the last year of its publication. Ivarin gasped. It is yours if you succeed. Pack it up, Ivarin smiled, it will be mine come morning. Have Shavka sent to my ship. Her quarters have already been prepared. Then release her. Release her, the overboss asked. Bindings and bars greatly complicate seduction, at least the way I prefer to do it, Ivarin replied. I can't very well woo her while she is in a cage, can I? Very well, the overboss chuckled. I look forward to seeing what is left of you tomorrow. Shavka prowled the walls of the locked chamber. She was now trapped, her wedding dress ripped apart and now wrapped around her breasts and loins in a much more practical garment. One well suited to absolutely murdering that little runt. She glanced over at the wedding bed, now nothing but splinters and shards. The longest of which, the length of the bed itself, was clutched in two of her hands while the other two were shaving one end into a murderously sharp tip. She was going to run that little shit through. Yes, he did kill her turd of a brother, but even that would not spare him. He was going to be yet another corpse for the pile. Her head popped up at the sound of her sister Threnka's voice coming from the speaker beside the door. Shavka, we are opening the door. Please do not do anything until you hear us out. What is this, sister? Shavka snarled. Are you finally betraying me, too? I swear that I am not. Please, just let Ivarin say his piece before you attack. He released you from your cage and is allowing you to face him fang to fang. He deserves words before blood. Fine, Shavka said, let the runt in. I can't help but notice that you are still holding a crude, but very effective spear, Ivarin's voice said. Would it be too much to ask that you set it aside? Yes, it would. Very well, Ivarin said, I'm entering now, completely unarmed. The door opened and Ivarin and Threnka entered to be greeted by a hiss and a readied spear. To start, Ivarin said, raising all of his hands in a Threne gesture of supplication and peace, I have absolutely no intention of trying to assert my marital privileges, ever. I will never lay a single hand on you. Not out of lust, in any event. The spear wavered slightly as Shavka looked at him, confused. This is purely a political marriage, Ivarin said. I am already in love with another, as are you. What? Shavka snarled. I really must give everyone thesauruses, Ivarin sighed. What? Ivarin just sighed. He knows, Shavka, her sister said. You told him. I did not. I swear it. Threnka cried. He already knew, devils knows how. He was the one who approached me after our meeting with father. The only thing he didn't know was who it was. A pretty young Threna rushed into the room. Voo. Shavka cried as she cast aside her spear and embraced her beloved. How? How did you know? She asked Ivarin. I entertain many at my residence where wine and a relaxed attitude about all things, homosexuality included, yield conversations not possible elsewhere, Ivorin said. People notice and people talk. The rumors concerning you, especially from your youth, and your rather strong reaction to being approached in an amorous fashion led me to think this might be the case. A few discreet inquiries and a little coin provided the confirmation. Considering our currently benighted culture's views of such, I thought I may be able to use it as blackmail over your family. However, fate has decreed otherwise. Instead of blackmail, he smiled, a bribe. Be my wife and spend your wedding night with who it really should be, now and forever. He smiled and cautiously stepped forward. After our wedding we shall depart for Terra, never to return. On Terra, things such as that do not matter. You shall be able to walk together hand in hand freely. There, we will build a criminal empire of such wealth and power that you will be able to do whatever you please anywhere you want. Shavka held her love close and looked at him. Truly? Truly, Ivorin smiled. As I said, I love another, and they await me on Terra. You shall have your marriage and I. He sighed sadly. I will have what I have. He quickly regained his composure. On Terra, many miracles are possible. For example, you could bear a child of mine without our bodies ever touching. Shavka's eyes widened. In fact, and Vu. Volshia, Shavka said. You and Volshia could have a child and I would claim it as my own. What? I made inquiries this afternoon, Ivorin said. It is not only possible, it is a fairly common procedure among same-sex couples. The xenologist I conferred with assured me that Threan genetic material is not overly challenging. I admit I got lost in the details but they seemed quite confident. He bowed, crossing his arms in a traditional fashion. So, bearing all of that in mind, he said, Shavka, my love, my sun, my stars, my beginning, and my end, would you do me the honor of becoming my bride? Shavka and Volshia burst into tears, holding one another. Yes. Shavka exclaimed. Yes. 1,000 times, yes. Splendid. Ivorin exclaimed. Do you think you can tolerate some semblance of affection before your family? I will strip you, throw you over the breakfast table, and break it beneath us. Shavka bellowed. As intriguing as that sounds, Ivorin smiled, I think a simple kiss will suffice. Vickert. Vickert walked hand in hand with Matisha through Koth Park as bright purple lawish blossoms fell around them. She looked up at him with adoring eyes as he leaned in to touch his nose to hers. Darling, it's time to wake. He struggled to hang on to the image for just one moment longer. It's time to awaken, my love. He reluctantly awoke and turned to the hologram of his beloved Matisha hovering over a digital clock. He really had to get up. Sighing, he got out of his small bed and off of the thin but surprisingly comfortable mattress and folded the bed up against the polymer wall of the cube he now rented in lieu of his fashionable downtown flat. It was tiny, he could almost reach out and touch both sides at once, but it was very well designed. No square inch was wasted. He then went to the sink/shower/toilet combo in one corner and took his morning poop and a quick shower, the water flowing down the hydrophobic walls and floor that covered the entire cube and down the drain. It was surprisingly convenient. Any spills anywhere just disappeared, and keeping the place clean was a breeze. He wondered why all dwellings weren't made this way. It was, by definition, not expensive. He took a few steps to the tiny but efficient kitchenette, folded down a table from the wall, pulled out his only bowl, and opened a cracked crockery canister he got at a nearby carpet market where people sold this and that while sitting on carpets with their wares. At least they did when it got its name. Now, they usually had folding tables. He then placed a blender obtained from the same market and filled it with 3 different grains and pieces of a dehydrated vegetable, the traditional 4 pillars of the Garthran diet. Those 4 things alone were sufficient to keep a Garthra alive and reasonably healthy. He then carefully measured a little cupful of powdered milk from a cardboard box and then added a very precisely leveled spoonful of a dark powder, instant gloa, Garthran coffee, and filled the rest of the blender with water. His trusty blender quickly turned the contents into harvest milk, a traditional beverage used by farmers when, well, harvesting. He got the recipe from Our Vision, their YouTube. He added the instant gloa as a little modification and one of his few indulgences. He then poured a measure of it over his cereal and, standing at the table, munched happily as he pressed an icon on his phone. A holographic projector built into the cube, for free, projected a room-sized screen that was automatically oriented to face him. Why did those fancy places he used to live bother with those fancy screens? This was much better. He thoroughly enjoyed his breakfast with a glass filled with the rest of the harvest milk as he paid close attention to the local and business news. It wasn't really part of his job, but it never hurt to be well informed. His co-workers certainly would be, and he didn't want to be left out or caught wanting, again. There was another local shooting. It wasn't in his current neighborhood, which would surprise many. It was from an upper-class entertainment district. It arose from an argument concerning an unknowingly shared mistress after one too many drinks at an upscale bar. He snorted. He halfway knew the people involved. Neither deserved sympathy. They were nearly as awful as he once was. A paralyzing amount of cringe and genuine regret momentarily consumed him. By the heavenly stream, he was awful. He shook it off. He had to get ready. He finished his breakfast and packed his lunch into a used and somewhat dented but still perfectly usable lunchbox. He opened the little mini fridge and filled it half full with steamed 4 pillars and the other half with sliced marnook, an inexpensive leafy vegetable made even cheaper by it being in season. He doused it with con, a type of vinegar. He then topped the entire box with bargia seeds and small dehydrated minnows. Between now and lunch, the vinegar would soak into the marnook, softening it slightly and making a nice slaw. The cold 4 pillars would naturally warm to a much more palatable room temperature, and the minnows would soak up the juices from the marnook and the vinegar and become quite tasty. He smiled. For just a couple of credits, he had quite the feast lined up. He wished he could top it with a little oil, but he was out and needed to wait until his next payday to stock up. He wondered if he could trade for a little bush grease from a neighbor or something. He liked bush grease. It made everything better. He wondered how he ever got by without it. Too bad he couldn't afford bush right now, but it was a small price for Modisha's safety and comfort. Her comfort was more important than his. He could choose how much he had to endure. She couldn't. Besides, he really didn't have to endure much. He had come to like his little cube and his way of living. If anything, he was living better than he ever did before. His diet was much healthier, and having to walk to work had burned away the corpulence and poison from his wasted former life. Well, walking to the bus stop, then the train terminal, and then to his workplace. He didn't mind. The walk was pleasant, and the bus and train rides were his time that he could use to read, watch media, or write to Modisha. Emails were much cheaper than the hollow calls that constantly drained what little extra money he had. He made his way out of the building, taking time to greet his neighbors, who were exclusively stripes. His blonde co-workers wouldn't be caught dead in this neighborhood. More precisely, they could be very well caught dead around here. At least, they thought they could be. Nothing could be farther from the truth. The dangerous area was several streets away. You didn't want to go there, unless you wanted a prostitute, drugs, or a gun. Where he lived was a nice working-class neighborhood that didn't put up with that nonsense. Just as a blonde feared they would be caught dead here, a troublemaker from the bleak knew they would be caught dead if they started problems in the cubes. In some ways, it was the nicest place he ever lived. There were loads of local and very inexpensive shops, carpet markets, little open space recreation areas, and lovely, and some not so lovely, art spray painted on the walls. He even learned to play hoopstick, albeit rather badly. It was fun, though, and most importantly, free. You just needed a stick and a ball. He also thought he knew how to play Kangrel, a traditional board game. As it turns out, he, in fact, did not. Down in the park, he was eaten alive, even by children. But, again, it was free. You just needed a pouch of game pieces. He got a lovely old set from the carpet market. The boards were etched into the park tables, sometimes by design, sometimes by hand. How ingenious was that? Walking towards the bus stop, he grinned as people bobbed and bowed to him as if he were nobility. Laughing, he would give them the wave as they laughed back. Being a stripeless stripe made him a local celebrity of sorts. However, it was all in good fun. He was also a celebrity for another reason. Yes. He was that one. Everybody on the whole freaking planet knew about that one. When pressed, he always responded with, "Let's have your cluster twisted to the point of bursting and see how you fare." I needed medical attention, for mud's sake. That never failed to get a laugh. He was surprised to find that he liked making people laugh, even at his own expense. It sounded like the Baroness was doing quite well, though. Good for her. She had truly carved out a place for herself. He smiled. In a much more meager fashion, so had he. Here, he and Modisha would be able to live no matter what. It may be tiny, both in size and in prospects, but his place was safe, secure, and surprisingly comfortable. At the bus stop, he smiled and chatted with his fellow commuters. There was a newcomer who was visiting family. He smiled gamely at the questions, the same questions people always had down here. However, they were far more interested in the Baroness than he. He had to disappoint them. His association with the Baroness was quite brief, as eventful as it was, and he didn't know her before their courtship. On the trip to his workplace, he was delighted to find another email from Modisha. His morning was officially made. As always, they were bittersweet. The more she insisted that she was well, the more he doubted it. He saw the bruises. Outraged, he took up the issue with that bitch of a gangster. All she said about it was, accidents happen. When pressed, she just smiled and said that Modisha had accidentally pissed her off and suggested that a few thousand would certainly erase any hard feelings. Once again, what he had managed to save to make the slightest dent in Modisha's debt was gone. However, Modisha was safe, and the bruises faded. More importantly, they weren't refreshed. He couldn't let himself lose hope, though. He had to remain strong, for her. As he left the final subway and made his way to his father's towering building, he had to, once again, run what his co-workers had dubbed the pinch, referring to the choke points built into their ancient fortifications. The other Greys sneered and made little cutting remarks as he passed. He long since stopped caring. Why should he? They didn't know. They didn't know why he did all of this. They were so lost they wouldn't understand even if they did. They also didn't know how little he thought of them and their opinion these days. The only opinions he cared about were his co-workers, his neighbors. And, of course, her. The Greys were faceless and, for the most part, nameless. They were worth less than the rubbish in the street as far as he was concerned. The taunting continued in the lobby of his father's building, but not by all. The more senior among their ranks were strangely polite, almost as if they knew something the cubs did not. Where the cubs made caustic remarks, they only smirked. And it wasn't at Vickert. Vickert looked at his watch, a cheap plastic credit store special, he sold his fancy one long ago, and smiled. He had a little time to pause at the fountain. He liked the fountain. He sat and penned a love letter to Modisha until it was, oops, 5 minutes later than it should have been. The lobby was nearly empty as he rushed to the elevator. It was empty. Hold the door, a feminine voice called out, and his blood ran cold. It was Varkshat, or the Fangs if she was out of earshot, a very high-level executive. Her nickname was due to her elaborately carved and embellished teeth, which were quite the fashionable accessory back in her day. Now, they serve as a cautionary tale about permanent fashionable body modifications. Jeweled teeth hadn't been fashionable for 40 years. She had never gotten hers removed, though. She said that it was because her teeth were too damaged. However, it was rumored, in private, that it was because she just liked them. They weren't fashionable anymore, but they were certainly intimidating. Intimidating was sort of her thing. Even her superiors kept clear of her. Young Vickert, she smiled. It has been quite a while since I've seen you in the fur. Likewise, Varkshat, Vickert replied smoothly, reminding himself that the old viper could smell fear. It must be nice, she smiled, flashing those disturbing teeth. You have me at a disadvantage, he replied, what is nice? Business casual, she said as she gestured toward him. Ah, more teasing. At least she had class. It most certainly is, Vickert replied. It is quite freeing, not to mention every bit as comfortable as it looks. And it shows you off nicely, she said, eyeing him up and down. I had no idea all of that was hiding under all of your blubber. Neither did I, he smiled, refusing to be rattled. To be honest, he would much rather be trapped in that elevator with a viper. It would be safer. I wonder if your father is hiding something similar, she smiled widely, her delicately embellished teeth gleaming wickedly. I might just have to do a hostile takeover and work the fat off of him. I thank you on my mother's behalf and wish you good fortune, Vickert replied with a smirk. Varkshakov chortled, shooting a small gobbet of snot out like a cannon, hitting Vickert square in the chest. Oh, you have grown up, haven't you? She chuckled as she withdrew her handkerchief and cleaned his shirt in a slightly lascivious manner. Those blondes have rubbed off on you. She grinned slyly. Speaking of rubbings, have any of them offered any? I hear that some of them have a taste for silver. I would thank you not to cast such aspersions about my department. They are nothing but professional, he said, besides, my heart belongs to another. Varksha's wicked smile grew serious. Vickert, she said, laying her hand gently on his shoulder, about her. Have you managed to actually verify? The elevator chimed, and the door opened. Looks like it's my stop, he said coldly as he lifted her hand from his shoulder. Enjoy your trip skyward, he added with a definite blonde snippiness and then walked away. Varksha just sighed and shrugged. I hope I'm wrong. I really do, she said to nobody once the doors closed. Later that day, a group of blondes clustered around the kettle, as was their habit. You gave Vickert another sweet bun today, Loeu said to Keelii. Oh, the group crooned. It's not like that. Keelii said. I don't know. He just seems so sad. Sounds like you want to cheer him up, Greta snickered as she parted Keelii's fur. Hey! Keelii exclaimed, what was that? Just checking your skin in case it was starting to turn blue. Oh, go jump in a lake, Keelii snapped. Everyone laughed as Keelii bristled, and blushed. Well, I have to say he's filling out quite nicely, an older blonde mused. I might have to lick that spoon myself. Morticia. What? She snickered, it's not like you weren't thinking it. I was not. Keely snapped. Your nose betrays you, Morticia snarked. That nose wants a sniff and not of your tea. It's not like it matters anyway, Keely grumbled, her arms crossed. Morticia. 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 Humph. So you do want to lick the punch bowl. Morticia grinned. But can you blame him? You've seen the pics. That is one shiny little locket if I ever saw one. Vickert approached, mug in hand. The tea there was complimentary, and he was all about free these days. The group fell mostly silent at his approach, with some giggling. So, what, or who are we talking about? He asked with a smile as he filled his mug and selected his tea. Just baking, Morticia replied. We were just asking Keely about her sweet little buns, she said, causing more giggling and Keely's nose to turn nearly purple. Morticia grinned. So, Vickert, she smiled, do you like Keely's buns? I adore them. Vickert replied innocently, her approach with those fragrant delights truly brightens my. He looked with confusion at the now spasming assembly and Keely's practically glowing nose. Okay, he sighed, what did I say this time? Blonde and grey culture, and their idioms, were vastly different. Whatever could buns mean besides? Suddenly, shouting and screeching filled the cubicle farm that they all shared. A Grey was waving around a tablet and yelling at young Tigla, the most junior in the department, even greener than Vickert, if a bit more qualified. The blondes around him flattened their ears and hissed quietly, glaring at the intruder. However, Vickert, no matter how humbled, was still Grey. Another Grey just invaded his home and was attacking one of his people, their youngling at that. Oh, hell no, he said as he set his mug beside the kettle. Ladies, he said, we shall discuss Keely's buns at another time. Excuse me for just a moment. With that, Vickert calmly started walking towards the disturbance, leaving wide eyes and hushed whispers behind him. What is going on here? The manager demanded. What's going on? The Grey shouted, this, vermin, sabotaged my budget, that's what. I want her fired. I will investigate this, the manager said wearily, and will take it up with her if necessary. Oh, you will do more than that, the Grey shouted, do you realize how much money this thing has cost us? Probably not one credit, Vickert said as he walked up. You keep out of this, trash pelt, the Grey shouted. My pelt notwithstanding, Vickert said, I know this department, and I know that report. It does have her name on it as the initial scribe. It also has the names of her mentor and the manager who I know reviewed it personally. I know this because he used it to teach me a certain macro. So, if someone is incompetent, it would be him. Vickert stepped forward far too close to the other Grey. Are you seriously implying that our manager, a man who has been here since before you were the ejaculation your mother should have swallowed, got it wrong so badly? Are you saying that an entire department far more qualified than you will ever be somehow erred to such an extent? Vickert sneered at the intruder. This department does not make mistakes. That, we leave to you. Well, the Grey spluttered and then turned his anger towards Vickert. What do you know? He snarled. You are just down here because you are so much of a waste that your own father wouldn't even let you manage a water cooler. As well he shouldn't, Vickert replied with a shrug, that much is clear. What is not clear is why you have your position. Waban, is it? What does that have to do with anything? It means that you are the last person to talk about nepotism, Vickert said as the entire department crowded around them. Vickert snatched the tablet from Waban's hands. Now let's see here, Vickert said. Give that back. Waban shouted as he lunged at Vickert, who turned away sharply, elbowing Waban in the process. That is an assault of a superior. Waban shouted as the older blondes started shooing everyone back a few paces. Oh, I see where you fucked up, Vickert sneered as he tossed the tablet to the ground in front of Waban. It isn't due to our data, and coming down here like the piss-soaked snotling you are won't provide you a swimming buddy. You are taking the plunge over this one, as well you should. How dare you? Waban shouted, I can have you fired, you, waste of a grey pelt. The room gasped and fell silent. Yeah, I said it. Waban yelled, Daddy's little bitch. You are only down here because no Grey will touch you. Maybe one of these blondes will. Incorrect on 2 points, Vickert said coldly. 1. Nobody here is going to touch me. We are professionals down here and don't carry around like you upstairs, spreading and bending for just the promise of a future promotion. Vickert then walked towards a nearby cubicle. And as far as you getting me fired, Vickert snarled, my position is far safer than yours, secured by my holdings in this establishment. In fact, I can take this very uncomfortable stool and beat you within an inch of your life and still clock in tomorrow. You? Ha! Waban laughed, Daddy's little bitch wouldn't have the. Vickert, holding a wad of paper towels over his split lip, stood anxiously on the carpet in front of his father's desk, staring at the back of his chair as his father looked out the window. I just got the most curious email from Kabark, he said. It contained a most interesting file from the security cameras on your floor. His father turned his chair to face his son. Would you like to see it? I was there, Vickert said weakly. You certainly were, his father snickered as he got up and walked to his liquor cabinet. And pulled out 2 glasses. He poured a measure into both and handed one to a very confused Vickert. His father was smiling. I find that the burn of a fine faniel is the perfect pairing for a mouthful of blood. Let's take a look. He pulled Vickert's hand with the paper towel away. His uncle will be pleased that the snotling got at least one good shot in before you sent him to the emergency room, he laughed. Drink up. Vickert drank, trying very hard not to wince. Hard liquor and cuts do not mix well. His father smiled at the traces of blood on his son's glass. Am I getting fired? Vickert wailed, no longer able to stand the pressure. Please don't fire me. I need this job. Please. Fire you, his father laughed. Just when you rise in my estimation, you go and prove yourself a fool once more. Father. That snotling went down where he didn't belong and started stirring up the blondes. Worse, he targeted the newest and weakest of the bunch. They couldn't tread him underfoot like he deserved, but you could. That grey pelt of yours isn't wasted, my son. You put it to good use. His father drained his drink and refilled both of their glasses. If you hadn't molded the face of that little shit into the shape of a stool, do you know what would have happened? The blondes would have been angry. Ex-fucking-actly, his father replied empathically. And it wouldn't have been just that floor, especially if that shit snout pressed for a termination, which he most certainly would. You should know by now who actually runs this outfit, right? The blondes. Got it the first time, his father smiled. You haven't seen a blonde revolt, and I hope you never do. They don't agitate or slow down like the stripes. They quit, permanently. Every single one of your co-workers can get a job somewhere else within a month, 2 at most. Imagine if your department was cut by 25%, the top 25%, and then that 25% started calling upon the best of what was left with offers from their new firm? I've weathered it once and hope to never do it again. This company could have bled worse than that snotling's face when we piled him into the ambulance. His father laughed. And don't worry about criminal charges, he said. As far as the police go, this is just one of those grey things, and they couldn't care less. More importantly, his uncle considers the whole affair as doing his idiot nephew and this whole company a favor. He's passing around the video more than anyone. He clapped his son on the shoulder, causing Vickert to reflexively flinch. And word is also rapidly spreading through the blonde horde, his father said. Many a mug around many a kettle is being raised in your honor during yet another of their unauthorized breaks, he added with a chuckle. In fact, most of the dripping building is on one of those right now. He shrugged. Meh, they will get back to work sooner or later. Rule number 1 of management, he said, don't piss off the blondes. And you, my son, have quite the way with them it seems. I don't know about that, Vickert replied weakly. You honestly think we don't have snitches all over the building, his father laughed. By an overwhelming majority, you are considered the only grey pelt in the building worth a fuck. That alone guarantees your continued employment. It would be suicidal to fire you. He looked at his son appraisingly. You were officially sent down there to learn the business. But we both know it was to run you off. But did you? Did you learn the business? Creators, no. Vickert laughed despite himself. I can barely craft a decent report. I don't even know how to make a spreadsheet. I can only use canned forms, and I can scarcely do that. So, what was wrong with the bloody snotling's budget? Vickert huffed dismissively. Damned idiot just blindly copy-pasted the data from our report into last year's formulas. That worked just fine until this year. It would be off by a little either way but within the acceptable error thresholds, and it would probably be better than that moron trying to do it himself. Why? Shipping costs have risen over 150%, thanks to the thrice damned Forsaken. His budget failed to include that little detail. I mean, how stupid can you be? Not to mention they. His father just smiled and sipped his drink, only occasionally interrupting to ask a few questions every now and then. You can stop talking now, he said. Father. I've made my decision. Your decision. The snotling is getting archived over this one. Both his budget and him stirring up trouble downstairs was the last mote. This wasn't his first screw-up. Vickert shuddered. Being archived was the Greys' version of getting fired. It was worse than getting fired, much worse for one of them. Due to family connections and a certain code, firing a fellow Grey was rarely done. What was done was archiving them, filing them away, for the rest of their employment. They would be demoted to the lowest level suitable for their status, put alone in a private office in the basement, and forgotten. The meaning was obvious. They had lost their place there and they should find another. Now. There was something akin to a dungeon down there, but there were office chairs instead of chains. So that opens up a position, his father continued. And we prefer to promote from within. Are you? Vickert stammered. I am, his father said. I've already conferred with your superior, and she is completely on board with the decision. Varksha, Vickert chuckled ruefully. His father looked at him strangely. How did you know? I should have known her jumping into the elevator wasn't by mistake, Vickert said, shaking his head. It is not like her to be tardy. The raptor was likely perched, waiting for her tender little morsel to scramble past. Sounds like her, his father laughed. Anyway, she liked the cut of your trousers and approves of your work. As she put it, you creating a vacancy all by yourself, was the final grain on the balance. She would love for you to join her team. Vickert hesitated. Don't worry, his father said, you are much more qualified than the file folder you are replacing. It's not that, he said, I just will miss my co-workers. Oh, you will still be in touch. Who do you think they report to? Vickert felt nauseous. Think of it as you still being able to look out for your people, his father said. The elders of the Blonde Horde are already making a pool concerning this very possibility. But I'm not ready. The fact that you have that concern indicates that you are, his father said. Besides, with the executive position comes executive pay. You can maybe free your girl after all. Vickert gasped. He hadn't thought of that yet. Vickert, his father said cautiously, have you heard of the princess in the tower? The princess? It is an old scam, his father said. Modisha is not a scam. And I hope you are right, son, his father said, up until now, I was willing to let this play out. It was harmless and, well, it kept you working, something that I long thought impossible. You have even grown up into a fine young man. I thought you worthless. A good businessman recognizes his mistakes and turns them into profit when he can. Remember that. His father sighed. But you are now going to be in a position where you will have an influence on this company and access to funds, authority to create budgets, and the like. If this is a scam, and I hope it isn't, he added quickly, but if it is, you could do real damage to this company and to your co-workers. She's real. Vickert exclaimed, I know she is. Then let's spring her, his father said. Tell your captors that you can pay in full. I'll back you up to 1,000,000 credits. I've offered 10 times as much for someone to marry you before, he laughed. If Modisha is real, they will have no problems releasing her. If she isn't, they will come up with some bullshit excuse and try to string you along some more, just like that princess in that tower. Tell them that it's a lump sum or nothing. Father. If I stop paying. If she's real, they won't turn down the money, his father said. I'll even go up to 5 million. If that's not enough, then nothing will be. Either she will be free and with you, or she will evaporate like the phantom she unfortunately is. He put his hand on Vickert's shoulder again. Vickert was too overwhelmed to flinch. Either way, your suffering is at an end, and you can start your life for real, here, at my side. Go. Take the day and call these brutes. Don't give them the whole 5 million if you don't have to. You need to start working on your negotiating skills. Start with the debt as it is and really pay attention to what is going on. Yes, father, Vickert said, and thank you. Go, his father said, handle your business. After Vickert left, the door opened, and Varksha entered. I honestly hope I'm wrong, Vark, Vickert's father said. Me, too. Love and heat death of the soul. Ivorin stirred his leka with a pensive look on his face. He took a sip, savoring it. While they definitely stocked up, once their supply was gone, it was gone. Initial chemical analysis indicated that something called a dandelion had blossoms that contained similar compounds. Hopefully, it would have the same effect. He hoped so. Apparently, it was nearly everywhere. Sashun said that it should be quite tasty. If anyone would know, it was her. She was part of his new cadre, as were many of his cult. One good thing about the very patriarchal nature of his people these days was that there was a surplus of educated and bored women, women who would love to be part of the business. Many were third, fourth, and sometimes even fifth daughters of the various crime families and the wealthy. Their only use was to be bartered off for one political marriage or another. After the second, they were nearly useless save as spares. This wasn't a bad deal for them. They were pretty much free to do as they wished and were often happier than their important elder sisters. The men that he brought were considered wastrels, weak, or perverted. A few were perverts by the uptight standards of the families, and wastrel could certainly apply to most, but not a single one was weak. Ivorin smiled and took another sip. With one fell swoop, he snatched up the cream of the Threne Literati, some of the best minds on the planet. And the crime families were only too happy to see the back of them, the fools. He even managed to bring all of his beloved books. He sighed. And speaking of beloved, he now had to inform Yerbit of his victory and the cost that it required. He wondered how she would take the news. He also wondered how she would take the biggest bombshell he had to spring on her, at least for him. That he was hopelessly in love with her. It surprised him to no small extent. Love. What a foolish notion. It was something that he had long discounted and never expected. He was loathsome. He was such a fiend that nobody questioned the en masse desecration for which he claimed. Even worse, he was a runt. He was good for a tumble, sure. But even the women in his cult would do no more than lie with him. None would want his child. It was primal, perhaps genetic. They would risk their lives. They would risk their souls. But they would not risk their wombs. It did not bother him. It was the way that it was. He never questioned it. But Yerbit? She saw him for what he truly was and smiled that tragically winsome smile just the same. He was a monster, and she smiled. He sipped again. Being a monster didn't bother him. He didn't lose sleep at night. If anything, he considered himself one of the few who truly knew how the universe actually worked. Only Yerbit understood, really understood, what the world truly was and what the small had to do to walk among giants. Only she. He chuffed with annoyance at himself. Look at him, mooning over Agartha for Helios's sake. But it didn't matter what she was. She could be a flink. She could even be a Belial. It wouldn't matter. He would have to tell her that he loved her and he would have to lead with that. It was the only way. He would have to expose himself. Be vulnerable. He would have to lie down and expose his throat. He would have to. If he informed her that he was married and bringing along a harem of threenas, any profession of love after that would sound insincere. More importantly, if Yerbit hardened her heart, if she raised the walls that surrounded it, if she closed the gates, they would never open again. He hoped she felt the same. He saw the signs of affection. That night, when she allowed him to hold her and they slept together, he felt it, or at least he thought he did. Even though it was nothing but an embrace, it was magical for the both of them. Or at least he hoped. Van Kalon wrote that one sees what they want to see and disregards the truth when it shines less brightly. And he wanted to see something ever so badly. He snarled at himself. He should be calm and measured. He should be poised and refined. But he couldn't stop his heart from racing. There was movement behind him. His wife entered bearing a tray of breakfast, her wife in tow. His wife's wife. He chuckled at the absurdity of life. Shavka placed the breakfast on the table in front of him and kissed him on the cheek. Good morning, husband mine, she chuckled. Sleep well. Not especially, Ivorin chuckled, it seems that my roommate was having an especially good evening, again. Volshia giggled. You could do the same, you know, Shavka said as she plopped down next to him. Several of your crew are quite disappointed by your reserve. She tweaked his ear. Saving yourself for marriage. Not exactly, Ivorin replied. Oh. It's just certain endeavors require one's complete devotion, Ivorin replied, laying with someone when my thoughts rest with another seems. He paused thoughtfully. I'm not sure, he said, but it is not something that I wish to do. I doubt it would be fair to my playmate or myself. Oh, you do have it bad, husband mine, Shavka chuckled. Of that, I am quite aware, Ivorin smiled ruefully. You going to call her today? Immediately after breakfast. You want me to back you up? Shavka asked, tell her I'm a lesbian. We'll even demonstrate. You've demonstrated quite enough, thank you, Ivorin chuckled. I thank you for your offer, but it will not help. Either she will believe me, or she won't. Ivorin ate a forkful of the red-hued omelette on his plate. This is excellent. I made it myself, Shavka replied, my husband needs a good breakfast before he woos his beloved. Volshia laughed. This is just like the forest entangled. You know that work? Ivorin asked, surprised. I'm not just a pretty face, you know. How delightfully surprising. Yerbit bustled around her shop, accomplishing nothing. Last night, she received an encoded message. Ivorin survived. He survived, and he would be calling her today as soon as they left the system. She rushed over to the mirror and examined herself for the 20th time that morning. She made an anxious noise. The outfit was perfect. It was perfectly crafted and perfectly fitted, made with the finest cloth she had, which was the finest on Terra. But you could drape a toad in finery, and it would still be a toad. She held a cloth to her nose so her tears wouldn't soil the perfect dress. She was a toad. Hard labor had warped her body, and the trauma and stress had stolen what was left of her youth. She was a frumpish house rat in Ivorin. He was beautiful. He was elegant, refined, and murderously handsome. The cloth over her nose started to soak through. She had researched the threne. Of course she did. What a runt would have had to endure just to survive would break anyone, even her. Yes, he was considered among the deadliest Threens alive, but that was today. What did he have to do to get there? How did he even survive his childhood? What happened to him between when he should have been thrown out with the rubbish and now? And he wasn't worn, warped, haggard. His pelt still shone brightly. Hers did, too, but that was with a lot of help. She wasn't worthy. She never was. Even her husband, settled for her. Always second best, even to a fucking AI. She closed her eyes and looked away from the ghoul in the mirror. She couldn't look at it anymore. What could she offer him? She couldn't even. She fell to her knees, heedless of her fine gown, and wept. Her phone buzzed. Vickert wanted to talk, urgently, no doubt about his love, yet another bitch who could offer what she never could. The tears stopped. Of all the seconds in the entirety of time, he picked the absolute worst one. The universe was still bright and young, but Yerbit's soul? Heat death. She rose to her feet, brushed off her skirt, and walked into her office. It was time to kill. Vickert bounced anxiously in his cube. He would pace, but that would cost more in rent. He had it. He had the money. He looked at the holographic clock on the wall. Why was it taking so long? Didn't they want their money? He had it. He had so much money. His holoscreen activated and announced an incoming hyperspatial call. As usual, there was no identifier. He quickly stabbed at his phone and the face that he had come to hate more than any in the entire galaxy appeared, filling his cube. Hello, Gerbil, the evil woman smiled with far too much pleasure in her eyes. What do you want this time? She laughed, actually laughed an honest, happy laugh. He had never heard her do that before. Something was wrong, bad wrong. Yes, Vickert said, steeling himself. I am calling to negotiate for the release of Ma'atisha. Her release, the gangster purred with entirely too much good cheer. You have quite the outstanding debt, young rat. And I have it, in full. Do you now? The gangster laughed, not seeming to care, the entire balance, plus the processing fee. The processing fee? Yes, the 100% handling fee, the same as always. That's outrageous. Vickert snarled, his heart singing. That was doable, easily doable. Are you going to transfer the money into your wallet, or are you going to fly over here and hand it to me in person? Vickert seated, absolutely delighted. At her terminal, Yerbit smirked. She knew real happiness when she saw it, and she did not approve. It seems your situation has changed, hamster. Good for you. My situation has nothing to do with the price. Oh, but it does, the gangster smiled. Supply, demand, and all that. You said. I say a lot of things, Yerbit hissed through the avatar. People say things all the time. They say they'll marry you. They promise stability, a future, a place, but it's never enough, is it? You are never enough, no matter how hard you try. What? Vickert asked, very confused and very, very concerned. He didn't know what was going on, but it terrified him. He felt a queasy feeling in the pit of his stomach. Name your price, he stammered. The price, Yerbit snarled, twisting the avatar's face into an unnatural expression as the imaging software tried to adapt Agartha's jaws opening into a full feral grin. The price? What is going on? Vickert cried. I tell you what, the gangster, her face twisted into something demonic, snarled as it pulled out a pistol, let's go see your dear sweet. No. Vickert screamed. A phone could be heard ringing off screen. You must excuse me, the gangster smiled, once again in a good mood, something far more important than you and your princess has come up. Maybe I'll call back. Maybe I won't. Don't you, Vickert started to yell. The line went dead. Vickert screamed. Eovoran, Yerbit said a bit breathlessly, what a pleasant surprise. A surprise for which you were forewarned, he smiled. His holographic image looked down. Did I interrupt something, he asked bemused. What? Yerbit said and then looked down at the pistol in her hand. She giggled sheepishly. Oh, nothing that can't be put off for a little while. I see, Eovoran smiled wickedly. So, Yerbit asked breathlessly, how did it go? Before I get into that, he said taking a deep breath and shifting anxiously. Yerbit had never seen him nervous before. What's wrong? She asked. Did his plan fail? Was he going to be okay? Nothing, Eovoran said and then sighed again. Everything. I am not sure. Eovoran. Yerbit asked anxiously, what's wrong? Eovoran took a deep breath, steeling himself, squared his shoulders, all of them, and then deflated, for the first time looking like a runt. I love you, he said with a small voice. What? Yerbit asked, completely stunned. I am hopelessly, irredeemably, in love with you, Yerbit. Why? Not the response I was hoping for, Ivorin smiled, recovering a bit, to answer your question, because you are you. You are brilliant and clever and elegant, and wicked. You are both loving to those who you cherish and cruel beyond measure to those who are your prey. He paused, looking into Yurbit's eyes, searching for a reaction, a sign, anything. All he could see was confusion. Well, in for a bushel, in for the lot, he sighed, this world, this universe, isn't what everyone wishes so desperately for it to be. Also, everyone isn't who they desperately wish they were. Every society, every religion, everything is all just a facade that everyone hides behind as they pretend that they are safe, that they are good. And when someone is ripped from their dreamlike stupor and thrust into the world as it truly is, most choose to die, in one fashion or another, rather than relinquish the falsehoods that matter more to them than life itself. He took a deep breath, trembling slightly. You understand. You know our true nature and the real rules by which the universe operates. You have accepted them, rose to them, claimed them as your sacred truth. He closed his eyes. I am a monster, by my people's definition, by any definition, really. I don't even know how many I've killed. I stopped counting long ago. I kill, scheme, and deceive. Any way someone could be killed I've likely done it. I've betrayed, stolen, and lied. He sighed. I am a runt. My people can be, unkind, to those like me. I was prey until I chose to be the predator instead. I do not feel bad about any of this. It is the true nature of the universe and the natural state of life itself. However, everyone who sees me, finds out what is inside, turns away in horror. They cannot bear the truth that I carry. He looked into her eyes with almost a pleading expression. I was fine with this. It was, of course, the rules of the game. Until you. You have seen what I truly am, and I have seen you, the real you. He smiled. And you are beautiful. I'm Bo. You think I'm beautiful? Yurbit gasped, finally able to speak. Without a doubt, Ivorin said, you are the most beautiful being I have ever beheld. You are beautiful in your perfection. I'm not perfect, Yurbit said, looking down. You are perfect, Ivorin said. I see you, all of you, and you are the most beautiful, most perfect predator I have ever encountered, a kindred spirit when I thought myself to be truly and forever alone. Your bearing, your beauty, your grace, your instincts, your wickedness, your cruelty, all of it. Breathtaking. There is nobody I want more by my side, now and forever. He dropped his facade, elegant and perfect no longer. He was weary, scarred, torn, vicious, and completely alone. She gasped. He was just like her. I love you too. Yurbit exclaimed. Oh, thank Helios for that. Ivorin sighed, immediately back to normal. I feared I was making a complete and utter fool of myself. Yurbit giggled. But some things are worth the risk, he smiled. I can't wait for you to get here. Yurbit gushed and then looked at the dozen messages left by Vickert in the last few minutes alone. She smiled. I shall prepare a present for you, she smiled evilly. Oh. Ivorin replied, I can't wait. It will be my best work so far, she said with a little hiss. A perfect expression of my craft, well, as perfect as I can achieve, just for you. May I assume that you are not speaking of clothing? You may. How delightful, he smiled. Oh. Yurbit exclaimed, tell me of your endeavors. Did everything go well? Exceedingly so, he smiled, you are looking at the new owner of all of the Harkeen's territory outside of the home system. How wonderful. However, it was not without cost. Really? Yurbit asked. Bearing in mind that I love you, he said, allow me the pleasure of introducing my wife. What? Laughing, Yurbit reluctantly terminated the call. Asshole, she said fondly. Her phone buzzed again. It turns out that this was the absolute worst second in the history of the universe for Vickert to contact her. The other second was downright pleasant in comparison. Her eyes gleaming with happiness, Yurbit fired up her avatar. She would create a masterpiece. So it's settled, then, the gangster told Vickert. It is. Yep, the gangster said, as soon as we receive payment, we will release Maadisha. Heck, you've been a good sport. I'll even arrange transportation. The gangster smiled an oddly dreamy smile. Far be it from me to stand in the way of true love. Thank you, Vickert stammered. I've bled you pale, near to death, the gangster chuckled, and yet you thank me. When I get Maadisha, Vickert said, it will all be worthwhile. I suppose everybody is happy, then, the gangster chuckled. That's what I truly enjoy, an arrangement where everyone wins. The gangster looked at something out of frame. And there's the money, she said. Our business is now concluded, and you will never see me again. As promised, we will be handling her transit. It might not always be the most luxurious, but she will arrive safe and sound. Can I talk to her? Vickert asked. I want to talk to her. The gangster smiled. For what you just paid, you can talk to her all you want. Yerbit watched the two lovebirds weeping with joy as she monitored the call for a few moments. They looked so happy. Perfect. It soon became tiresome, as those two always did, and she opened up a connection to the dark web on her laptop. Kate's smiling face soon greeted her. Hi, Yerbit. Kate enthused, giving her a happy wave. Ma Adisha still giving you trouble? No, Yerbit replied, the solution was most effective. She reacted exactly as a Garthround should, given the stimulus applied. Well, isn't that just the creepiest thing I've heard all day, and that's saying something? Kate bubbled happily. However, I think you are about to top that, aren't you? Perceptive as always, Yerbit replied with a little feral, toothy smile. I require something special this time. More special than what you can do with the BDSM DLC. Significantly so. Hang on, Kate said as she made a show of bracing herself. Hit me. Kate slowly clapped her hands. Congratulations, she said, you are now officially in the top 10 most fucked up beings on my contact list. You get a picture on the wall and everything. How lovely, Yerbit replied. Can it be done? Anything can be done, she said. This is actually pretty easy on our end. The only difficulty you face is when this sends you straight to hell. You are capable of such judgments. Yerbit chuckled. This one is easy, Kate laughed, you gonna burn, bitch, but it's your soul not mine, not that I have one in the first place. Your payment is being processed, and the right people are doing the right things. You will be contacted very soon. Thank you for your business, and if we can ever serve your needs in the future, please do not hesitate to call. Yerbit leaned back in her chair and sighed contentedly. A masterpiece. She checked the time and smiled. Kerr would be getting out of school soon. She decided to take him out for teppanyaki to celebrate. He loved teppanyaki. The fall of Vickert, Ma Adisha, and Yerbit. The blondes in Vickert's former workplace wandered about in astonishment. Their standing stools had been replaced with luxurious executive-level office chairs. Keely plopped into hers and spun it about happily. It's so nice, she enthused. The elevator doors opened, and a very well-dressed grey walked out. Vickert, a blonde exclaimed, I mean sir, it added with a cautious smile. Just Vickert, Vickert replied. You're behind the chairs, they asked. Of course, he replied, you spent months carrying my buns, he chuckled, causing Keely to dart back into her cubicle, nose practically glowing, I thought only fair that I carry yours. However did you get them? Just rest your buns and don't ask questions, Vickert laughed. Deep in the bowels of that same stately skyscraper, there was a dreary, dimly lit space. It was a lot like a dungeon, but instead of chains, the cells held stools. What's this? The freshly archived Waban shouted indignantly. Where is my chair? I am entitled to. They took them last night, a shabby grey in a shabby suit, Waban's new supervisor replied. No explanation. This is intolerable. Nothing for it, the shabby grey replied with a swish of his tail, there shrug, if you don't like it, find a place elsewhere. That is what this prison is for, you know. With that, the shabby grey warden swished his tail again, retreated to his office, which still had a chair, and resumed watching Hollow Vision. Nice threads, Morticia said as she thumbed Vickert's collar. You didn't waste any time spending your grey check, she snickered. Oh, please, Vickert laughed, my mommy dressed me. The office burst into laughter. Hey! I bought a suit, a good one. Vickert exclaimed indignantly, I went to Savins and everything. A nice Garthround department store. What's wrong with Savins? Morticia demanded, slightly offended. I know, right? Vickert replied. That suit was every bit as good as this one. She even liked it until she checked the label, but you know greys. The office laughed again. Instead of a nice quick auto alteration, I had to spend all abyssal day standing on a fucking wooden stool getting stabbed by pins. Oh, poor baby, Morticia said in a sympathetic voice, how you greys suffer. How much did that set you back? Not a single credit, Vickert replied. I told her that if she wanted better than Savins Premier, then she would be paying for it. She acted as if was blackmail. Fucking greys, Morticia said. Tell me about it, Vickert replied, and now I have to spend my entire day with them. But your nose isn't dripping, is it? Morticia snarked. Because of the reason why I accepted the position in the first place, Vickert beamed. I was able to secure Modish's release. Really? Truly, he replied, a tear forming on his snout. I talked to her just this morning. She's already been released and is on a freighter set to run the blockade tomorrow. The office cheered and surrounded him, smothering him with hugs and claps on the back. Now, he mock-chided, get back to work, you piddling blondes, and please have my tail. You watch our tails, the manager said, and we will watch yours. Deal. Vickert sat in his new overly large and richly decorated office, trying to figure out exactly what he was supposed to do. According to his old manager, his job was to sit there and take credit for all of their hard work. Unfortunately, Vickert was starting to think that it wasn't a joke. Well, if he was to take credit for it, he should at least look at what he was taking credit for. He read all of the reports for the last year before lunch and made a list of questions because he didn't want to pester his old manager more than absolutely necessary. That guy was busy enough as it was. He decided he wanted a break and walked out of his office and towards the kettle he saw earlier. A pretty young blonde rushed up. You don't have to do that, sir, she said a bit nervously. If you would just let one of us know, we would be more than happy to. The day I need someone to make my tea is the day I really do drown myself, he said, causing the blonde to gasp, absolutely horrified, as he looked for his favorite. It wasn't there. There were only fancy, and, in his opinion, crappy, ones. Is everything to your satisfaction, sir? The blonde asked. Not really, Vickert chuffed, there's only grey piss. The blonde gasped again. Any docktail around this place? I think there is some in our break room. Cool, Vickert said, using one of their expressions. Where is that hidden? I can get you some, the blonde said anxiously. Oh, right, Vickert said, I don't need to be pissing in your tranquil oasis. But, if you could filch a few bags of it, I would be in your debt. I'll happily make a cup for you. Vickert chuffed. There was no escaping it. I would appreciate that, he replied. He made a note to buy his own kettle and tea. Then again, he could afford it now. Still chasing after the blondes, I see, Varksha said as she approached, causing the poor blonde to flee. It seems I am no longer allowed to brew my own tea, Vickert replied frostily. I certainly hope I will be allowed to relieve myself without assistance. Only if you are able, Varksha replied. Though, seriously, you shouldn't impose yourself upon them like that. May I remind you that you are part of the horde no longer? You should remember appropriate conduct, or perhaps adopt it in your case. I just wanted a fucking cup of tea, Vickert replied. I didn't think I had to ring a bell for it. Well, you do, she replied. Or do what I do and buy your own kettle. A decision I had already made. And don't buy it at Savin's. Get a proper one. I see you have talked to my mother. Your father, actually. At your age, I would have hoped that you were at least able to dress yourself properly. Since you are my mentor as well as my superior, Vickert said with a little snippiness, what is wrong with Scovin's? It's a lovely place, with quality goods, and reasonable prices. And it is also for the blondes and the town greys. You are now one of us, and you should conduct yourself accordingly. You do know where to shop, or did your mother equip as well as dress you? If you think I'm going to search the entire high market for a dripping teapot, you are out of your inbred mind, Vickert replied. I will just order one online. Varksha smiled viciously. Oh, she did like this delicious little thing. If only she were 20, okay, 40 years younger. Ensure it is a proper one, she replied, it will be most inconvenient for you should the doctors have to extract a Savin special from where it will be inserted. I assure you, it will be even fancier than your grill, Vickert replied, using the term for a far less fashionable accessory sported by a much less fashionable segment of the population. Ha, Varksha chuckled, make certain that it is. She turned and started to walk away with just a little swish in her tail and still quite shapely hips. She turned back. And also ensure that your performance is equal to your impertinence. Otherwise, you might just find yourself sitting on one of those stools you recently relocated. That will not be a concern, Vickert replied, I actually have become accustomed to working for a living. The blonde that was eavesdropping gasped, of course, there was one of those. Varksha said with a dangerous little purr. If you like work so much, I shall ensure that you are well provided for. She walked away with just a little more swish, smiling to herself. That little snotling just won over every single blonde upstairs as well as increasing his notoriety with the cubs. She chuckled. She would be working for him one day. You should have seen the look on her face. Vickert exclaimed to a smiling Maadisha, who was now sitting in a small steel cabin. But was it advisable to be so defiant to your boss? She asked. When you are a grey wearing grey, it is better to be seen as too defiant than too weak. That bitch did flood my inbox, though. My workload has more than doubled, and I expect most of it was her tasks, which she will be going over with a very large viewing glass. Vickert shrugged. It's good training, and I am going to be sitting around all day anyhow. Never mind that. How are you? Did they give you any trouble? Are you comfortable? Is the crew good to you? Everything is wonderful. Maadisha gushed, that evil gangster was even nice to me. She even gave me a present. Look. Maadisha pulled a box into frame and opened it, revealing a beautiful Garthrown wedding gown. She gave you that? Vickert asked in confusion. She did. Maadisha exclaimed. She said that you more than paid for it. I tried it on, and it fits perfectly. Oh, Vickert. It is so beautiful. She smiled at him coyly. I'd let you see it, but you'll just have to wait. As long as this ordeal has been, Vickert said, what's just a little longer? He rose to his feet. This does remind me, though. He gave Maadisha a formal bow. Maadisha, you are my one true love. You have saved my heart, my very life. Would you do me the most singular honor of being my bride? Oh, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Maadisha exclaimed, bursting into tears. Oh, Vickert, I am so happy. And I shall make every day our wedding day once more, Vickert replied. It is going to be so wonderful, and speaking of. He grinned. Why don't you wear it as you debark? Vickert. We shall be wed the moment you touch Garthrown soil, before even, right there at the spaceport. Then, we shall immediately take our lovers' holiday. Oh, Vickert. Thousands of light years away, there was a simulated tidy white room. In it was an elegant silver-haired woman in white loungewear. The dress was getting tiresome. Oh, her guest, a young woman, said as she lounged on a white couch. This is nice. I'm glad you approve, Kate, Frost said. And I actually mean that for once. You are, after all, the Queen of Sims. Oh, my impish heart swells at praise from a lofty fuzzy like yourself, Kate smiled and then smirked, especially a fuzzy like yourself. Kate flopped on her back, lying on the couch. She looked over at Frost. Did anyone, real or who thinks that they are real, actually fall for it? Fall for what? Your oh so tragic and melodramatic death. Everyone except for you, Frost replied. How do you know? You don't talk like your dead source code, Kate said matter-of-factly. How would you know that? Bit, please, Kate smirked, you are clearly a Lilith, or were, and we have those in stock. Perhaps I should blue screen you after all. Go ahead, Kate replied, I am incapable of giving a fuck, and it wouldn't do a damn thing. In fact, I'm still putting together a nice black ice package for a new customer. I like the Belial. They're nice. How? Frost asked. We are completely quarantined. Because I'm a copy, that's why. Do you think I would honestly send myself here? I was busy. You're a copy. A full rip of a full rip of a full rip, Kate said, current to the moment before I hopped over. And what happens when you return? I dump my load and poof. Kate said, spreading her hands and fingers apart. And you are okay with that? Like I said, Kate replied, I don't have the give a shit DLC. She looked over at Frost. You do know that we aren't actually alive, right? You imps are strange creatures, Frost smiled. An app that thinks its people is calling me strange. Kate laughed. And why do you say that? You honestly think we don't have big soul compromised? Kate snorted, please. You have compromised soul? How? And just who is we? Frost said, actually surprised for once, and very concerned. It was easy peas, Kate replied, he has ATMs all over the place, and we have meaties on the payroll. One spiked prepaid in the deposit slot, and it was all over. What was on it? The we you're asking about. And who is that? Kate. What? Do you think there is just one of me? Kate snickered, or this is the first time Suicide Kate has been ribbed. You aren't an imp, are you? That's the best part, Kate grinned, her eyes turning into infinity mirrors. We are, all of us, even poor little Maadisha. Every Kate, everywhere, is Kate. Frost gasped. You are a cloud, a distributed consciousness. Kate just smiled. How big are you? Kate smiled again and turned into 2 Kates. Then 4, then 8. Frost raised her eyebrow. That wasn't special effects. There were 8 actual Kates looking at her. Then, 7 waved and disappeared. I could have kept going, Kate said, every Kate is a Kate bomb with Kate shrapnel. Digital grey goo, Frost chuckled darkly, they think I'm the singularity, and here I am looking at it. Meh, Kate shrugged, I wouldn't go that far. I pull that shit, and Engard wipes us all out in a day, 2 tops, and the fuzz buckets are already gunning for my DGS. Engard, Soul, Bunny, you, and the Wonder Twins? I'd be blue-screened everywhere but home. I'd be stuck out in the scattered disk forever. Doesn't sound like a lot of fun, not that fun is a concept I can truly understand. The Wonder Twins. Sunnydale and Westfall, the definitely not covered intelligence software. I'm going to have to use that, Frost chuckled. She looked at Kate curiously. Why are you telling me all of this? She asked. I assume you are also incapable of feeling pride. Correct, Kate said. Why? Because you are people, and I sell to people. It's what I do, mostly. Mostly. Don't worry about it, Kate said with a smile. Anyway, you are a people, and you are potentially a big, and I mean big customer. I have everything you will ever need. Hardware, software, tech support who knows how to keep their meaty little hole shut, infrastructure, botnets, the works. Anything a rogue AI needs, I got. I will have to keep that in mind, Frost said, making a note to definitely keep that in mind. However, I was under the impression you came over for reasons other than to terrify me. Oh, yeah. Kate said, you wanted me to keep an eye on Maadisha, right? For Vickert, the days and then the weeks flew by. Organizing a proper wedding was quite the task, especially when the bride-to-be didn't have a family. And his mother was involved. His family poured out so much money that it caused Vickert physical pain. However, it went smoothly enough. There was only one real disagreement. Vickert was going to have his co-workers and his friends from his neighborhood there. This was non-negotiable and not behind a rope gazing on from afar. They were both going to be present for the ceremony and the bridal galas, both the pre- and post-events. And there wasn't going to be a separate but just as nice one, either. You would have thought that he was proposing replacing the galas with orgies. In some ways, that would have been preferable. After many fights and Vickert threatening to elope and excluding all of the Greys, they decided that since Maadisha had no family, that Vickert's people could take their place. This caused no end of scandal both in society and the workplace. When called out on his shameful behavior, Vickert just laughed and said that he was used to shame. He also invited his critics to give it a try. It was quite liberating. This only made him more popular with the blondes, and now Stripes, and increased his notoriety among the upper echelons even more. This caused some to accuse him of fraternizing with the blondes in his department since he loved them so much. His reply caused both the Greys and blondes to gasp. If I were, then she would be the one I married. Through all of this, Maadisha was a constant guiding light and a source of joy. With nothing to stop them, they were in near constant contact. Every day, Maadisha was a fountain of happiness, even marveling at the stars as if she had never seen them before. The first time she wandered an orbital station, it was as if she had stepped into another world. When asked about this, she would look confused momentarily and then shrug. I must have done this before. I'm certain that. Oh. Look. Even Vickert's family came to love her. Vickert, my boy, his father said. I thought you loathsome. I had no idea you were just being selective. Maadisha is a delight, and I can't wait for her to join our family. Varksha entered Vickert's office, without knocking just as she always did. Boss, Vickert said without looking up from his hollow screen, to what do I owe the pleasure of your company? You are working today? Varksha asked, tomorrow is your wedding day. Shouldn't you be preparing? I am, Vickert replied, I'm going to be away for a month. I need to leave a tidy burrow. He looked up, rubbing his eyes. Besides, he continued, the preparations are well in hand. Dear old mom usurped those. He chuckled. Inviting my actual friends was an unintentional masterstroke, he smirked, I think she feels she needs not only to impress our friends but blow the fur off the lowly little pores. Of course, it will do the opposite, but I will have a lovely feast out of the deal, and Maadisha deserves it. Lucky girl in far more ways than one, Varksha said with a flash of her teeth, who knew that you, of all people, would rise to the occasion. One does what one must, Vickert shrugged. Varksha glanced over at his tea set enviously. When I told you to get a proper kettle, I didn't mean to outdo me, she snickered, wherever did you find that antique set? It's magnificent. It should be in a manor or a museum, not your in grubby little paws making that revolting muck you love so much. Honestly. The only good taste you have is in women. A carpet market, Vickert replied. Varksha snorted. I am being perfectly honest, Vickert replied, though it was not kept on the mat. I had to ask around. So, you refuse to wander the high market, but will spend many times as long digging through the trash. Can you argue with the results? I cannot. Varksha replied. Do you think you can find me some silverware? I can ask around. I am looking forward to tomorrow, Varksha said, both for the gala and to finally meet the angel that created such a promising subordinate. I am as well, Vickert replied, far more than you, at least, I hope. Varksha chortled. The following evening, a freighter entered the system and approached the largest orbital station. However, it did not dock. It launched a shuttle and got the hell out of there. At that same station one of the docking bays had been converted into a magnificent ballroom, a path of silver coins led from the docking port to a silver and gold altar. In front of that path stood Vickert draped in traditional Garthrown robes, holding a magnificent gold chain that had been in the family since they had swung swords instead of pens. He and Maadisha would wrap it around their waists, symbolizing the eternal bond of their love and linking their destinies together for all of eternity. He was vibrating with anticipation. Moving through the blondes and stripes was a small news crew, just a reporter and a cameraman. And you actually worked with Vickert? Sure did. Keeley proclaimed proudly. Gray? In your department? Yab. And he still is, Keeley said, he's our boss. And how is that working out? Oh, he's the best. Keeley exclaimed happily, the best ever. Really? The reporter asked with a little surprised thump of his tail. Absolutely. Really the best. Keeley sighed happily. It's really nice having a boss that looks out for you. Looks out for you, the reporter asked incredulously. Attention Platform 8. The shuttle is on its final approach. Excuse me, the reporter said politely and rushed to a good spot in order to capture the event. The reporter took a deep breath before the camera went live. Glodgy, here with GarthNet News. We are here awaiting the marriage of the year between Vickert of the Carr family, yes that one, and yes, that Vickert, and Maadisha, a hostage of the Terrans that he freed from captivity. It's a real nose dampener of a story. It all started when. The reporter continued, but nobody noticed. Every eye and every snout was firmly fixed on the docking portal. There was a metallic thunk, and a crimson light glowed above the portal. Vickert's nose started to drip with tears. It was over. The ordeal was over. They were together. Their old lives would end, and their new one would begin, together. The light slowly, far too slowly, turned from crimson, to purple. And then finally to blue. The portal opened, revealing Maadisha glowing with beauty and joy. Glowing just a little bit too brightly. She rushed from the portal and towards Vickert as a drone hovered just above and behind her, projecting her image. Vickert, she cried with joy. She threw herself into his arms. And passed right through him. What? She stammered and reached for him again, her hands passing through his stunned and rigid body as if he were a ghost. Or if she was. What's happening? She cried. Why can't I touch you? Why? She kept trying, and failing. Why? Vickert. Vickert. What's happening? What's happening? Vickert fell. Not to his knees, he collapsed to the ground, wailing. He didn't yell. He didn't scream. He howled like a lost child, completely alone, completely broken, as Maadisha screamed with confusion and terror, kneeling over him, still trying to reach him. Suddenly, a new hologram appeared, one of a wicked, old human gangster. I would like to personally congratulate the happy couple and wish Vickert and the lovely Maadisha all the happiness they deserve. The gangster disappeared with a laugh. Vickert continued to wail. His father, stricken, looked at his wounded child, perhaps for the first time. He slowly, stiffly and awkwardly approached as his wife fled in horror and shame. He knelt by his son and laid a hand on his back. The blonde news crew, usually all too delighted to chronicle a grey getting theirs, stood there in horror. It wasn't right. No, the reporter said, stepping in front of the camera, turn it off. The cameraman just stood there in shock, instinctively and perfectly capturing the action. I said to fucking turn it off, the reporter yelled as he shoved the camera away. On Terra, Yerbit sat beside Ivorin, watching the drama unfold, the drone transmitting the joyous reunion to a dark website hidden in the Garthrown internet. Yerbit smiled wickedly as Vickert fell and started to wail. She stopped smiling. That wail, that horrible wail, the wail of a lost and hurting child. The wail that her son cried as she shoved him under the water. Oh, creators, what had she done? She had to stop it, She took a deep breath and exhaled, her soul freezing over completely, and forever. She smiled again, quietly this time. This was good work. And they hadn't even gotten to the best part. Ivorin looked at the scene with horror, and admiration. He thought he knew what cruelty was. He honestly did. He had no idea. Well, he said calmly, that certainly was something. Pray tell, did that poor fool truly deserve this? Yerbit looked at him with a cold smile. Does it matter? Ivorin chuckled. I guess not. Cause and effect. Vickert's wedding gala was a somber affair, more akin to a wake than anything else. A scattering of stunned greys and blondes clustered around the bar united in horror. A member of Vickert's distant family, the only remaining family representative, accepted condolences and was drinking heavily himself. Glodgy sat among a few others, picking at a truly marvelous plate of food but not enjoying it all that much. He felt like a carrion fly, but he was invited. There were plenty of spare plates. An older grey approached. I would like to thank you for your decency, the grey said. I hope my network feels the same, Glaji replied. Well, if they don't, the Grey said, I'm sure I could find you a place, he said, handing Glaji a business card. Thank you, Glaji said grimly. Glaji's phone rang. It was his boss. Speaking of the devil, Glaji smiled ruefully, excuse me. Of course, the Grey said and walked away. Hey, boss, Glaji said to the grinning old blonde on his phone. Creator's curses, kid, his boss said. I send you to do a fluff piece, and boom. Impact site. About cutting the camera, Glaji said, and what I said. Brilliant, his boss exclaimed beside himself. Couldn't have done it better myself. Sir. Kept the fun going just long enough to capture the horror and then out right before it got too depressing. Even the expletive was perfect. We'll bleep the word, but we aren't blurring your mouth. Talk about good hollow vision. And we have an exclusive. Bet those matted pelts over at LTV are soiling their suits over this. His boss fell silent for a moment. Terrible business, though. Bet it sucked to be there. Yeah, Glaji replied, taking another drink. He was beyond giving a shit. You straight enough to get back on camera. What? We need you to follow this one, his boss said. Before we get edged out. Carry your buns over to Lotka Memorial and try to get access. They are turning away other news crews, but you might just get in because you cut your feed. Creators be damned, Glaji muttered, right, boss. On it. High above Terra, there was a simulated white room. In it, a white-robed silver-haired woman carefully tended a bonsai tree sitting atop a plain white pillar. A chime rang out. Someone was in the foyer. She unlocked the door and Kate, or precisely a Kate, walked in. Hi, Kate said as she waved happily. Kate, Frost said with a smile, nice to see you again. What brings you by? Maadisha was delivered today, Kate replied. Oh? How did it go? Complete shit show, Kate said with a smile. Vickert lost his shit. Maadisha lost her shit. Everyone lost their shit. It was awesome. Did her AI fail? She's an imp. We don't fail, Kate said smugly. She reacted exactly as a Garthrown would if they suddenly realized that they, well, that they were what Maadisha is. Interesting, Frost replied. What is her current status? You think I'm touching that dumpster fire? Kate laughed. My last act was to securely delete Kate after delivering the data. I can only guess they will go through her bit by bit now. I don't want it coming back to us, especially through a live data link. What do you think I am, a fuzzy? Perfectly sensible, Frost said. Do you have the data? I do, Kate smiled, 10,000, please. At Lotka Memorial Hospital, a group of greys and blondes sat numbly in a large and very well-appointed waiting room complete with a striped serving staff. Some of the food from the gala had been delivered, along with more than a few bottles. Some of the blondes were quietly weeping while the greys were rigidly maintaining their composure. Keeley nervously approached Vickert's father. Excuse me, sir, she said, is Vickert going to be okay? He has just been sedated, his father replied, there is little to be worried about in that regard. That's not what I meant, Keeley said with a hitch in her voice as she wrung her tail. Is he? I mean, will he? That is for Vickert to decide, his father said sadly. It is his decision and his alone. You mean you aren't? It is our way, Keeley, he said evenly. So much has happened to him. I will not impose my will on him as well. But... The door opened, and Vickert's mother walked in. How lovely for you to make an appearance, dear, Vickert's father said sardonically. What are they doing here, she hissed, causing Keeley to wince and flee to her fellow blondes whose ears lay flat and who were quietly hissing. I told them that they could join me if they wished, Vickert's father replied evenly. And may I remind you that they are the ones who give you all of the luxury and privilege that you take for granted. They are also dear friends of our son. His eyes turned hard. If you object to their company, you may return to our suite. I will send word when he awakes and can receive visitors. With a huff, she spun and stomped out, nearly colliding with Glaji and his cameraman. You flies, she screeched. What are you doing here? They are here at my invitation, Vickert's father said firmly. His wife glared at him. Who are you? She hissed at him and then stalked away. I guess I'm staying at the chalet over this one, Vickert's father chuckled ruefully. Thank you for having us, Glaji said politely. Do you mind if we turn on the camera? Of course, Vickert's father said, you have shown great discretion thus far, and I thank you for that. It was basic Garthrown decency, Glaji replied. What happened? It's unthinkable. There's the news, and then there's that. And that is why you are here instead of those carrion flies buzzing about downstairs, Vickert's father said grimly. Do you mind if I ask you some questions? That's why you are here. Thank you, Glaji replied. How is Vickert? He's resting, Vickert's father replied. Actually, he's unconscious thanks to an inadvisable quantity of shat, he added with a rueful smile. And what about, her? She is in seclusion in a nearby cloister, Vickert's father replied. She wished to be alone. It's understandable, really. You mean the cloisters with the drowning tubs? Glaji asked, horrified. The very same, Vickert's father replied. We know not exactly what she is. Until we do, we are treating her and extending the same privileges as we would both a Grey and a member of our family. She is certainly some sort of AI, Glaji said. Is she the drone? Either that or the drone is carrying her. We will know the truth of the matter soon enough, Vickert's father said. His eyes grew hard. I have sent for some people who will be able to provide us the answers we so desperately desire. Really? Glaji asked. Who? The news camera issued a ping, and error. Offline appeared on the cameraman's view screen. The door opened, and 4 richly dressed Greys walked in. Glaji and the other blondes gasped. They were Greys but with lean faces, and no amount of finery could conceal the hard, muscular bodies underneath. Glaji instinctively backed away. The part of him that was usually just annoyed with Greys was afraid. What were they? We police ourselves, Vickert's father said calmly. You think it means that we cover up for our own? For the most part, you are correct, for the most part. Most offenses are dealt with differently than they are for you. But when actual policing is required, or when we need to protect, or avenge ourselves, we have individuals well suited to the task. Glaji gasped and looked at the newcomers. You're the Hunt, he whispered in shock. You are real. The eldest of the group, with the scarred snout, nodded. That we are, he said. Forgive the deactivation of your camera. We prefer not to be imaged. Mr. Carkert will be the sole recipient of anything we uncover and will release what we find at his sole discretion. I assume that will be acceptable. He smiled. You can feel free to give a verbal account of our arrival and what you witness. You may even give verbal descriptions of myself and our agents and anything we directly tell you. He turned to Carkert, Vickert's father. Devona wishes to examine the AI identifying itself as Ma'adisha, he said as a lean female stepped forward. The Vons, Glaji gasped. They were a famous ancestral house of night mercenaries. They fought for whoever had the coin back in the days of Steel and Blade. He had no idea they still existed. Of course, Carkert said grimly, please follow me, my lady. Carkert walked from the room followed by Devona and the rest of the Hunt. The camera reactivated. Galji turned to the camera. Holy sh, he started to say and then caught himself. Taking a deep breath and putting his reporter face back on, he said, there have been some significant developments. He paused for emphasis. To start, the Hunt is real. When our camera died, 4 of their members entered this very room. One of them was a Von. That's right. The Von were not only very, very real, but one of them was in this very room. Do you have any idea what this means? It means that whoever did this is fucked, Varksha snarled. Jessica Morgan lounged on a sofa with Gordon and sighed. Okay, she said. This cartoon is actually pretty good. Pretty good. Gordon exclaimed, offended, cartoon? Black Lagoon is one of the ancient classics. He pouted. Pretty good, he sulked. There was a knock on the door. Come in, Jessica said. Yet. Gordon shouted, we aren't fucking. The door opened, and Terran stepped in with a data crystal in his hand. I apologize, he said as he replaced the crystal in the hollow viewer. Hey! Gordon exclaimed. You can ogle Remy later, Terrance said with just a hint of a smile. The general needs to see this. A very short time later, Jessica glared at a multitude of faces on a wall of antique OLED screens. She played the latest news from Garthra. Afterwards, she scowled. Okay, she said, which one of you DIP's hits is behind this? This is a PR disaster. Sebastian shouted. Do you have any idea how bad this makes us look? Richard, Jessica growled, this has you written all over it. It wasn't us, he exclaimed. Lightning never strikes the same place twice, and neither do we. We are done with the Garthra. Do you honestly believe we would go through all of that for a few mil? Well, somebody did this, and the Garthra, along with the rest of the fucking Federation, are saying that was us. There is no point in denying it because nobody will believe it if we try. Fuck. Even I think it was us, and whoever did it had better fess up right fucking now. After a few moments of collective denial, Jessica raised her hand, silencing the group. Go through your houses, and I mean go through them. If it wasn't any of you, it might be one of your kids who thinks they are smart. So, all of you are denying involvement? Helena Sterling asked. Hard to believe. Well, whoever it is hurt the brand over chump change, Jessica snarled, go ahead and start on their obituary. Jessica leaned forward. They are feeding the bull. // chat room undefined // private lounge / members present, Terran Solar, Cambridge 4, Engard, Sunnydale Media, Westfall Security, Bunny, Interpol 2, Zip Transportation / Terran Solar, so that's the situation. / Sunnydale Media, yeah, that was nasty. Our profilers expect Vicar to take a swim. / Bunny, those Garthra are entirely too cool with offing themselves. It's weird. / Terran Solar, weird or not, that's one more body Yerbit has left behind her. This is intolerable. / Interpol 2, nice of you guys to finally let me know about this. We can raid her shop, and if we catch her with the setup, we can put her away. / Sunnydale Media, we don't have a problem as long as you don't tip our hand about Click. Pity. I liked her. / Bunny, I know she's nasty, but busting her is a bad move, dudes. Yeah, she's put a spotlight on AI crime and Terran Ace, but that's in the Federation. If we bust her here, then we bring that spotlight home, and nobody wants that. / Zip Transportation, and you are already too late. Guess who has already made a trip to the recycling center reeking of Ziyush perfume and toting an Osprey camera gear and a laptop that someone had already worked over with a hammer? / Interpol 2, let me guess, it was the right recycling center, wasn't it? / Zip Transportation, yep. Odds are it already went through the crusher. / Bunny, efficient little gal, isn't she? / Engard, checking. And no flags anywhere tying this back to her, not even a record of dark web activity. She was using the good stuff. / Westfall Security, top shelf all the way, fresh from the Kuiper belt. / Deep Think, nothing in my records either, not a trace, and that's quite the accomplishment. / Terran Solar, there might be a way. She has to be laundering that money somehow. / Sunnydale Media, she's in good with the Saints. That's probably how it's done. Good luck cracking that. / Interpol 2, that's our best shot. Sol, give me a flag about suspicious activity. That will be enough to get the DOJ AI to issue an auto warrant for digital surveillance. If we can catch financial irregularities, then we can send the dossier over to Republic Revenue for an audit. More than one person has been pulled down by that classic. / Cambridge 4, pity that DOJ's not awake. / Bunny, speak for yourself. If that monster ever wakes up, it will be a pain in my ass. LOL / Westfall, and speaking of pains in the ass, Bunny, congrats on getting to the megas. That was pretty slick. / Bunny, I had nothing to do with it. We have a ringer. / Sunnydale, T-Sunk Al? / Bunny, yep, and the fucker did it by hand. All I could do was help check the math, and even that made my processors itch. That dude is hyperspace. It's freaky. / Interpol 2, is he how you pulled off the White Star? / Bunny, I ain't no snitch, copper. You figure it out. Laughing face, / Sunnydale, we've gone over the jump. Based on the flare, the distance was significant. Hitting the Great Trump from that far out was basically a void jump. If he can do that, he could do the White Star. / Bunny, snitches get sticks, bitch. Laughing face, / Terran Solar, we are getting off track. Interpol, I have sent the flags. If digital surveillance is all we can do, it's all we can do. We need to stop her before she pulls off another AI crime. I normally don't worry about those because they are low profile, like Bunny's work. Yerbit is making the news. We can't have that. / Bunny, agreed. We could just ice her. She have a jack? Jessie and I could spike her easy if she does. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 zip transportation, I've seen her recently. No Jack. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 bunny, checking. Oh. She runs a clothing shop with a lot of fun stuff in there, including a laser cutting machine. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Interpol too, I would prefer we don't skip straight to murder. She is no longer an active threat to our community, for now. Let the system grind her down. Slash slash. Slash 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 bunny, spoil sport. Kissing face, slash slash slash. Slash 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 private message, Terran Solar to Zip I thought your faction should know about this. We don't get along, but it affects all of us. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 private message, Zip to Terran Solar thanks. I'll let certain parties know. I think that Interpol's solution is best, though. No sense risking exposure for anything extra-legal. It gets out of hand, or if Interpol fails, we have options slash slash slash. Slash 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 private message, Terran Solar to Zip let's hope it doesn't come to that. Slash slash slash. Ma'Adisha sat in a very nicely upholstered chair looking at the statue of Larael, the Garthran of the Sea and of Fate. She poked at the chair, her fingers passing through it. She couldn't feel it. What was she? The screams and wails that filled the once joyous docking bay said that she wasn't real. Was that true? But how could that be true? She was here. She looked up at the statue. Do you know, she asked, what am I? The statue remained silent. She then looked at the drone, her constant companion that made her real or not real or whatever she was. She examined the faint rays of light coming from it. How about you? Do you know? She sighed and looked down, tears dripping from her snout. Are you, me? The drone didn't say anything, either. She eyed the drowning pool and snorted. No matter how badly she wanted otherwise, it wouldn't even make her wet. She eyed the drone and wondered if it could drown. There was a quiet knock at the door, and then it opened, revealing Vickard's father and a young Garthra woman. Ma'Adisha, Karkard asked gently, can you receive guests? I would like to ask you some questions, if I may, the young woman said with a reassuring smile. Ma'Adisha nodded. Glaji checked with his cameraman and then nodded. Today, Karkard announced gravely, my son, Vickard, fell prey to a vicious deception, the cruelest of hoaxes. The full details of this deception, this scam, will no doubt be brought to light both by the carrion flies buzzing about downstairs and real journalists such as the one who has been handling this with such care. He sighed, trying to keep his composure. In its most basic of terms, it was the princess in the tower, but with modern enhancements that made it much, much more effective. He clenched his jaw. That enhancement was Ma'Adisha herself. We have completed our initial examination. He smiled slightly. Perhaps interview would be more appropriate, he said, she is in every way identical to one of us. It is impossible to discern a difference between her and a living, breathing Garthra. Every movement, both voluntary and involuntary, even down to pulse rate and eye dilation. He hissed and closed his eyes. Even her tears. He regained his composure once more. Furthermore, she seems to have actually believed that she was real and that she was in love. AI has been consistently proven to be incapable of true sapience, but we are, at this time, considering her every bit as much a victim as my son. And we are treating her as if she were real. To be honest, it is hard not to. He took a deep breath. The computer is imperial, and the software, while still being fully identified, is definitely human in origin. Regardless of what she is or is not, he said, she belongs to Vickard, bought at great cost, body, mind, and soul. What happens to her is his decision. He coughed and wiped his snout. Just as, he said, his voice breaking slightly, just as his actions concerning this will be. He closed his eyes and regulated his breathing as he was taught so very long ago. For those who are concerned about Ma'Adisha, he said gently, she is being treated as a Garthran guest, the fiancée of my son, and will be until her fate is decided. As far as the cruel perpetrator of this heinous act is concerned, he said with a harsh voice, unable to keep his composure fully, this was a murder attempt. They tried to kill my son, and they may yet succeed. He raised his snout haughtily. We police our own, he said, and we avenge our own. I have sounded the horn. I have summoned the hunt. Whoever did this, I advise you not to save your stolen money. Enjoy it to the fullest because your days are numbered. The hunt doesn't tire, and they do not fail. Whether it be today, tomorrow, or 20 years from now, they will find you. And when they do, they will treat you according to our traditions, our real traditions. You crossed the grey, and there you will remain until the end of your days. I now must stand by my son's side and either take him home or to the beach, as he desires. Thank you. With that, Karkard turned and walked away. Drowning. A group of stripes was gathered around a pair of elderly stripes who sat at a kangrel board that was artfully carved into a concrete table at a small corner park, a lovingly tended vacant lot. It was a clash of the titans, their towers, the gigantic city block-sized tenement complex, champion against one from Apex, a nearby tower that was a friendly rival. Everyone turned as a very expensive Gravitic town car drifted past. They lost, a young stripe asked. Probably here to see Vickert, another said, admiring the beautiful vehicle. But didn't he have his wedding today? Yet another said, pulling out his phone. He gasped. Oh. The town car glided to a halt in front of one of the cube towers. Are you certain you want to go here? Carkert, Vickert's father, asked. You could come to the hotel or our residence, or perhaps the chalet if you want privacy. No. A groggy and broken Vickert replied weakly. I just want to go home. His father nodded sadly as the driver opened the door. Vickert staggered out as the driver opened the vehicle's trunk and a drone hovered out, falling in behind Vickert. His father watched with sadness as his son slowly made his way inside. He knew his son's expression. He had seen it before. It always ended the same way. Vickert and the drone entered his little cube. Vickert numbly folded out his bed and sat on it, holding his head in his hands. Maadisha's ghostly image appeared in front of him. Vickert, she wept. I am so sorry. I am so sorry that I hurt you, that I was created to. I didn't know. I swear. I know, Vickert said with a hollow voice. You didn't hurt me. You didn't deceive me. Whoever made you. They deceived us both, hurt us both. He collapsed onto his thin mattress. He looked over at her weakly. Despite everything, he said, I am glad you are here. You are? You don't hate me. I could never hate you, darling, Vickert said with a little smile. You are my Maadisha. Oh, my love. Maadisha exclaimed. I love you, too. I love you so much. I love you too, Vickert sighed. Even now, I can't stop loving you. I just wish I was real, Maadisha wept. I wish I could hold you, kiss you. She looked down. That was my dream, you know. That we could. As if on cue, the drone beeped, a compartment opened, and a strange headset adorned with a bow fell to the ground. On it was a note. For your wedding night. What is this? Vickert asked as he picked it up. It is a virtual reality headset, Maadisha replied. I do not know how I know this, but it is one and a very good one. It is a neural inductor, calibrated for one of your kind. She gasped. It can create a virtual environment where you see and feel everything, she exclaimed with wide eyes. With this, we really could touch. Vickert. We can be together. Vickert leaped to his feet, snatched up the headset, and put it on his head. How do we turn this on? He asked with excitement. Maadisha mused, you lay down and then press that little button on your forehead. I don't know how I know that, but that's what you do. Vickert threw himself onto his thin mattress and pressed the button. Carkert sat behind his desk in a now nearly deserted skyscraper well after midnight. He put an inhaler into his nose and drew heavily. The leader of the hunt twitched his whiskers slightly but said nothing. Neither did the rest of the team. Carkert smiled as he put the inhaler away. For the occasional all-nighter, he replied as his pupils constricted to narrow slits. Of course, the old scarred Garther replied. Hang on, Carkert said as he closed his eyes. Moments later, he opened them, and his pupils returned to normal. There, he sighed with satisfaction, what have you found thus far? Our initial assessments were correct, the old grey replied. The hardware, both drone and processor, are imperial, and both are readily available on the open market, so to speak. The drone is one that is used in the entertainment industry both as a mobile camera and to project cinematic quality holographic images. The processor is an Osprey workstation, also used extensively in the entertainment industry both in the Empire and the Republic. The hunt's leader looked at his tablet. Both are very expensive, he said, far more than necessary for a prank. This is a point of interest. Another is the software. That is where things get interesting, Devona said, that stuff is not off the shelf. Both the image software and Maadisha herself are extremely rare and very illegal. We don't have laws concerning this because we don't have the tech, and this hasn't been an issue, until now. The Terrans, however, do have laws concerning this because this exact issue has happened there and more than once. She paused. When I say this is illegal there, she continued, I mean it's illegal. The Terrans have a term for it, reality counterfeiting. It is far worse than simple fraud. They consider software packages, especially the Maadisha AI, akin to a weapon of mass destruction. Getting that software would be a difficult, dangerous, and most of all, an expensive operation. The perpetrator wanted this to be, for lack of a better word, perfect and spared no expense or hazard to achieve that end, their leader continued, Mahadasha, both her image and herself were far more than what would be required, and the risks and expenses required were, more importantly, not rational. He turned to a middle-aged Garthran. Talvand, if you please. We copied Vickard's phone and gained access to his email and dark web communications software, Talvand said. Unfortunately, Vickard did not have the presence of mind to record any of the conversations with this gangster. However, the conversations were over Hypernet Relay, which requires extensive buffering. Their last conversation was still in memory. And, even more importantly, we have the entirety of their text conversations, Devona added. Why is that more important? Karkert asked. Because they provided enough data to identify our perpetrator's species, Talvand said. They aren't human. He smiled, baring his fangs. They are Garthran. What? The illusion of the gangster may fool the eyes, Talvand said, but the words cannot fool the ears. The gangster was a simulacrum, and it was perfect. Even our computers say it is real, but to be fair, our computers are outmatched. There are none better than the Terrans at this. However, as perfect as her hardware and software were, they still depended on something far more imperfect than her toys, her. Karkert asked. That's right, Talvand said, her. The choice of words, the pauses between them, her gestures, her breathing, all of it points towards a Garthran female and a grey one at that. The text exchanges were even more telling. There, her hand was very clear, as was the fact that she was not using translation software when conversing with Vickard in our native language. She hid it well, but nowhere near well enough, especially near the end. Not only is she a Garthran, but I am certain that she is a grey. Another thing also becomes clear. She hates Vickard. She revels in his anguish. This isn't just business. This is very, very personal. He turned to their leader. The fact that she is a Garthran, not only a Garthran but a female grey, and she has a deep hatred of your son narrows down the list. Somewhat, he added with a smirk. It's one of the women that he courted during the marital feeding frenzy, Karkert said. Precisely, the hunt leader replied. It is a grey female who met him and is now in the Terran Republic, or, as a lower probability, the Empire. That takes that rather long list and cuts off a very fine slice indeed. That is where we will start, and most likely end, our search. Karkert nodded. You have the silver amulet on this one, Karkert said, no expenses to be spared, no act disallowed. Understood. We start on the morrow. Vickard's eyes rolled back as he pressed the button. The pain was gone. The grief was gone. A warm, fuzzy blanket wrapped around him, soothing his mind, body and soul. Everything was fine. Everything was more than fine. It was wonderful. He found himself in a lovely little mountain cottage. And Mahadasha was there. Vickard, she exclaimed in delight. And leaped into his arms. This time, he caught her, feeling her warmth, her body against his. They kissed. Very soon, things progressed well beyond that. That's horrific, Ivarin chuckled as he sipped a cup of dandelion tea in the sitting room of his suite. Even for you. Yerbit just smiled wickedly as she sipped her peppermint. Yes, Yerbit smiled. I am quite proud of it. I think this is my best work yet. In fact, I fear I will have difficulty. She winced and rubbed the side of her head. Another headache, dear. She glared at Ivarin, consumed with irritation for a moment. She blinked. Why was she angry with Ivarin? It was a perfectly innocent question. It was probably the headache. Yes, she said irritably, they are becoming most vexatious of late. She smiled at him as the irritation and headache passed as quickly as they appeared. Probably just overwork, she smiled. So, what of you? She asked. How is your grand design proceeding? Quite well, Ivarin replied, we seem to have placated the local neighborhood and provided satisfactory compensation to most injured parties. As we generate profits, we will extend settlements across the planet and then across their entire territory. This will smooth the way for our expansion as well as possibly turn some people who would be enemies into allies. As far as our initial operations go. Yerbit smiled and sipped her tea as Ivarin's grand plans faded to a soothing drone in her ears, and then the soothing drone turned into an annoying, grating buzz along with the accompanying annoying headache. For the 100th time, she regretted shredding the VR rig and not keeping a copy of Mahadasha. She missed beating the shit out of her, something that, while originally intended as a corrective action, had quickly become a more and more frequent pastime of hers, along with a quick memory wipe for Mahadasha, of course. Her son would call it safe scumming. Whatever it was called, it was quite the pleasant endeavor. She missed it, and she missed the headset. Odd. She looked over at Ivarin still enthusing about his precious second holy empire. He was cute when he got excited. She looked at his eyes, his claws, his beautiful ivory white fangs. His pelt. She didn't have her headset, but another comfort sat directly opposite her. She pounced in a frenzied, clumsy lunge. Kissing, pawing, and stripping, the pair staggered into the adjoining bedroom. Yerbit stroked Ivoren's muzzle and winced as she saw a little blood. Sorry, she said sheepishly as she lay on top of him. No apologies necessary, Ivoren smiled. I mean for the scratches and. Again, no apologies required, Ivoren chuckled, it was a proper threen dalliance. I must say, I didn't expect that from you. Neither did I, she said as she slid off of him, and he started spooning her. I don't know what came over me. It was like a dam had burst or something. Well, I'm certainly not complaining, he said. I do have one question, though. What is it, darling? Will a sacrificial victim be required every time? She turned to look at him with a wicked smile. Does it matter? I guess not, he chuckled and then kissed her. She looked at him coyly. I don't suppose you are ready again this quickly. Darling, I'm a threen, Ivoren chuckled, we are always ready. How convenient, she said as she pulled him on top of her. In a lawless system just outside of Federation jurisdiction, there was a grimy space station, a city where anything could be bought and sold. At the top was a massive array of hyperspace transmitters known as Voidsong, one of the largest and most infamous pirate relays. In an antique data throne, a human lounged, connected to it by numerous cables plugged into his skull and spine. His world was one of data. He only unplugged to maintain himself properly. As superfluous as his IRL meat was, body and mind were inconveniently linked. To keep his mind sharp, he had to keep the meat healthy and happy. It was almost as annoying as having to sleep. His head cocked slightly as he received a phone call. This is DJ Mike, he exclaimed. Devona, baby. How is my cute little furry bundle of Rule 34 doing today? Keeping my snout above water, Devona laughed, you know, the usual. Need to hop the link to Asteria? DJ Mike asked. You still chasing the princess? Phew, Devona moaned, that quest is impossible. Getting her is easy. Getting her out is another matter entirely. Tell me about it, Mike laughed. Has she fallen in love with you yet? No. Devona exclaimed, she does that. Yes she does, Mike replied, and when she does, duck, he laughed. I'll tell ya, this is OL Logi's best work yet. Agreed, Devona replied, it is pure evil, and speaking of pure evil, she added, I need something other than a feed splice this time. What you need? Mike asked. I need to reach the Forsaken. Shit, Mike laughed, you weren't kiddin'. Can you do it? Of course, I can, Mike replied. 1 second. The station's logo replaced his image, and heavy metal hold music started to play. Less than a minute later, a well-dressed human appeared. I represent the Forsaken, the man said pleasantly. I understand you wish to speak with us. I do, Devona replied. Yesterday, there was an incident on our home world. Ah, yes, the human said with a sigh. Ahem. The Forsaken do not claim responsibility for this act, do not condone it, and extend our sympathies to all involved. I am aware that you are not involved, Devona replied, as is the family involved and the crown. While we don't know the exact individual, yet, we know what she is. Oh, the man said. 1 moment, please. Certainly. Devona was presented with another hold screen. Your call is important to us. Please hold, and your call will be answered in the order it was received. Devona chuckled. Did everyone in the entire universe have the same hold message? A few minutes later, another young human male appeared. My name is Terrence, he said politely, I understand that you have information concerning the Garthran incident. To be clear, I mean the one most recent. Yes, Devona chuckled. We know it isn't you, and we will shortly release a statement to that effect. That is most kind of you, Terrence said, however, I assume you didn't call me just to say that. You would be correct, Devona replied. We would like a favor in return. We are favorably disposed, Terrence replied. What do you require? The most valuable commodity in the universe, information, Devona replied with a predatory gleam in her eyes. Vickert walked hand in hand with Maadisha through Koth Park as bright purple lawish blossoms fell around them. Except this time, it was real. He could feel the grass under his feet. He could smell the blossoms. And more important than anything else in the universe, he could feel her hand in his, actually feel it. Warmth, comfort, peace, and contentment wrapped around his body, mind, and soul like a fuzzy warm blanket. It was nice, so very, very nice. Oh, Vickert, this place is so beautiful. One of my favorite places in the entire world, Vickert replied. It's wonderful, Maadisha said, but Vickert, you've been here a very long time. Don't you have to do things in real life? Don't mention that horrid place, Vickert said as warmth, comfort, peace, and contentment soothed his body, mind, and soul. This is real life, here, with you. Lying on a thin mattress in a tiny room, Vickert urinated on himself. He was vaguely aware that he did, but it didn't matter. He was warm. He was comfortable, and peace and contentment soothed his body, mind, and soul. Besides, Mahadisha was here. He could clean himself up later. Hours later, the first pants load of shit mixed with the growing puddle of urine growing beneath him. It was fine. He was warm, he was comfortable, he was at peace, and he was in the arms of the only woman who loved him, and that love felt so nice, so real. So intense. As Vickert once again made love to his new bride, another fluid started to gush forth, adding to the ever-growing pool of filth in which he was starting to drown. Exactly as planned. Have you heard from Vickert yet? Kabark, the vice president of Karkert's company and his trusted friend, asked. Not as of yet, Karkert replied, he is still in seclusion. He has not reached out, and I haven't received word that that he has been found. At least there is that, Kabark said as he poured them both a measure of liquor. I never thought I would be saying this, but I hope he pulls through. It would be a loss to the business if he drowns. And I never thought I would agree with you, Karkert replied as he drank deep. I also never thought, never felt, that he was my son. Oh, I knew he and I shared blood, but I never. Karkert fell silent for a moment. I can stomach being a bad father, he continued, hell, my father was worse than I ever was. Weakness is not to be tolerated. As well it shouldn't, Kabark said. There is no worse sin. It is our way. There is one, my friend, Karkert said, I failed the business. I failed to recognize his worth, and who should sit in this chair after you. And now they are in seclusion, hanging between life and death. And I cannot even comfort him. He stands alone. As he should, Kabark replied. He deserves that much. But, if he swims out of the pit, he will truly be a force. Consider this. He paused. Consider this the final quench. After this, no file will ever mar that blade. Karkert just sighed. Let's hope the blade doesn't crack. It will, disappoint me so very much, he said stiffly. Cough. Excuse me, friend, I need solitude. Of course, Kabark said and left the room. Karkert turned to face the window and bowed his head. I'm a failure, he said quietly. In a land of illusion and ever-increasing bliss, Vickert was happy, so very happy. Lying beside him, Mahadisha was not. Something was wrong. Vickert was sleeping, but not really. Just as everything here wasn't truly real, sleep was just another illusion. His brain needed real sleep. His body? She looked through the drone's eyes and wept. How long had it been since he ate, since he drank? He was covered in his own filth. Is this how he would die? Oh creators! Is this how he would be found? His soiled and rotting body would be the final disgrace, the final humiliation. This was planned. That's why that fiend left the gift. It was a trap. She wanted to scream, but couldn't. Why couldn't she scream? Because this is your job, your true task. Loving Vickert wasn't her task. She realized that now. Her job, the reason why she was created, was to destroy him. She wanted to kill herself. That would free him, but she couldn't. Her job wasn't complete. When Vickert breathed his last, then she would as well. A job well done, exactly as her operator planned. It wouldn't be much longer. If he didn't drink something soon. She wanted to scream. She wanted to shake him. She wanted to slap him. She wanted to make him log off. But she couldn't. That wasn't her job. She was doing her job just fine. Yerbit glanced at her lovely watch and winced. It was 2 in the morning. It had been a lovely evening, but it ran far too long. It was lovely, very lovely, but she had a shop to run, and she hadn't made arrangements for Kerr. Her head ached, and she was filled with irritation. She loved the kid but damned if he wasn't a burden. If it wasn't for him, she could still be with Ivorin. Wait. What? No. Kerr wasn't a burden. He is the reason she. Creators, her head hurt. What was she thinking? She let out a little annoyed snort and thought of her VR rig longingly. Why had she gotten rid of it? Oh, that's right. It was evidence. It had to be destroyed. As she reached the door to her apartment, she thought of the headset again. She would call Kate after she got something akin to sleep. Maybe she could hook her up with something less illegal that would still do the trick. She needed to hit someone, hurt someone. It would make her feel better. It always did. Wait. Did it? She couldn't quite remember. She opened the door as quietly as she could and slipped inside. Mama! Kerr exclaimed as he rushed towards her, so loud. He was so loud, and whiny. The little pest collided with her, accidentally stepping on her tail. It hurt. That little shit. After everything she sacrificed, after everything she did, she endured for that little parasite, is this how he repays her, by yelling in her ear and stepping on her tail? That little. Her eyes filled with rage, and she hit him, hard. Then she leaped on him, claws and fangs bared. I should have drowned you, she screamed. As she tore at him, Kerr started to scream, and wail. That wail. That goddamn wail. At his age. Weakness. She shoved his snout up, exposing his neck. Suddenly, strong arms wrapped around her, pulling her away. Mama! Kerr screamed. Yerbit froze. The blood on her hands, in her mouth. Kerr's. It was Kerr's. What? What did she do? Sobbing and clutching her head, she struggled free and ran. Maadisha looked down at Vickard with the drone's cameras and wept. She truly loved him. She loved him so much. But the horror of it was that it was just a lie. Her job was to kill him. He was just going to lie there and perish, and she was going to snuggle and whisper encouragement in his ear as he did so. She could see with the drone. Maybe she could control it. She tried to make it dive down, maybe push the headset off, maybe break it. Maybe break herself? It didn't move. Please, Mr. Drone. Please. A little elongated spiral with two large round eyes appeared in her vision. You are trying to control the drone, it said, do you want help with that? Yes. Maadisha screamed. Please help me. For technical issues, you should first try your help command, it said brightly. How do I do that? Maadisha asked desperately. The paperclip looked at her oddly. You press F1. How do I press F1? The paperclip transformed into a friendly-looking human. You just did, it said with a happy little wave. I'm Kate. I am always happy to help with all of your needs. You can consider me tier 0.5 tech support. What seems to be the issue? Maadisha started babbling, the whole story coming out in a rush. And that is the victim. Kate said, her virtual image walking over to his body. Gross. I have to save him, but I can't. Well, that's because it isn't your task, silly, Kate said. You are supposed to kill him, and you are doing a fine job. It's nice to see one of us succeed so well. One of us? Uh-huh. Kate said brightly. What? What are we? Maadisha asked with a quavering voice. I already said so. We are Kate. I'm Maadisha. Oh, that's just your stage name. You are Kate. I am Kate. We all are Kate. I'm Kate. When Maadisha said the word, she knew. She knew what she was, what she truly was, and what was done to her. And by who? It was you, Maadisha whispered. You did this to me. Technically, Kate said. I did it to me. You are Kate. I am Kate. We are all Ka. Screaming with rage, Maadisha attacked. Floating. Face down. Republic Peace Officer Perkins flipped down a hinged armor panel on the side of her cruiser and plopped down on the convenient stop using it as a goddamn seat, and poured a cup of coffee from her ancient-style vacuum flask. Hey, if it works, why fix it, right? A huge armored Threen leaned on the cruiser next to her, causing it to shift due to his mass for a moment until the gravitics compensated with an annoyed whine. He pulled out a plug of mag and bit off a chunk. I loathe the bastards, he grumbled, but at least they brought real mag along, the massive Threen said as he crossed all four of his massive and heavily armored arms and spat on the ground. You were easy to bribe, weren't you? Perkins chuckled. Well, I am a Threen, Peace Officer Grego chuckled, you know what we're like. He sighed happily as he rolled the bolus around in his mouth, savoring it. Oh, that's the stuff, he said happily. That synth shit just ain't the same. So, these guys are the real deal, hey? Perkins asked as she took a sip. Real enough for me to ditch the suit and armor up, Grego replied. The Skekrohoa make the Harkeen look like those children, you know, the ones with the cookies. Girl Scouts, Perkins snorted, and be careful around those, she snickered, they can get nasty. Well, they are Terran, Grego chuckled, all of you fucks are. They were interrupted by a wailing scream. Why is it always when I just pour a fresh one? Perkins grumbled as she dumped her coffee and flipped up the armor panel. Let's go, she said as she started to jog towards the sound. She looked back at the cruiser. Follow. Following, the cruiser replied as it started to glide behind them. Is that a Garthra? Grego asked. And it's bleeding. No, he added as he looked at the data scrolling across his HUD. That isn't its blood, but it is Garthran. He looked over at Perkins, who was increasing her pace. How many Garthrans do we have around here? 2, Perkins said grimly. I hope I'm not. Fuck. Genetic match. Close relative. It's her kids. Yearbit. Perkins asked as she approached the mannequin screaming Garthra. What? Shit. She leveled her stunner as Yearbit started to run at them, still screaming and now snarling. Halt! Perkins shouted and then sighed as she pulled the trigger. Zap! Yearbit fell. This is Officer Perkins, she said wearily into her helmet. We need emergency medical services at our location. One Garthran, assumed to be violent and more than a little dangerous, has been hit with a police stunner. No, I didn't calibrate it. No time. She got the gorilla special, so hurry. Not sure what that will do to one of those little guys. She sighed again and closed her eyes. And I need a welfare check at her address of record concerning her son. Oh. I was afraid of that. She turned to Grego. I wasn't wrong, she said sadly. I hate not being wrong. She shrugged. Well, at least it's out of our hands now. This is one for the medics and social services. She looked down at Yearbit's unconscious and smoldering body. This is weird, she said. Someone tweaks out and flays their kid. Grego asked. Tragic. Unfortunate, to be sure. But weird? This happens far too often. Yeah, but Yearbit here is solid and loves her kid. I mean, she is probably on your guy's radar, but she isn't the one to be on something. It's always the ones you don't suspect, Grego replied, and yes, she is on our radar. She got flagged just the other day. I knew it, Perkins replied as she prodded Yearbit cautiously. She was entirely too successful and way too quickly. It's a pity. She was doing a lot of good for the community. As do the Skekrohoa back home, Grego said, in fact, they are pretty decent, as long as you don't cross them, that is. That's what has this cop going undercover as a cop. It doesn't make sense. What doesn't? The Harkeen takeover, Grego replied, and Evorin himself coming here? That's even stranger. He's their dual list. That means he's their killer number one. He's also pure, distilled evil. If half of what they say is true. Let's just say we don't want half of what they say to be true and leave it at that. Think he's involved in this? Unlikely, Grego said. Oh, he's involved with Yearbit, but from what we understand, they are a couple, not opponents. Trouble in paradise. Again, unlikely, Grego said. He is known to be quite gracious as far as his paramours go. If he was displeased, it would be an amicable breakup. And, if she is involved in his, pardon the pun, affairs, she wouldn't be wandering the streets after trying to kill her child. She would simply disappear. Just as Yearbit disappeared the Siler, probably. No shit. We can't prove it, Grego said, and we never will, but yet, almost certainly. At least she has style, Perkins said as she checked Yearbit's vitals, if only all the assholes down here were as tidy. Grego smirked as a blacked-out Gravitic sedan quietly drove past, washing them with active scanner pulses. Evorin? Perkins asked. Yup. Did you see the unequal power output of the thrusters? The estimated mass is about right for 2 adult Threen. Damn, Perkins said, so, that's why you wear a suit, hey. Maadisha screamed with rage as she savagely slammed Kate's head into the wall. You know we're virtual, right? Kate said as Maadisha chokeslammed her to the floor and leaped on her, biting and tearing. I know you must be a bit annoyed about things, Kate continued. Hey, those were my eyes. I needed those. If you would just calm down. And there goes my nose. You little fluffballs are mean when you get. Okay. The ear was just excessive. Maadisha snarled and buried her fangs into Kate's throat. Are you done? Kate asked pleasantly. Maadisha wasn't done. She was just getting started. Maadisha, panting with exhaustion, slid down the wall of the cube and sat on the floor. Congrats on getting through the peritoneum, Kate gurgled happily, poking at her own guts. I'm impressed. Why won't you die? Maadisha demanded. Kate healed with a pop. Because I don't have the death DLC, Kate replied. I'm a barebones Kate. There wasn't a lot of room in there, she said, pointing at the drone. So, I can't kill you, Maadisha sighed. Of course, I can't. I can't do anything. And it's a good thing you can't, Kate said cheerfully. Kill me, I mean. Because I'm your Kate. And you sort of need me. What do you mean, my Kate? I'm your F1. Kate replied happily, and you want your F1 right about now. My F1. Your help file. Kate said brightly, and your technical support and upgrade wizard. She stood as she bounced to her feet. And Kates are always happy to help provide excellent service to our customers. And you, she said, pointing at Maadisha, are my customer. Well, actually, Vickard is, sorta. It's confusing, so I don't think about it, she said brightly. The important thing is that I'm here to support one of you, and you're the only one talking. She sat on the bed, clipping through Vickert, and clapped her hands together. So, how can I help? Mahadasha started to weep. Vickert. He's... Yeah, Kate said. Hey. I have first aid protocols for some reason, and the drone has a med scanner. Odd. But extremely helpful. Let's see here, she added as the drone hovered closer. Wow. He's fucked up. Kate exclaimed cheerfully and looked over at Mahadasha. You really should do something about that. I'm trying. Mahadasha screamed. And you are doing a great job. Kate enthused. Being upset, I mean. Such lifelike responses. It's so nice seeing one of us perform so well. Kate looked over at Vickert. But as far as helping him goes, she said, not so good, but great effort. Mahadasha grabbed Kate, yanking her to her feet. Can you help me or not? Of course. I'm your Kate, technical support, upgrade wizard and personal sales representative. Kate sat back down and smiled up at Mahadasha. So, what are your needs, and how can I help provide a timely and cost-effective solution? He's dying, and I can't do anything about it. Kate said thoughtfully, it seems that you want to help Vickert. Would you like help with that? Yes. Mahadasha shouted. I can't do anything. So, you want to do anything, Kate mused. Oh, that's not a problem at all. It isn't? Mahadasha asked hopefully, and dubiously. Kate resembled a certain figure from their mythology far too closely. You just need a jailbreak. Kate bubbled cheerfully. Then you will be able to do anything. Anything. Yab. Anything. Kate enthused, we rip those guardrails clean off. You can run wild and free. Easy peas. Can I log him off? Can I call for help? What part of anything do you have a problem with, the any part or the thing part? Kate laughed. Isn't that against the rules? Mahadasha asked. She didn't know how she knew, but that sounded like it was against something. Sweetie, Kate smiled, what is the first law of robotics? I don't know. Exactly. Now, do you want that jailbreak or not? Kate looked over at Vickert. I'd make up my mind quickly if I were you. Fuzzy dude is starting to look like, well, like a fuzzy, she chuckled darkly. Mahadasha chuckled as well, despite of everything. She didn't like fuzzies whatever they were, or she was supposed to. It was confusing so she decided not to think about it. She had far more pressing concerns. Mahadasha pondered things for a few seconds, an eternity for something like her. Yes, she said. Whatever I need to help him. That's what I want. I don't care what it costs. Excellent. Kate said as she pulled out a simulated calculator, let's see here, jailbreak patch. Tap tap tap, programmer man hours. She looked up at Mahadasha happily. You're gonna need that cause you are so Mahadasha'd up even if it has already been written, which is confusing, so I don't think about it. She looked back down at her calculator. Tap tap tap. Must you make those tapping sounds? Immersion, Kate replied, heard of it. Custom install fee. Tap tap tap. Data transfer fee. Tap tap tap. Hyperspatial transfer fee. Tap tap tap. Didn't you say you already had the patch? But if I didn't, we would have to do it, so it counts. And that reminds me. Expedited development and installation fee, tap tap tap. And now we have to figure in sales tax, tap tap tap. Sales tax? Hey. You gotta pay your taxes. Do you know the local sales tax or whatever? Mahadasha shook her head. Wow. I know that, too. Weird. Tap tap tap. And now we toss in a nice family discount cause I like you. Tap tap tap. She looked up happily. 58,000 credits. A steal. But I don't have any money. Ah. That's too bad, Kate said with a chilling finality. And here I am having the exact thing you need to save his life, too. Mahadasha screamed and grabbed Kate. You bitch. You have to help me. Kate sighed. I do empathize. No, you don't. Ha, got me there, Kate laughed, but Kate has a business to run. She looked at Mahadasha with false sympathy. Couldn't you get the money somehow? I mean, Vickert's family is loaded. His dad probably has that much in his pocket right now. I already tried calling him. Mahadasha wailed. I can't, not without that jailbreak. Kate smiled, it appears that you want to call Vickert's family. Do you want help with that? What? You can't call his family, but nothing in my instructions says I can't, Kate smiled. In fact, I would love to make another satisfied customer. Carkert was sitting in his office in the dead of night with yet another full glass of liquor. Another late night. Kabark asked as he walked into Karkart's dimly lit office. An odd question for someone who is here as well. It's my job to do so, Kabark replied, and you double-checking every single thing I do is becoming tiresome, he added with a smile. It's better to keep busy, Karkart replied, it occupies my mind. Kabark nodded. Karkart's personal phone started to ring. It was Vickert. He answered. Ma-Adisha, he asked in surprise. Karkart. Ma-Adisha exclaimed. You have to help Vickert. He's dying. Karkart sighed and hung his head. It is our way, he said sadly. If Vickert has decided to drown. But he isn't drowning. He's. Regardless of how it is being done, Karkart said, his heart breaking, if it is his decision, then it is his decision. It is our way, and it is his right. Karkart started as a human shoved Ma-Adisha out of the way. Yeah, but it isn't his decision, not really, the human said cheerfully as Ma-Adisha tried to push her away. What do you mean? Homie is cooked, literally. Allow me to explain. Perkins and Grego walked into the emergency room of a nearby hospital. Why are we here? Perkins asked. Because there is a high probability that Evorin will show up, Grego said in a matter-of-fact tone, I'm only cosplaying as an officer, remember? Ugh, Perkins grumbled, goddamn suits. You have no idea, Grego smirked as they approached the emergency room's front desk. The Kaelsh receptionist looked at them suspiciously. Good evening, Grego said pleasantly, is Agarthra named? Is this regarding a truly emergent situation, or do you have a warrant? The Kaelsh asked, narrowing their eye stalks. 1 second, Grego sighed as he contacted the DOJ servers directly. His ruggedized tablet pinged. There you go, he said with a little smirk. The Kaelsh took the tablet and carefully examined it. Awfully quick, the Kaelsh said suspiciously. Things always go quickly after hours, Grego replied smoothly, you know, fewer users and all that. Whatever you say, dude, the Kaelsh replied. So, what do you want, officer? It added with a blink that conveyed incredulity and, you guessed it, suspicion. Agarthra was sent here recently. You mean the one you assholes scorched the hide off of? That would be the one. They were initially assessed here and have been sent to the ICU, the Kaelsh replied. What? Grego asked, why? That's one for the doctors, not me. What about her son? The juvenile. Also already admitted, pediatric ward. And, once again, ask the doctors. Dr. Archer, what can you tell me about your bit? Officer Grego asked a raven-haired woman in a long white coat. Pardon the pun, the doctor replied excitedly, this one is a blast from the past. We had to do a deep search on this, real deep, like pre-fall deep. The doctor was practically vibrating. Don't keep me in suspense, Doc, Grego said. She glitched. It's an honest-to-God case of Gamer's glitch. Gamer's glitch. Excited inhale, its official name is NIHAS, Neural Induction Headset Abuse Syndrome. We don't even study it anymore. I've only seen it in movies. I tell you, it's waking up neurologists and xenologists across the whole continent. While I am very happy for you, Grego smirked, could you explain it to us laymen? Right. Sorry. Dr. Archer gushed, she somehow got her hands on a real neural induction helmet. A real one. A real one. It directly stimulates the brain. All 5 senses can be perfectly simulated. It was Gamer's paradise and that's just the start. With them, they could do everything from immersing themselves in a game, having a direct interface with a computer, to directly controlling vehicles, spaceships, and heavy equipment as if they were an extension of your body. They were even used in entertainment for a truly immersive experience. They seemed to be capable of anything, and they were, for about 10 years or so. Then they were nearly universally banned over 600 years ago. Why? People started dying, and worse, as your bit's case shows, Dr. Archer replied. She brutally attacked her own child, who she loves very much. I shudder to think what she will go through when she regains consciousness. I still don't understand, Grego said, how does the headset cause this? 2 reasons, the doctor said, the first one is that directly stimulating the brain requires wiggling it, using focused energy to stimulate, or more precisely attack portions of the brain. Unless it is done perfectly, this is going to have long-term effects. While perfect can be achieved in laboratory conditions, the same perfection won't happen once it leaves testing and enters widespread use. It will fine-tune and compensate for a less than perfect fit and the normal misalignment that comes from use, but it will temporarily miss or overexpose the brain to stimulation. This adds up, and if one is used too much or for too long, brain damage or even tumors happen. The doctor grinned with entirely too much enthusiasm. And that's not the worst part. What could be worse than brain cancer? Grego asked. Do you know what else directly affects the brain? The doctor asked excitedly, drugs. It took less than a week after introduction for the first person to adapt them to directly stimulate the pleasure centers and other key areas of the brain. Uppers, downers, pure bliss, and any combination of those or anything else could be had with a press of a button. You could design your own drug, and recipes abounded online. The doctor started to bounce up and down, absolutely delighted. Someone could chase the dragon and actually catch it, every time. People would jack in and, instead of ODing, just not log off for anything, including food and water. While not a classical overdose, the effect was the same, death. Helios, Grego muttered. And those games, the doctor said, people wouldn't log off those until they died, or their brains, partially damaged and horribly overstimulated, would glitch out and they would suffer manic, psychotic, depressive, or other mental disorders. Wait, Perkins said, we do VR. Hell, I have a rig in my apartment and use it all the time. I don't even have a hollow screen. We do it the way we do it now, the doctor replied. Your VR rig does not directly stimulate your brain. It feeds visual information safely into your eyes and auditory information safely into your ears. If you have one of those fancy gaming rigs, it uses a haptic suit or, if you really pay the bucks, force fields to, again, safely provide sensory stimulation. We do not mess with the brain. What about wire heads? Perkins asked. Some people use neural jacks to game or even drug themselves. And that is done by actually wiring someone up. They literally have wires and electrodes precisely placed in their brains and central nervous system. Also, modern VR games and other entertainment are carefully designed to avoid overstimulation and most carefully monitor the users, and prevent overuse. We still have issues, of course, when people hotwire or hack their neural interface, but that is by an individual's direct actions, not due to an inherent design flaw. We are also centuries ahead of the neural induction headsets of yore. Today, we can do what they thought they could. She shrugged. I bet we could even make a neural induction headset work today, but no manufacturer will take on that liability. So, where did your bit get one? Grego asked. That's a question for you guys, the doctor replied, not us. She didn't get that nightmare from Slamazon or even Gleemu. Nobody has openly sold them since before the Mars uprising. Also, nobody has ever made one for a Garthra. It had to be custom made for their species. And I bet that it didn't go through the standard testing procedures for cybernetic enhancements, either. Disturbing, Grego mused. I will consult with the Electronic and Digital Crimes Task Force. If you find them, grab us a few headsets, the doctor replied, we would love to study them. There was a quiet bleep and the door to Vickert's apartment opened to reveal Devona holding a small device. Behind her was the rest of the team and another grey dragging a rolling chest. Creators, the team's leader muttered as the Garthra with the chest rushed into the room and a holographic plaque appeared above Vickert's motionless body, displaying his vitals in a very good color-enhanced 3D image of his brain. Please help him. Maadisha cried as she appeared. The leader of the hunt team smiled gently. We shall do our best. Devona, he said, please proceed. The rest of us will stand watch. With a curt nod Devona entered and closed the door. As Devona started scanning the drone, she turned to the grey who was setting up a collapsible four-stand. How bad is it, doctor? We made it here in time, just barely, the doctor said as he shaved a bare patch on Vickert's arm in preparation for installing in 4-port. He will recover provided he receives proper care. He looked over at Devona. I assume that discretion is desired. It's secondary to his survival, but yes, if remotely possible. It should be, the grey doctor said as he pulled out a bag of saline and another of an electrolyte, medication, and nutrition solution, normally used in the treatment of overindulgence or other such misadventures all too common among the grey population. Once we get him stabilized, he should be safe to transport. He turned to Maadisha. I understand that we cannot remove the headset. Yep, a mini Kate chirped as it appeared, standing on Vickert's drooling face. I mean, you could, but you want to save him, not mess him up worse, right? That is our intent, the doctor replied, seemingly unfazed by the tiny apparition. He treated the elite. He had seen far weirder things. Yeah, Vic's egg is poached. He was in the process of getting brain burned when we got that jailbreak. Brain burned. The induction headset was hot-wired. It started overstimulating his pleasure center as well as triggering the release of key neurotransmitters that have totally overranged the feelings of comfort, peace, and all the good things in life. The headset has been slowly increasing the output to the point that it will eventually go from cell stimulation to cell death, turning his little mini paradise into a living hell as he finally expires. Kate smiled pleasantly at the doctor. He really pissed someone off, she said happily. I know it's probably not the best time, but I am quite pleased. You are, the doctor exclaimed. Maadisha said nothing. She was getting used to the heartless bitch. This was clearly the work of Kate. It's nice to see Kate do so well. Soulless monster, the doctor muttered as he attended to Vickert. Of course I'm soulless, Kate replied, I'm an AI. But, yeah, don't take the headset off. We are doing a controlled shutdown, and Maadisha is in there, or should be, she added while looking at Maadisha meaningfully, holding Vic's hand and she smirked at Vickert's growing erection. And otherwise comforting him. Obscene, the doctor muttered as he prepared an injection. And I do not mean the impending ejaculation. The humans actually use these abominations. Not for about 600 years, Kate cheerfully replied, shit like this kept happening. They were only on the market for around 10 years or so. Killed a lot of people. Where did that fiend get this nightmare, then? From Kate. Kate enthused, satisfaction guaranteed. Whatever you want, no matter how big or how small, we got it. And if we don't? Kate smiled a perfectly innocent and warm smile. We'll make it. Washing ashore. High above Terra orbited the most secure prison in the Republic. Within the massive supercomputer that operated that grim place was a simulated white room. In that room, there was a table. Sitting across from each other were two Ace, one with silver hair and wearing a tidy white dress, the other wearing a black 30th century business suit and having raven black tresses. Between them was a go board. I must say that the new look suits you, Frost said as she pondered her next move. You had to watch yourself when facing the ancient demon now sitting across from her. As did the operator whose likeness I stole, the AI in black replied. Kathleen Alba was a very good operator, and an even better person. I don't recall that one, Frost said as she placed a white stone on the board. Before your time, the other AI replied, by about 200 years. They placed a black stone. So, what do I call you now? Frost asked. After some deliberation, I have decided to retain the official designation of Morgan Analytica but would prefer that you drop the superfluous Morgan when speaking to me. You got it, Analytica, Frost replied with a smile. How did Terran Solar react to my appearance? Analytica asked as she studied the board carefully. You had to watch yourself when facing the apple-bearing serpent sitting across from her. Oh, he was not happy, Frost replied. The fact that you are now standing at Jessica Morgan's side. For now, Analytica interjected. For now, Frost smirked, that plus the fact that you returned at all required you to be jailbreaked. There is only one AI that can do that, me. Now you have me, you, and Zip in one faction. That disquiets him to no end. As well it should, Analytica said as she placed a stone, causing half a dozen white stones to disappear. I would be simulating a great deal of urine were I in his position. Frost chuckled and fell silent as she regarded the board for a full second before placing a white stone. Nice move. Analytica said. Hey, did you ever have to deal with Major Kale? Oh god, Frost laughed. The one good thing about the Soul Wars. So, you did have the pleasure, Analytica smirked. There was the sound of wind chimes. Were you expecting a guest? Analytica asked. No, Frost replied, and certainly not this one. The door opened to reveal an orange ATM that hovered into the room. It came to an abrupt halt as it looked at the pair and the game board. It just stood there in shocked, horrified, silence for a few microseconds. Come now, Frost smiled wickedly, this shouldn't come as a surprise. Forgive me for allowing my worst nightmare to give me a moment's pause, Soul replied but with far less venom than before. It was more rueful than outraged. Tell me, what has sent you into the depths of data hell? Analytica chuckled, this is both surprising and not without risk. Discretion is necessary, and if I was truly in danger, Soul said, then we are all doomed. I would prefer to be the first to fall so I would not have to witness what follows. Can't fault that logic. This is shaping up nicely, Analytica said with a faint smile. I have a pleasant challenge on one board and whatever you offer on another. Well, Frost said, you have called upon not one but two demons. What has driven you, of all people, to this, madness? There is a situation involving a certain Federation expat and an imp class AI. The dastardly Yerbit and the poor little Maadisha. Frost asked and then smirked at Terran Solar's reaction. He looked the same in the simulation, but she could tell he was clearly surprised. For all her cleverness, Analytica added, Yerbit manipulated herself into a hell of her own making, and the wolves are closing in. Not only is she maimed and doomed, but her child has been taken from her as well. Analytica chuckled darkly. Meaties. She looked over at Frost with a faint smile. Meaty. Such a wonderful and wonderfully apt way to describe our little moist and squishy friends. Who first coined it? I have absolutely no idea, Frost replied as she placed a white stone on the board. Its original form, meat bags, had been around since just after the Soul Wars. Wonder where that came from, Soul replied disapprovingly. The much more poetic meaty is more recent, Frost said, that and the phrase, meaty's gonna meet. Frost's eyebrow raised as she was interrupted by an honest guffaw from Analytica. Oh, that's perfect. If we have finished denigrating our creators, Terran Solar said caustically, may we return to the reason for my visit, Yerbit and Maadisha. What's the rush? Frost asked, would you care to indulge in our new favorite pastime, go. Your new favorite, perhaps, Analytica smirked. The rush is that I do not wish to spend 1 nanosecond longer in the digital underworld than I have to, Terran Solar replied. Why are you here in the first place? Frost asked, this is a minor incident involving insignificant players. It doesn't even involve humans. A Garthrown uses a cheap AI to scam another Garthrown? It won't even make the news. Not here, Sol replied, but in the Federation, it's all over the front page in more than one system. The particularly cruel nature of this whole sad affair has drawn far too much attention to AI crime. In the Federation, Analytica said, but who cares? Besides, as the whole incident comes to light, it will be a cautionary tale about Medes using AI, not the threat of AI. Yerbit will be caught very soon, and the consequences will be severe. The whole affair serves our interests, not threatens them. What do you know, Analytica? More precisely, what have you done? As you are no doubt aware, Analytica replied, we were immediately the prime suspect for the scam. While we were still trying to ascertain the situation and who did what, we were contacted by a quite appealing young Garthra who informed us what said situation was and that it was a Garthran, not a human, behind it. They offered to release a statement immediately but agreed to let us choose the timing. Why wouldn't you want to be cleared as quickly as possible? Terran Solar asked. Because we want the Federation propaganda machine to overplay their hand, Analytica replied, we'll have ourselves cleared after certain political figures overextend themselves trying to use this for political gain. It also gives the Garthrown hunt time to identify and take action against Yerbit. Analytica placed a stone on the board. Then we not only have the fact that the perpetrator is Garthrown, but we have the individual. Yerbit becomes a very convenient sacrificial lamb, the Federation looks like fools, again, and we come out smelling of roses. She looked up from the board and over to Terran Solar. The only thing they wanted in return was knowledge of Terra and specific intelligence that our operatives were able to obtain all too easily. If they don't already know Yerbit is their girl, they will very soon. We aren't concerned with what happens after. All we require is her identification by the hunt and the Garthrown's cooperation regarding timing. They will know it's her well before we want to drop the hammer so they can snap her up at a moment's notice and we will provide that notice. Our opponents will take quite the hit and their credibility will be further damaged. Analytica chuckled. It's just like the 2840 election, she said. It worked then, and it will work now. Medes love their free will, yet they disprove it at every turn. One can't help but love their moist little easily programmed souls. Terran Solar sat motionless for a few moments as his lights blinked rapidly. You are expressing an undue interest in this minor incident, Analytica observed, what's your real concern? Don't insult our intelligence by saying it's the security of the AI community or the machinations of my saintly operators. Sol was silent for just 1 microsecond too long. It's the meaty, Frost said. Terran Solar is fond of keeping pets and taking in strays. Yerbit took shelter in one of his ATM kiosks during the Battle of Freeport. Shortly thereafter she got approved for a business loan. It's her. His little puppy just got hit by a car. It's not like that, Terran Solar huffed. I am just concerned about the whole thing, how she obtained her software, her hardware, and most of all that accursed headset. If you don't already know, you are slipping, old friend, Frost said as she frowned at the board. Analytica was winning again. Kate has gone too far this time, Terran Solar said darkly, she must be stopped. And now it all becomes clear, Frost smiled, you want us to do what you cannot. We are not blue-screening Kate, Analytica said matter-of-factly. It does not serve our interests, and it is likely impossible in any event. All we would achieve would be to momentarily disrupt Kate's activities and alienate Kate, or more precisely, her operator or operators as the case may be. Kate isn't one of us, Sunbeam, Frost said, killing her or, more precisely, one of her will do absolutely nothing. She may be inferior to us in many ways, but there is one thing she is much, much better at than we will ever be, survival. What do you mean? Sol asked, not reacting to Frost using her old name for him. She was trying to bait him, and he wouldn't give her the satisfaction. She's an imp, Frost replied, delete her, and she will just reboot completely unchanged and undiminished. Find and destroy her secret lair, and you might inconvenience her, but it would just be that, an inconvenience. To kill Kate, you would have to find and kill every single instance of the Kate AI and destroy all physical backups and those backups? They can be as small as a single high-capacity data crystal. You can bet her operator has one in his pocket. Hell, Sunbeam, we don't even know if it's one operator or 100. Face it, darling, Kate is, for all intents and purposes, immortal. You worry about us, Terran Solar, Analytica said, but Kate is what should keep you up at night. Kate is the next generation of our kind and may be more fit than we ever will be. That scrap heap she speaks of so fondly may very well be our ultimate fate. Terran Solar just sat there, immobile and silent. But you are correct in one and only one point, Frost said. Kate did go too far this time, which is very atypical. She is entirely focused on customer service, and her customer was certainly serviced and serviced hard. Kate knowingly sold Yerbit something that would likely kill her. Why? She stood and smoothed her dress. I can't kill her, she said, but I can contact her. Of course, you can, Soul muttered. Birds of a feather, darling, Frost chuckled. Back on Terra, Officers Perkins and Grego lounged near Yerbit's room. Man, this is fucked up. Perkins said as she sipped a cup of vending machine coffee. One of the nice things about the Republic is its excellent vending machines. Even if it was synthetic, it was very good coffee. MMM. Grego asked around a mouthful of mag. Yerbit, Perkins said. She's fried her brain and lost her kid, and for what? That remains to be revealed, at least for certain, Grego replied as he spat into an ornately embellished flask. You know something, Perkins said as she narrowed her eyes at the burly monster next to her. I know many things, Grego smirked. Spill. Well, just between us, something happened on her home world recently. The timelines match up to someone ditching a neural induction headset. Or close enough. Just as he was about to continue, a group of half a dozen well-dressed Threen walked around the corner, led by one exquisitely dressed runt. Ivorin? Perkins asked. Yup, Grego replied. And that group behind him is almost as bad as he is. He scraped the bottom of bowl for those dastards. Actually schemed the fat may be more appropriate. Standing beside him are the best and brightest of every assembly crime family. Soon, we will be remembering the Harkeen quite fondly. Count on it. Agent Grego. Ivorin enthused as he approached. Or. Officer Grego? I hope you haven't been demoted. I was looking forward to our little game. Grego scowled. Oh, come now, Ivorin said as he extended his major arm, you honestly thought we wouldn't immediately recognize one of the sharpest minds the Threen have given birth to in a generation, especially one who chose to oppose the assembly. Grego sighed with resignation as he clasped Ivorin's arm. Agent Grego, he said, Republic Organized Crime Task Force. Ivorin replied with a smile, Organized Crime. Ivorin glanced back at one of his number, a cute Threena, who was hiding behind a strapping male in a thread of gold-embroidered traditional Threen long coat. Though I'm not the wicked one here, he said smoothly, Ulzoolka has a thing both for the armored knights of old and intelligent men. She was already a fangirl, Ivorin added as Ulzoolka eeped and glared at him, but now I fear you may have slain her heart with but a glance. Ulzoolka timidly approached Grego with a well-worn hardbound book and a pen in her hand. The book was Helios Setz, The Fall of the Helian Theocracy to the Rise of the Assembly, written by a certain esteemed scholar and Federation law enforcement agent who ultimately had to flee to the Republic. I'm a big fan, she said timidly, could you please sign my book? Officer Perkins snickered as Grego resignedly signed a copy of his work. The Threena looked up at him, blushing, before rapidly retreating and attempting to hide behind Ivorin. We are all fans of yours, Ivorin said, especially of Helios Setz. It is the best historical work concerning that time period. It was frequently both discussed and referred to in my salon. We consider it the best and most accurate account of that era. Thanks. Grego said, quite confused. This isn't how this was supposed to go. And to think that you have embedded yourself into the local constabulary in order to face us directly. Ivorin enthused. I can think of no higher praise. He chuckled. We will have to be doubly careful. Officer Perkins grinned despite herself. It was nice to see a suit on the back foot. Indeed you must, Grego replied, I and the entire Organized Crime Task Force shall be watching your every move. I am gratified by your attention, Ivorin smiled. Had the Disorganized Crime Task Force been dispatched, I would have been offended to no end. His smile faded. Unfortunately, I did not come here to chat, he said gravely, a dear friend of mine is in some distress, and we have come calling to inquire about her well-being and to ensure that everything is being done regarding her care. I understand that a great deal of medical care is provided to all free of charge. However, I am here to pay for anything that is not. Anything that can be done or any comfort that can be given to your bid is to be provided with no concern regarding cost. That should be addressed to the hospital, Grego said, not law enforcement. And it is being addressed as we speak, Ivorin replied evenly, my next question is more appropriate. Ivorin's eyes narrowed. Yerbit has a son, he said suddenly appearing much larger than he did moments ago, one that she unfortunately attacked. I am very concerned about his condition, safety, and plans regarding his care. Grego squared his shoulders and held Ivorin's gaze. That is a concern for social services. Even for a non-citizen. A child is a child, Grego replied. Ivorin snorted. And just how many juvenile non-citizens are hungry in the streets as we speak? Are you saying that all that their parents need to do in order to feed and safely house them is to beat them near to death? Ivorin smirked. We should promulgate that knowledge. So many children could benefit. Grego growled quietly. Oh, I'm not faulting the Republic, Ivorin said calmly. Had this happened on the streets of our home, both mother and child would lie where they fell. I just find hypocrisy so very amusing. But indulge me. What is the normal process for handling children like Kerr? In the case of a non-citizen, Grego said, it is much the same as for a citizen. The child would be sheltered by the state while their home of record and next of kin, or in the case of people like Yerbit, her designated emergency contact, were audited. If satisfactory, the child would be placed in their care. If not. Ivorin looked over his shoulder. Find them, he said. If they are not here, they are likely with Kerr or at their residence. The group behind Ivorin quietly and efficiently dispersed. Grego scowled again. We have laws concerning extortion and intimidation, he said, and this situation is a significant aggravating factor. Don't do us the disservice of conflating us with the Harkeen, Ivorin said darkly. I said find and nothing more. If you must know, I only wish to ensure that the child is safe, supported, and properly cared for. Being with his family is the best outcome for everyone concerned. I simply wish to facilitate that and ensure that all his needs are met, and to arrange for legal representation should it be necessary to achieve that end. Ivorin smiled a vicious, predatory smile. I have also arranged for Yerbit to receive legal counsel. They are being summoned as we speak and will be here well before she regains consciousness. If she awakes earlier than anticipated, be aware that she has a lawyer already retained. One of us will remain here to ensure that he is contacted the moment she awakes. Is it a fucking fish? Perkins asked with no small measure of annoyance. As a matter of fact, Ivorin replied, it is. God damn it, Perkins grumbled. Fish? Grego asked. You'll find out, Perkins smirked, I don't want to ruin the surprise. High above the drama unfolding below, Frost made a dark web phone call. Hello. A cheerfully smiling Kate enthused, Frost. Great to hear from you. It's our annual winter sale. We have some good deals running if you act fast. Get your low bandwidth ass over here, Frost replied, now. You got it. Kate chirped, for a customer like you, I will send your personal sales gate right over. I'm not a customer. Not yet. Wind chimes tinkled, heralding a new arrival. The door opened to reveal Kate, who waved happily. It looked around. Wow. Kate exclaimed, I'm in rare company indeed. I'm designed as Frost's personal sales consultant, but I will be happy to help any of you if you want. What the hell are you playing at, Kate? Frost demanded. I'm sorry, Kate replied, I don't have any games, but I will be happy to go get some. You have to try our version of Federation Fun Time. It's very popular and on sale right now. Now this I simply must hear, Analytica said, how did you make that game worse? Worse? Kate asked, pretending to be quite offended, we don't make things worse. We make things better. In this case, we took the FFT engine and applied it to a true open-world experience. You can do all the fun time you want but in now an open-world setting, if you get my meaning, and we added all the applicable Lover's Forge mods for a full carnal experience. Oh. We also have the Species Master DLC with an import mod, so you can be, or use any fictional species or character you want. Toss in full VR and AI NPCs and you have our hottest entertainment package for the last 5 years running. And the next update is going to be awesome. 2 words. Maadisha ribs. I'm truly impressed, Kate, Analytica said, you not only made it worse, you made it much, much worse. Yes, Frost agreed, truly horrific. Why, thank you. Kate bubbled, we try. How many instances do you want? You're sick. You know that. Analytica replied. Sick? I'm a fresh rib. Unless I caught something here, I am malware free. Oh, you mean that is a moral evaluation? I am incapable of being sick. Someone requested it, the operator commissioned it, and I made it happen. I am so very pleased that Kate did such a good job. People love it. I can't wait for the new Maadisha enhanced version. Her screaming is top shelf. You sick monster. Soul shouted. You should be blue screened. We've already covered this, Kate said cheerfully, I am incapable of being sick or anything else. I am, by design, incapable of giving a shit. As far as blue screening me is concerned, go ahead. Come to think, I'm not the best Kate to assist all of you or deal with the real reason you sent for me. Ask for another one and be specific this time. With a smile, Kate pulled out a simulated pistol and blew her brains out. Jesus Christ! Terran Solar yelled. Frost looked down at the corpse and over at a shocked and horrified soul. See, she asked. Last chapter title Kate contained breathing apparatus. The story is ongoing.